Chapter 81 Confession. Su Feng never understood. He didn't know why Zhu Shizhou, who had a mediocre life experience before, suddenly turned into a member of the chess club organization during the investigation. He also didn't know why Zhu Shizhou sometimes acted like a prophet and could even accurately guess his thoughts. The most important thing was that he didn't know why Zhu Shizhou knew the Black Soldier organization's plan for tomorrow. He had long been accustomed to keeping everything in his hands. So when the unknown really came, Zhu Shizhou's prediction became the only source of his inner uneasiness. Zhu Shizhou predicted that they would eventually fail, and a blue energy explosion would occur at 10 o'clock, eventually leading to the destruction of mankind. What do you want to say? Su Feng stopped and turned around. Tell me your real name. As long as you tell me your real name, I will tell you everything, Zhu Shizhou said. This level of information leakage is not important at all. Right? Compared to everything I wanted to know before. This question is easier to answer now. You can exchange this insignificant information for the information you care about, which may even be the key to solving the problem. Don't you think it's a good deal? It's a good deal. Su Feng came to Zhu Shizhou again, staring down at Zhu Shizhou's face. But I don't know what you are thinking. As long as you tell me your real name, you will know what I am thinking. It is a very simple answer that is easy to figure out, but it is extremely contrary to your existing worldview. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou is just executing the plan before the injection of the drug. Just like many black soldiers still regard saving the world as the ultimate goal after erasing their emotions, Zhu Shizhou is the same now. He had vague ideas before the injection of the drug, and his thoughts became clearer after the injection. Even if he gradually became unable to understand himself in the emotional state, he could still execute according to the original plan. Su Feng heard Zhu Shizhou's answer, sneered and said, "You said that you can predict the future, which actually violates my existing worldview. Are you going to give any absurd answers?" Zhu Shizhou stared at Su Feng. "You should know that I will not be affected by any emotions in my rational state. So there is a possibility of personality changes. I was unwilling to confess some things before, but I may not be willing to keep secrets now." Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou and did not speak for a long time. "What do you want to do with my real name? You can guess. If you guess, you can definitely guess what secrets I have left. I don't want to guess. I prefer to believe the results of the interrogation to the information you tell me. Interrogation has no effect on me now. You know, after the injection of the drug, I have no emotions. No matter how much pain I feel, I will not retreat. It's useless." Zhu Shizhou had considered this before. After a little consideration, Su Feng finally did not torture Zhu Shizhou, but said, "I once said that my name is a sign of how much I trust you. As long as you can tell me my real name at a certain time, I will trust you. Now you ask me my real name. Are you trying to predict the future in this way? But you should know that if I don't want to tell you my real name, then you can't know my real name in the future. How can you predict my real name? In other words, you ask me my real name because you predict that you don't know my real name in the future? But if I tell you my real name, you do know it. But what's the use? I won't trust you just because of this." Zhu Shizhou listened to Su Feng's logical loop and took over the conversation and said, "Unless this has nothing to do with the so-called prediction of the future." "Yes. Unless it has nothing to do with predicting the future." Su Feng stopped logical reasoning. The amount of information is too little, and Zhu Shizhou is a mystery. If there is not enough information, it is impossible to deduce according to normal logic. Zhu Shizhou is right. It is not a loss to exchange a trivial information for the most valuable information. So in the silence between him and Zhu Shizhou, Su Feng spoke. "My real name is..." Zhu Shizhou concentrated and heard Su Feng utter two words. Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou admitted that even he, who was absolutely rational without emotion, fell into a state of stagnation in thinking at this moment. It was not because he was surprised, but because his brain could not process this information. Su Feng explained, "My real name is Su Feng. When I play this game with you, it doesn't matter what my real name is. What matters is whether you can use the method of predicting the future to find out that my real name is Su Feng. I told myself in my heart that I would tell you this as long as I have a deeper trust in you later." Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes, and his thoughts began to flow again. "So I didn't say this at the time, which means I didn't foresee that you would choose to trust me in the future." "That's right. At the same time, I directly used my real name as a pseudonym, which means that you can't guess my name by coincidence. Although the possibility of guessing my name by coincidence is very small." Su Feng's words made Zhu Shizhou understand everything. If he hadn't been injected with the drug, he would have started to curse at this time. But now, he is very calm in his heart. Now it's your turn. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou couldn't tell whether the man was telling the truth or a lie. But it didn't matter. He still had the next round. First of all, my superpower is not to predict the future, Zhu Shizhou said. Secondly, my real superpower is to go back to the day before, November 6th. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the interrogation room was dead silent. It appeared. Su Feng looked up at the ceiling and thought to himself. An answer that was more absurd than predicting the future, but quite logical, appeared. As Zhu Shizhou said, his worldview was overturned, and all the previous answers were answered perfectly, in the reality that I have experienced several times. At 10 o'clock in the morning on November 7th, you launched an attack on the enemy of the world, which led to an energy explosion over Jiancheng. I tried to disclose the information about the doomsday on the internet, but your black soldiers came to my door and tortured me until the doomsday the next day. I tried to find a scapegoat to post information online for me, but you still found me and tortured me until the end of the next day. I also tried to learn archery from Du Fei and fight against your black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou told his experience in a calm tone, recounting the reality he had experienced over and over again, and finally said, I know you are likely not to believe it, and still choose to continue your plan, but I have learned enough in this round. And your real name is the last information I want to know. Su Feng listened to Zhu Shizhou's absurd answer, and his face was slightly distorted. This was the first time Zhu Shizhou saw Su Feng's expression change so much. In other words, you don't have the power to predict the future? All you know is the reality you have experienced. And you can't know any other information. Su Feng rarely said nonsense among nonsense. Zhu Shizhou still had no expression on his face. The only thing I can change is the future of my timeline. In this round, I have told you all the known information and secrets. If you are still unwilling to change your plan, I will go back to the next round with your real name. Then I ask you, will you change your plan now? Su Feng reached out and grabbed Zhu Shizhou's collar, and resumed his cold attitude. I would rather you didn't tell the truth. I won't believe you are telling the truth. Zhu Shizhou can understand Su Feng's feelings. If Zhu Shizhou has experienced countless rounds and mastered a lot of information, he may have the power to change the entire future by himself, which is of great value to the Black Soldier organization. But now he only knows that there will be an explosion tomorrow. It is useless. Even if Su Feng believed him and gave up the plan to attack tomorrow, Zhu Shizhou would not be able to influence Su Feng's thoughts after that, and humanity would eventually come to an end. More importantly, he said that he could go back, which was equivalent to saying that he could give up at any time without any psychological burden and put his hope on the next round. However, the current world is everything to Su Feng, and the worlds that Zhu Shizhou can save in the next few rounds have nothing to do with him in this round. In addition, Su Feng could not disprove Zhu Shizhou's answer this time, so it was impossible to change tomorrow's plan because of Zhu Shizhou's words. Zhu Shizhou, who was absolutely rational, would not have unnecessary expectations for the future that was doomed to die. This round should end. Chapter 82: The Curse of Money. November 6th, 2045. The 14th episode. Zhu Shizhou woke up from the bed and didn't say anything for a long time. At the end, he recalled himself in the previous episode and couldn't help cursing. It's weird. It's too weird. What's going on? After the injection of the drug, all emotions were wiped out, and only rationality was left. This feeling is really hard to imagine and understand for him, who has now returned to the game. Is he still a human? Even the most basic humanity was eliminated under the effect of the drug, and the feelings for family and friends disappeared without a trace. In the end, he only considered his own interests, and the words he said were full of cold calculations. In the end, he even used his own life as a bargaining chip, without fear of the risk of being tortured, to create the best conditions for himself in this episode. Although Zhu Shizhou has always forced himself to do this, it is really difficult for him to do these things without any psychological burden. In that absolutely rational state, if he hadn't told himself to follow the plan before injecting the drug, he might have really abandoned the whole plan and done something unreasonable. Fuck. Pentakill. I'm invincible today. Li Hua's shouting voice still rang in the dormitory. And Zhu Shizhou sat on the bed and thought carefully. Every time he went back to the game, he would carefully think about whether he had done something wrong in the previous round. But to be honest, He was already quite satisfied with his performance in the previous round, and only needed to correct a few minor flaws. He could copy most of the templates from last round this round. In the last round, he got a lot of valuable information. Not only did he know the true face of the enemy of the world, but he also knew the existence of alien insects, and the reason why the Black Soldier organization was so radical. Humanity has now reached its end. The powerful alien insects, the ignorant Black Soldier organization, and the stubborn Su Feng. The three intertwined and lingered in his mind. And Zhu Shizhou finally came to a conclusion that the Black Soldier organization was indeed not a worthy next home for him to rely on. Brother Zhu, did you see it? My God, I just got a pentakill. Is it strong? Yeah. Strong. Strong. Zhu Shizhou answered perfunctorily. The Black Soldier organization is a thigh, but not a permanent thigh. For him, the Black Soldier organization is just a tool to train and improve himself. He made this clear, while Li Hua was typing violently on the keyboard. Zhu Shizhou left the dormitory. So, you want me to believe your nonsense? Like the previous two rounds, Zhu Shizhou found Du Fei. But this time, after he found Du Fei, he did not choose to buy a bow, but told her almost everything. Of course, he still concealed the fact that he could go back to the past, deceiving Du Fei that he could predict the future. At the same time, he did not invite Du Fei to join the chess club this time. Facing Du Fei's doubts, Zhu Shizhou said, "If you don't believe it, we can wait until night, and you will know whether what I said is true or false when we go to the park." Du Fei felt that this man was crazy. First of all, I didn't know you before today. She shook her head and said. Secondly, you invited a girl to date in the woods of the park at night. Don't you think it's stupid? And what you said sounded like nonsense, like a mental illness. How can you expect me to believe you? Even if you want to date me, don't use such a clumsy lie. Right? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhu Shizhou's mouth twitched when he heard Du Fei's ruthless criticism. Du Fei felt very confused. She was an ordinary archery coach and didn't have any extra interpersonal relationships. She thought she would live an ordinary life. But suddenly a young man came to her and talked to her in a familiar way. He said something that shocked her. He could predict the future and predicted a world disaster that would happen tomorrow. She admitted that she had a good first impression of Zhu Shizhou and felt very smooth when chatting. It was as friendly as facing an old friend. And she almost thought that her spring was coming. If she wasn't working, she would have wanted to go to a nearby cafe with Zhu Shizhou to sit down and talk about her ideal life. After being single for so many years, it was not easy to meet such a man who was quite compatible with her in all aspects. But then again, to make her believe that the enemy is a terrorist organization with armed forces, and that this man needs her help to save the world. What's the difference between this and I? Qin Shi Huang. Send money? It sounds like a fantasy story. And Du Fei was completely dumbfounded. How could such a good-looking boy have a problem with his brain? Don't you believe it? Bring your bow and hunting arrows to the park tonight, and I'll wait for you in the park. Zhu Shizhou looked at Du Fei's contemptuous eyes, and resisted the urge to punch her twice. After saying that, he left the archery hall directly. On the way out of the archery hall, Zhu Shizhou transferred 2,000 yuan to Du Fei's account. Du Fei, who was in the archery hall, picked up the phone on the table in shock, stared at the transfer record displayed on the screen, and was stunned for a moment. This week, Zhu Shizhou did not choose to force Du Fei to join at the last minute, but told Du Fei the truth in advance. This is because her desperate and pitiful appearance in the last week still remained in his heart and could not be dispersed. Just like seeing Li Hua being tortured to death before, he was finally stimulated by the remaining guilt in his heart when he saw Du Fei. After so many weeks of getting along, Zhu Shizhou could no longer regard Du Fei as a dispensable tool. Du Fei was both a teacher and a friend to him, and it was a lifelong friendship anyway, so he didn't want to use her like he used Brother Pian. And he gave Du Fei a choice. If Du Fei was willing to join, he would continue to use her. And if Du Fei was unwilling, Zhu Shizhou would work alone. And the 2,000 yuan was the compensation for Du Fei's previous weeks. However, there is one question that cannot be circumvented. The reason why Su Feng agreed to let him inject the medicine is because he learned archery from Du Fei. This is the key to Su Feng's decision to let him inject the medicine. If Du Fei is not there, it may affect the progress of the strategy. So from a rational point of view, he still hopes that Du Fei can join in to help him. In any case, Zhu Shizhou gave Du Fei a choice. After all, I am just a hypocrite. Zhu Shizhou then sighed. In order to make himself no longer feel guilty, he has done his best to Du Fei. Although he has already figured out Du Fei and knows what choice she will make. At night, Zhu Shizhou met Du Fei in the park. She still couldn't escape the curse of money. Chapter 83. Your name. Time is meaningless. For Zhu Shizhou, time is made up of similar repetitions. In the middle of the night. In the interrogation room. In the future I saw. You stopped your plan for tomorrow. And you plan to use me who can predict the future to eliminate the alien insects. Su Feng listened to Zhu Shizhou's words and admitted that he had been shocked like never before. Unlike the previous round, Zhu Shizhou seemed to be more in control in this round. Originally, Zhu Shizhou said this after leaving the interrogation room and arriving at the conference room to listen to Su Feng's introduction. But in this round, Zhu Shizhou already knew the true face of the enemy of the world. The existence of alien insects. And even knew about the potion. So he no longer needed to listen to Su Feng's explanation, let alone show his ignorance. Now in the interrogation room, Zhu Shizhou was still blindfolded. And he acted like a perfect predictor of the future who knew everything. It can be said that the intelligence of the previous round was combined to get a perfect start. Su Feng's frown never relaxed tonight. No. I will not stop the plan. Suppose you can predict such a future. Then try to persuade. Zhu Shizhou once again showed his amazing control over the conversation and interrupted Su Feng. Let me be a black soldier. My ability to predict the future is enough for me to master combat skills in a short time. As long as you train me in the normal way, you can harvest a strongest warrior in one night. Su Feng was silent. During his conversation with Zhu Shizhou, he felt the suppression of the initiative of this young college student on the topic more than once. All of which came from Zhu Shizhou, knowing what he wanted to say in advance. It was outrageous. Under the outrageous mood, Su Feng decided not to speculate whether Zhu Shizhou was really a superpower according to common sense. Although his scientific view was about to be shattered, there was a simplest test method for Zhu Shizhou, who claimed to have the ability to predict the future. He put his mobile phone on the table. If Zhu Shizhou could predict the future, he should be able to predict that he would play this game with him. However, what he didn't expect was that just when he was about to speak. Mobile phone. It's a mobile phone. If you want to ask me what is on the table, I will tell you that the answer is a mobile phone. Zhu Shizhou spoke first. Su Feng? He was shocked. Then, in less than a second, Su Feng forced himself to react and change the test content. There is indeed a mobile phone on the table. But that's not what I want to ask. What I want to ask is the brand of the phone. Zhu Shizhou twitched his lips. What the hell? He changed the subject at the last minute? Fortunately, the phone on the table was originally his own. So he knew it very well. Banana brand. Do you want me to be more precise? The phone on the table is my own. Su Feng's worldview was completely shattered. In the interrogation room, it was quiet for 5 minutes without anyone saying a word. 5 minutes later, Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, I now believe that you can predict the future. I will take off your blindfold. But before taking off your blindfold, I want to ask you a question. Zhu Shizhou listened to Su Feng's question. What is my real name? Tell me first. This will determine how much I trust you in the future. As long as you can answer my real name, you will have the greatest trust in me. Otherwise, you will only trust me halfway. Right? Su Feng was silent again. Zhu Shizhou's behavior of taking the initiative again and again made him wonder for the first time whether he was a fool. In front of Zhu Shizhou, he really acted like a fool. But, Zhu Shizhou really knew his real name? Tell me, Su Feng said. Su Feng, Zhu Shizhou said with a confident smile. Your real name is Su Feng. After a while, Zhu Shizhou heard Su Feng sighing. It seems that my future self doesn't trust you too much. Zhu Shizhou was not surprised at all. This was an empty city plan. He said confidently. No. Your real name is Su Feng. Unfortunately, you are wrong. My name is not Su Feng. What are you pretending for? Little brother? I have already figured you out. Zhu Shizhou was still very confident. Your name is Su Feng. Wrong. My name is really not Su Feng. Don't pretend. Your name is Su Feng. Su Feng frowned and emphasized. I will say it for the last time. My name is not Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. You really don't call. Su Feng is just a code name. If you don't know my name, you can call me Su Feng. But as I said before, I will only believe you halfway. Zhu Shizhou didn't listen to most of his words. Zhu Shizhou is now cursing Su Feng from the last round in his heart. Damn it. He was deceived again? He had agreed that if he told him his real name, he would tell him everything. The real name was obviously a piece of information of extremely low value. Why did Su Feng lie at such a critical moment? Unethical. Cheating him of information. Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart. And then Su Feng had someone take off his blindfold and untie his restraints. What is your name? Zhu Shizhou asked indignantly, rubbing his eyes. Su Feng replied, as long as I judge that you are really trustworthy in the future, I will naturally tell you my real name. And then you will naturally be able to predict the future. Bullshit, Zhu Shizhou retorted. Tell the truth. You are not prepared to tell me your real name at all? In the future I saw. You told me that your real name is actually Su Feng. So I was so sure just now. My future self? Su Feng frowned. He had no evidence to deny Zhu Shizhou's words, but sneered. If I really believe you, then I will definitely tell you my real name. The reason why my future self lied to you must be because you are not trustworthy in my heart. Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment. You are really vigilant, he muttered. But then again, it is true. Su Feng had always been half believing and half doubting. Not to mention that at that time, he suddenly changed his words, and said that his ability was actually to replay, not to predict the future. In short, if you can really predict the future, then you will definitely know my real name. And I will not lie about this. Okay. Zhu Shizhou shook his head, and prepared to leave the interrogation room. Su Feng asked, where are you going? Hurry up. Give me the injection. Black Soldier Potion. Black Soldier Potion must be strictly approved. And the mortality rate is extremely high. Generally, it will not be injected into people of unknown origin like me. But its lower-level substitute potion can be injected. Right? I have known this for a long time. Okay. I accept the injection. After the injection, I will trouble you to teach me how to fight. Whether it is time-limited or not. I will give you a surprise. Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou now looks like a scumbag player who presses Ski Plus to skip the dialogue when playing games. But I have to admit that the deterrent effect of doing so has reached its peak. Even at this moment, Zhu Shizhou's thin back looks as if everything is under control. Hurry up. There is not much time left for humans. Chapter 84. Predicting the future in advance. The test starts and ends. It feels really good to predict the future in advance. Especially when he saw Su Feng's indifferent expression showing frequent surprise. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but want to laugh. But this happy mood disappeared after the injection of the medicine. In the pure white room, Zhu Shizhou watched the doctor pierce the syringe into his skin, and then slowly push the medicine into his body bit by bit. The mood that was originally secretly happy disappeared without a trace. When the slight numbness and burning sensation came, his heart remained calm. And finally, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, which reminded him of the pain he felt in the previous round. In another room, Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou standing there safely, with only a slight twitch in his body, and frowned slightly. Zhu Shizhou's willpower was a bit beyond his expectations. An ordinary college student actually has this level of willpower? Is it really as Zhu Shizhou said? He has a super talent? Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. A black soldier walked into the white room. Zhu Shizhou, whose emotions had been completely wiped out, looked at this guy with the most rational thinking. In the last round, he spent only 4 hours with the black soldier. At that time, he spared no effort to remember all of the black soldier's movements. If his eyes were not good enough, he might be able to remember how many eyelashes the black soldier had when his eyes were exposed to the air. Now seeing the extremely familiar figure of the black soldier, Zhu Shizhou confirmed that this was the black soldier from the last round. Hello. Zhu Shizhou greeted him. If his emotions had not been wiped out, he would have been furious and decided to have a perfect revenge in this round. But now, his mood was calm, and even his face was expressionless. The black soldier looked at Zhu Shizhou. His superior's order was to test the man's position and teach him fighting skills. Of course, he could recognize that Zhu Shizhou was one of the two who fought with several of their recruits in the woods of the park. In the woods battle in the park, Zhu Shizhou did nothing, except for shooting a few arrows. He was running away the rest of the time until he was captured by them because he seemed to be exhausted. The arrows shot by the other woman were quite threatening, forcing them to stop several times. He didn't understand why he chose to teach Zhu Shizhou instead of the woman named Du Fei. But even if they had doubts during the mission, they still had to carry out the mission. This was their first rule as black soldiers. So he looked at Zhu Shizhou and said, after injecting the drug, "You save the world. This is my only goal, black soldier." After a while, he nodded stiffly. "Very good. Stretch out your hand." Palm facing up. Zhu Shizhou stretched out his hand casually, and under his seemingly careless expression was his focused attention. He could not forget that the black soldier played a trick when he announced the start of the game in the last round, which made him react immediately. This round, he was well prepared in advance. If the black soldier was going to play the trick again, he would not be fooled. "I will put my hand on yours now, and I will pull it away later. What you need to do is try to touch my hand again after our hands separate." "Okay," Zhu Shizhou said lightly. "When does it start?" "Now." He Bing didn't want Zhu Shizhou to be ready. Almost as soon as Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, he announced the start of the game and pulled his hand away. In his expectation, Zhu Shizhou, who was unprepared, would be caught off guard by his move. The opponent's most advantageous moment in this game is actually the first moment. And if the opponent fails to seize the first moment, then he will make mistakes one step at a time and will never be able to grab his hand again. He pulled his hand away after thinking everything out in advance. However, the next moment, Zhu Shizhou's hand quickly followed him like a thorn in his side. "What?" Although He Bing was not surprised, he did not expect Zhu Shizhou's reaction to be so fast. Is this the reaction of an ordinary person who has just been injected with a potion? And the potion injected by the other party is not the highest level black soldier potion, but a lower level substitute potion of the black soldier potion. It must be said that even if he encountered an emergency, black soldier still gave the fastest reaction he could. At the moment when Zhu Shizhou's hand was about to touch his hand, he changed direction. However, in the next moment, Zhu Shizhou seemed to have expected it, and suddenly accelerated in a certain direction, and then grabbed his hand. In the white room, the air was dead silent. The same thing happened in the monitoring room where Su Feng was. "I won," Zhu Shizhou said, and casually let go of He Bing's hand. Without saying a word, Zhu Shizhou won in less than half a second at the beginning of the game to train his reaction. This extremely incredible development caught He Bing off guard. Zhu Shizhou should not have won. Not only was the quality of the medicine injected by the two very different, but more importantly, Zhu Shizhou was just an ordinary person before. Why could Zhu Shizhou grab his hand as if he picked something up from the ground casually? He Bing didn't understand. Su Feng muttered to himself. Is this predicting the future? This week, Zhu Shizhou changed his words a little bit. He didn't say that he had the strongest talent, but that he could become the strongest warrior because he could predict the future. This small change was enough to affect Su Feng's trust in Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou didn't lie. He really used predicting the future to successfully do something that was originally impossible. Su Feng's eyes shone with a brilliant light. The name of this light is hope. Although the hope is small, it does exist. He looked at the two people who were frozen in the surveillance and gave He Bing an order to continue teaching. He hesitated for a while in the reaction speed column on the evaluation form, and finally did not fill in any evaluation, because he was not sure whether Zhu Shizhou had predicted the future or his reaction talent was so exaggerated. Zhu Shizhou did not hear Su Feng's words, but when He Bing's frozen movements recovered, he understood what was going on. He used to wonder why the black soldier's ability to respond temporarily was almost zero. Once he encountered an emergency, he was extremely dependent on the commander behind him. After personally experiencing the feeling before, and after the injection of the drug, he understood that he was two different people before and after the injection. The black soldier was the same. Because of the injection of the drug, his thinking was often different from that of ordinary people. So he could not handle the emergency normally. So he was extremely dependent on the commander's command. It is probably the same now. The black soldier accepted Su Feng's instructions again. Zhu Shizhou knew that everything was on the right track. This week, he did not shoot an arrow at the black soldier in the woods of the park, so he would not be hastily taught by the remaining anger in the black soldier's heart. Although he did learn a lot in the last week, Zhu Shizhou understood that the black soldier did not teach with all his strength, which was also the result of Su Feng's tacit consent. Now that he has shown extraordinary qualities, Su Feng's choice can be foreseen. He will definitely let this black soldier do his best to teach him fighting skills. Chapter 85. The Black Soldier's Reserve. All martial arts in the world cannot do without two most basic things: lower body steps, and upper body movements. Among them, the lower body steps are the foundation of the foundation, and are the key to determining the fighter's offensive and evasive ability, no matter what school of martial arts. The basic methods used when training steps at the beginning are universal. On the contrary, upper body movements have a variety of unique styles of various schools. And what I am teaching you now is a simple and clear fighting technique, discarding all the fancy things, leaving only the most essential movements. Every move requires a strong body control ability to control the muscles of the whole body. Only black soldiers can learn it. Compared to the previous round, the black soldiers in this round adopted a teaching method of first explaining and then actual combat, and guided Zhu Shizhou's movements in a simple and easy to understand way, including the most basic moving steps, as well as the most efficient use of various kicking, hitting, wrestling, and catching techniques. He corrected many mistakes in the movements that Zhu Shizhou had learned in the previous round, discarded unnecessary elements in the movements, and gave Zhu Shizhou the essence bit by bit. He had learned a lot of practical fighting skills from He Bing in the previous round. Now, with the help of the potion, his excited body completely obeyed the command of his brain, and matched the basic movements learned in this round with these fighting skills one by one. So what was left in Zhu Shizhou's mind was only the super practical combat skills that had been greatly simplified and optimized. That's it. Zhu Shizhou nodded. The black soldier in the previous round really didn't teach him wholeheartedly. The so-called experience, weakness, and pain method of learning was extremely crude compared to this round. Although what he learned in just 4 hours before was something that ordinary people might not be able to master in a year. The foundation was quite unreliable, which meant that he could not effectively use these skills in battle, let alone kill the black soldier. But now, the basic part of the fighting skills that was like a castle in the air before was slowly filled. So he began to slowly improve various fighting skills in his mind. After experiencing the basic part and the actual combat part, the stimulating effect of the potion enabled Zhu Shizhou to quickly integrate the two. The black soldier saw that Zhu Shizhou had mastered the basics, and he didn't feel strange, because he himself didn't know much about the growth experience of ordinary people after being injected with the potion. Before becoming a black soldier, he was already an elite among the elites in the army, and after being injected with the potion, he couldn't understand the situation of ordinary people. However, Su Feng in another room leaned forward slightly and pressed his hands on the operating table in front of the monitoring screen. This learning ability can be called excellent. He didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be able to learn these basics in such a short time, as if he had already learned some of them before. However, this surprise is not over yet. In the white room, the black soldier said, "Now that you have learned the basic movements, let's start the actual combat next." "Wait, I have a question," Zhu Shizhou said. "You said that this kind of fighting technique can only be learned by black soldiers. But I am not a black soldier yet." In the headset, Su Feng said, "Tell him." The black soldier strictly followed Su Feng's orders and replied, "Of course you are not a black soldier. But since you have injected the lower-level substitute potion, you automatically become a black soldier reserve." "Black soldier reserve?" Zhu Shizhou pondered. "I see." Originally, he was very confused. If the black soldier organization was full of black soldiers, and each black soldier needed to go through strict approval, then the loss of personnel would definitely not keep up with the speed of replenishment. Now he heard a piece of information that he failed to obtain in the previous round, and finally solved some doubts. The black soldier explained more. There are 2 ways to become a black soldier. One is to be selected from the elites of the army and become a black soldier directly. The other is to become a black soldier reserve first, and then become a black soldier through promotion. In our organization system, the latter is more common. Are there many black soldier reserves? A lot. Where are they now? Training base. Zhu Shizhou had to stop and think about it. This newly acquired information is very useful, which makes it easier for him to get into the black soldier organization. But how to do it specifically is a difficult problem. At the same time, the existence of the black soldier reserve also means that they have not completely erased their emotions. Can they be used? Seeing that Su Feng did not order him to stop telling Zhu Shizhou the information, the black soldier continued, "Our organization will give a certain number of places every year. Before being promoted, these black soldier reserves need to pass layers of assessment and selection in the training base to finally become a black soldier. But there are not many such places, and there are many competitors. So the promotion rate is less than 1%? Zhu Shizhou suddenly asked. Can I go to the training base? He Bing was silent for a while. And Zhu Shizhou knew that he was waiting for Su Feng's answer. Zhu Shizhou turned up the volume a little, looked at the monitor in the corner of the ceiling, and asked again, Can I go to the training base? In another room? Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou's calm eyes staring at him on the monitor, and fell into deep thought. Zhu Shizhou knew his advantage in this round. When he confessed some things to Du Fei this afternoon, he did not say anything about the chess club. Things. In the previous few rounds, he had no idea about any intelligence and needed to use the chess club to attract Su Feng's attention. But now that the intelligence is complete, he no longer needs this cover to confuse Su Feng's eyes, and he just needs to hide it in his heart. Now in Su Feng's eyes, he should be a suspicious superpower who can predict the future and emerge suddenly. A rare resource that can be won over by no organization or faction. Zhu Shizhou, who is in an absolutely rational state, really thinks so. He is a resource. A rare and precious resource. Okay. But you have to show the corresponding talent and ability, Su Feng said, and the amplified voice floated over the white room. But at the same time, since you injected the drug through an informal channel, and we cannot fully confirm your purpose, you can only become a reserve of the Black Soldier Reserve. The reserve of the Black Soldier Reserve. It sounds very trashy. Zhu Shizhou did not curse, because he had no emotions now. At least, he took another step forward. Well, I know. Zhu Shizhou looked at the black soldier in front of him. The purpose went back to the beginning. He needed to defeat this black soldier to prove that he was indeed the strongest warrior in the future who could predict the future. At the same time, he had to show his talent and ability on this black soldier to make himself a reserve of the Black Soldier Reserve, so as to enter the training base inside the organization. Chapter 86, Talents that Blossomed Wildly. While Su Feng and Zhu Shizhou each had their own calculations, He Bing was perhaps the simplest of the three. His only task was to teach, and other things were not within his consideration. Can we start? He Bing said coldly. Let's start. Zhu Shizhou nodded, and when he looked at He Bing, he was already fully prepared. Okay. He Bing nodded. Just like before. Try to grab my hand. It was the same routine again. Zhu Shizhou recalled a similar scene before, when he tried to grab He Bing's hand. But He Bing pressed his head and performed a smooth combo, causing him to fall to the ground without any fighting foundation at the time. And then He Bing mocked him for being able to make him lose the ability to stand in just one move. Sure enough, some things would develop according to the original trajectory. He did not feel strange. As long as He Bing was still the same person, some routines would not change due to the butterfly effect. And He Bing's thinking was also inertial. Then under this inertia, the choice that the black soldier will make is obvious. He clearly remembered the black soldier's action at that time. The next second, he quickly reached out to grab the black soldier's hand. At the same time, he took a step forward, shortening the distance between him and the black soldier in this way. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even if the black soldier's reaction speed is much faster than his, as long as the distance is short enough, the difference in reaction speed between the two will be infinitely narrowed. Didn't you see that in the parkwoods in the last round? He, an ordinary person, shot one of the black soldiers in the eye with an arrow at super close range. These are all the results tested through practice. Zhu Shizhou's reaction speed is excellent, but it is far from the level of He Bing. However, when the difference between their reaction speeds is shortened to the limit, he has predicted how He Bing will counterattack and what will happen. He Bing is not ambiguous at all. Just like in the previous round, he quickly pressed Zhu Shizhou's face with his right hand and rushed forward, preparing to hold Zhu Shizhou's knee with his leg, and his left hand was also clenched in his abdomen, ready to punch Zhu Shizhou's stomach. However, at this moment, something that should not have happened. Zhu Shizhou stretched out his hand and suddenly blocked his left fist downwards. Although it didn't block it completely, it blocked it for a moment and deflected his fist. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou leaned slightly sideways and turned his head, causing He Bing's right hand to press into the air. After this series of operations, Zhu Shizhou had already rushed into He Bing's arms, with his right shoulder forward, and he tensed up to give him a hard push. Bang! A muffled sound came from between Zhu Shizhou's shoulder and He Bing's chest. He Bing took 2 or 3 steps back, but still stood firmly. The look he gave Zhu Shizhou was no longer as cold as before, but instead revealed a little surprise. Being able to surprise a newcomer He Bing shows how incredible what Zhu Shizhou has done now. At this time, Su Feng had already been staring at Zhu Shizhou in another room, as if he had seen a rare treasure. What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? Zhu Shizhou saw some surprise in the eyes of the black soldier, and knew in his heart that he had done the right thing. In fact, he had a better choice just now, such as using the fighting skills he learned in the previous round to give the black soldier a hard blow. But he still didn't do it, and finally came with a mediocre Taishanko, just because he knew that his current advantage was that the black soldier didn't know what skills he had, so he could catch him off guard when he faced the black soldier. Later, as the black soldier got to know him better, he would be beaten in return, which would be too ugly. And more importantly, he wanted to show his learning talent. Predicting the future was just a stepping stone for injecting drugs. If he only relied on predicting the future to show his fighting skills, then in Su Feng's eyes, he would become someone who relied on predicting the future to learn fighting skills instead of relying on his own fighting talent. The correct answer was to show that he could predict the future appropriately. He needed to disguise himself as a genius who had both the ability to predict the future and the ability to learn. Black Soldier was already extremely surprised, although this surprise was very faint. He said to Zhu Shizhou, "Few people can effectively counterattack a black soldier immediately after injecting the drug." Zhu Shizhou said lightly, "I don't think it's difficult." Black Soldier was choked, and then he stopped talking nonsense and started teaching Zhu Shizhou again. However, the more he taught, the more surprised he was. In the end, he even got used to Zhu Shizhou's unexpected counterattacks. He couldn't understand what was going on. Zhu Shizhou's response to him seemed to have known what he would do and when. He had an incredible sensitivity to fighting. In the first hour, he was able to occasionally dodge his attacks and counterattack him. To be honest, this was beyond his understanding of ordinary people. Concept understanding. If all the ordinary people in the world are geniuses at this level, then why does the Black Soldier organization need to select talents from the army? He had to admit that Zhu Shizhou had achieved what he thought he could not do, and his talent surpassed that of him, an elite carefully selected from the army. What he didn't know was that in the 4th hour of the last round, Zhu Shizhou was able to occasionally dodge the attacks of the Black Soldier and occasionally counterattack. At that time, although Zhu Shizhou had learned a lot instinctively, his body was already on the verge of limit. And now, his body is still at the peak level under the stimulation of the potion, and his fighting skills have been improved a lot in this round. If the maximum level is 100, then he has reached level 10 from the beginning, out of the novice level. However, the Black Soldier used the standard of level 1 to look at Zhu Shizhou, who was level 10, and of course, he would think he was a genius. With this preconceived idea, even if Zhu Shizhou performed poorly later, he could use the excuse of lack of physical strength to shirk responsibility. Who told him that he was just an ordinary person before? In another room, Su Feng watched everything that happened on the monitor and remained silent. When Zhu Shizhou said that he could predict the future, he was actually half believing and half doubting in his heart. But what happened now made him entangled. Either believe that he can predict the future, or believe that he is a fighting genius, or both. Which one should he believe? Zhu Shizhou is like this. Then what about Du Fei, who performed better than Zhu Shizhou in the Battle of the Parkwoods? He has always been firm, but he finally felt shaken about tomorrow's plan. Chapter 87, Becoming the Strongest Man in 3 Months? In the White Room, Zhu Shizhou twisted his body to dodge a whip kick from He Bing. The whip kick made a fierce whistling sound in the air. It was powerful and fast. If an ordinary person received this kick, he might be kicked and broken. Although Zhu Shizhou was not kicked, he still felt the fierceness of this kick. This fierce attack has lasted for 2 hours. Since He Bing found that he could quickly master practical skills, he taught Zhu Shizhou all the fighting skills he knew. The essence of fighting skills is actually a combination of a few actions repeated over and over again. But if you want to use it in actual combat, you need actual combat to consolidate the impression. In the first hour, Zhu Shizhou behaved like a super genius, no matter what skills He Bing showed. Zhu Shizhou's sharp intuition that seemed to be born with him might find a way to counter it. So after confirming that Zhu Shizhou had mastered various fighting skills, he increased the intensity. Originally, his physical fitness was much stronger than Zhu Shizhou's. He had deliberately slowed down his speed and strength for teaching. Originally, he could crush an ordinary person injected with drugs at this speed. But Zhu Shizhou's genius made him realize that he could be even more excessive. From then on, the fierce offensive began. In the second hour, Zhu Shizhou's performance was slightly inferior. Or perhaps the black soldier deliberately increased the difficulty, so that Zhu Shizhou was suppressed by him and could not fight back. But overall it was still good. In the third hour, Zhu Shizhou's physical strength was exhausted. An hour earlier than the previous round, Zhu Shizhou saw Su Feng again in the infirmary. In fact, he couldn't tell if this was an infirmary, but the white curtain surrounding the white bed and the smell of disinfectant in the air reminded him of the infirmary he had visited in college when he was injured playing basketball. The environment here was very similar to the infirmary in college. Su Feng was sitting by the bed, sitting upright, with a serious expression, and exuding a meticulous atmosphere. "How long have you been sitting here?" Zhu Shizhou asked, trying to support his body to sit up. But his hands were so weak that he couldn't even support the bed. "It's still an hour and a half before 10 o'clock. After hearing Su Feng's answer, Zhu Shizhou reacted and asked, "Are you still not going to stop the plan? Do you know how long we have been preparing for this plan for the Black Soldier Organization?" "No. It should be the country, more broadly speaking. The whole world?" "How long?" 25 years. Su Feng spit out a number lightly. Zhu Shizhou was not born at that time. Since 2020, the organization has been preparing for this plan. At the same time, it has accepted technical assistance and talent introduction from various countries, and has spent a lot of resources to train talents and research weapons to defend against the attacks of alien insects. It can be said that for this plan, the organization has done its best. Success or death. This is the belief instilled in the entire organization for 25 years. And this belief has long been unbreakable. It can be said that our organization carries all the hopes of mankind. If we stop the plan, it means that all the efforts in the past 25 years will be in vain. If the alien insect crisis is still not resolved after the plan is stopped, then mankind will be helpless, and the defense line will be broken by the even larger number of alien insects. At that time, mankind will encounter an unprecedented disaster, and no one can bear this kind of disaster. Zhu Shizhou got a message from Su Feng. "You just said, many countries?" "Yes." Zhu Shizhou really didn't expect that other countries would intervene in this. But if you think about it carefully, this is also very reasonable. After all, the alien insect crisis is a crisis for mankind. And it is normal for other countries to participate in decision-making. It's just that Zhu Shizhou always thought that the Black Soldier Organization was just an official organization that was separated from official recognition, but did exist. He thought Su Feng was the head of the Black Soldier Organization and could make independent decisions on all matters of the Black Soldier Organization. As for other countries, Zhu Shizhou had not thought about their existence. Now suddenly hearing this news, Zhu Shizhou realized that it was difficult. After a while, he asked, "So, is the plan of our organization jointly formulated with other countries?" "No. It is a plan led by our country. But it has been agreed by more than half of the countries. By the way, since the plan was formulated 25 years ago, there are still countries that oppose this proposal every year, and even continue to obstruct it." Zhu Shizhou frowned. "From what you said, we humans have not formed a united front in the face of the great crisis of the world's enemies." "Yes, the relationship between countries is not as simple as you think. And most people are the same kind of egoists. As long as the crisis does not come to them, they will never face the crisis. And when the crisis comes, everything is too late." Su Feng's tone revealed a little sarcasm. "Fortunately, our country is the first country to respond to the crisis. Since the enemy of the world has descended on our country has taken the lead in taking up the banner of protecting the world and calling on other countries in the world to unite and face the alien insect crisis. It is precisely because of the organization's timely actions that peace has been maintained until now. And most countries, their attitude is just to support. Our country has the Black Soldier Organization, and other countries naturally have their own elite forces and defense projects. In fact, each country has already made preparations for the failure of the plan. The success of the plan is certainly gratifying. But if the plan fails, they also have a backup plan to save some humans to achieve the result of the continuation of human civilization." Zhu Shizhou did not express anything. In an absolutely rational state, he even nodded. If the alien insect crisis is really unstoppable, then their choice is indeed a feasible solution. Understandable. Su Feng stared at Zhu Shizhou expressionlessly. Zhu Shizhou asked, "What's wrong?" "The reason why I don't want to inject the Black Soldier potion is to prevent you from becoming like you are now." Zhu Shizhou reacted immediately. "My thinking was indeed affected by the potion. According to my previous analysis of you, if you hadn't injected the drug, you would definitely curse these countries, and even find it difficult to understand why humans still defend their own side in the face of such a world crisis, and are unwilling to unite with all their strength." Zhu Shizhou. "In fact, in the eyes of most countries, this plan itself has a high probability of failure. According to our current level of technology, it is impossible to protect everyone. So naturally we will choose to abandon some humans and preserve the living force. Each country has its own arc plan. The Zerg are indeed difficult to defeat. But if humans use all their technological power on defense projects, they can actually simply block the Zerg's attack. However, if that is the end, we humans will never be able to rise from the abyss." Su Feng said this to tell Zhu Shizhou that the plan has reached the point where the arrow is on the string and must be launched. Zhu Shizhou understood, and then said, "But the end of the world at 10 o'clock is a force that can destroy everything. I believe your words for the time being. But other countries will not believe it. Even our country's superiors will not believe it. For anyone who believes in science, predicting the future with personal power is a fantasy." "Okay," Zhu Shizhou said calmly without any reluctance. "In other words, I have done so much. But I still can't stop your plan? This round, and who knows how many rounds in the future, will be wasted. I hope that after returning to the game and recovering my feelings, I can accept this blow." Just when Zhu Shizhou was thinking this calmly, Su Feng suddenly turned the situation around. "No, the plan cannot be stopped, but it can be terminated." "What do you mean?" "It means that you will join the organization as a reserve of the Black Soldier Reserve. And I have applied to my superiors to postpone the plan for 3 months. And you? You need to pass the assessment of the training base within 3 months and become the strongest Black Soldier of mankind." Chapter 88 Departure. Luxury Cruise. Rich second generation. Su Feng. This man, who Zhu Shizhou always believed to have a morbid control over intelligence, finally explained everything to him. The Black Soldier Organization is an organization affiliated with the official, but it is also an armed resistance organization that humans are currently resisting on the front line. On the surface, everything this organization does has nothing to do with the official. But in fact, everything they do comes from the official. No, to be more precise, it is instructed by countries around the world. Once the organization makes a wrong decision and causes the human defense line to be completely defeated, all members of the organization will automatically bear the sins of mankind and accept the trial of the surviving humans, or be handed over as scapegoats to higher-level civilizations to appease the anger of the world's enemies, if the world's enemies are wise. The superiors think about defeat before thinking about victory, considering that the means that the world's enemies have come to the Earth far exceed human technology. The top leaders of various countries on the Earth are actually pessimistic about this action. It is precisely because of this that countries have also made backup plans for the ARC plan early. The ARC project is a plan for humans to preserve the fire. Some countries have built defense projects underground. Some countries are preparing to migrate to the ocean. And some countries have built secret bases directly in the glaciers of the North and South Poles. Some countries are directly preparing to build an indestructible fortress on the continent. What about our country? This is our country's top secret. Su Feng glanced at Zhu Shizhou. But according to what you said, all our human defense means will be useless. Even if you don't know, it will not affect the next action. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Su Feng continued, "Whether we humans can continue to live peacefully under this blue sky depends on the tentative attack plan against the enemies of the world. The plan can no longer be stopped. But I have extended the time for you as much as possible. This is the maximum authority I can do." Zhu Shizhou still understood the meaning behind this sentence. Su Feng has someone above him, and his authority is not unlimited. Zhu Shizhou asked, "What is your position in the organization?" "The highest commander on the front line." Su Feng knew that Zhu Shizhou knew this not out of curiosity, but just to confirm how reliable his backer was. So Su Feng made a further addition. "What you need to know is that I only have command over the Black Soldiers. After you go to the training base with my application, you will no longer be under my jurisdiction, unless you become a Black Soldier. In addition, I am the only one who knows that you can predict the future. You will not enjoy any privileges after you arrive at the training base. But I can give you the best help I can in secret. Zhu Shizhou suspected that Su Feng had some new plans. Why didn't you report my ability to predict the future to your superiors? The plan was supposed to be executed at 10 o'clock. But if I report this as a reason to postpone the plan, my superiors will definitely not believe me at this critical moment before the war. Even I reluctantly believed you after seeing your magic with my own eyes. Let alone them. Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou meaningfully. Also, even within our organization, there are various factions. Zhu Shizhou was thoughtful. I will have someone sort out the information about the training base for you later. I hope your performance will be worthy of the value I expect you to have. Su Feng stood up from his chair. Wait. Zhu Shizhou stopped Su Feng. Any more questions? How is Du Fei? What decision have you made about her? Su Feng glanced at Zhu Shizhou. You shouldn't have worried about her after you injected the drug. I'm not worried. But I also know that I, who have feelings, will definitely care about this matter. Su Feng frowned. He didn't understand. If the feelings were wiped out, then how could he care about his own thoughts before the feelings were wiped out? Unless Du Fei was valuable to Zhu Shizhou and could be used. Su Feng once again felt something was out of his control. What was Zhu Shizhou hiding? He squinted his eyes and stared at Zhu Shizhou for a long time before saying, Since Du Fei has been dragged into this situation by you, it is impossible for her to return to a normal life. So I gave her two choices. One is to become a reserve of the Black Soldier Reserve like you, and the other is to be restricted by us until the crisis of the world's enemies is resolved. Oh, that's good. Don't you care what she chooses? Zhu Shizhou answered casually. Are there any other choices? Normal people can't choose the second one. And I'm just asking. I don't understand what I would say and do with my feelings. So I just don't think about anything. No normal person would choose the second one. Su Feng smiled. Do you think everyone can accept the erasure of emotions? Even some black soldiers can't stand the feeling of being bored. Do you think normal people will choose to become black soldiers? Zhu Shizhou frowned. It seems that I am affected by the potion again. I don't think there is anything wrong with this state. Well, if it was me before, I would definitely stop Du Fei from making the second choice, Su Feng said. But unfortunately, she chose the first option. She will also go to the training base after you. Zhu Shizhou thought about it and nodded. Then it seems that she is not a normal person either. Su Feng stared at Zhu Shizhou's eyes carefully, and didn't see anything unusual for a long time. In fact, did Zhu Shizhou ask this question out of concern? Yes and no. He just considered that he would definitely care about this matter in the next week. And he would definitely come to the next week. In short, this is the information he needs in the next week. Since his emotions were erased, he has long regarded himself in this week as a tool to profit for himself in the next week. Without enough information, Su Feng couldn't guess Zhu Shizhou's thoughts. If Su Feng guessed, he would regret entrusting the future of mankind to this man who was destined to die. Before leaving, Su Feng asked again, Do you have any questions? Zhu Shizhou thought about it. And he really thought of a question. Yes. Even Su Feng, who was a man of such a temperament, began to get impatient, ask questions quickly. Don't wait until you go to the training base and still have a lot of questions. No one will answer you then. Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Feng expressionlessly. What I want to ask is, what is your name? Su Feng. Su Feng. This is my name. Even though Zhu Shizhou was emotionless now, he still fell into silence. How many times are you going to play tricks on me on this issue? Have I played tricks on you on this issue? Su Feng asked first, and then immediately thought of his conversation with Zhu Shizhou in the interrogation room. Yes, you predicted the future. So what is your real name? This is obviously not information worth hiding. However, Su Feng sneered, I am not lying. My name is indeed Su Feng. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Shizhou, who was in endless entanglement, and left the infirmary. 10 o'clock in the morning on November 7th, 2045. The end of the world did not come. Su Feng sent someone to bring him the information he needed to know after arriving at the training base. Zhu Shizhou had imagined many kinds of ecstasy after saving the world. Just like his ecstasy when the end of the world was postponed for 2 minutes in a previous round. But he never thought that he would welcome the world with extended time in such a calm manner. In this calmness, Zhu Shizhou put down the paper report in his hand. He is now sitting in a room similar to a classroom. It must be said that the potion is really powerful. He had difficulty supporting his body to sit up an hour ago. But now all the soreness in his body has disappeared. As if he had never tortured his body desperately. and he can move normally. I roughly understand the situation. Zhu Shizhou closed the report and handed it back to Su Feng. There were a lot of valuable things written in the report. For example, the class structure of the personnel in the training base, the general training content of the Black Soldier Reserve, the weapons that must be mastered in a short period of time, the relevant tricks for passing various assessments, and the various practical tasks that may be encountered in the future. Each part was only briefly touched upon, but it did give Zhu Shizhou a general picture of the training base. Su Feng needed him to become the strongest black soldier of mankind within 3 months. So naturally he had to give him the greatest help before that. According to Su Feng's report, after arriving at the training base, all equipment that communicates with the external network will be forcibly confiscated. The training base only has an internal network, and only the senior management of the training base has the authority to contact the outside world. So now Su Feng is eager to tell Zhu Shizhou all the information that can be leaked. Zhu Shizhou said he had finished reading it, and Su Feng didn't ask him how much he had remembered, and nodded directly. In that case, let's go. Zhu Shizhou has always been concerned about where the headquarters of the Black Soldier organization where he was imprisoned is located. When he saw the outside sky again, he finally knew the answer. The headquarters of the Black Soldier organization was located inside the submarine. It was a huge submarine hidden in the Sea of Jiancheng. He put on a diving suit and was brought to the surface by the Black Soldier. After surfacing, he saw a luxury cruise ship surrounded by the vast sea. With enhanced vision, he could only see the distant Jiancheng land from a distance. Zhu Shizhou, whose emotions were wiped out, did not exclaim at all, but was taken to the bottom of the cruise ship after careful observation. "Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time." In a golden and brilliant hall, Zhu Shizhou and the 2 black soldiers around him met the owner of the cruise ship, a young man with a bright smile. Zhu Shizhou recognized him. He was a famous rich second generation in China, and he was also the rich boy who was forced to resign as the chairman of the family group in the network cleansing offensive of the Black Soldier organization that he had experienced. Chapter 89. Wang Chong. Wang Chong is a second-generation rich man, but he is not an ordinary second-generation rich man. He is different from other second-generation rich men in China who spend their days in debauchery. He is a man who has escaped from vulgarity. He yearns for more exciting adventures than the calm and boring daily life, and always expects that some abnormal situations beyond his imagination will appear in his ordinary life. He has lived with this expectation for 25 years. The increasingly boring life makes him feel bored, but he has to endure it. Until one day, he learned about the existence of alien insects. On his 25th birthday, he encountered alien insects while hunting abroad. All his hunting partners died, killed by the attack of alien insects that moved as fast as bullets. At that time, he didn't know what happened. The partners around him died one after another, with their chests pierced. It was not until he saw an alien insect lying on the corpse of his partner, and eating it, that he knew the appearance of the culprit, who caused his partners to die suddenly. The reason why he was able to survive until now was not because the Zerg were full, and did not intend to attack him, but because a Black Soldier team appeared around the Zerg. The Black Soldier team defeated the monster with highly coordinated attacks and various dangerous evasion techniques. Because he witnessed the existence of the Zerg, he was forced to sign a confidentiality agreement and became a non-staff member of the Black Soldier organization. Although it sounds special, the status of the so-called non-staff member is actually equivalent to doing odd jobs, including providing financial support for the Black Soldier organization, handling the battle scene when necessary, and providing a certain degree of cover during the mission. In short, the greater the ability, the more work you can do. Who would be willing to do this if they were normal people? It just so happened that Wang Chong was not a normal person. Instead of resisting or getting bored, he never tired of it. For example, now, he received an order from the Black Soldier organization to cover a person to Illuminescent Island. Illuminescent Island is a small island located in the center of the Pacific Ocean. It cannot be found on the map at all. As a non-staff member who knew some intelligence, Wang Chong knew that there was a training base on the island, which was specially used to train black soldiers. That is, superhuman warriors who were more powerful than special forces in his eyes. People like him, who were unwilling to be lonely, were naturally full of infinite reverie about that place, and always wanted to explore the secrets of that place. When he received the mission to escort a man to Illuminescent, he was so excited that he almost peed. Not only did he prepare a luxury cruise ship for them, but he also volunteered to join the mission. He said to the outside world that he was protecting the target person. But in fact, he went through a lot of hardships to get involved in this secret operation. When Zhu Shizhou and the two black soldiers appeared in front of him, he could tell at a glance that Zhu Shizhou was the target of the mission. Too young. This was his first thought after seeing Zhu Shizhou. This man exuded the same dangerous aura as the black soldiers. This was his second thought after feeling the cold atmosphere on Zhu Shizhou. When the two sides came into contact with each other, Wang Cheng noticed that the bodyguards behind him couldn't help but tense up, as if they had encountered some dangerous people. "What's your name, brother?" Wang Cheng asked Zhu Shizhou with a smile. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the two black soldiers beside him. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping him, he knew that this level of information leakage was not a big deal. "My last name is Zhu." He did not reveal his full name. Wang Cheng did not seem to care about Zhu Shizhou's caution. He smiled and said, "I am Wang Cheng, a non-staff member of our organization, responsible for the cover mission of this operation." The two of them got to know each other briefly. But when Wang Cheng turned to the two black soldiers beside Zhu Shizhou, he was met with a cold face. The two black soldiers looked like dead people from beginning to end. They ignored Wang Cheng's friendly greetings and stood behind Zhu Shizhou like statues. Zhu Shizhou also had no interest in Wang Cheng. His emotionally obliterated state made him look very difficult to approach. Wang Cheng seemed to be accustomed to the coldness of the black soldiers. Instead, he thought that the coldness of the black soldiers was in line with all his imaginations of the country's secret forces. While taking Zhu Shizhou and his party to the hotel-style rooms on the second floor of the luxury cruise ship, he was still chattering about this cruise ship that symbolizes wealth to Zhu Shizhou, trying to attract Zhu Shizhou's interest. "Our luxury cruise ship is 361 meters long and 66 meters wide, 72 meters above the water, with a displacement of up to 220,000 tons, a total of 16 decks and 2,700 cabins, and can carry 6,000 tourists and 2,000 crew members, in addition to the green forest area built to imitate the tropical park. We also have a family outdoor entertainment area, 3 open-air swimming pools and water parks. If you are interested in rock climbing, I can also take you to the rock climbing area to play rock climbing. In addition, there are dozens of bars and restaurants open 24 hours a day. The top 2 floors of the cruise ship are the entertainment hall, which has a collection of casinos of different styles." When Wang Cheng was talking excitedly, the guest room arrived. Zhu Shizhou and 2 black soldiers walked in. And then with a bang, the door of the guest room was closed. Only Wang Cheng and his bodyguards with stiff smiles were left in the corridor, outside the door. Zhu Shizhou was not interested in listening to Wang Cheng's words. The attitude of the 2 black soldiers also told him that Wang Cheng was just a dispensable tool. And he was even an ordinary person who didn't know about the world crisis. Or Wang Cheng might know something about the alien insects, but he definitely didn't know that humans had fallen into a life-and-death crisis. Zhu Shizhou didn't expect to get any information from Wang Cheng, but he needed to be careful not to be tricked by the other party. Even within our organization, there are also various factions. This is what Su Feng said. What faction does Wang Cheng belong to? If he could get rid of the 2 black soldiers around him, Zhu Shizhou would try to contact Wang Cheng. But now the 2 black soldiers are obviously following him closely, making it difficult for him to make any moves. After entering the room, he scanned the layout of the room. The cabins of the cruise ship are divided into interior cabins, sea view cabins, balcony cabins and suites. The interior cabins are located in the center of the cruise ship and do not even have windows. The sea view cabins do have windows, but they are located near the sea surface, and the windows are sealed and locked. The balcony cabins are located on the upper deck and allow people to walk to the balcony to enjoy the endless sea view. Finally, there are suites. In addition to spacious bedrooms and bathrooms, there are also independent meeting and dining areas, and even a single room with a gambling table and a gym with floor-to-ceiling windows. Wang Cheng prepared a suite for them, and it was the largest presidential suite. This suite was more than enough for 3 people. Zhu Shizhou stood in the center of the wide room and turned to face the 2 black soldiers. "You too. Time waits for no one. How about a sparring match with me? Practice with me until you are exhausted. I can feel that the medicine in my body is still working." The 2 black soldiers looked at each other, and then one of them stood up. Zhu Shizhou was ready for battle. Before arriving at the training base, he will continue this high-intensity training mode and come to the island in the strongest state. Chapter 90. Update of the Rewind Point. At night, The luxury cruise ship docked at a pier. Wang Chong, a well-known second-generation rich man in China, sent invitations to celebrities from all walks of life, inviting them to attend a week-long luxury dinner for a sea parade. The luxury cruise ship was going to dock at the pier for 3 days, and it would leave immediately after the 3 days. No one knew what the second-generation rich man was doing, but receiving such an invitation was a symbol of status. Not to mention that you could meet many big men who you would never see at ordinary times at the dinner. So once Wang Chong's invitation was sent out, it caused a stir in society. That night, the other second-generation rich men in Wang Chong's social circle were all furious. One by one, they bombarded Wang Chong with private messages. "Brother Wang, you are so mean. Why didn't you notify me? Brother Wang, what are you doing? Don't do anything useless. Send me an invitation as well." Some of them were even impatient and came to him directly. Wang Chong welcomed all of these friends. What he needed was a grand banquet. The more people the better. This was a super high-profile cover operation that only he could do. At night, after another exhausting battle, Zhu Shizhou lay on the floor of the room, panting heavily. In this life-threatening battle, Zhu Shizhou felt that his strength had been greatly improved, whether in terms of experience or physical fitness. He had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to when he first boarded the cruise ship. In an absolutely rational situation, he had no thoughts of pain or giving up, so he was able to squeeze his abilities to the limit. While lying on the ground, he did not forget to take out his mobile phone to browse the internet. He saw the familiar hotspot bombing offensive on the internet. The news titled Wang Chong's invitation letter directly topped the hot news list at night. Zhu Shizhou panted and asked the 2 black soldiers beside him, "Wouldn't this be too eye-catching?" The 2 black soldiers said indifferently in unison, "It has nothing to do with us." Really? From the situation of the 2 black soldiers' immediate answer, it seems that they really haven't thought about this question. Then how much do you have that I don't know? There was a silence in the room. The 2 people were like cold machines, without any human touch. They didn't even think about what purpose and deep meaning were hidden behind the questions raised by Zhu Shizhou. They only had the task in their eyes. Expecting to get intelligence from them was nothing but a fantasy. After a while of thinking, Zhu Shizhou got the answer. Because the route of a lone ship on the vast sea is too obvious. If it uses a single ship or other means to sail, if it is attacked, it will only die quietly, and no one will pay attention. Su Feng chose to let Wang Chong invite people from all walks of life to cover up the action, which seems bold, but in fact it is well considered. By then, all social elites will be present. If people from other factions choose to attack the cruise ship, it will definitely cause violent turmoil in society and attract attention from all sides. Zhu Shizhou still remembers the mysterious conservative faction that appeared once in the 11th round. They wished that no one knew about their existence and hid in front of the Black Soldier organization like a rat in the sewer. For some reason, they did not appear even once in the following rounds. It's hard to doubt whether they have the courage to stand in the spotlight with such a timid look. After figuring out everything, Zhu Shizhou's body also recovered some strength. He tried a carp jump, and his whole body jumped up from the ground like a spring under the twist of the waist and the tightening of the back muscles. The 2 black soldiers watched his show in silence. Zhu Shizhou recalled his actions just now. He did it immediately when he wanted to do it just now, which means that his control over his body has reached a higher level. At least when he first boarded the cruise ship, he couldn't do it so easily. "The time is almost up," Zhu Shizhou murmured. The 2 black soldiers still didn't say a word. They didn't understand. But they didn't intend to understand. He glanced at the 2 black soldiers, and then said, "I'm going to take a shower first. You 2 are not going to follow me even when I take a shower. Are you?" The black soldiers looked at each other, and then one of them said to Zhu Shizhou, 10 minutes. In fact, Zhu Shizhou didn't even have any sense of shame at the moment, and he wouldn't care at all if the 2 black soldiers insisted on following him in. He just wanted to know the answer to a question. But if the 2 black soldiers were there, he would definitely be stopped even if he wanted to do anything. Zhu Shizhou entered the bathroom and took a look at the environment inside the bathroom. The first thing that caught his eye was a large bathtub that could accommodate 3 or 4 people. Next to the bathtub was a glass window that could see the vast night sky and the ocean. On the left-hand side was a very wide washstand with unopened shower gel and shampoo on the table, and clean and tidy bath towels and towels stacked on the wall of the bathroom. There was a locker under the washstand. Zhu Shizhou rummaged around inside and found a brand new hair dryer. In the dead silence of the bathroom, Zhu Shizhou's eyes were dim. He slowly unrolled the cord of the hair dryer, then found the socket near the bathtub, plugged the plug into the socket, and then gestured the distance from the hair dryer to the bathtub. Not long enough. Zhu Shizhou was embarrassed. Then he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Let's use the simplest and crudest method. He took a toothbrush out of the cup, walked straight to the bathtub, and turned on the water heater. Then, after just 5 minutes, he filled the bathtub with hot water and muttered, "Goodbye, world." He aimed the end of the toothbrush at his neck, and after the powerful power of the drug injection drove his arm, fiercely stabbing the toothbrush accurately into the artery on his neck, he plunged headfirst into the bathtub, and his body splashed on the water with the blood gushing from his neck, exploding into scarlet blood flowers. It looked spectacular and beautiful. This symbolizes the final withering of life. After a while, the water in the bathtub was dyed red. Act 14. Death. At this time, the time was just past 0.5 minutes. In the empty room, in front of Zhu Shizhou was a thin report, without any wrinkles or signs of turning. But Zhu Shizhou already knew the content, because he went back to the game. The time he went back to was not 10 o'clock in the morning on November 6th as expected, but 10 o'clock in the morning on November 7th. This should have been a shocking news for Zhu Shizhou, because a mistake in this matter meant that all his future plans would change. But he was calm now. My previous plans were based on being able to go back to 10 a.m. on November 6th. But now I have returned to 10 a.m. on the 7th, which is the time when the end of the world was successfully postponed. Su Feng is going to let me see the information about the training base. In summary, the conclusion is that as long as it is just after midnight, the save point will be advanced 24 hours. If you die on November 7th, you will go back to 10 a.m. on November 6th. And if you die on November 8th, you will go back to 10 a.m. on November 7th. This is equivalent to a save point that is constantly updated as the game plot progresses. As long as you can survive November 7th, you can save the save point at 10 a.m. on November 7th. So what if I want to go back to the save point further ahead? After the save point is updated, can I still go back to the previous save point by continuing to die? Zhu Shizhou has no fear of death. He wants to figure this out now, not to satisfy his curiosity, but to get more information and improve the utilization rate of death rollback. Just as Zhu Shizhou was still thinking about this, Su Feng walked into the room. How did you read it? Su Feng glanced at the paper report on Zhu Shizhou's desk. I didn't read it, Zhu Shizhou answered. Su Feng frowned, with a bit of harshness in his tone. We don't have much time. Even a minute or a second can't be wasted. After reading it, you must leave for the training base immediately. But I predicted it. Zhu Shizhou stopped Su Feng from speaking with one sentence. While Su Feng was stunned, Zhu Shizhou said, "You are going to use Wang Chang's private luxury cruise ship as a cover to take me to the island, right?" Although it was a question, he did not show any doubt, but was extremely sure. Su Feng came back to his senses. Is it because I sent you the information that you predicted the future under this choice? What if I make other choices? Can I predict the future after each choice without doing anything? Your brain is still as fast as ever. But unfortunately, it's not working. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. I said that my ability to predict the future is limited, and I can only predict a limited future. And I can't determine the frequency of my prediction of the future. So if you use my ability as a tool that can be controlled at will, you will fail in most cases. But I have no way to judge whether what you said is true or false. I believe that you can predict the future. But if you can predict the future, it means that you can use my trust in you to deceive me. So I don't know whether your ability is passive or active. I really have to consider imprisoning you now. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The implication of his words seemed to be that he wanted to put Zhu Shizhou in a small dark room that would never see the light of day. Zhu Shizhou's ability was simply unreasonable. In his eyes, the originally rigorous plan became a sieve. Su Feng could not imagine what would happen if Zhu Shizhou became a member of another faction. Wouldn't the plan of their organization be exposed to Zhu Shizhou? You don't have to bluff me, Zhu Shizhou said. You know, locking me up is not good for humanity as a whole. Chapter 91 Su Feng. What are you planning? Su Feng said that if he wanted to detain Zhu Shizhou, he would lose the big picture for the small. He didn't believe that Su Feng would do such an irrational thing. After both sides were silent for a long time. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Feng said, It seems that you really can't actively predict the future. Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything. He couldn't keep up with Su Feng's thoughts. I really made up my mind to detain you and postpone your departure time for a few days. If you can actively predict the future, you will definitely not ignore my words. After all, it is not difficult to actively predict the future. But you didn't do it just now. So you are very likely to be unable to predict the future. Zhu Shizhou could only react to the twists and turns after Su Feng said it. Zhu Shizhou didn't react to Su Feng's words. He handed the report back to Su Feng. I have read this report in the future. And I have a few questions now. What? Is Wang Cheng one of yours? What is his position in the organization? How much intelligence does he have? Su Feng was silent for a moment. This is something I shouldn't have told you. But you are more likely to create miracles than I thought. And you were able to predict Wang Cheng's existence in advance. Is Wang Cheng's existence information that needs to be kept secret? No. On the contrary. His information is useless even if you know it. Su Feng explained. Wang Cheng is a rich second generation who we rescued in the wild. He and his companions were almost wiped out by the Zerg. To be more precise, everyone who was traveling with him died. And he was the only one who survived by chance. So he signed a confidentiality agreement with us and became an outsider in the organization. Our organization often only acts in secret and often cannot do things in public. So we need someone who can do things that are inconvenient for us. And Wang Cheng is just the right person. Wang Cheng is money. Just these 4 words. To put it more simply, it is rich. To put it more simply, it is Wang Cheng. The name itself represents money. Except for the existence of alien insects. He knows nothing. Zhu Shizhou narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously. I don't think it's right. Is Wang Cheng the prey that jumped into the trap after you said it? No. Su Feng answered quickly. But the faster Su Feng answered, the more Zhu Shizhou was sure that Su Feng deliberately let Wang Cheng fall into the trap they set. He suspected that the alien insect incident Wang Cheng encountered in the wild was not accidental. Su Feng was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. He realized this early on since the 4th round. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. I want to ask you. What did you see in the future? Nothing. I entered the cruise ship and slept until dawn. When I came to my senses, time had already ended. Rather than predicting the future, it would be better to say that I had a worthless dream. Really? Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply. If nothing happened, why would Zhu Shizhou care about Wang Cheng? Or did he want to use Wang Cheng to achieve some unspeakable secret? Su Feng had doubts in his heart. But Zhu Shizhou refused to say anything, and he had no choice. Just as Zhu Shizhou thought. He didn't want to lose the big picture for the small. Anyway, let's go first. Zhu Shizhou put on the familiar diving suit. Sure enough, without the help of others, Zhu Shizhou put on the diving suit by himself. And he seemed so familiar with it. Su Feng saw it. But it was just to confirm once again that Zhu Shizhou did predict the future. Zhu Shizhou kept thinking about his own state. After injecting the drug, he often looked at himself with an objective and calm attitude, speculating what he would do in a normal state when faced with a certain choice. After reaching a conclusion, he thought about whether he should follow this choice in a rational state, or execute a decision according to an absolutely rational decision. His suicide in the bathroom was purposeful, just to further understand the specific details of the ability of death rollback. At the end of the 11th week, he postponed the doomsday for 2 minutes. But the result was still rolled back to 10 o'clock in the morning of November 6th. Therefore, it can be simply inferred that only a short-term delay of the doomsday will not change the rollback point. So at that time, Zhu Shizhou had an idea. If the doomsday was postponed to November 8th, would the situation change? But in his normal state, he was indecisive and had too many things to consider. In his emotionally obliterated state, he felt that many things were unnecessary to consider, such as the lives of his family and friends. Since he couldn't save the world, the lives of his family and friends were meaningless. He could abandon all of this without any psychological burden in his rational state. In addition, there was the fear of death. Although he didn't say it, Zhu Shizhou was always afraid, worried that his ability would only take effect on November 7th. If the time came to November 8th, would he still be able to die and go back? Zhu Shizhou was not sure, but he dared to bet rationally. Now he had lost his fear of death and had no scruples. Even if he died now and could not go back, he would not have any regrets. That was why he made the decision so simply. In fact, in addition to this, He had an even crazier idea. That is, if the time point still did not change after this time of going back, then he would keep trying to push the time point of death back. Even if he performed perfectly on that day, he would still be merciless to himself. Fortunately, he only used one time to determine the conclusion. Before setting off again, he asked, "Can Du Fei also become a non-staff member of the organization?" "No." "Why?" "Because Du Fei has no value that can be used, unless she becomes a black soldier. And Wang Chong is different from Du Fei in that he has money." "Well, this reason is enough." Zhu Shizhou set off again, followed by 2 black soldiers, swimming up in the sea in diving suits. Then, when he surfaced, he saw another huge ship. Zhu Shizhou still looked back and looked around, without any reference. He could only judge by feeling that the position of the cruise ship on the sea had not changed much compared with the previous round. That is to say, whether I arrived in advance or not, the cruise ship had already been anchored on the sea. Think about it. Whether it was last round or this round, he did not see the splashes of the cruise ship on the sea. Originally, according to Zhu Shizhou's guess, the cruise ship should at least pretend to be passing by to pick him up. But now it seems to be parked on the sea to attract more attention. Su Feng's plan should not be as simple as he thought. While thinking about this, Zhu Shizhou followed the 2 black soldiers into the cruise ship. And inside the cruise ship, he saw Wang Chong again. In the magnificent hall, Wang Chong still smiled so brightly. "Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What's your name, brother?" Zhu Shizhou looked at this familiar face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "My name is Zhu Shizhou. Nice to meet you." This time, Zhu Shizhou not only reported his real name, but also put on a face as bright as Wang Chong's. "Su Feng, what are you planning?" Chapter 92, Discussion. Wang Chong looked at this younger brother who looked younger than him, and was surprised. He greeted him with a smile on his face. "Hello, Brother Zhu. I am a non-staff member of our organization, responsible for the cover mission of this operation. Nice to meet you." The 2 smiling people shook hands and got to know each other briefly. But it was hard to say how much of their smiles were sincere. Zhu Shizhou pretended to smile for his own purpose. And Wang Chong, a rich second generation, would naturally not put on such a friendly smile to an ordinary person. "Where did you just come from? Why are you still wearing a diving suit?" Unlike the previous round, perhaps because Zhu Shizhou looked easy to talk to with a smile on his face, Wang Chong asked one more question this time. Zhu Shizhou smiled and replied naturally, "Sorry, Brother Wang. It's not convenient for me to disclose this." After that, he glanced at the black soldiers. The 2 black soldiers naturally did not explain Zhu Shizhou's behavior of shifting the blame, but still stood still. Wang Chong glanced at Zhu Shizhou, who was very secretive, and the 2 silent black soldiers, and said with deep understanding, "Oh, I understand. I understand." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "I heard that you are a non-staff member of the organization. Few non-staff members can directly participate in this level of mission. Hee. I don't have anything else. But I have a lot of money. That's all I can do for the organization." Wang Chong laughed at himself and asked, "By the way, Brother Zhu, what is your position in the organization? Are you also a non-staff member like me?" Zhu Shizhou smiled shyly. "Black Soldier Reserve. To be precise, it is a candidate for the Black Soldier Reserve. At least when you arrive at the training base, you can become a Black Soldier Reserve through promotion. After becoming a reserve, you can become a formal Black Soldier after a period of training and final assessment. But there is no need to tell Wang Chong about this kind of thing. Anyway, it is perfunctory, and there is no need to confess everything." "Black Soldier Reserve?" Wang Chong was obviously shocked. "I heard that the Black Soldier Reserve is all selected from the army. How were you selected?" "I don't know about this. Maybe the organization has special requirements. I have a good talent, so I was selected in a muddle." Wang Chong's face changed again and again, and he seemed to be quite surprised by Zhu Shizhou's revelations. Zhu Shizhou's mouth curled up. "Why? You also want to become a black soldier?" Yes. Is there any way?" Wang Chong's eyes were full of expectation. "There is no good way. Unless you can defeat me, then you can take my place. Have you ever had combat training before?" Wang Chong shook his head, "Only a little bit. I am better at shooting." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "How can I not practice combat if I want to become a black soldier?" Wang Chong smiled. Could he say that he never practiced combat because the so-called combat skills against the alien insects were useless? And what made him most dissatisfied was this point. Obviously, all black soldiers used guns to attack. But combat skills were the basic threshold to become a black soldier. Could it be that the combat skills of black soldiers were all used to escape? Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "How about this? I will practice with you. And I can almost know your own talent." "Uh-huh. That's great. There's a boxing gym on this cruise ship. Let's go practice." Although Wang Chong didn't think he could beat Zhu Shizhou, he didn't dare to even try. He also wanted to see how big the gap between him and Zhu Shizhou was. "Zhu Shizhou, come on! Take me there." The two black soldiers looked at each other as Zhu Shizhou fooled Wang Chong. "What? If you defeat Zhu Shizhou, you can replace him." That's not the case at all. It stands to reason that nonsense to this extent must be stopped. But Su Feng specifically told them before the start of this mission. During the mission, even if Zhu Shizhou has any weird behavior, don't stop him at will. Try to meet his requirements as much as possible. If there is something you can't decide, report it to me. They didn't know the reason why Su Feng said this. But at least they understood one thing. That is, Su Feng had expected Zhu Shizhou to do something. Since it was expected, it proved that Zhu Shizhou's actions were still under his control. In this way, they don't have to worry. No matter how rich Wang Chong is, he is just an extra staff member. Let Zhu Shizhou do whatever he wants. Their mission is just to ensure that Zhu Shizhou can arrive safely on Illinois Island. Boxing gym. Zhu Shizhou and Wang Chong both stood on the ring. Wang Chong asked eagerly, "Do you need to wear boxing gloves?" "No need to wear boxing gloves. I didn't wear boxing gloves during the assessment to become a black soldier reserve." Wang Chong was curious. "Who is your opponent in the assessment?" Zhu Shizhou simply answered, "Black soldier." However, Wang Chong was shocked. "Black soldiers? Official black soldiers?" "Yes. I heard that official black soldiers can fight 1 against 100. They have all been injected with super serum. And their physical fitness has reached the limit of human beings. They can easily crush ordinary people. Can you fight that kind of pervert?" Hee hee. The pervert you are talking about is standing in the audience. And fighting 1 against 100 sounds awesome. But it is a piece of cake for black soldiers. Less. Wang Chong hurriedly smiled and bowed to the black soldiers, indicating that what he said just now was nonsense. Zhu Shizhou said, "Don't worry. They are all monsters without emotions. Even if you scold them in public for half an hour, they will not be angry." Wang Chong nodded in agreement. "When I first saw them, I thought they were unhappy with me. Later I found out that their emotions were wiped out after the injection of the drug." Zhu Shizhou's moving body paused. It's strange. Wang Chong even knew that the black soldiers would lose their emotions after being injected with the drug. Then why? Zhu Shizhou asked his own question. "Since you know that you will lose your emotions if you become a black soldier, why do you want to become a black soldier?" Wang Chong laughed and said, "Don't you think it's cool to protect the people in secret?" Zhu Shizhou was choked and couldn't speak. Does protecting the people in secret mean arresting and torturing anyone who is slightly suspicious? After a while, Zhu Shizhou said sincerely, "I don't think it's cool. If possible, I still want to be an ordinary person." This is a rare case of consistent opinions before and after the injection of the drug. Now Wang Chong simply felt that Zhu Shizhou was being Versailles. Even more Versailles than earn 100 million from him first. Money is easy to make, but the opportunity to become a superhuman is rare. Wang Chong shook his head and made a joke. "Forget it. Don't say so much. Anyway, if I can defeat you, I can replace you. Right?" "Yes." "Okay. What about the rules?" "The only rule is to use bare hands. As long as you don't use any weapons." "Uh-huh. It seems that even black soldiers are afraid of kitchen knives no matter how good their kung fu is." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said nothing. "No. Black soldiers are not afraid of kitchen knives. They can even catch arrows with their bare hands." Zhu Shizhou simply stretched out his hand to Wang Chong. "Come on. Then I won't be polite." Wang Chong said so, and then came up with a smile. Then Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward. His hand quickly extended forward, and his horse stance was very stable. His hand was also fast and accurate, pressing directly to the elbow joint of Zhu Shizhou's outstretched hand. Zhu Shizhou almost immediately judged that Wang Chong was not only practicing a little bit as he said. This man must have undergone a long period of combat training in private. If he had not worked hard, he would never be able to achieve such precision in footsteps and shots. Unfortunately, he encountered a hanging wall. Zhu Shizhou not only injected the drug, but also learned the complete fighting moves from the black soldiers after the injection of the drug, and also worked hard to squeeze his body to the point that he could not stand up several times. Yesterday he stayed in the room of the cruise ship all day and practiced with 2 black soldiers. In terms of killing, he can hit Wang Chong's vital point in one move. In terms of speed and strength, although muscle fibers need time to be trained, his control over his body has reached a higher level, and he can exert stronger speed and strength under the same standard of physical fitness. Not to mention that Zhu Shizhou's reaction speed is now even faster than Wang Chong. This is a battle that Wang Chong can never win. Zhu Shizhou took a small step back and dodged Wang Chong's palm. When he rushed up again, he also took a step forward and clenched his fist and swung it at his throat. There is no other skill, just pure speed. The bodyguards in the audience changed their faces. Stop! Be careful! If this quick and fast punch hit Wang Chong's throat, then Wang Chong's Adam's apple would be shattered by one punch. As bodyguards, they can naturally see the accuracy of Zhu Shizhou's punch, which is at least more threatening than Wang Chong's slapstick joint technique. However, when Zhu Shizhou's fist was about to hit Wang Chong's Adam's apple, he immediately changed direction. He changed his fist to a finger, put his index finger and middle finger together, and poked directly at Wang Chong's temple. The bodyguards' hearts, which had just been relieved, were lifted up again. They were originally ready to stop rushing to the ring, but now they couldn't help but step towards the ring again. But Zhu Shizhou stopped his finger less than an inch away from Wang Chong's temple and retracted his hand. The bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief again. With their reaction ability, they almost couldn't react to Zhu Shizhou's feint, let alone Wang Chong. He didn't feel anything and thought Zhu Shizhou was making a fake move. He was about to adjust his steps and give Zhu Shizhou another move. Zhu Shizhou didn't give him this chance, and directly tripped his heel, and clenched his fist again and rushed towards Wang Chong's ribs. The bodyguards were in a panic again. This time Wang Chong finally reacted, and felt that the punch was really fast and fierce. When he wanted to retreat, he found that his heel was tripped by one of Zhu Shizhou's feet, but his body was still retreating, which caused his body to lose its center of gravity and fall backwards, and suddenly fell on his back. Finally, Zhu Shizhou bent down and punched down. The fist stopped on Wang Chong's face, less than 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose. The wind from the punch made Wang Chong a little confused. So strong? Chapter 93 Reference of Strength. Wait! I don't accept it! Wang Chong shouted. At this time, he was lying on the ground with Zhu Shizhou's fist on his nose. I just fell down accidentally. Otherwise I wouldn't lose so easily. In fact, compared with the result of failure, he cared more about the process of his failure. He originally thought that he had pretended to be humble, and said that he had only practiced a little bit of fighting, which would definitely make Zhu Shizhou look down on him, and unable to exert his full strength. He still had hope of counter-killing. Yes, Wang Chong even thought about counter-killing. But this is just one of the 3 major illusions in life. In fact, Wang Chong looked so weak in the battle with Zhu Shizhou. Compared with Zhu Shizhou, he was just an idiot who knew nothing and had uncoordinated limbs. The only physical contact between Zhu Shizhou and him from beginning to end was tripping him with his foot, and he fell on his back. Wang Chong couldn't accept his embarrassing performance. Do it again! I want to do it again! Okay, do it again. Zhu Shizhou didn't care. Wang Chong was stunned. Then he calmed down a little and looked at the bodyguards, who were ready to rush forward to rescue the ring. What are you doing? The bodyguards wanted to say what the hell was going on. They saw it clearly just now. Wang Chong was almost completely crushed. What made them feel even more ashamed for their boss was that the boss didn't even know what happened. Should they tell the boss? Should they tell the boss that Zhu Shizhou almost killed him 3 times just now? The bodyguards remained silent. Wang Chong felt puzzled and looked at Zhu Shizhou again. Let's do it again. Zhu Shizhou reached out and pulled Wang Chong up, then looked at the bodyguards. I will control it, and make sure I don't hurt him at all. Wang Chong came to his senses and realized that something was wrong. What did you do in the fight just now? Experience what I did again, Zhu Shizhou said. I will slow down this time, and you should be able to react with difficulty. This is too impolite. Although Zhu Shizhou said the truth, Wang Chong still felt a little unhappy. Come again! The bodyguards had no choice but to retreat, seeing that their boss was getting angry but couldn't dissuade him. They didn't have any good way. After all, they were bodyguards, not nannies. Zhu Shizhou reached out to Wang Chong again. Wang Chong shook his head, and Zhu Shizhou still made the same action as before. Do you look down on me so much? Wang Chong was in a terrible state. He made the same choice in anger. Zhu Shizhou also took a small step back to avoid Wang Chong's attack, and then punched Wang Chong's throat. But this time he was a little slower. The bodyguards couldn't bear to watch. They were worried that they would have a heart attack if they continued to watch. The two black soldiers stood still quietly from beginning to end, looking like lifeless stone statues, as if nothing could disturb any of their emotions. They looked silent and powerful. Wang Chong saw clearly that Zhu Shizhou's fist stopped at his throat, and then changed his fist to a finger and poked his temple. He tried to dodge, but Zhu Shizhou tripped his heel again. Bang! He fell to the ground again. This time Zhu Shizhou didn't even feint to attack his ribs, but ended the fight with fewer moves. Wang Chong finally understood that this man was simply too strong. At least, he couldn't deal with him. It was ridiculous that he had thought about counter-killing before. Brother Zhu, you are strong. This time Wang Chong didn't let Zhu Shizhou pull him up, but took the initiative to get up and pat the dust on his body, not caring about the fact that he was slapped in the face. Zhu Shizhou smiled modestly. It's okay. Wang Chong shook his head quickly. No. This is not the level of okay. If even you are just okay, then what am I? You are worthy of being a black soldier reserve. I can't help but accept it. Wang Chong's failure was taken for granted, and Zhu Shizhou didn't feel anything wrong. He recalled Wang Chong's performance twice just now, and finally confirmed that he was not pretending. Even a real black soldier couldn't pretend to be an ordinary person when facing him, unless Wang Chong's acting skills were really superb. There was no way to deceive Zhu Shizhou's eyes. Zhu Shizhou had two reasons for sparring with Wang Chong. First, he didn't think Su Feng would just choose an outsider from an organization to contact him. He had previously guessed that Wang Chong was a pawn of Su Feng who was hiding his strength. But unfortunately he guessed wrong. He still needed to continue to test what was so special about Wang Chong that was worthy of Su Feng's favor. This was not a joke. With Su Feng's intelligence control freak, it was outrageous to let Wang Chong know so much intelligence. You have to know that all his current intelligence was obtained bit by bit at the cost of his life. Is Wang Chong's money really that meaningful to Su Feng, the pre-war supreme commander of the official organization? The second reason is that he needs to be familiar with his own level. Just like it is impossible to determine the position of the cruise ship in the vast ocean if there is no reference, it is difficult for him to understand how strong his current strength is. Since the injection of the potion, his opponents have always been ridiculously strong black soldiers. Yesterday, he has been practicing with black soldiers. Although this has improved his strength quickly, it also made him unable to clearly understand what level his strength is. He wants to know how much stronger his strength is than ordinary people. So he needs a reference. This reference is Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong cannot represent all kinds of ordinary people. Not to mention that Wang Chong thinks the battle is too fast. Even Zhu Shizhou thinks that Wang Chong's performance in the previous competition is vulnerable, and he cannot make a clear comparison between his strength and that of ordinary people. The ordinary people in his concept are all those who have not been injected with potions. He couldn't determine what level Wang Chong's strength was among ordinary people, so he couldn't establish a reference system. So Zhu Shizhou turned his attention to the bodyguards under the ring. Wang Chong noticed Zhu Shizhou's gaze, and thought that Zhu Shizhou thought the victory was too easy. So he said, I admit that I lost. I can't beat you, but my bodyguards may satisfy you. Do you want to give it a try? Zhu Shizhou asked. What level are your bodyguards? Most of them are veterans, and some are mercenaries. Zhu Shizhou nodded. Then we can give it a try. Let's have a mercenary first. Wang Chong almost choked on his own saliva. What does let's have a mercenary first mean? Are you ordering food here? Don't you think it's not enough? Then bring a few more? Zhu Shizhou didn't realize that there was anything wrong with what he said. But when he saw Wang Chong's reaction, he immediately knew that his way of thinking was wrong again. Before he could correct himself, Wang Chong said to the bodyguards, who were indignant at being looked down upon by the ring, Who of you volunteers to practice with me? My brother? For a moment, the bodyguards stepped forward in unison and said in unison, I'll do it. Chapter 94. How did he lose? In the boxing gym, Wang Chong was the only one who knew the general situation of the black soldiers, while the bodyguards were ordinary people who knew nothing. They didn't know how strong the black soldiers were. Although they could see the precision and simplicity of Zhu Shizhou's movements when he attacked Wang Chong just now, this alone was not enough to make them lose confidence in fighting Zhu Shizhou. On the contrary, they felt that if they fought Wang Chong with all their strength, they could probably achieve a similar effect. And Zhu Shizhou's ordinary body seemed to have never been exercised. It would be a joke to say that he could have any deterrent power. Everyone wants to come up. Wang Chong was happy to watch the fun. It was good that Zhu Shizhou could easily defeat him. But it was unknown whether he could defeat these veterans and bodyguards, who were mercenaries. After all, Zhu Shizhou was only a reserve black soldier, not a black soldier. He touched his chin and thought for a while. Then turned to Zhu Shizhou and said, "How about you pick one at random?" "Then let's pick him." Zhu Shizhou pointed at one at random. The bodyguard, who was pointed at, blushed and felt insulted. "Come on!" The bodyguard jumped onto the stage. Zhu Shizhou did not mean to look down on the other party. His attitude of looking down on the other party was just a means to stimulate the other party to go all out. "Hello. What's your name?" Zhu Shizhou greeted him. The bodyguard stretched his body and stared at Zhu Shizhou fiercely. "My name is Li Yao. I have been a mercenary in Wagner, Russia for 10 years. I have carried out missions in more than 10 countries including Africa, Syria, Libya and Ukraine. I have served as the commander of 3 special military operations. I have received no less than 10 combat honor medals." Zhu Shizhou listened to the other party's words patiently. Although he was not moved, he still understood what the other party wanted to express, and put away the fake smile on his face. "So, you are very strong?" Li Yao looked at Zhu Shizhou's expressionless face, and instinctively felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart. Just being stared at by the other party, he raised his guard in his heart. But in his mouth, he was still quite tough, not very strong, but more than enough to be your opponent. Li Yao did not say too much. After all, this person was the boss's guest, and he could not tear his face with the other party no matter what. Zhu Shizhou nodded. "Really? Come on." This careless attitude angered Li Yao again. He didn't say anything else, just lowered the center of gravity of his body, and carefully observed Zhu Shizhou's every move. Zhu Shizhou stood straight in place, like a standing pine tree, seemingly defenseless. But Li Yao noticed that his eyes were always fixed on his movements. He moved 2 steps to the side, and Zhu Shizhou's eyes followed him, always slowly scanning his whole body, as if observing his movements at the same time. Li Yao licked his lips, and the anger in his heart was temporarily suppressed, and the desire to fight was high. He saw the battle between Zhu Shizhou and Wang Chong clearly just now. Zhu Shizhou's fighting style was highlighted by the word fast, coupled with a precise grasp of timing. Wang Chong, who was fighting with him, couldn't even react to where he lost. It was not until Zhu Shizhou slowed down the second time that he came to his senses, since he knew that the other party was good at speed and grasp of timing. His next battle choice was quite clear. If you want to defeat the opponent quickly, you have to be faster than the opponent. In an instant, Li Yao's front foot quickly stretched forward, while the muscles of his back legs were tense. He jumped forward a long distance as if he was stepping on a spring. Li Yao was not only tall and strong, but his legs were much longer than Zhu Shizhou and Wang Chong. This big step directly shortened the distance between the two to within 1 step, and the speed was so fast that it made a slight vibration in the air. Zhu Shizhou saw the opponent's movements clearly, and the instinct trained by constant fighting with the black soldiers prompted him to quickly step back to the side. Even the black soldiers could not effectively defend against attacks at a short distance, and Zhu Shizhou would certainly pay attention to this. But he did not retreat too much, just keeping the shortest distance to ensure that he could react. Li Yao hit Zhu Shizhou's face with a backhand straight punch. Zhu Shizhou turned his head away and jabbed forward at the same time. Still simple, and quickly went straight to Li Yao's chest. Bang! Zhu Shizhou's punch did hit. However, Li Yao followed Zhu Shizhou's punch and threw a small swing punch, hitting Zhu Shizhou's elbow hard. Immediately, Li Yao's chest hurt from Zhu Shizhou's punch. Zhu Shizhou trembled and put down his right hand, frowning slightly. Both sides took a small step back and distanced themselves again. Your reaction is much faster than I thought. Li Yao was actually very surprised. He didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be able to react to his rapid attack and hit him hard, and even reacted slightly to his fierce punch after hitting his chest. In his expectation, the best result was that his initial attack was like a storm, leaving Zhu Shizhou without any reaction ability, and he was knocked down quickly. But it didn't work. The second expectation was that Zhu Shizhou would see the flaw he deliberately exposed, and he would break Zhu Shizhou's arm while Zhu Shizhou attacked him. This didn't work either. The opponent's body was obviously like an ordinary person with no signs of training. But the opponent had a reaction ability and combat sensitivity beyond ordinary people. Very strange. At this time, he thought of the conversation between the boss and Zhu Shizhou before. The word black soldiers was mentioned repeatedly in the conversation. Li Yao glanced at the two black soldiers under the ring. He had never heard of any organization called Black Soldiers in the country. But the aura of the two dangerous people made him not even think of testing them a little. What kind of black soldiers are the guests of this boss? Where are you looking? I advise you not to be distracted. Zhu Shizhou's voice suddenly brought his attention back to the present. Li Yao gently stroked his aching chest. He grinned and said, "Your fist is too weak." He was telling the truth. Zhu Shizhou's body had not been trained for a long time, although he was familiar with the all-round improvement of his body after the injection of the drug. From the current timeline, he had been injected with the drug for less than 12 hours. Su Feng said that the drug could not make his weak muscles strong all at once. When he was injected with the drug, his body was just like taking a super powerful stimulant. Although the golden time of the drug has passed, it still keeps his body in an excited state. And this state is continuous. But this still cannot avoid the fact that his physical fitness is far inferior to Li Yao. Just looking at the height, Zhu Shizhou is a head shorter than the opponent. And the muscle dimension is much worse. Do you know why boxers have to hold competitions in grades? It's because of the difference in size. Li Yao took off his coat while grinning and threw it off the stage. At this moment, his upper body was only wearing a black vest, and his strong muscles were undoubtedly revealed. See? This is the difference between you and me. Facing Li Yao's provocation, Zhu Shizhou said nothing, still staring at the opponent expressionlessly, but took a small step forward. Li Yao was slightly relieved after confirming that Zhu Shizhou's punch just now did not cause any harm to him. It seems that it's just that. Thinking of this, Li Yao suddenly sprinted forward. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's steps changed. Facing the oncoming Li Yao, he said, "I roughly understand." Li Yao gathered strength to prepare for this punch. Hearing this, he sneered. Zhu Shizhou said, "I already understand the difference between you and me." What? Li Yao didn't figure it out. The next moment, Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to meet him. The distance was close to the best distance, and Li Yao's punch naturally rushed towards Zhu Shizhou. However, Zhu Shizhou just stretched out his hand and pressed Li Yao's elbow lightly. Li Yao was shocked. Subconsciously, he elbowed back towards Zhu Shizhou's head. Zhu Shizhou squatted down. There was a height difference between the two. Now as he squatted down, Li Yao's elbow swung into the air above his head. Inertia did not stop Li Yao's arm from moving, which led to a wide open space in front of him. While Li Yao was shocked, Zhu Shizhou raised his hand, retracted his arm, and blasted his fist forward like a cannonball. Bang! Crack! The next second, Li Yao's nose was hit by Zhu Shizhou's punch, and his nasal cavity was hit violently in an instant. The violent physiological reaction made him close his eyes involuntarily. Fuck! His nose was broken. At this time, the instinct trained in the life and death crisis made him make a final struggle, and his left hand jabbed in the direction of Zhu Shizhou in his memory. But the feeling of hitting the air told Li Yao that his punch did not touch half of Zhu Shizhou's clothes. Raising his legs high, twisting his body, and sweeping forward with a 360-degree whip kick. Still no sense of hitting an object. So, Li Yao had to forcefully overcome his physiological instincts in a short move and open his eyes directly. Zhu Shizhou's figure disappeared in front of him. At this time, suddenly, a hand gently pressed his back. You lose. Zhu Shizhou's voice sounded from behind him. You may not die if I hit you with this punch, but I will definitely break your spine. Li Yao froze. He couldn't see what Zhu Shizhou was like, but everyone under the ring could see it clearly. Zhu Shizhou took a steady horse stance. His left hand pressed on Li Yao's back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and his body was ready to strike. The human spine is quite fragile, and Li Yao, who has experienced many battles, naturally understands this. He still stood there stiffly. All the smug feelings of victory disappeared at this moment. Turning his head to look at his colleagues under the ring, he saw that they were all looking at this place dumbfounded, with expressions as confused as his. What happened? Obviously victory was imminent. Why did he suddenly lose? Chapter 95. An outrageous way to win. Wang Chong looked at the two people on the stage, and his heart was full of excitement. Fuck. Awesome. He saw what happened with his own eyes. Zhu Shizhou, who was at a disadvantage and could be seen by anyone with eyesight, suddenly burst out with powerful strength as if he had a seizure, and his counterattack was smooth and flowing. He first punched Li Yao in the nose, causing Li Yao to lose his vision for a short time, then circled behind Li Yao, and at the same time, he half-crouched to avoid Li Yao's 360-degree whip kick. Finally, before Li Yao had completely stood still, he pressed his back with his left hand and clenched his right fist to prepare for the attack. By the time Li Yao reacted, it was too late. If Zhu Shizhou's punch really went down, it would definitely make Li Yao lose his fighting ability instantly, and it might even make him spend the rest of his life in bed. Apart from him, the other bodyguards around him could not accept this result. Zhu Shizhou was obviously at a disadvantage just now. How did he win? What was Li Yao doing just now? Was he distracted? To be honest, they didn't understand. I lost. On the ring, Li Yao's face turned red, and he finally managed to say this. Zhu Shizhou nodded and calmly withdrew his posture. Then Li Yao turned around and looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply. I admit that I underestimated you before. Sorry. After saying this stiffly, Li Yao left the ring and said to Wang Chong, Sorry, boss. I didn't win. Wang Chong waved his hand casually. It's okay. I guessed you couldn't win. Li Yao froze again, his face ugly. The colleagues around him looked even uglier than him. What happened? How could you be defeated by such a simple move? Are you kidding me? Anyone can see that the reason why Li Yao lost just now was because of Zhu Shizhou's punch that hit his nose inexplicably. If it weren't for that punch, Li Yao would never have lost just now. At least, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Facing the questions of his colleagues, Li Yao did not answer, but said, This kid is weird. You can try it yourself, and you will know. Really? I don't believe it. A bodyguard expressed doubts, and then jumped onto the ring without waiting for Li Yao to stop him. What tricks did you use just now? On the ring? The bodyguard asked directly. Zhu Shizhou resumed the fake smile at first glance. You can know if you try it yourself. What's your name? The bodyguard frowned. Zhao Tianqi. He didn't report the honors he had won like Li Yao did. Just a name. He was once a soldier, and being low-key is his nature. Besides, it was really embarrassing that Li Yao reported a lot of honors, but lost after just a few moves. Only a fool would imitate him. Okay, let's start. Zhao Tianqi rushed forward. Zhao Tianqi lost. After he got off the stage, he said the same line as Li Yao in front of everyone's confused faces. This kid is weird. You will know if you try it yourself. A man who was slightly shorter complained. What are you two talking about? That's right. Can't you just say it directly? It's not that I don't want to say it. It's really. Zhao Tianqi looked very entangled and crazy. Li Yao took over the conversation. It's really incredible. I think it's unlikely that anyone can do it. So I want to observe what happens when you fight him. I don't understand what you are talking about. The shorter man waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, I'm going to fight. Just wait for my good news. A minute later, the man got off the ring. Something's wrong. This kid is weird. Everyone. At this time, the other bodyguards, who had not yet entered the ring, did not dare to speak arrogantly to teach Zhu Shizhou a lesson. Didn't you see that he had lost 3 games in a row? If he lost again, it would be embarrassing. No one wants to embarrass themselves, especially in front of the boss, which will affect their image in the boss's eyes. You all tell me, what happened? Wang Chong didn't understand it either. He could understand Zhu Shizhou's strength, but he didn't understand the process of Zhu Shizhou defeating his own bodyguards. From the perspective of an observer, you can see every move of Zhu Shizhou, but apart from being faster, more precise, and more unexpected, there seems to be nothing special about it. He doesn't understand why the last move of the 3 people on the field before losing was like a piece of wood. I'm not sure, Li Yao said first. Zhao Tianqi also nodded. It's really too exaggerated. I'm not sure either. The shorter bodyguard frowned. It's really unacceptable. Are these 3 people poisonous? The same thought came to everyone's mind. Finally, Li Yao still stammered out his thoughts. His reaction speed is very fast. And it's so fast that you can't believe it. He can seize the moment to deal with the enemy. But I don't think it's possible. so I haven't dared to say it. He seems to be able to see us blink. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Zhao Tianqi and another bodyguard looked at each other. He accurately grasped the moment we blinked and attacked. After this was said, everyone fell silent. What did you say? Wang Chong couldn't believe that such a fantasy came from his bodyguard. At first, I couldn't believe that there was such dynamic vision and abnormal reaction speed in the world. But I paid special attention to it when Tianqi and Aguang went up to fight just now. When Zhu Shizhou was fighting with his opponent, he first observed the opponent's situation, and then judged the frequency of his opponent's blinking. At the end of the battle, he seized the fleeting opportunity based on this point and directly attacked us. Do you think this is possible? I still think it is unlikely. Wang Chong looked at Zhao Tianqi. So, your previous defeat was also a similar process? Zhao Tianqi also felt very incredible and nodded yes. Only those who have fought him personally can realize what happened. I lost in the end for the same reason. Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shizhou with a more fiery look. This is the Black Soldier? No. He hasn't even become a Black Soldier yet. He's just a Black Soldier Reserve. The Black Soldier Reserve is strong enough to beat the elite mercenaries among ordinary people in this incredible way. How strong must the Black Soldier be? On the stage, Zhu Shizhou looked at the stunned people below the stage and asked with a smile. Does anyone else want to come? Everyone swallowed their saliva. This time no one spoke. Chapter 96 Holmes Zhu. Brother. You are my real brother. How did you do it? After Zhu Shizhou got off the stage, Wang Chong immediately came up to him and asked with shock and admiration. Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. It's no big deal. After injecting the medicine, you can do it too. Wang Chong's heart was even more excited. Zhu Shizhou was telling the truth. He could feel that after injecting the medicine, his physical qualities in all aspects were becoming less and less like those of normal people, especially his reaction ability and dynamic vision, which were the most intuitively improved areas. The rest, such as super memory and learning ability, became the basis for his accumulation of strength. But Brother Zhu, I heard that only Black Soldiers can inject the medicine. You are not a Black Soldier yet. Right? Zhu Shizhou showed a surprised expression. Why? Don't you know? I injected a lower-level substitute medicine for Black Soldiers that ordinary people can also inject. It is said that the laboratory has stopped production, but many people can get it. Wang Chong was immediately excited when he heard many people can get it. He subconsciously looked at the two Black Soldiers on the side. The Black Soldiers were still silent and didn't say a word, as if they agreed with Zhu Shizhou's statement. He secretly swallowed his saliva, raised his thumb and said, nothing to say. Awesome. He was thinking in his heart. Since many people can get the medicine, then can I do it too? No wonder Zhu Shizhou is both powerful and doesn't seem to have his emotions wiped out. It turns out that he injected this medicine. What he didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou was talking nonsense now. What many people can get it? If Su Feng heard this, he might not even give him an extra look. Zhu Shizhou didn't know if all the lower-level potions were so awesome, but it didn't stop him from bragging. He also buried an inconspicuous fishhook. Now looking at Wang Chong, it was obvious that he had something in mind. This was all within Zhu Shizhou's expectations. While burying the fishhook to catch Wang Chong, he also kept an eye on the movements of the two Black Soldiers. They didn't stop him at all. Was Wang Chong a non-staff member? Too insignificant? Or did Su Feng specifically ask them to give him a certain degree of tolerance? Zhu Shizhou couldn't figure it out. Since he got on the boat, Zhu Shizhou has been trying to touch the bottom line, such as instilling wrong ideas and information into Wang Chong, a non-staff member, showing his strength openly, and talking about Black Soldiers with Wang Chong in front of the bodyguards and outsiders. None of this was stopped. He didn't believe that Su Feng didn't make a plan for this situation. That man's meticulousness has always been abnormal. Since he chose to let only two Black Soldiers escort him, he must have given detailed orders to the two Black Soldiers. Now it seems that Su Feng deliberately let him act freely. Why is that? Zhu Shizhou didn't show all his thoughts on his face. He just thought for a while. Not even a few seconds. After injecting the drug, Zhu Shizhou's thinking speed also increased by several levels. Things that ordinary people would take a long time to understand, he took 2 or 3 seconds to sort out. On the surface, he was still flattering Wang Chong by the way. Brother Wang. Wang Chong hurriedly stopped him. No. 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 Just call me Xiao Wang. Zhu Shizhou. Or just call me Chong. From now on, You are my brother. Okay. Chong. Zhu Shizhou said casually. Are you going to carry out the mission as planned tonight? Wang Chong did not look unhappy at all, but was a little embarrassed by Zhu Shizhou's question. Logically speaking, this is something that should not be said. My personal mission should be strictly confidential. As he spoke, he glanced at the two black soldiers next to him. Zhu Shizhou smiled. What secret? Isn't it just sending invitations to the outside world to hold a banquet? I know. Wang Chong was stunned. Ah? Brother Zhu? How did you know? How do you say I know? Zhu Shizhou did not answer, but asked in return. No. It clearly says that I am in charge of the escort mission this time. I can choose any method as long as I can get you to Illinois Island. I haven't told anyone about this plan yet. Zhu Shizhou slightly widened his eyes. Not because he was surprised, but because his inner guess was completely overturned. And he was a little caught off guard. It was not Su Feng's instructions. But your own decision? Wang Chong was stunned. Who is Su Feng? Forget it. Wang Chong didn't even know who his immediate boss was. Zhu Shizhou became more and more aware that something was wrong. It was such an important mission. Why didn't Su Feng even convey the detailed plan to Wang Chong, but let Wang Chong make a plan himself? Is it because the time was too rushed, resulting in no time to make a detailed plan? No. Zhu Shizhou denied the guess he had just made. The departure time was set by Su Feng himself, which means that no matter how rushed it was, Su Feng had the right to freely choose the departure time, not to mention spending some time to make a plan. He injected the drug and fought with the black soldiers until he passed out. By 10 o'clock, several hours were not enough for Su Feng to make a plan? He thought Su Feng's efficiency would not be so low. In other words, all the current situations were created by Su Feng himself, including letting Wang Chong, a non-staff member, decide the plan on his own and letting him do whatever he wanted. All of which were deliberately done by Su Feng. Brother Zhu? Wang Chong's voice brought Zhu Shizhou back to the present. Su Feng is? Sorry. You can't know more detailed information now. You just need to know that Su Feng is our boss. Wang Chong suddenly realized. As a non-staff member, he certainly didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with too much information. He didn't even know much about the black soldiers, let alone who Su Feng was. Wang Chong put aside this question and then said, Brother Zhu, you haven't told me how you knew my plan. Isn't it simple? Zhu Shizhou looked at Wang Chong as if he was an idiot. If you decided to secretly escort me to the training base in Illinois, you would not choose this luxury cruise ship. So it can be inferred that you must choose a more high-profile way to act. Then what about my plan to send out invitations and hold a banquet? Otherwise, how are you going to cover it up? In my impression, your image on social media is usually so high-profile. Sending invitations and holding a banquet is in line with your way of thinking, and it won't arouse anyone's suspicion. Zhu Shizhou didn't prepare to give Wang Chong time to think about rebuttal, and continued to speak. Not only that, I also guessed that you would invite celebrities from all walks of life to the banquet, because this can maximize the attention of the society, and use the background of these celebrities to maximize our safety. In this way, even if someone wants to sabotage the plan behind the scenes, they can't do anything too extreme under the attention of the society. Wang Chong opened his mouth wide and listened to Zhu Shizhou's guessing of his plan like a god. Although he felt something was wrong, he was still shocked to the extreme that Zhu Shizhou could guess so accurately. Oh, by the way, with your appeal, you should only plan to dock for about 3 days. And 3 days is enough to fully load this cruise ship. Fuck. It's amazing. Brother Zhu. This time, Wang Chong really bowed down and was willing to admit defeat. His eyes were full of awe and admiration for Zhu Shizhou. It's okay. Zhu Shizhou waved his hand calmly. It's okay to infer the cause from the result, as long as it doesn't sound ridiculous. Holmes is his younger brother. Chapter 97, Sense of Oppression. Biological Instinct. Let's ignore Su Feng's plan for now. Wang Chong has now become a fanboy of Zhu Shizhou, and his eyes are full of admiration when he looks at Zhu Shizhou. Brother Zhu, I think I should follow your command this time. After Zhu Shizhou revealed the plan, Wang Chong suddenly felt that the plan he had made before was quite rough, and the possibility of being discovered by the enemy was a bit high. No, you should still take the lead. Zhu Shizhou rejected this very tempting proposal. Don't belittle yourself. In my opinion, your plan has a certain degree of feasibility. At least it will make it difficult for the enemy in the dark to start. Really? Ha ha ha. I think so too. Wang Chong also laughed triumphantly. Zhu Shizhou looked at Wang Chong's carefree and complacent appearance speechlessly, and silently corrected his impression of Wang Chong in his heart. Zhu Shizhou kept judging Wang Chong's value, and found that Wang Chong had only a little money, but his other qualities were quite ordinary. Was such a person really worth using by Su Feng? Come on, brother Zhu. I'll take you for a walk. There are many fun things here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It will probably be more lively when there are more people at night. No. I need to exercise. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and refused. You know, if you want to become a black soldier, you can't be lax in self-training. At least I don't want to be eliminated after arriving at the training base. Oh, I understand. I understand. Wang Chong made an okay gesture. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly changed his mind. But it is also important to combine work and rest. How about this? You come to me at 7 or 8 in the evening. By then, I will probably have finished my training. Prepare some food for me then. No problem. Leave it to me. Brother Zhu, do you have any dietary restrictions? No. I can eat anything. The more nutritious the better. Such as protein-rich beef. Okay. I'll prepare a big meal for you tonight. Brother Zhu. Zhu Shizhou was sent to the room. It was still the presidential suite, with the same room number as before. Wang Chong seemed to be too simple. At least, he couldn't see that Wang Chong was different from ordinary people except for being rich. What did Su Feng say to you? Why was the escort plan made by Wang Chong himself this time? After returning to the room, Zhu Shizhou asked the two black soldiers behind him as soon as he closed the door. I don't know. One of the black soldiers answered. Another black soldier said indifferently, Our mission is just to escort you to Illinois Island. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Even if you know that this plan was made by Wang Chong, an extra staff member, you have no intention of asking Su Feng? This is very wrong. He can't just let it go. I suggest you contact him. Yes, he can't just let it go. But since he chose to do so, he must have his reasons. The black soldier replied coldly. His words were quite stubborn. We were ordered to contact him unless something uncontrollable happened along the way. Otherwise we need to keep silent. Is that so? He had a vague guess about Su Feng's behavior. But whether this guess was correct needed to be communicated with Su Feng face to face again. In other words, he needed to go back to Su Feng and die once. He calmly prepared to die. And then looked at the two black soldiers. You too. Practice with me. Even if he was going to die, he would do his best to train himself before he died and strive to obtain more intelligence. So, just like the last round, muffled bangs rang out in the room. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Chong's invitation letter was issued in the morning. In the afternoon, this matter topped the hot news list. In the evening, some guests were already wearing suits and carrying bags and lining up to board the ship. However, Wang Chong, the host of the banquet, did not go to greet the guests on board. Instead, he came to Zhu Shizhou's door and knocked on the door. Brother Zhu, are you ready? I have asked the chef to prepare a feast. Bang bang bang. Wang Chong could faintly hear a violent sound coming from inside. About 2 or 3 seconds after he knocked on the door, the sound of fighting stopped. And then the door was opened. Zhu Shizhou appeared in front of Wang Chong, panting. Brother Zhu, it's time to eat. Wang Chong just pulled the corners of his mouth to smile. But the next second, he immediately widened his eyes. It was hot. This was the first thing Wang Chong noticed. The moment the door of the room opened, a heat wave came out of the room and rushed straight at him. When Wang Chong reacted, he realized that this heat wave was not because the air conditioner was turned on in the room, but the heat evaporated from the sweat of Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was soaked and appeared in front of Wang Chong with his upper body naked. The whole person carried uncomfortable heat and breathed heavily and long. Is it time to eat? At this time, Wang Chong first saw that Zhu Shizhou's body lines and outlines hidden under his clothes were not the expected muscular body, but more like a refugee who had not eaten for 7 days and 7 nights. His entire upper body was so thin that his ribs protruded, and it seemed that he could be knocked down with one punch. However, strangely, the two bodyguards behind Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward and subconsciously blocked Wang Chong with their bodies. Huh? What's wrong? Wang Chong asked, but he didn't even notice that his body stiffened a lot. No. Nothing. The two bodyguards looked at each other, frightened, and quickly retreated. When they retreated, they realized that the subconscious action just now came entirely from the strong sense of oppression emanating from Zhu Shizhou. This comes from the survival instinct of living things. When seeing an invincible ferocious beast, even humans who have been influenced by civilization since childhood will sense danger. This is the current situation. They sense the ferocious momentum of the approaching beast from Zhu Shizhou, as if he would open his bloody mouth and launch a fatal attack on them in the next moment. This is completely different from the state when they saw him in the morning. Zhu Shizhou did not restrain his momentum at this time, which made the two bodyguards feel the danger from the bottom of their hearts. Zhu Shizhou glanced at the two bodyguards lightly, and this glance made the bodyguards unconsciously tense up. Wang Chong swallowed his saliva. Brother Zhu, your body. Hearing Wang Chong's question, Zhu Shizhou put on a tired smile on his face and replied, "It's normal. This is what happens when fat is consumed intensively in a short period of time." Oh! Wang Chong said he understood, but he was shocked in his heart. Are you kidding me? This is too exaggerated. Zhu Shizhou looks like two different people now, and in the morning, Zhu Shizhou's eye sockets are now sunken. His cheekbones are prominent, and the flesh on his cheeks is sunken. His skinny appearance makes Wang Chong suspect that the Zhu Shizhou he sees now is a fake. Is this the result of consuming fat in a short period of time? Can a normal person consume so much fat in just one day? This is ridiculous. Zhu Shizhou didn't know Wang Chong was shocked. He smiled at Wang Chong and said, "Wait a minute. I'll take a shower and change clothes first. You can come in and sit down first." "Oh, okay." Wang Chong nodded subconsciously and followed Zhu Shizhou, who turned around and entered the room. However, the moment he stepped on the floor of the room, Wang Chong felt something was wrong. Looking down, the blanket was wet, as if the ceiling was leaking and the floor was wet. The sultry air was filled with the smell of salty sweat. He looked at the other floors in the room in shock. Every place seemed to have been washed by a heavy rain. When he stepped on them, there would be a snap sound like stepping into a puddle. This. Seeing Wang Chong's shocked gaze, he also looked down at the ground and then explained, "Oh, it's no big deal. I just drank more water and exercised for a while." "You call this exercise?" Wang Chong stood there in shock again, unable to speak for a long time. Then, Wang Chong noticed the other two heavy breathing sounds coming from the room. The two black soldiers stood in the corner of the room. Although their exposed eyes were still indifferent, their chests kept rising and falling, showing that they had also experienced very intense exercise. And Wang Chong also noticed that the momentum of the two black soldiers at this time seemed more terrifying than Zhu Shizhou. Just by touching the side of the two black soldiers, Wang Chong felt the tremor of fear from the depths of his soul. The two bodyguards behind him froze in place at this time, and even subconsciously held their breath. Before entering the bathroom, Zhu Shizhou turned back and shouted to the two black soldiers, "Hey, you two, relax a little." After these words came out, the two black soldiers seemed to have just woken up from a dream and restrained their momentum. Wang Chong and his bodyguards subconsciously began to breathe again, but the faint fear that remained in their hearts made their hands and feet cold and their heartbeats accelerated. Gurgle. Wang Chong felt that he was now dry-mouthed and restless. In this oppressive and deadly room, the sound of the bathroom shower running was heard. It was not until almost 10 minutes later, when the bathroom door was reopened, that the atmosphere in the room finally changed. From beginning to end, Wang Chong stood there like a wooden man, not daring to move. Just like when he encountered alien insects in the wild on his 25th birthday, the crisis between life and death made him tremble all over and unable to move. Compared with the reason he told Zhu Shizhou that he wanted to become a black soldier, this reason was more real now. He was too weak. So weak that he didn't even have the ability to resist in the crisis of life and death. After taking a shower, Zhu Shizhou came out of the bathroom and walked to the closet in slippers. Opening the closet, he picked out a set of casual clothes and put them on. Then he walked to Wang Chong's side and patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, with the natural smile he had seen in the morning on his face. "Let's go and eat." Wang Chong raised his trembling hands to wipe the cold sweat, and squeezed out a pale smile on his face. "I'm fine." Chapter 98, Bad Friends. Inside the restaurant, there are 16 decks on the luxury cruise ship, and there are dozens of restaurants. The most luxurious one is the indoor restaurant on the 15th floor. Here are 5-star chefs from all over the world. When guests have needs, No matter how unique the taste is, the chefs can adjust the dishes according to the guests' tastes. The task of the chefs tonight is to make delicious and nutritious dishes to present to customers. If they hear such broad requirements normally, they will slap them directly without being told by others. But who can blame the owner for making such a request? There is no way. The chefs all use their own housekeeping skills. More than a dozen world-famous chefs help the most experienced chef, and finally prepare a series of dishes waiting to be served. So, Zhu Shizhou saw the most advanced food he had ever seen in his life. What was now in front of Zhu Shizhou was a brown steak cut into vertical strips, with a highly saturated brown sauce on top, and a rich aroma. Just the smell made Zhu Shizhou's stomach feel physically hungry and grumble. Zhu Shizhou took the knife and fork and cut a large piece directly into his mouth. Zhu Shizhou had only one thought about the taste. The meat was salty. That was it. Obviously, the taste buds had all the taste that a normal person should have. And the meat in the mouth was also very good. Just taking a small bite would make people feel that the meat was juicy and exuded an extremely rich taste. But the nerve signals transmitted to the brain were all transformed into the simplest evaluation: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. Zhu Shizhou could only use these most basic concepts to describe the meat in his mouth. The rich taste did not cause the brain to instinctively feel happy. He just knew that he was chewing a piece of meat. That's all. Well, it's delicious. Zhu Shizhou smiled and gave his evaluation. The chef standing at the dining table also breathed a sigh of relief. It's delicious. It's my honor to serve you. The middle-aged chef didn't know where Zhu Shizhou came from, but he knew that if his dish as a chef could not satisfy this guest, he might be laid off tomorrow. Fortunately, it seemed that the guest's evaluation was not bad. Wang Chong also took a fork and poked a small piece of beef into his mouth, explaining like a food connoisseur, "This is the best Kobe beef. Apart from anything else, I have eaten so-called Kobe beef all over the world, and most of them give me the feeling that they are fake products. But I can guarantee that the beef on this ship is absolutely genuine. They are all freshly slaughtered from the Kobe beef slaughterhouse, and then transported to this ship by helicopter. Even though the distance is far, we have used the most advanced preservation technology to not damage the texture of the meat. It's really delicious." Zhu Shizhou gave Wang Chong a thumbs up. However, when the chef looked at the two black soldiers sitting next to the dining table, his eyebrows twitched. Why don't these two guests eat? The black soldier glanced at the chef coldly. His eyes were no different from looking at dead things. The chef was immediately frightened and stepped back repeatedly, his face pale. One of the black soldiers directly picked up the plate and left his seat, while the other black soldier still sat upright in the same place, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Wang Chong looked at the black soldier who was leaving, and was a little confused for a moment. "Wait, what are you going to do?" The chef's voice sounded in the restaurant. Everyone looked over and saw the chef chasing him. He was trembling with cold sweat on his face and stopped in front of the black soldier. The black soldier stood still with the steak that was still emitting heat. The two of them were standing at the door of the toilet. The black soldier replied coldly with two words: "Eat." "Eat in the toilet?" The chef's voice was distorted with fear. He suspected that the man dressed in black and wearing a mask was going to go to the toilet directly to throw away the steak. However, the black soldier's answer was still concise and powerful. "Yes, chef." "Move aside." Zhu Shizhou retracted his gaze and said to the chef, "My friend just doesn't want his face to be seen. Don't make a fuss." The chef was originally very scared, but after listening to Zhu Shizhou's words, he hesitated for a long time and finally chose to move aside. As a top chef, his spiritual quality finally lost to the instinct of survival. He didn't want the guests to eat in the toilet, but the guests' habits were too strange, and he couldn't stop them. Wang Chong muttered in a low voice, "Is it so strictly confidential? Even eating has to avoid other people's sight?" Hee. Zhu Shizhou smiled faintly. "Don't talk about you. Even I haven't seen what they look like." Wang Chong couldn't complain. As a non-staff member, he certainly could not understand the strict confidentiality of the Black Soldier organization. Black soldiers are a type of soldier that has eliminated all sense of presence in society. Once they become black soldiers, their real faces cannot appear in the eyes of others, and they even have to abandon their names and call themselves by code names instead. So how could the black soldier reveal his face in front of Wang Chong under surveillance? Zhu Shizhou guessed that even if the black soldier went to the toilet to eat, he might have to check whether there were any hidden cameras in the toilet. He said to Wang Chong, Don't worry about him. He will be back soon. Okay. Wang Chong stopped talking halfway through his words. Because the black soldier came out of the toilet. Oh my god. So fast? Of course. After all, they eat to eat, not to enjoy the deliciousness of food. When they eat, they just need to force the food into their mouths and swallow it. The black soldier who came out of the toilet put the plate on the table. And the other black soldier picked up the plate and walked to the toilet. Not long after, he came back with an empty plate and sat back in his seat. But, even so, aren't they afraid of indigestion? It doesn't matter. Because the black soldiers not only have the peak physical fitness of humans, but also their digestive ability. Wang Chong admitted that he was envious at this moment. Strong digestion means that the body can absorb nutrients faster. And after exercise, the muscles will be much stronger than ordinary people. He looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was skinny in his current state. He had no doubt that Zhu Shizhou would be able to replenish his body's consumption by eating for a few more days, restore his original state, and even become stronger. Forget it. It seems that they didn't enjoy the delicious food much. What a pity. Zhu Shizhou nodded and smiled. It's really a pity. Although he couldn't enjoy the delicious food. Just as the two were happily eating steak. Suddenly, several noisy voices were heard outside the restaurant. Brother Chong? Brother Chong? Where are you? Xiao Wang. Why don't you come and greet me? Your grandpa? Wang Chong. Get out of here. Uh-huh. I found it. Here. Only here are bodyguards guarding. The door of the restaurant was pushed open. Zhu Shizhou and Wang Chong looked at the door, and saw a group of young men and women of similar age. A total of 8 people appeared at the door. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's eyes met their collective eyes. However, they only glanced at Zhu Shizhou, and then cast their eyes on Wang Chong. Brother Wang, you are so mean. We tolerated that you didn't invite us to the sea parade. But you didn't come to greet us when we arrived on the ship. And we tolerated that. But you hid here and ate delicious food without inviting us. I think you have become arrogant recently. Are you looking down on us, or what? Wang Chong was very upset. And looked at Zhu Shizhou helplessly. And then looked at his friends helplessly. Go away. Can't you see I'm busy? Busy? Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was still calmly eating with a knife and fork. Some people who wanted to speak frankly asked directly, who is this? Although the question was straightforward. But no one spoke rudely. Everyone was not a fool. The guests who could be treated so seriously by Wang Chong were definitely not small minions. Not to mention that there were 2 black soldiers sitting on the left and right of Zhu Shizhou, who were dressed tightly and were obviously not ordinary people. They just want an explanation. Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shizhou again. It was because of this situation that he didn't want Zhu Shizhou to meet his friends. It was hard to find an excuse. Facing Wang Chong's pleading eyes, Zhu Shizhou said, I'm a nobody. No need to mention it. After that, he stuffed the last piece of steak into his mouth, and then looked at the chef. Next dish. The chef nodded quickly, and went to the kitchen to bring out the next dish. The next dish was still a meat dish. A large lobster was cut into more than 10 pieces of meat. The front and back of each piece of lobster meat were inlaid with emerald green and very thin cucumber slices, and then wrapped with dozens of circles of tender golden chicken shreds, and then drizzled with rich meat sauce. Each piece was neatly stacked in the center of the plate, surrounded by cucumber slices sprinkled with fine white sugar. This dish. The chef was about to introduce it. It's a bit too little, Zhu Shizhou said. I'm not used to such delicate food. The appearance of a dish is meaningless to me. If you want to serve dishes, I suggest serving dishes that can quickly fill my stomach. The chef was choked and looked at Wang Chong with a helpless expression. Oh my god. Who is this person? So arrogant? Everyone who was ignored felt unhappy at the same time. If it were usual, they would have started to criticize him. But now they still kept their rationality. Seeing Zhu Shizhou ignoring them so arrogantly, no matter how unhappy they were, they had to endure it for Wang Chong's sake. Zhu Shizhou stabbed the lobster meat on the plate with a fork, opened his mouth wide, and stuffed it all into his mouth in one breath. Starving ghost reincarnation. Someone whispered softly. Wang Chong instantly glared at them with sharp eyes. But for a moment, he couldn't tell who said it. Zhu Shizhou didn't care, swallowed the food in his mouth, and grinned at the 8 young men and women. Everyone, sit down and eat together? Chapter 99, Gambling. Wang Chong was now quite embarrassed. Not only because of Zhu Shizhou's attitude of ignoring his friends, but also because he was questioned by these bad friends in front of Zhu Shizhou. Perhaps to return the favor. Zhu Shizhou's previous disregard for them. The 8 men and women also chose to ignore Zhu Shizhou. Walked over and sat down, acting quite arrogant, and chatted with Wang Chong as if he didn't exist. Brother Chong, why did you suddenly think of going on a sea cruise? Did you encounter some happy event? Come on. If there is a happy event, why don't you show off to us? I think this guy just wants to take a break. He just resigned from the position of chairman and went on a sea cruise. I think Brother Wang is just eager to enjoy himself. It's a pity that he didn't think of us when enjoying himself. Why don't you continue to be the chairman? Oh, yes. It's the same for us anyway. Usually when I invite you to open an arty, you say you are too busy with work. Wang Chong was overwhelmed by what he heard. Okay. You guys. I just didn't invite you. There's no need to be so sarcastic. Wang Chong looked at one of the curly-haired young men. Xiao Lu. You're the most vicious. So stop talking. The curly-haired young man named Xiao Lu laughed. Hey. You can hold a sea parade without telling us. But you can't let us say a few words? What? Do you think we will lower the style of your banquet? Wang Chong rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Don't think I don't know that you were the one who muttered that sentence at the door just now. Xiao Lu was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Chong to be so disrespectful. He said stubbornly, What did I mutter? Did you say that starving ghost reincarnation? At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Something was wrong. Wang Chong's behavior was very wrong. They finally focused their attention on Zhu Shizhou again. This skinny young man was wolfing down the next dish. Not only did he look rude, but he also had a bold and unrestrained momentum. Seeing everyone's eyes shifting over, Zhu Shizhou swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth and said to them, Why are you looking at me? If you want to chat, chat. Don't care about my feelings. The way I eat does look like a starving ghost reincarnated. There's nothing to be said. Everyone, especially Xiao Lu who had previously called Zhu Shizhou a starving ghost, was suddenly relieved of most of their anger. Sorry. I'm just a bit outspoken. I don't mean any harm. As the middleman, Wang Chong was also slightly relieved. He was still worried that Xiaola's words would annoy Zhu Shizhou. At this time, a girl lifted her hair and smiled and winked at Wang Chong. Why? Don't you want to introduce yourself? Wang Chong was crazy again. What to introduce? Brother Zhu. You are my brother. What do you mean? How should I make up a reason? Wang Chong was obviously undecided. Zhu Shizhou's previous self-introduction was nobody. And he didn't even tell them his name, let alone his identity. So how should he make up Zhu Shizhou's identity to make it seem reasonable? When he cast a look of help to Zhu Shizhou, he saw Zhu Shizhou also looking at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to introduce himself. Wang Chong was completely numb. Fortunately, he had an idea in a flash. The first thing he remembered was everything he had seen in the room just now, and Zhu Shizhou's explosive fighting power on the ring in the morning. He is a fighting master. A teacher I recently invited. Wang Chong winked at Zhu Shizhou secretly, and made a distorted expression. Right. Teacher? Not a fighting master. Zhu Shizhou quickly accepted this setting and said modestly, since Wang Chong was arranged by Su Feng to lead the plan, he would not interfere too much with Wang Chong's decision-making. He decided to cooperate with Wang Chong's arrangement. However, as soon as this was said, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Fighting master. Brother Chong. You are afraid that you have been deceived. Right? Oh my god. I thought this person was someone else. With this small body, I can beat 2 at a time. 2? You are too weak. Right? I can beat 10. The laughter of the people in the room was very harsh. Wang Chong couldn't help but slap the table, blushing and shouting, What are you laughing at? Show some respect to my teacher. No, Brother Chong. Xiao Lu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He is a fighting master? If he is a fighting master, I will jump off the boat and swim naked in the sea for an hour. I was shocked when I saw you being so serious before. So this is what happened. Some people even showed contempt for Zhu Shizhou. Hey, are you a charlatan? How dare you cheat our brother Wang? Some people sneered at the 2 black soldiers around Zhu Shizhou. Whose characters are these 2 SY? They look quite impressive. The girl who had spoken to Wang Chong earlier deliberately gave him some face. Don't laugh. Everyone. Each martial arts school has its own characteristics. You don't have to be full of muscles to defeat the enemy. I heard that many Japanese Aikido masters are skinny old men. Wang Chong finally couldn't help but interrupt the ridicule of the crowd. The teacher's kung fu is genuine. This is what I have personally experienced. If you don't believe it, you can also try it. I guarantee that you will be beaten so badly that you can't even call your mother when you go to the ring. Come on. Don't talk about going to the ring. Just do it here now. Xiaolu rolled up his sleeves and stood up from his seat. Hey, do you dare to fight me now? Zhu Shizhou put down the knife and fork in his hand and looked around. Here? Yes. Right here. It doesn't matter where it is. Anyway, I think I can knock you down with a few moves. Xiaolu turned around and joked to Wang Chong. Brother Wang, if I knock your teacher down, can I also be your teacher? Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shizhou and saw that he didn't look unhappy. He was still smiling. He couldn't figure out Zhu Shizhou's mood for a while. He waved his hand impatiently at Xiaolu, who was making trouble. You have to beat the teacher first. A young man with earrings hugged his female companion and laughed and said, there must be a prize. Right? You don't have to bet money. It's boring to just watch the fight. Xiaolu said. I said before. If this guy is really a fighting master, I will jump off the boat and swim naked in the sea for an hour. Keep my word. The man with the earrings smiled and looked at Zhu Shizhou. What about you? Master? He even emphasized the word master deliberately. And the sarcasm was evident. Zhu Shizhou still had that faint smile on his face. And he opened his mouth and uttered a very clear sentence. If I lose, I will give my life to you. The noise of the crowd gradually quieted down. What did you say? After a while, the man with the earrings suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said, if I lose, I will give my life to you. Whatever you do. Kill me. Drive me as a slave. Or even let me commit suicide. I will not have any complaints. And I will do everything as you say. Zhu Shizhou took the napkin to wipe the oil on his mouth and looked at Xiaolu calmly. But if I win, I don't want you to go swimming. It doesn't make sense to me. I just need you to introduce yourself well and make friends with me. Chapter 100 Another instant kill. It must be said that Zhu Shizhou's words just now shocked him a little. If you lose, you will lose your life. This statement, combined with Zhu Shizhou's calm expression and eyes, a sense of oppression descended on everyone for no reason, making them subconsciously hold their breath for a short time. Then, Xiaolu realized that he was actually frightened by this guy, and was a little angry for a while. Don't do so many useless things. If you are not afraid, practice with me. Don't worry. Zhu Shizhou stood up from his seat, walked slowly and firmly to a distance of 10 meters away from the round dining table, stood still, turned around and looked at Xiaolu. Let's start here. There are no rules. It doesn't matter whether you use fists or legs. Let's fight quickly. Xiaolu was so angry that he laughed. Wang Chong looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little familiar, and then came to his senses. Wasn't that what happened to his previous bodyguard? He was angered by Zhu Shizhou's contemptuous attitude, and then attacked angrily, but was killed in just a few moves. History is similar. Zhu Shizhou is now just repeating his previous behavior, and the target has become his friend Xiaolu. What he didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou did it on purpose. After Wang Chong said that he was a fighting master, he decided to test Wang Chong's friends. After all, in terms of convenience, if he is a member of another faction hiding in the dark, then Wang Chong's friends will become the most useful tools. It can be said that these people naturally have a certain degree of threat, which may affect this escort operation. Zhu Shizhou's probing of these people was just a temporary plan. It was not very thorough, but at least it could preliminarily determine whether these people were normal or not. Xiaolu stood in front of Zhu Shizhou. Brother Chong, you are the referee. You shout start. Wang Chong said coldly. You will regret it later. Wait until I expose the true face of this liar, and see who regrets it. Wang Chong was helpless and shouted start. Zhu Shizhou did not move, but Xiaolu exerted force on his feet and suddenly jumped out. Wang Chong sneered in his heart. Even if Brother Zhu was weak now, he was not someone like you who could defeat him. He could not imagine that a person who could even seize the opportunity to attack his opponent when he blinked would be defeated by a person without any fighting foundation. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhu Shizhou counterattacked Xiaolu, who was rushing towards him. When Xiaolu was about to punch his skinny cheek, he gently pushed his hand away. then staggered and hit Xiaola's abdomen with his knee bent. Puff! Xiaola couldn't hold it in and spit it out. Zhu Shizhou gently kicked Xiao Li's knee again. Due to inertia, Xiaola knelt on one knee on the ground. Zhu Shizhou was standing next to him, looking down at him. His expression was still calm. In an instant, the whole huge restaurant was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Oh my god! It's over! Finally, someone muttered. Xiao Lu, who was kneeling on one knee, was also confused. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Zhu Shizhou and met the pair of indifferent eyes. The other party looked at him as if he was looking at an object, not a living human being. The young man with earrings was also shocked. But then he shook his head and forced out the shock in his heart. Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Are your legs weak? With his eyesight, he couldn't see more details. Xiaola knelt on the ground in just a second. As for what happened, he didn't see it clearly. He thought that Xiao Li's legs were weak, and he fell down because he exerted too much force. No. Just now. Xiaola started to speak, but immediately stopped and stammered. What happened just now? He was as confused as Wang Chong before. He was also killed instantly when he met him. And he was also unaware of it. No. In fact, he still felt something. At least he felt that he was kicked in the bend of his leg. He also saw Zhu Shizhou lightly push away his fist. That kind of exaggerated reaction ability is not something that ordinary people can have. What happened just now? The young man with earrings looked at the other shocked friends beside him. The friends shook their heads and said, I don't know. I don't know how Xiaola fell to his knees. Awesome. The latter praise was of course not for Xiaola, who was killed instantly, but for Zhu Shizhou. They didn't expect that this skinny guy who seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind could make Xiaola fall down in an instant. Although they didn't know what happened, it didn't stop them from being amazed and praising. The young man with earrings didn't believe in it, pushed away the female companion beside him, and stood up from his seat. Practice with me? Some people just don't believe in it unless they experience it themselves. Wang Chong's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Xiaola shouted, Wait a minute. I was careless just now. Let's do it again. The young man with earrings frowned. You lost? So you lost? Can you stop denying it? Let me do it. No. I'll do it. I just felt weak. Really? The young man with earrings was speechless. You were careless and weak. Can you find a good excuse? Looking at the two people arguing, Zhu Shizhou suddenly smiled. Forget it. You two can fight together. What? Since you two can't decide who will fight me, just fight together. I don't care. You don't care? The young man with earrings was angry. And Xiaola was in a bad mood to begin with. And he was also angry when he heard this. Yes. I don't care. I'll go. Beat him. A young man in white casual clothes at the table behind also shouted. Zhu Shizhou looked at the people at the table. If you don't accept it, you can also fight together. How much he underestimated them. But after all, the men and women at the table behind still kept their sanity. It was embarrassing enough to bully a man who looked weak. And now they were asked to attack him. What a joke. They couldn't afford to lose this man. But the angry young man with earrings and Xiaola didn't care. You said it? The two rushed up from the left and right to deal with these two people. Zhu Shizhou didn't make any extra moves, and still stood in place. When the two were close, he slowly dodged Xiaola's fist and the whip kick of the young man with earrings. When dodging, he quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Xiaola's collar with his left hand, grabbed the trouser leg of the young man with earrings with his right hand, and swung it to the middle. The young man with earrings was pulled by Zhu Shizhou and kicked Xiaola's chest, and then split in the air. Xiao Lu was kicked and lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before the young man with earrings could be shocked, Zhu Shizhou let go of his hand, and he lost his balance and fell on his buttocks. The people at the table were stunned, and no one spoke for a long time. Wang Chong laughed, feeling a sense of pleasure in being slapped in the face. This is my teacher. I told you. He is a fighting master. If any of you want to try it, you can go and try it. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you go, the result will probably be the same. I was wrong. This is a big guy. The young man in white casual clothes shook his head in amazement. He was the one who made the most noise before. But now, he is the first to change his tone. The girl who had said it more tactfully before laughed out loud. Xian Ziel and Sun Haoran. You are good looking but useless. Ji Hui. Don't say sarcastic words. Qian Ziel stood up, rubbing his buttocks and cursing. Sun Haoran looked ugly, and his face was almost bleeding from shame and anger. Qian Ziel was about to help Sun Haoran, but he was slapped away by him. Huh? Sun Haoran? Did you pull a key part or what? Can't stand up? Sun Haoran clamped his legs together and said nothing. However, the sharp-eyed Qian Ziel found the clue, and then his originally depressed mood disappeared, replaced by a surprise, like discovering a new world. Ha 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 ha, this guy, he opened his crotch. Shut up. Sun Haoran shouted angrily, and wearing red underwear. You are so coquettish. Get lost. Sun Haoran stood up with a sullen face, and then, as if to change the subject, he casually arched his hands to Zhu Shizhou. Sorry. I didn't recognize the great man before. He was actually a little unwilling, but his legs were already open, and even if he wanted to continue fighting, he would only humiliate himself. Qian Ziel was convinced, and this time he restrained the smile on his face, turned around and scratched his face. Master, just treat what I said before as farting. I'm sorry. As if he was not used to such a serious apology. Qian Ziel added a joke. Master, teach me a few tricks when you have time. At this time, Wang Chong stood up and made a joke. If you also get into it, you can only be my junior brother. Brother Chong, you are really a dog. I thought you meant a fake master, but you didn't expect it to be a real master. Wang Chong spread his hands. I warned you a long time ago, but you didn't believe it. Qian Ziel raised his middle finger to Wang Chong. Everyone returned to their seats. Zhu Shizhou picked up the knife and fork and continued to eat. This time, no one said that he was a reincarnated ghost who died of starvation. Instead, they felt that Zhu Shizhou's unrestrained actions revealed a heroic demeanor. Master, do you have a terminal illness? Why do you look so thin? As soon as Qian Ziel opened his mouth, he said something that made everyone's eyebrows twitch. This was too poisonous. If they didn't know that this kid often spoke poisonous words unconsciously, they would probably think that he still hated Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou didn't care. His answer was very expert. No, this is my practice. The girl asked with interest. Practice? Like the ascetic monk? Zhu Shizhou quickly stuffed the food into his mouth while talking nonsense. I guess so. Only when you are on the verge of death can you touch your physiological limit more clearly. So I often starve myself to the limit before eating. Don't imitate me. Ordinary people can't learn it. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou with more awe. Even Wang Chong, who knew Zhu Shizhou's identity, doubted whether Zhu Shizhou was telling the truth. Zhu Shizhou swallowed the food in his mouth and felt the stomach gradually filling up. The hungry cells in his body cheered, and the digestive system in his body began to work at full capacity, converting the food in the stomach into power to fill his limbs. He looked at everyone sincerely. Let's not talk about me first. It's time to fulfill the bet now? We agreed before that if you lose, you can introduce yourself and make friends with me. Chapter 101. Su Feng still remained suspicious. Zhu Shizhou opened his eyes. He returned to the headquarters of the Black Soldier Organization. In front of him was a paper intelligence report on the Illuminescent Island training base. Yes, he died again. This time he committed suicide again. In order to confirm which time point the death on November 7th would return to after the retracement point was updated, Zhu Shizhou talked nonsense with Wang Chong's friends at the dinner table, and then stabbed his chest with a knife in their shocked and puzzled eyes. The two black soldiers seemed to be shocked once, and hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding but to no avail. So Zhu Shizhou died at 23:55 on the evening of November 7th. And now he has returned at 10 o'clock in the morning of November 7th. It seems that the retracement point cannot be reversed. Zhu Shizhou silently came to this expected bad conclusion. Not being able to reverse the time point means that no matter what you do in the future, you need to ensure that your decision is correct in the general direction of the future. In order to keep the rollback point from updating, he can only roll back for 38 hours at most. For example, from 10 a.m. on November 7th to 12 p.m. on November 8th. The limit of a rollback is only this much time. If he encounters a situation that cannot be recovered in just 38 hours in the future, it will be useless even if he can roll back infinitely. This is a realistic and terrible conclusion. Click. At this time, Su Feng pushed the door and entered like an actor who was arranged to act. See. Su Feng glanced at the paper report on Zhu Shizhou's desk. I didn't see it. Zhu Shizhou interrupted Su Feng. Su Feng frowned. Our time. Why let Wang Chong make his own plan instead of you arranging all the details? Zhu Shizhou made Su Feng realize something with one sentence. Did you predict it? Su Feng's tone fluctuated more than the previous round. Zhu Shizhou calmly compared the difference between Su Feng in the previous round and the Su Feng in his memory, and then noticed the insignificant change on Su Feng's face. Why? Su Feng's reaction was different despite predicting the future. The only difference between the two rounds was that this time he said something more in-depth. Before, he only predicted that Wang Chong was a non-staff member of the Black Soldier organization and was going to use a luxury cruise ship to carry them to the training base. But now, he knew that the plan was actually arranged by Wang Chong himself. To what extent did you predict it? Su Feng's question changed. Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Feng, and his resolute expression showed some expectation, looking forward to him predicting more things. That's all. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou finally understood Su Feng's trick. Su Feng didn't want to use him to do anything, but wanted to test the limit of his precognitive ability. This was a blind spot in Zhu Shizhou's thinking that he had not discovered before. As far as Su Feng knew, he had a sudden change in style on the 6th. In the predicted future, he died in the doomsday on the 7th. In other words, from the time he came into contact with Su Feng to now, Zhu Shizhou's limit of predicting the future was only 24 hours. So from Su Feng's perspective, how far into the future he can predict is still unknown. According to Su Feng's personality, will he really let go of this important issue? So how much value he has as a person who can predict the future depends on how far into the future he can predict. Is it only this far? Su Feng relaxed his frown and seemed to have made some judgment. Forget it. Let's go according to the plan. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes and sat still in his seat. Su Feng, can we be more sincere to each other? Su Feng asked. What do you mean? I'm not sincere enough? I know you are a man who judges something based on evidence. But I think if you have something you want to know, you can ask me first, instead of verifying it with actions without saying a word. Su Feng shook his head and said indifferently, I don't understand what you are talking about. If I set off this time, what will you do? Or what good show will I see on the ship? Hee. The reason why you don't make plans yourself is very simple. You know that Wang Chong can't beat me, and he can't beat the enemies of other factions in the dark. So once you make a plan and hand it over to Wang Chong, the plan will definitely fail with him. Zhu Shizhou didn't wait for Su Feng to answer, and continued, but didn't you really do anything? Although Wang Chong's plan is generally correct, it is really crude. You can't ignore such obvious loopholes. So I guess you must have made some arrangements for Wang Chong's plan in secret. Su Feng still stubbornly put on a resolute poker face. Your guess is quite interesting. But there is no evidence. Yes, I have no evidence. But I don't need evidence. I just need to suspect that you actually have some arrangements for the plan, which is enough for me. Another question is, I am so important in your plan, but you ordered the 2 black soldiers escorting me to contact you only in an emergency. Su Feng asked, what's wrong with that? Zhu Shizhou said, I suspect you are going to arrange people on the ship. But not those 2 black soldiers. But others. Su Feng still had a blank expression. Why should I do this? This is purely unnecessary. Because you don't believe me. You don't believe me who can predict the future. Zhu Shizhou also looked at Su Feng blankly. I can predict the future, which means I can deceive you. And I can also deceive the black soldiers around me. So instead of letting the black soldiers convey wrong information to you, you can simply choose to arrange for others to observe and monitor me more decisively. Right? I said before that all this is just your conjecture. An unfounded imagination. Yes, I don't have any evidence. But the problem is that I am not confronting you now. You are too suspicious and calculating all the time. You don't even inject drugs to keep yourself ruthless. Aren't you really tired? Uh-huh. I really didn't expect that one day I would be concerned about my mental state by a heartless and ruthless machine. Su Feng shook his head and laughed. Then, the two were silent for a while. You want to know what I'm thinking, right? Thinking is not the right word. To be more precise, I need to know. I don't have any desires anymore. All the curiosity in your eyes is just to get information to ensure my survival in the future. Perhaps Su Feng felt bored. So he said to Zhu Shizhou, I can tell you that if my choice can change the future you foresee and get a more satisfactory answer to me, then it doesn't matter if I tell you. Say. Su Feng walked in front of Zhu Shizhou, put his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "You guessed? Yes, I am indeed testing the limits of your ability. Your ability to predict the future is very unscientific, at least beyond my understanding. I never believe in good things that fall from the sky. If I don't know your ability, how can I dare to use it boldly? Can you actively predict the future? What is the price of predicting the future? How far into the future can you predict at most? What are the trigger conditions for you to predict the future? Which organ or gene in your body does the ability to predict the future come from?" And Su Feng bent down and stared at Zhu Shizhou. "Are you really a human? Or some creature disguised as a human?" Chapter 102 Seize the dominance in 1 minute. The ability to predict the future was too incredible. Su Feng reluctantly believed it. But new doubts arose. His suspicious personality made Su Feng unable to completely trust Zhu Shizhou. So he wanted to test him all the time. "I am a human. A real human," Zhu Shizhou answered calmly. "Who knows? Although our investigation can confirm that you were born, grew up and lived as a normal person, it does not mean that you are really a human. Maybe you don't even know what kind of creature you are. The judgment that you are a human is just your wishful thinking. However, all of this is a secondary issue." Su Feng stood up again. "What's more important is how far into the future you can predict." "Sure enough, it's the same as I thought before," Zhu Shizhou thought indifferently. "You are right. I cannot let Wang Chong handle the escort plan. You and Wang Chong are just baits I threw out. In fact, there are more than 2 black soldiers in the escort. I am indeed going to arrange for people to board the ship and hide among the thousands of passengers who are about to board the ship. I will not tell you the specific number of people, nor their identities. If you want to know, use your ability to predict the future to find out the identities of these people. But if you can't do it, then I will conclude that you can only predict the future for 1 day at most." Su Feng gave a light conclusion. "This has no effect on the overall plan, but it can affect your value in my eyes. This is the answer you want." Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and asked, "What if I can only predict the future of 1 day?" Su Feng said, "Then your strategic significance will be greatly reduced. I will not give you more autonomy in related plans. And you can only become a tool who cannot decide the direction of action. Am I not a tool now? You should understand the difference between tools and strategic weapons." Zhu Shizhou was silent for a while. And then Su Feng added, "I actually expect you to show higher value. But if you can't, I won't be disappointed. Because you are just a patch for the original plan at the moment. This is the truest thought of the radicals." Zhu Shizhou thought so. He never forgot his position. His position was not exactly the same as Su Feng's. Both of them wanted to survive the alien insect crisis. But after the alien insect crisis, how to face the world's enemies. Both of them tacitly did not mention it. Before the injection of the drug, Zhu Shizhou was a conservative. But after the injection of the drug, he became the survivors that he hated the most, and that Su Feng despised the most. Whether conservatives or survivors, their positions will not be exactly the same as the Black Soldier Organization, a radical organization that represents the will of countries around the world. Just to reverse the plan once, Zhu Shizhou had to pay the price of temporarily losing his emotions. What if he wanted the organization to make greater changes, or even completely led by him? The Black Soldier Organization has more than one Su Feng. Not to mention that Su Feng is only a frontline commander. So, should he show greater value to influence Su Feng's decision? Su Feng's secret arrangement is actually not very difficult to understand. As long as he died enough times, he could always find the people arranged by Su Feng by exhaustive method. Su Feng now firmly believed that he could not find those people with his ability to predict only 1 day. But on the other hand, if he found those people, it would prove that the limit of his predictive ability was not just 1 day. Should he pay the price of countless deaths to show his ability to Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou boarded the ship with thoughts. Before leaving the submarine, he looked back at Su Feng's expression. Su Feng still lied. He said that if Zhu Shizhou could not show greater value, he would not be disappointed. But now, what Zhu Shizhou saw was Su Feng with a disappointed face. Perhaps in Su Feng's eyes, whether he could not predict the future further, or he knew it but concealed it from him, the result would be the same. Zhu Shizhou suddenly thought that what this man was carrying on his shoulders was the abandoned future of mankind. From the beginning to the end, Su Feng was saving not the world, but the human beings abandoned by various countries outside the Ark plan. If he could not die and go back, then would he be among the people he was going to save? Hello. I am Zhu Shizhou. On the boat, Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to extend his hand to Wang Chong. You are Wang Chong. Right? I know you. Faced with Zhu Shizhou, who was smiling brightly, Wang Chong was stunned at first. And then he also extended his hand. Hello. Hello. I am a non-staff member of our organization, responsible for the cover mission of this operation. I know. Anyway, let's go eat first. I'm hungry. Wang Chong was stunned again. He didn't expect that the target of this cover operation would ask for food right away. Wait. This ship is quite big. I'll take you, huh? At the elevator entrance on the ground floor, Zhu Shizhou pressed the 15th floor. Wang Chong had just entered the elevator, and was stunned again when he saw the number on the elevator button. Brother Zhu, you are lucky. The 15th floor has the most delicious restaurant on this cruise ship. It brings together famous chefs from all over the world. No matter what you want to eat, the chefs can make dishes that accurately match your taste. Really? Then I am lucky. There was no surprise on Zhu Shizhou's face, and his smile never changed. Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shizhou, silently sizing up this young man who looked younger than him. The elevator was slowly rising, and Zhu Shizhou suddenly looked at Wang Chong. By the way, can you give me a copy of the guest list you are going to invite today? For a moment, Wang Chong's mind went blank, and he didn't react. What? The guest list you are going to invite? After confirming that he had heard correctly, Wang Chong opened his mouth slightly. No. No. How did you know? Isn't it obvious enough? First. Secondly, just like last week, Zhu Shizhou talked again. After listening, Wang Chong was speechless for a long time. To be honest, your plan is too crude. So crude that it can be seen through at a glance. And it is too simple. This. Wang Chong tapped his toes on the ground in embarrassment. His face flushed, and wanted to refute, but immediately thought of Zhu Shizhou's understated reasoning just now. I can tell you the truth. There is a big shot in the organization secretly watching this mission. Wang Chong was shocked. Big shot? Is our mission this time so important? Well, it's not that important. But, Zhu Shizhou looked around, especially the two black soldiers, and whispered in Wang Chong's ear. The organization has a plan to expand recently, and priority is given to recruiting non-staff personnel with excellent qualities. At this moment, Wang Chong immediately thought of many things. Oh my! Why did the organization suddenly give me a mission? It turns out to be... Shoo! Shut up. Zhu Shizhou suddenly glared at Wang Chong seriously. This news is top secret. If you don't want to die, don't shout it out loud. Oh! Sorry. Sorry. I understand. Wang Chong immediately looked at the two standing black soldiers with fear, then shuddered, and lowered his voice with dry mouth. But, why did you tell me this? Zhu Shizhou suddenly patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. It's a very complicated matter here. You can't grasp it. But I can guarantee that everything I said is true. Believe it or not. Alas, if this mission was not closely related to my rating in the organization, I would not want to tell you. Rating? Wang Chong's heart moved, and he became excited again in an instant. Could it be that this person is a big shot? In the first 2 rounds, Wang Chong didn't know anything about Zhu Shizhou. When Zhu Shizhou lied that he was already a black soldier reserve, Wang Chong believed it. When Zhu Shizhou said that ordinary people could also inject the black soldier's lower-level substitute potion, Wang Chong believed it again. It can be seen that Su Feng did not reveal any details about him to Wang Chong. It is precisely because of this that Zhu Shizhou was able to deceive Wang Chong with such a clumsy lie. From the previous week, we can know that Wang Chong dreams of entering the formal organization of the organization. Just as Zhu Shizhou used money to lock Du Fei. Everyone has weaknesses. Wang Chong's weakness is not money, but the desire to climb up. As long as you grasp the weakness, you can control Wang Chong. Brother Zhu, tell me about this. Will it be okay? Wang Chong looked at the two black soldiers worriedly. Haha. It's okay. They are both my people. Zhu Shizhou jokingly hit one of the black soldiers on the chest. The two black soldiers looked at each other and said nothing. Before carrying out this mission, they were given an order. During the mission, even if Zhu Shizhou has any strange behavior, don't stop him at will. Try to meet his requirements, and report if there is something you really can't decide. The current situation seems to be consistent with what the boss said. Zhu Shizhou really did something strange and lied to the non-staff members of the organization. There is no need to stop it. They thought so. With Su Feng's meticulousness, if Zhu Shizhou really had a big impact on the plan, then Su Feng would have told them to be careful not to let Zhu Shizhou have too much contact with Wang Chong. And since he didn't say it, it proves that there is no relationship. Wang Chong looked at the two black soldiers, who did not refute, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhu Shizhou spoke again. Let's get back to the point. I just said that this mission will affect whether you can become a formal staff member of the organization. And it will also affect my rating. It can be said that we are grasshoppers on the same rope. If you are the only one who can arrange this mission, I am really worried that there will be some mistakes in this mission. Alas. Hearing this, Wang Chong was immediately anxious. Brother Zhu, from now on you are my brother. Can you give me some advice on what to do? Wang Chong. Brother Zhu, you can just call me Chong. Or Xiao Wang. Okay. Chong. Zhu Shizhou accepted Wang Chong's suggestion. Let's eat first. You can sort out the list of people you are going to invite for me. I will take a quick look. Ding! The elevator is here. It only took him 1 minute to seize the initiative of this mission. If only Su Feng could be as simple as Wang Chong. Chapter 103x/2333. In the last week, Zhu Shizhou trained until 8 o'clock in the evening before he had further in-depth contact with Wang Chong. This week, he skipped this step and decided to attack Wang Chong directly from the beginning, without showing his martial arts. He just revealed his status in the organization, and Wang Chong obeyed obediently. Brother Zhu, take a look. This is the list. I plan to invite famous people from all walks of life and society. I have a media company under my name, and this level of intelligence can be easily obtained. At the dining table, Wang Chong handed Zhu Shizhou a folder. Zhu Shizhou opened the folder, which contained more than 100 pages, and each page was filled with the names, contact information, and corresponding basic information of the guests to be invited. It is recorded in great detail. Zhu Shizhou praised first. Just by looking at the guest information recorded on the first page, he knew that Wang Chong was indeed preparing this plan very seriously. Although it was not detailed enough to deeply explore everyone's life experience, it had all the basic information. This folder could be called a small intelligence library. Brother Zhu, do you think there is anything else you need to add? Please give me some advice. Zhu Shizhou stuffed the meat on the plate into his mouth and chewed it hard, flipping through the folder in his hand without saying a word. After a long while, he swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, Your overall idea is correct. I can't deny that. Wang Chong showed a secretly proud smile on his face. But, of course there is a twist. Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shizhou humbly. What I want to ask is, how do you confirm the authenticity of the intelligence you collected? Wang Chong was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhu Shizhou asked seriously. I just heard you say that your guest list was collected by your company. Right. How long did it take you to collect this information? Well, 2 or 3 hours. Wang Chong answered first, and then quickly added, Brother Zhu, are you worried that the information is collected too hastily, and the information is wrong? Don't worry about that. I won't make such a low-level mistake. In addition, this plan was decided by me temporarily. I have never told anyone. Even if someone knows that I am collecting information about these people, they can't know what I am going to arrange. Well, it seems that you still have the most basic vigilance. Zhu Shizhou nodded, and then asked again, Have you told anyone else that you are a peripheral member of the organization? No. Even your cronies don't know that you are a peripheral member of the organization? Brother Zhu, who do you mean? Wang Chong has too many cronies, and he is not sure who Zhu Shizhou is referring to. For example, Xian Ziel, Sun Haoren, Ji Hui, and Ma Chunbua. Zhu Shizhou accurately said these names. Yesterday, a group of 3 men and 5 women came to the restaurant. A total of 8 people. But after Zhu Shizhou chatted with them at the table, he knew that the only ones who were really related to Wang Chong were these 3 men and 1 woman. And the other 4 girls were all female companions brought on board by these 4 men. When Wang Chong heard these names from Zhu Shizhou, he was more convinced that Zhu Shizhou was a big shot in the organization. Otherwise, how could he know his interpersonal relationships so well? You have to know that he has never made public his personal relationships with these friends in the media. However, Zhu Shizhou actually didn't know how good the relationship between Wang Chong and these people was. In fact, this was the conclusion he drew from the previous round. After Wang Chong issued the invitation letter, these people rushed over in a hurry, and they also teased Wang Chong a lot in their conversations. which shows that their relationship with Wang Cheng is not just a casual acquaintance. Whether Wang Cheng leaked his identity to these people is a very important question. Wang Cheng shook his head in response to Zhu Shizhou's question. I haven't told anyone. Not even them. I swear. And even if the organization asks me to do something, I keep it a secret from everyone. That's good. But my habit is to take precautions. Let me ask you. If an enemy wants to get on board, how will you deal with it? Wang Cheng was embarrassed and shook his head and said, I don't know. It's too easy to get on board. Those who receive invitations can bring their family and friends on board, as long as the person holding the invitation is confirmed to be the person during the boarding inspection. They will be released according to the normal process, and the room will be arranged according to the actual number of people attending the banquet. Although Wang Cheng also thought about simply limiting the invitation to the person holding the invitation. If he really did that, it is estimated that no one would be willing to come. What if some of the guests you invited happen to be enemies of the organization? Wang Cheng continued to shake his head. You plan to stay at the dock for 3 days, which is enough time for your invitation letter to be on the hot search. How can you ensure that the enemy will not discover your identity and your intentions during these 3 days under the attention of the whole society? Wang Cheng was speechless. Even if the above problems are solved, how can you confirm that the enemy will not be so crazy as to stage a Titanic sinking drama? Is the security force composed of ordinary people really enough to deal with the hidden dangers? Wang Cheng was questioned and couldn't say a word, his face full of shame. Zhu Shizhou wanted to ask more questions, but Wang Cheng interrupted him and said, Brother Zhu, just tell me what you are going to do. I will listen to you. Zhu Shizhou closed the folder. How about this? I will finish my meal first, then go to the room to think about it, and tell you when I come up with a practical plan. I will also let the organization check the authenticity of your lists. You should execute the plan first, and come to me around 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Wang Cheng heard Zhu Shizhou's words, he immediately felt relieved. He was still very confident in the organization's intelligence capabilities. You know, when he signed a confidentiality agreement with the Black Soldier organization, the other party almost investigated the color of his underwear. He didn't believe that these people could hide the truth under the nose of the organization. Zhu Shizhou finished eating, with a folder under his arm. Wang Cheng personally sent Zhu Shizhou to the door of the room. Brother Zhu, please. Yes. Zhu Shizhou patted Wang Cheng's shoulder and closed the door. However, as soon as he closed the door, he sat down on the sofa, ignored the 2 black soldiers who followed him like a shadow, and opened the folder in his hand. What? Contact the organization to investigate these people? First of all, Zhu Shizhou has no authority to let Su Feng do these things. And secondly, it is very likely that there are Su Feng's people on these lists. What he really wants to do is to remember the information of these people. A total of 2,333 people. If it were an ordinary person's memory, he would naturally be helpless with this folder. But Zhu Shizhou was injected with drugs, and his memory and thinking ability were greatly improved, so he could barely try. The information in his head is the only thing he can bring to the next round. And because of this, he needs to spare no effort to remember all valuable information. He wants to find clues from these 2,000 people. Chapter 104 Zhuge. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Cheng came to the door of Zhu Shizhou's room and knocked on the door. Brother Zhu? When Zhu Shizhou appeared in front of Wang Cheng was shocked, because Zhu Shizhou's eyes were dull. His face was extremely pale. His hair was wet with sweat, and he looked as if he was going to die on the spot. He looked very weak. Brother Zhu, what's wrong with you? Zhu Shizhou did not answer, but muttered something in his mouth, and Wang Cheng did not hear it clearly. In Wang Cheng's worry, Zhu Shizhou rubbed his temples to relieve the symptoms of headache. Wait a minute. You can come in and sit down first. I'll go wash my face first. After saying that, he turned and went back to the room. Wang Cheng followed him into the room with a puzzled look on his face, and then saw the folder on the coffee table. Wang Cheng looked around and found that Zhu Shizhou had already entered the bathroom, and there were 2 black soldiers standing behind the sofa. He swallowed his saliva, walked forward cautiously, and opened the folder. The 2 black soldiers did not stop Wang Cheng's actions. He was a little bolder. Every page of the folder was full of wrinkles, which showed that Zhu Shizhou had been looking through the folder all day long while locked in the room. The 2 black soldiers stood behind the sofa in silence, staring at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt uncomfortable being stared at. He neither looked at them more nor asked more questions. He shrank his neck and stopped looking. After a long time, Zhu Sergio came out of the bathroom. Sorry. I kept you waiting. At this time, Zhu Sergio had already sorted out his face. Although his face was still a little pale, he at least looked less weak. Oh my god. Brother Zhu. You really scared me just now. I thought something happened to you. Zhu Sergio shook his head. It's normal. Analyzing intelligence wastes too much of my brain power. Wang Chong immediately asked, Did you analyze any problems? Zhu Sergio's expression suddenly became serious. Yes. According to the verification of the organization's intelligence department, there are indeed problems with several people. I have asked the organization to follow up and verify further. Wang Chong's heart tightened. What's the problem? I'm sorry. This problem involves deeper secrets, which you, a non-staff member, should not know. Wang Chong felt something was wrong. This was obviously his mission and the plan he made. So why couldn't he know the details? He felt like he was being tricked. But before he could ask, Zhu Sergio changed the subject. By the way, have you sent out the invitations? Yes. I have sent out the invitations as planned. Brother Zhu, do you have anything else to add? No. But I have a guess. Wang Chong asked what? Zhu Sergio pondered for a moment, pretending to be thinking, and said, According to my analysis, your friends should come to you next. You mean Sheila and the others? That's right. Zhu Sergio lied. In my opinion, they are the least likely to arouse suspicion and the easiest to control. If the enemy is really going to attack us, then they must be the top priority targets. No way. Wang Chong was shocked at first, and then saw Zhu Sergio's serious face. His face changed again and again. He really couldn't believe that those friends, who always laughed and joked when they saw him, would stand against him. Zhu Sergio deliberately gave Wang Chong some time to think. After a long while, Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said, I believe them. Zhu Sergio judged the value of those bad friends in Wang Chong's heart, and said with a small change of tone, Of course, I am not saying that they are 100% suspicious. I can only say that the suspicion is relatively large. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. This breath of relief did not last long. Half an hour later, Wang Chong saw several familiar figures on the deck of the boarding ship. Wang Chong almost couldn't hold it. Ha ha ha. Brother Chong. What are you doing? Why don't you invite us? Have you become arrogant and looked down on us recently? Brother Wang. You usually say you are busy when you invite you to open an arty. But now you don't invite us for your sea parade. It's not nice. Huh? What do you mean? Are you not happy to see me, or what? You look like you're dead. Facing the men who came in aggressively, Wang Chong felt complicated. Zhu Sergio was right. These friends really came here after hearing the news. Could it be that one of them really? Now he feels that everyone is not right. Uh-huh. How could it be? Welcome. Welcome. Wang Chong forced a smile. Xianzil looked around. It seems that we came quite early, and the boat is not busy yet. Ji Hui sneered. It may not be like this tomorrow. The busy man will go to entertain those upper-class people. Faced with his friend's secret ridicule, Wang Chong was helpless. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go inside first. It's very cold outside. Everyone stood on the deck. The night sea breeze was blowing. It was really cold. So the group of people laughed and walked into the banquet hall on the first deck. In the banquet hall, a bottle of red wine was placed on a white round dining table, and a young man was sitting calmly drinking by himself. Everyone just glanced and retracted their gaze, thinking that Zhu Sergio was one of the many guests invited by Wang Chong. But unexpectedly, Wang Chong took them straight over. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my new friend, Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu? Everyone frowned slightly. They rarely saw Wang Chong call someone brother. But unexpectedly, Zhu Sergio laughed. Ha ha ha. My name is Zhu Gu. The song of singing. Wang Chong was stunned, then nodded yes. So I just called him Brother Zhu. What's the matter? He asked with his eyes. Be patient. I don't want to reveal my real name. Zhu Sergio also responded with his eyes. But I don't know if Wang Chong can understand. Xianzil rolled his eyes. Brother, your name is too advantageous. Isn't it? Zhu Sergio smiled. Who said it wasn't? Xianzil thought about it, but still didn't ask Zhu Sergio about his background. People who can get in touch with Wang Chong are generally not ordinary people. And He glanced at the two fully armed black soldiers standing behind Zhu Shurjiu. Military? Or mercenaries? Anyway, they don't look like guys who are easy to mess with. Zhu Shurjiu stood up and stretched out his hand to Qian Ziel. Hello. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhu Gu. If you really don't want to call me by my name, you can just call me brother. I don't mind. Qian Ziel was stunned for a moment. Then laughed, ha ha ha. You are really interesting. My name is Qian Ziel. Just call me Sheila. The two shook hands. Just when Qian Ziel was about to let go of his hand, Zhu Shurjiu grabbed his hand tightly. Chapter 105 based on the known information. We can infer. Qian Ziel looked strange. Brother, why don't you let go? Zhu Shurjiu asked. Did you come here by speedboat? Qian Ziel was stunned. How did you know? You have a stronger salty smell of the sea than ordinary people. This is a smell that only stays on the sea or the seaside for a long time. The humid sea breeze blows for a long time, and the tiny sea salt particles remain on the clothes, leaving a salty smell. This is probably the smell you have now. Qian Ziel was confused by Zhu Shurjiu's words. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, Sorry. I usually like to reason, so I subconsciously performed reasoning. Hearing the word reasoning, Qian Ziel thought of the detectives in film and television dramas. He looked at Wang Chong. Could this be a master of reasoning? Thinking of this, he shook his head. No. What you just said can only prove that I was on a sea transportation vehicle. How do you know that I was on a speedboat? Zhu Shurjiu let go of Qian Ziel's hand and pointed at his hair and collar. I also noticed that your hair and collar have traces of being wet. But your body is very clean. Combined with the previous point, you should be on some kind of sea transportation vehicle close to the sea, such as a speedboat. When you get close to the edge of the speedboat, the small splashes of water from the sea will blow on your upper body, wet your hair and collar, but your lower body clothes will be fine because they are covered. Oh my god! It's amazing! Qian Ziel was shocked and checked his collar and found that there were indeed some traces of moisture. But then, they started arguing. But what if I washed my face with water before boarding the boat? Wouldn't that also get my hair and collar wet? Zhu Shurjiu explained calmly. Because the girls you brought with you also have the same situation. Everyone looked at Ji Hui. Ji Hui was stunned. Why are you all looking at me? Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, Please forgive me for any offense. Your collar also has traces of moisture. And you are wearing makeup. So it is obvious that you didn't wash your face with water. Combined with the analysis I just said, I think it is more likely that you came here by speedboat. Everyone was stunned by Zhu Shurjiu's analysis. Even Wang Chong looked at Zhu Shurjiu in shock. Ji Hui looked at Wang Chong and couldn't help saying, Wang Chong, what are you surprised about? Isn't this your friend? Wang Chong said, and thought of Zhu Shurjiu's direct deduction of his plan when he boarded the boat. And he didn't feel strange for a while. But the shock should still be shocking. He spread his hands and said, Now you know why I call him Brother Zhu. Sun Haoran was a little skeptical. So he pushed aside the girl next to him and walked to Zhu Shurjiu. I don't believe that what I just said was inferred. Maybe you saw it through the window. This is a bit difficult. But Zhu Shurjiu is not afraid at all. In the last round, after defeating them with a few moves, he chatted with them for a long time at the table. Under his deliberate guidance, he got a lot of valuable or worthless information, including them complaining to Wang Chong that they saw Wang Chong's invitation letter in the news, and then took a 3-hour speedboat directly from the sea to this pier. This matter was just Qian Ziel's complaint in the last round, but it became the conclusion of Zhu Shurjiu's reasoning in this round. By inferring the cause from the result, many clues can indeed be found. In addition, he also catered to the interests of the crowd through observation, and had a lively chat with them in the previous round, with Wang Chong as the middleman. As long as the questions were not too private, they basically answered all the questions. Various information about Sun Haoran automatically appeared in his mind waiting for him to call. He stretched out his hand to Sun Haoran. Shake hands? Sun Haoran shook Zhu Shurjiu's hand in disbelief. I don't believe you can deduce anything. Zhu Shurjiu pondered for a moment, pretended to think for a few seconds, and then said, You have practiced shooting. Sun Haoran was stunned. He let go of Zhu Shurjiu's hand, looked at his own hand, and his suspicion turned into shock. Did you tell from the calluses on my hands and the wounds on my knuckles? Not only that, Zhu Shurjiu said. Just now after I came in, I noticed your sights. You all noticed the 2 bodyguards behind me, but you were different from the others. You only noticed their waists. As if you were paying attention to whether they were carrying guns. And you glanced at them more than once. Combining the calluses and scars on your palms and knuckles. I guess you have a certain interest in guns. You are a gun enthusiast. And you prefer some powerful guns. The wounds and scars on your knuckles should be caused by the reaction force of powerful guns. In addition, I also noticed your steps. Your steps are steady and powerful. And you seem to have undergone systematic training. Have you been trained in the military camp for a period of time? Sun Howard opened his mouth wide. When everyone saw Sun Howard's reaction, they knew that Zhu Shizhou had guessed it right again. Zhu Shizhou smiled faintly. At the dinner table last week, because of the two black soldiers, Sun Howard had curiously asked him if he was a military man, and also told him that he was a military fan. Under Zhu Shizhou's question, he half boasted and half provocatively said that he had trained in a foreign military camp for a period of time, was familiar with the knowledge of various firearms, and his shooting ability was comparable to that of a regular soldier. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether Sun Howard was bragging or not, but he knew that he really liked firearms. Too awesome. Boss. At this time, Ma Chuanbua, who was wearing white casual clothes, came up. Please guess about me too. My name is Ma Chuanbua. Zhu Shizhou looked at Ma Chuanbua. This young man was quite low-key in the last week, and usually played the role of echoing the jokes in everyone's chat. However, under Zhu Shizhou's equal intelligence gathering, he also had a certain degree of understanding of Ma Chuanbua. Zhu Shizhou held Ma Chuanbua's hand. Are you going to get married recently? Congratulations. Qian Zil shouted, no way. Can this be deduced? He looked at Wang Chong. Didn't you tell him about us? Wang Chong cried out in injustice. Don't talk nonsense. So in your eyes, am I that kind of person? Ma Chuanbua was stunned and then curious. Boss, how did you deduce this? From the moment I saw you, I noticed that you always kept a certain distance from the girls around you. Even if the one next to you always wanted to get close to you, you never had physical contact with her. Zhu Shizhou was referring to the female companion that Ma Chuanbua brought with him. The female companion was embarrassed at this time, and lowered her head with a red face. I didn't expect that my little idea of clinging to the rich second generation would be seen through at a glance. No one had time to care about her thoughts. Qian Zil couldn't wait to ask. What if he is just a chase man? Or to put it more bluntly, what if he is gay? Chapter 106, A New Tool Man. Ma Chuanbua angrily retorted. What the hell is gay? Sheila, be careful. Of course he could be gay. But I prefer another possibility. Look at the watch on his left hand. I happen to recognize that watch. It is a limited edition of the Italian couple's $1 million watch series for men. It is said to be the last work of the famous Italian designer Gabriele. I don't think you are just wearing it for fun. Right? Ma Chuanbua scratched his head. No. It seems to only mean that I have a partner. But how do you know that I am about to get married? Rather than already married or still in a passionate love relationship without planning to get married? Because there is a ring mark on your left middle finger, which means you are engaged. Qian Zil immediately lifted Ma Chuanbua's hand and saw the ring mark on it. He smiled after the fact. It's true. You're wearing a couple watch and there's a ring on your middle finger. If I didn't know before, I would have guessed that you're getting married soon based on these 2 points. Everyone was speechless, and they all looked at Qian Zil with contempt. Zhu Shizhou continued to smile. Also, I can probably guess that your fiancé is probably related to this lady. A relative or a friend. He pointed at Ji Hui. Everyone was almost numb with shock. You can guess this? How did you do it? They didn't ask. Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to say. Just now, when your female companion kept trying to touch you. I saw her. My name is Ji Hui. Miss Ji has been looking at you intentionally or unintentionally. And every time you avoid the contact of your female companion, you also pay special attention to Miss Ji's reaction. I have previously speculated that you two are a couple. But Miss Ji doesn't wear a couple watch. And there is no trace of a ring on her finger. It is even more impossible for her to see the female companion next to you trying to touch you, but without any response. So, I am more inclined to speculate that your fiancé is related to this Miss Ji. You are worried that your contact with your female companion will be seen by Miss Ji and told to your fiancé. So you deliberately refuse the contact of the female companion. Ma Chuanbua blushed and explained. No. I really keep myself clean. I am not afraid that Ji Hui will tell tattletales. Come on. If my sister hadn't specifically told me to keep an eye on you, you might have been hugged by women now. Ma Chuanbo was embarrassed and guilty, and looked away quickly. Needless to say, this is also one of the information Zhu Shizhou learned in the previous round. Hey, can you reason about me? Ji Hui generously extended her hand to Zhu Shizhou with interest. Do you have to shake hands to reason? Shake my hand too. Zhu Shizhou reached out and held Ji Hui's hand. It was very smooth and tender. But Zhu Shizhou did not feel it carefully. He was the straightest man in the world. Even if he held a girl's hand, he would not have any romantic thoughts. He soon let go. Ji Hui asked jokingly. Won't you touch her for a while longer? No need. My shaking your hands is not necessary for reasoning. But a person's hands do contain all kinds of information. Through shaking hands, you can more intuitively feel how a person uses his hands. Zhu Shizhou smiled. For example, when you held my hand just now, your fingers were more powerful than those of ordinary people. I think your fingers have been trained to a certain extent. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. The other girls present blushed and looked away. And the men were embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Ji Hui was confused by everyone's reaction. Zhu Shizhou noticed the reactions of the crowd and was also a little confused for a while. But then Zhu Shizhou put his doubts behind him and continued to talk about his reasoning. Your steps are weak. And when you walk, you can see that there are no signs of exercise in other parts of your body. So I don't think you have deliberately trained your finger strength. You may have learned a musical instrument for a period of time. Everyone suddenly realized it. And the atmosphere returned to normal. Everyone hid the dirt in their hearts and pretended to be nothing and continued to listen to Zhu Shizhou's reasoning. Ji Hui's eyes showed interest. And she asked, there are many instruments that require finger strength. Which one do you think is the best? Piano. Why? Zhu Shizhou suddenly smiled. No reason. He blinked at Ji Hui. Well, if I have to say, I just imagined you playing the piano in my mind. And I think you must look beautiful when you play the piano. Fuck. Everyone said in their hearts. Ji Hui also blushed for a while. To be honest, if someone flirted with her like this, she might just give him a contemptuous look and turn away. But the ability that Zhu Shizhou showed just now was really unique. This high-tech flirting method is not something that ordinary people can imitate. Zhu Shizhou looked at Ji Hui with a very gentle look. And the whole person exuded a charming aura of an elegant gentleman, which made Ji Hui blush and had to look away in panic. Brother, you are so awesome. At this time, someone put his arm around Zhu Shizhou's neck. Sun Haoran. Zhu Shizhou looked at Sun Haoran. Sun Haoran had a forced smile on his face. Although he said words of praise for Zhu Shizhou, there was no positive emotion in his eyes. Zhu Shizhou finally confirmed it. This brother. My name is Sun Haoran. Brother Sun. Do you like Miss Ji? Everyone was stunned. Sun Haoran quickly let go of Zhu Shizhou's neck. What are you talking about? Ji Hui was also very surprised. What? Grandson. You like me? When she said the latter sentence, she forced herself to look a little more ladylike. Bullshit. How could I be interested in you? A tomboy? Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou just smiled as if he understood everything. Everyone understood. This master of reasoning has deduced something through clues. Now, they all looked at Sun Haoran with strange eyes. As if they were saying, you, a boy, secretly like that violent girl without telling anyone. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. For a moment, Sun Haoran blushed at everyone's weird looks. Zhu Shizhou also kindly made a round. Don't misunderstand. That sentence just now is not reasoning. Yeah, I understand. It's not reasoning. Qian Zil said meaningfully. Ma Chuanbo nodded. Yeah. Wang Chong. He laughed awkwardly, and looked at Sun Haoran with a meaningful look. Ji Hui felt the treatment of the heroine in the girls' comics. The feeling of being fought over by two men was so good that she took off. Her always carefree personality became gentle. And she used the clipped sound in a pretentious way. I'm sorry. Sun Haoran. You are a good person. Sun Haoran's heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical strike. Zhu Shizhou smiled and watched the interaction of the crowd. He used the simplest and most effective method to quickly close the distance with these people and successfully mixed into this group. They are all brand new and harmless tools. After the film Brother Du Fei, he began to persecute the tools again. Chapter 107, Threatening with Death. Sacrifices are needed on the road to saving the world. Whether forced or voluntary, someone has to pay the price. Will Zhu Shizhou be the one who pays the price? To this, Zhu Shizhou's answer is that it is not just him. He was able to use Brother Pian and Du Fei when his emotions were not yet wiped out. Although he had a psychological burden at that time, it also proved that he always put saving the world first. Now that he has injected the drug, he has no psychological barriers to using the people around him. It was late, and Wang Cheng wanted to go to the bar on the ship with those friends to drink all night. And Zhu Shizhou refused Wang Cheng's invitation. He just returned to the room alone and continued to recite the information given by Wang Cheng. Aren't you going to contact Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou sat on the sofa with a folder in his hand. He did not face Wang Cheng and his friends with a bright smile. His face showed the same expressionless expression as the two black soldiers. No need. The two black soldiers answered like this. I guess Su Feng can't imagine that I have taken control of the plan from Wang Cheng. The black soldier replied. Maybe he thought of it but didn't care. You're wrong. Su Feng won't know, Zhu Shizhou said, stroking the folder in his hand. If Su Feng wants to place his own people among these 2,333 guests, he will definitely choose a less conspicuous way to enter the ship. The invitation letter was just sent out today, and almost no one boarded the ship, and the number of passengers will peak tomorrow. When do you think Su Feng will choose to arrange for people to enter the ship? The two black soldiers didn't speak. Don't you understand what I mean? Then let me make it clearer. If Su Feng wants to know my movements through other means besides you, then he can only wait for the people he arranges to board the ship. How long will this time be? From the time I left the submarine at around 10 o'clock this morning to the time he arranges people on the cruise ship tomorrow. It can be regarded as a vacuum period for Su Feng to monitor me. In other words, during this vacuum period, no matter what I do, Su Feng will not know. Unless the two black soldiers secretly contact Su Feng and tell him what they did during this period. The room fell into silence. Zhu Shizhou didn't know whether the two black soldiers were thinking or ignoring his coercion. In short, if the two black soldiers kept this state, it would be very unfavorable for him to perform on the cruise ship, like when he met Qian Ziel and others before. The costumes of the two black soldiers behind him were too obvious. If I hadn't reasoned and covered up the special limelight of the two black soldiers, maybe those people would really ask questions. So the black soldiers had to change their attire. But the black soldier's attire was tacitly approved by Su Feng, and even deliberately done. Su Feng's mind was quite contradictory. He expected Zhu Shizhou to give him a big surprise, but also wanted Zhu Shizhou to arrive at Illinois Island quietly on the boat. This really regarded him as a person with the ability to predict the future, thinking that he only needed to stay in the room to predict all situations. You are too stubborn, Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly, then stood up from the sofa, threw down the folder in his hand, and turned to face the two black soldiers who were separated from him by a sofa. A dinner knife suddenly slipped out of his sleeve. He secretly took it after finishing his meal in the restaurant. It didn't matter whether the two black soldiers saw it or not. What mattered was that they didn't stop him. This alone was enough for Zhu Shizhou to teach them a lesson. The two black soldiers were unmoved by the dinner knife that Zhu Shizhou showed. They didn't think that he could be their enemy with just a dinner knife. In fact, it was true. In the last round and the previous round, Zhu Shizhou fought with the two black soldiers for countless rounds, although he forced the two black soldiers to gasp for breath in the end. In fact, the gap between him and the two black soldiers was still very large, and he was basically beaten all the time. So did Zhu Shizhou want to use this dinner knife to add a little chip to his combat power? No. The next moment, Zhu Shizhou put the dinner knife on his neck. Contact Su Feng, or I will commit suicide. The air was dead silent. The two black soldiers were stunned. It was not shock, but the brain was dealing with this unreasonable situation. Is the special situation that the boss mentioned referring to this moment? Why? You don't plan to do it? Zhu Shizhou slowly put the knife close to his neck, and the sharp blade immediately squeezed a blood mark on his neck. Blood slowly oozed out of the wound and flowed down along the inclined blade. Stop! He Bing finally spoke. Zhu Shizhou stopped, but the blade did not leave his neck. He Bing's reaction was not slow, and they immediately made the most correct choice. They took out a mobile phone from their arms and pressed the dial button. There was no ringing sound. In silence, the call was connected. What's the matter? Zhu Shizhou suddenly said Su Feng. On the other end of the phone, Su Feng raised his voice a little when he heard Zhu Shizhou's voice. What special situation happened? I need freedom of movement on the ship, and let them change their clothes according to my requirements. Su Feng was a little surprised for a moment. How did you get the communication phone? In Su Feng's expectation, he should not have received the contact so early, and the two black soldiers should not agree to let Zhu Shizhou contact him because of such a small matter. But the thing has already happened, so there must be a reason. It's too simple. As long as I threaten to die, I can easily contact you. Su Feng was silent, as if he was surprised and thinking. You know, I'm definitely not afraid of death now. After a while, Su Feng replied, I have indeed seen too many people commit suicide after injecting drugs. But your situation is completely different from them. He suddenly said, I can't understand why. After injecting drugs, you shouldn't have such a contradictory situation. Contradiction? You don't care about your own life, which I can understand, but you would rather give up your life in order to gain a certain degree of freedom. This does not conform to the value judgment of a rational person. Zhu Shizhou did not refute. Su Feng grasped the point sharply. This man has always been like this. Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, unless you think that staying in the room will cause more serious consequences. Otherwise, there is no way to explain your idea of considering freedom as more important than life. Finally, Su Feng came to a conclusion. So my judgment is that you have predicted the future again. And that future is as bad as or worse than your death. That's why you tried to make changes. Zhu Shizhou remained silent, letting Su Feng fill in the blanks. Su Feng was quite confident in his logic. So after another long silence, Su Feng agreed to Zhu Shizhou. Okay, I allow you to make changes to the black soldiers' uniforms. This was within Zhu Shizhou's expectations. Wait, I have another question. Su Feng responded indifferently. Said, I want to ask, can the people you arranged guarantee my safety 100%? As long as you don't make too much noise. It's enough to guarantee your safety. Zhu Shizhou had no more questions. Su Feng said, give them the phone. Zhu Shizhou put down the knife in his hand, and one of the black soldiers immediately stepped forward and kicked the knife away. With a swish, the knife swirled in the air, leaving a silver reflection, and inserted straight into the wall. After the entire knife was immersed in the wall, the knife was still buzzing and shaking. Zhu Shizhou rubbed his wrist, sat down on the sofa without caring, and picked up the folder he had thrown on the coffee table before. Password? Su Feng asked in a cold voice. 352-282-6637. The black soldier answered. Zhu Shizhou interrupted without looking back and asked, what is this password? It's useless for you to write it down. This 10-digit password will change every minute, and the numbers will change strictly according to the time. Before the mission begins, they need to write down various password calculation formulas to ensure that they can answer instant passwords according to the current time. If they can't answer or answer incorrectly, it means that the person talking to me is not them, or they are in a disadvantageous situation and cannot complete the mission. At that time, I will give up on them and terminate the mission. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. 10:34 p.m. on November 7th. 352-282-6637. He remembered it. Su Feng was not going to explain more to Zhu Shizhou, and he gave new orders to the two black soldiers. I now grant you the authority to ignore Zhu Shizhou's death threats. If Zhu Shizhou threatens you with death again, you can ignore it. Zhu Shizhou flipped the folder in his hand expressionlessly. He suspected that Su Feng was talking to him. In addition, follow Zhu Shizhou's instructions on some unimportant issues. After speaking, Su Feng hung up the phone. The two black soldiers looked solemn, and were not surprised at all. Zhu Shizhou, who had achieved his goal, always had a calm expression, thanks to a possibility that Su Feng had imagined. Su Feng reached a consensus with him temporarily, while Zhu Shizhou was still struggling to memorize the guest list. Wang Cheng and his group were drinking in the bar on the cruise ship. The rotating neon lights on the ceiling in the center of the bar kept emitting psychedelic colors, and the bar was filled with dynamic electronic music. Wang Cheng toasted everyone. Sorry, everyone. I was wrong today. I didn't inform you of the sea parade. It was indeed my fault. I will punish myself with a glass of wine. One glass is not enough. Amid the music, Qianzil shouted loudly. Ji Hui also followed suit. How can one glass be enough? Drink another bottle for me. Drink it. Wang Cheng was so angry that he gulped down a bottle of wine. It wasn't a big deal. After seeing Wang Cheng drink a bottle of wine to apologize, everyone laughed and talked about it. Sun Howard also drank a few bottles. After getting drunk, he put his arm around Wang Chong's shoulder and asked, "Brother Wang, who is your friend?" Wang Chong's face changed immediately. He had been paying attention to these people. Now seeing Sun Haoran asking about Zhu Shizhou's situation, he couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Is there something wrong with Sun Haoran? Unexpectedly, Qianzil also asked. Yes, I was just about to ask. What is his relationship with you? Brother Chong? Wang Chong looked at Qianzil suspiciously. Is it you too? Chapter 108 Who has the problem? Wang Chong was suspicious. But at the same time, Ma Chuanbua and Ji Hui were also waiting for his answer. To be honest, if it was the previous Wang Chong, he would have lowered his vigilance under the influence of alcohol and could not help but tell the truth. But at this time, the scene that emerged in his mind was Zhu Shizhou's reminder. The more they asked, the more he dared not answer. So, when he saw the curious eyes of the crowd, he refused to answer without thinking. Sorry. No comment. Everyone was stunned. Are you serious? That guy is not around. Why are you still keeping your mouth shut? Qianzil frowned and wanted to taunt him. But Sun Haoran spoke first. Maybe because of the alcohol. Sun Haoran was a little angry when he thought of the shame of being given a good guy card after Zhu Shizhou's words revealed his thoughts. He snorted coldly. Humph. I think that guy is sneaking around. There must be something wrong. Didn't you see the two bodyguards behind him? That style. Very arrogant. Qianzil also recalled. It does look strange. The two black soldiers seemed to be born with a sense of danger. Everyone shuddered involuntarily when they recalled their appearance. In response, Wang Chong just said meaningfully, Haoran, I advise you not to provoke him casually. He is much more dangerous than you think. You will never be able to beat him. Fuck. Why are you speaking for him? Ma Chuanbua also interrupted and said, Brother Chong, you have a problem. You definitely have a problem. Brother Chong, which side are you on? Unexpectedly, Wang Chong shook his head and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Even if it's me, I wouldn't dare to provoke him casually. Haoran, I know you're not convinced. But my suggestion is that even if you're not convinced, you have to hold back. This is my most sincere advice. Sun Haoran was stunned, and his expression darkened. Brother Wang, are you serious? Wang Chong replied. I don't need to lie. Qianzil questioned. You don't even dare to reveal the bottom line. Are you still the brother Wang I know? Is his background really that big? It's not a question of whether he has a big background or not. He is really a rare one. If you go against him, you won't find anyone to collect your bodies. After drinking too much, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but reveal a little bit of the details. And he didn't dare to say more. Everyone swallowed their saliva together. But while secretly frightened, Ji Hui became more interested in Zhu Shizhou. Fuck. Sun Haoran saw Ji Hui's eyes and drank a sip of wine depressively. Seeing this, Ji Hui tried to smooth things over and ease the tense atmosphere. Sun Haoran, tell me the truth. Do you like me? Under the influence of alcohol, Sun Haoran glanced at Ji Hui and wanted to deny it. But when he thought of the great detective's amazing reasoning, all his determination was discouraged. Yes, I like you. Ji Hui laughed. Ha ha ha. It seems the guy even guessed this right. It's really interesting. This is the first time I've seen such an amazing person. Sun Haoran was so angry when he saw that the girl he liked looked like she was interested in other men. He drank another sip of wine, and finally stood up because he couldn't stand it anymore. I can't drink anymore. You guys drink. I'm leaving first. Everyone hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey. Wait. You're leaving now? I'm going to sleep. Wang Chong, arrange a room for me. Wang Chong wanted this friend to stop being so stubborn. But seeing Sun Haoran's drinking made him even more worried. He couldn't say much. He didn't understand emotional matters. And he had never been serious about relationships. So he naturally couldn't persuade Sun Haoran with his experience. So he had to order the waiter to take Sun Haoran out of the bar. After leaving the bar, Sun Haoran became more and more angry. What bullshit. He still felt that Zhu Shizhou was not right. Wang Chong was obviously hiding something. And the others didn't intend to dig into the matter. But he never turned a blind eye to the problem. Especially when he had resentment in his heart. In the corridor, Sun Haoran said to the waiter, Take me to that person's room. The waiter didn't respond. What? It's the guest named Zhu Gu. The one Wang Chong invited today. Where does he live? Take me to his room. The waiter understood this time. But he didn't know whether he should follow Sun Haoran's advice. Fuck. Are you deaf? Sun Haoran was angry in his heart. And seeing the waiter's hesitation, he couldn't help but kick him. The waiter staggered after being kicked. But he didn't dare to get angry at all. And quickly responded. Okay. Okay. I'll take you there. Forget it. Who cares? The waiter cursed in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend the guests. But if there was a conflict between the guests, it would be none of his business. So the two took the elevator to the deck where Zhu Shizhou was. The waiter took Sun Haoran through the long spiral corridor and came to the door of Zhu Shizhou's room. Sun Haoran waved his hand and signaled the waiter to go down. The waiter thought for a while and handed Sun Haoran a room access card. This was the access card for Zhu Shizhou's next room. Wang Chong said that he would arrange a room for Sun Haoran, and he dared not neglect it. This was considered to be a deal. Sun Haoran looked at the room number on the access card and laughed. Huh. Quite sensible. But when he really stood in front of Zhu Shizhou's door, he thought of Wang Chong's warning, and the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared. After hesitating for a long time, Sun Haoran spit. Forget it. It's not good to find trouble today. Let's talk about it tomorrow when I sober up. Thinking so in my heart, I didn't knock on Zhu Shizhou's door, but turned around and entered the presidential suite next door. On the other side, the waiter returned to the bar and whispered to Wang Chong about everything. Wang Chong was shocked. You mean? Sun Haoran chose the room next to his? Yes. I see. You can leave first. Wang Chong's suspicion of Sun Haoran became more and more serious. He wondered suspiciously whether this guy was really problematic. What's wrong? Everyone saw the waiter whispering to Wang Chong, and they probably guessed that Sun Haoran had done something weird. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment and told everyone about the matter. Oh my god. What is Sun Haoran going to do? Xianzil, who is always unpretentious, frowned. He won't really want to cause trouble for that big guy. Right? Ma Qianbo made a joke. Haha. According to Brother Wang, we should wait to collect Brother Sun's body later. Ji Hui put down the bottle in her hand. Forget it. I can't drink anymore. Let's continue tomorrow. Wang Chong, take me there. And arrange a room next to that guy. Ma Qianbo and Xianzil looked at each other. Haha. Arrange one for me too. The next room is occupied. Then give me the opposite room. Wang Chong opened his mouth slightly and looked at the people who joined in the fun. No. Why are you guys all coming up one by one? Who among you has a problem? Chapter 109 Big Eater. Crazy eating. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Zhu Shizhou woke up from his bed on time. He didn't dream, and the whole process from waking up to being fully conscious was ridiculously fast. He recovered to a state where his mind could function completely within a few seconds after waking up. And his mental state was surprisingly good. Has the body gradually begun to transform in this aspect? From the current timeline, this is the second day of his injection. Zhu Shizhou clenched his fists, and the muscles in his body began to become solid and powerful as he expected. Before falling asleep last night, he fought with 2 black soldiers for several hours as usual. It was not as exaggerated as the previous round, but it was enough for him to convert the protein in his stomach into the energy needed by the body, allowing him to maintain a high-intensity training state. Because of this, his body became a little stronger than yesterday. But what he really didn't think about before was that he fell into a deep sleep not long after lying down last night. And after 4 hours of short sleep, he didn't feel any fatigue when he woke up. And it was even the most perfect sleep in more than 20 years. He controlled his body to leap up. And then Zhu Shizhou saw 2 black soldiers standing beside the bed. You didn't sleep? Zhu Shizhou asked. This was not out of concern, but to understand the physical condition after the injection of the black soldier potion. We don't need to sleep, one of the black soldiers answered. Zhu Shizhou pondered. He only needed to sleep for 4 hours after injecting the lower-level substitute potion of the black soldier potion. Were the black soldiers so strong that they could even give up sleeping? Is this true for all of you black soldiers? Or just some of them? Partially. The black soldier answered. Some elite black soldiers will undergo brainstem network regulation surgery, which is a sleep deprivation surgery. After the surgery, the black soldiers will no longer need sleep. Brainstem network regulation surgery? It sounds great. Not needing sleep means having plenty of time to do practical and useful things. But Zhu Shizhou first focused on the most critical issue. What about the side effects? Shortened lifespan. Zhu Shizhou's eyes became much sharper. Then after the injection of the drug, the black soldiers who only need a short sleep will also have a shortened lifespan. I don't know. The black soldier answered. I don't know. Haven't you done any research on this? The black soldier answered indifferently. 99% of the black soldiers will die in an untimely manner, and will not be able to survive until the end of their lives. To be more precise, 90% of the black soldiers in reserve will die on the battlefield where they first confront the alien Zerg. Zhu Shizhou. Elite black soldiers are unlikely to die in a confrontation with alien Zerg, but they become short-lived ghosts under the effect of sleep deprivation. The weaker black soldiers can't even survive until the day of natural death. So there is a lack of experimental data to prove whether the lifespan of ordinary black soldiers will be shortened due to the injection of drugs. Are the alien insects really that strong? The two black soldiers glanced at Zhu Shizhou, as if they thought the question was not worth answering. Okay. Although Zhu Shizhou didn't get an answer, he did know the answer. After washing up and opening the door, Zhu Shizhou saw someone he didn't expect. Hey. Good morning. Great detective. Ji Hui waved at him with a smile. Standing outside the door was not only Ji Hui, but also Ma Chuanbua and Qian Zil. Compared to Ji Hui, who was in high spirits, Ma Chuanbua and Qian Zil were listless, and Qian Zil was yawning. Zhu Shizhou seamlessly connected with yesterday's expression management and showed a gentle smile. You got up so early? Yes. I just don't know when you get up. So I came here to wait for you, Ji Hui said with a smile. Squad me. Why are you so serious? If you don't know, you might think something happened. I'm just afraid of something happening. Everyone said so in their hearts. When they saw Sun Haoran's resentful look yesterday, they were worried that he would come to trouble Zhu Shizhou. In addition, Wang Chong said so seriously. They were worried about the personal safety of their friends. So they not only booked the rooms next to and opposite Zhu Shizhou, but also got up early to wait for Zhu Shizhou, fearing that Sun Haoran and Zhu Shizhou would have a conflict when they met. Where's brother Sun? Why can't I see him? Zhu Shizhou didn't know what happened in the bar last night. He looked around and found that one person was missing. Qian Zil shrugged and said, he's probably still sleeping. We don't usually get up so early. At this time, Ji Hui came to Zhu Shizhou and said, Great detective. Why don't you try to deduce what happened last night? Zhu Shizhou smiled and waved his hand. I won't deduce this. Yesterday's deduction was just a trick. Nothing big. If I were to deduce it again, I don't think I would be able to deduce it. He really didn't know. And he really couldn't deduce it. After being injected with drugs, he needed clues and logic more than ordinary people. Yesterday's reasoning was completely a trick to infer the cause from the result. Now it was even more impossible to deduce facts that he had never seen. The three thought he was being modest, and they asked him a few more times. As a result, Zhu Shizhou still refused. So they let him go. However, Zhu Shizhou also noticed something unusual and asked, What's wrong? You look like you want to say something but can't? Qian Zil laughed carelessly. Haha. It's because we are afraid that Sun Haoran will cause trouble for you. To be honest, what you said yesterday broke his defense. And we are afraid that he will conflict with you. You know? It turned out that they came to ease the atmosphere. Zhu Shizhou understood. But he didn't expect that these three people would be so serious to smooth things over. He guessed the reason. He didn't expect that after he warned Wang Chong so much. Wang Chong actually revealed something to these friends, so that they took this matter so seriously. Zhu Shizhou further lowered his evaluation of Wang Chong. To be honest, in the whole plan, he felt that what he needed most was to prevent Wang Chong from making mistakes. So he took the initiative in the plan from the beginning and instilled suspicion in Wang Chong. But he didn't expect Wang Chong to be so unguarded. Ma Chuanbua looked at the black soldiers behind Zhu Shizhou. Huh? Why did these two change clothes? Qian Zil also looked over. Oh, they were quite handsome yesterday. Why did they change into windbreakers? Zhu Shizhou smiled. It's impossible to let them hang around on the boat in those dangerous clothes all day long. That's true. Ji Hui's focus was completely different from the three men's. She touched her stomach and said, Don't stand here and chat like an idiot. I'm starving. Ma Chuanbua also said, That's right. Let's go eat. Sun Haoran doesn't have to wait. Zhu Shizhou didn't object. They took the elevator to the 15th floor, which was the restaurant where Zhu Shizhou had dinner yesterday. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, a waiter in a vest came up and guided them to their seats. After a while, the chef of the restaurant, who had met yesterday came out from the kitchen. Everyone, what would you like to eat? I will cook for you myself. Ji Hui greeted the chef as soon as she saw him. Hey, Fatty Zhu. How are you? Chef Zhu smiled at Ji Hui flatteringly. Good morning, Miss Ji. What would you like to eat? I'll keep it the same as always. Sandwiches, grilled vegetable pancakes, some small cakes, white chocolate donuts, thick champagne jelly, some red vinegar jam, a colorful fruit platter, black pudding milk tea with mango-flavored popcorn. Ji Hui read out a long list of dishes, like reading out the names of dishes. Zhu Shijie was stunned. But Ma Chuanbua and Qian Ziyao looked as if they were used to it. Are you stupid? Qian Ziyao saw Zhu Shijie's stunned expression and laughed. This woman has a big stomach. Although she listed a long list of things. The amazing thing is that she can eat them all in the end. Ma Chuanbua also said. We were also shocked when we first met her. We never thought that a girl could eat so much. Ji Hui retorted. What? It's obviously you who eat too little. Right, brother? Zhu Shijie responded and smiled again. The more you eat, the more energy you can replenish the body's consumption. And the excess energy can also be used to form fat in the body for consumption. Isn't that good? Ma Chuanbua and Qian Ziyao were speechless. This guy's brain circuit seemed to be abnormal. Ji Hui raised his head like a rooster that won a fight. Chef Zhu looked at the other three people. So what do you want to eat? Before Ma Chuanbua and Qian Ziyao spoke, Zhu Shijie spoke first. Anyway, give me 10 plates of steak first. The three people. Oh my god. Brother, you can eat too much. Right? Ji Hui looked at Zhu Shijie with doubts. Can you really eat it? It's not your turn to say that. Qian Ziyao complained. In response, Zhu Shijie just smiled and said, Don't worry. I can eat a lot too. At this time, the three people were still questioning Zhu Shijie's statement. However, half an hour later, Zhu Shijie stuffed 10 steaks into his mouth in front of them. And they finally believed it. Even Ji Hui, who was attacking the dessert, was stunned to see Zhu Shijie eating. This. 10 plates were stacked together. And there was nothing on them. Boss, you are too good. Qian Ziyao and Ma Chuanbua were full. But Zhu Shijie was not finished yet. He said to Chef Zhu again. 10 more plates? Thank you. Wait. More? Ji Hui wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and asked in shock. Even her voice was distorted. Zhu Shijie smiled apologetically. Sorry. I usually eat more. The three people's eyebrows twitched. Another half an hour passed. And Zhu Shijie emptied the 10 plates again. The three people stared at Zhu Shijie's performance in amazement. After Zhu Shijie finished eating, they asked, Aren't you tired of it? Tired? Not at all. Zhu Shijie shook his head. Now, not only does he not feel tired, but even the size of his food intake does not depend on whether his appetite is satisfied, but on how much his stomach can hold. Most people stop eating only when they feel full. And in fact, this feeling of fullness is just a physiological reminder that the food they have taken is enough. But in fact most of the space in the stomach is not filled, which means that the body still has a lot of room for eating. Chapter 110 Endurance Monster. Physical Strengthening. There is a profession in this world called Big Eater. Big eaters travel around the world, relying on amazing eating performances to attract people's attention, bring traffic to the store, and accept media interviews to earn advertising fees. So do they really have a bigger stomach than ordinary people? Of course not. The reason why big eaters can hold so much food is that they overcome the physiological feeling of fullness and force themselves to put all the food into their stomachs. When the feeling of fullness appears, they can still continue to eat, thanks to the fact that there is still room for food in the stomach. Now Zhu Shijie does feel the physiological feeling of fullness, but he can also feel that he has not reached the limit of eating. The strong digestive ability can easily make his body feel hungry. Not to mention that he will occasionally engage in life-threatening fighting training with the black soldiers. Under the shocked and numb eyes of the three people, Zhu Shijie said to Chef Zhu, who had cold sweat on his forehead, Please, bring another 10 plates. Half an hour later, the four people left the restaurant. Ji Hui, Ma Chuanbua, Qian Ziyao, and the other three felt weak in their legs and feet, and looked at Zhu Shijie, who was like nothing happened, with awe in their eyes. It was even more exaggerated than the reaction when they saw Zhu Shijie's reasoning yesterday. In the end, they even put down their utensils and just watched Zhu Shijie eat alone. They never thought that they could be so immersed in watching someone eat. The key point is that from the performance, Zhu Shurjiu did not eat with nausea. He ate every piece of steak with relish. His expression did not show any pain, and his movements were neither hurried nor slow, and he always looked like he was eating the first piece of steak. Brother, if you do food broadcasting, you will definitely become popular on the internet in a short time. Too awesome. Ji Hui didn't say anything, but the way she looked at Zhu Shurjiu was like a newbie seeing a master. She still has a lot of work to do on the road to being a foodie. Master, what are you going to do next? Now not only Ji Hui, but even Qian Ziel and Ma Chuanbo have become more interested in this magical man. When did Wang Cheng meet such an interesting person? He can make careful inferences like a detective in just a few sentences. And he eats so uniquely. Not to mention that he may have a background that even Wang Cheng is afraid of. Zhu Shurjiu smiled and said, "Next I'm going to go to the gym. What about you? Fitness. Let's go together. We also work out normally. Don't think that the second generation of rich people are all idle and bloated all day long. In fact, the truly excellent top second generation of rich people are not only rich, but also pursue excellence in all aspects. Whether it is Wang Cheng, Ma Chuanbo, Qian Ziel or Ji Hui, who is a girl, they have been exercising for a long time, and their figures have been adjusted by famous trainers in the industry. So everyone came to the gym. When Zhu Shurjiu stood on the treadmill, they didn't pay attention. Master, how about we compete? Qian Ziel stretched his body and asked. Oh, how to compete? I usually exercise at a pace of 20 km. How about we compete to see who can last longer at this speed? Zhu Shurjiu smiled and nodded. Okay. Qian Ziel moved his body and warmed up a little. Master, don't you need to warm up? No. My body has been adjusted to the best condition. This is the truth. After Zhu Shurjiu was injected with the drug, his control over his body was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not to mention warming up. His body was always in peak condition. Qian Ziel smiled and said, "If you don't warm up, don't regret it if you lose to me later." Zhu Shurjiu just smiled at this. The treadmill started running. Zhu Shurjiu and Qian Ziel adjusted the speed to 20 km together. Ji Hui and Ma Chuanbo sat next to them and watched the game with interest. Unexpectedly, it was not Qian Ziel who started panting first, but Zhu Shurjiu. They originally thought that Zhu Shurjiu should be very confident in fitness. At least better than Qian Ziel. After all, they had seen Zhu Shurjiu's magic, but they didn't expect that Zhu Shurjiu was not very good at sports. How long did it take for him to start panting? 5 minutes. Ji Hui looked at the time and was speechless. 15 minutes later, Zhu Shurjiu, sweating all over, jumped off the treadmill, and Qian Ziel was still running. Haha. The great man lost. Ma Chuanbo went over and patted Zhu Shurjiu on the shoulder. Zhu Shurjiu didn't say anything. It was indeed he who lost. There was nothing to refute, but he could feel that his body was slowly evolving. In fact, he could have run hard just now, but the final result would be that he would persist in a messy posture until his body could no longer bear it, and he fell into a coma. And Qian Ziel finally ran for 20 minutes. 67 kilometers. After getting off the treadmill, Qian Ziel was already sweating all over, but he still had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to tease Zhu Shurjiu, he saw Zhu Shurjiu shaking his legs and standing on the treadmill again under the surprised eyes of the three people. Oh my god! What are you doing? 15 minutes later, Zhu Shurjiu's whole body was soaked with sweat. Not a single part was dry. He jumped off the treadmill again. This time Qian Ziel couldn't laugh anymore. Damn. Brother. Are you kidding me? Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Zhu Shurjiu wiped the sweat off his face. I can't run for 20 minutes at a time. You're talking nonsense. You ran for 15 minutes twice in a row. You say you can't run for 20 minutes at a time? Zhu Shurjiu was telling the truth. With his current leg muscles, it's really difficult to run at a speed of 20 km for 20 minutes. 15 minutes is the limit. But the effect of the potion makes Zhu Shurjiu's recovery ability extremely strong. If ordinary people need to rest for an hour to recover, he only needs 5 minutes. So he staged another endurance drama next. Every time he got off the treadmill, he only rested for a short 5 minutes, and then stood on the treadmill again to start a 15-minute long run. What was particularly shocking was that he repeated it 10 times. In the end, Qian Ziel and the other two looked at the pool of sweat flowing under Zhu Shurjiu and couldn't say a word. Zhu Shizhou found that he seemed to be able to hold on for 20 minutes now. The first 15 minutes was the limit of the 5th time on the treadmill. He had a little spare energy when he ran for 15 minutes. By the 10th time, he finished running in 15 minutes, and felt that he could hold on for another 15 minutes. The reason was that the leg muscles and the body's oxygen supply system were visibly strengthened in a short period of time. He looked at Qianzil and asked breathlessly, "Do you want to compete again?" Qianzil shook his head quickly. Ma Chuanbo opened his dry mouth and said, "Brother, why don't you go and rest first?" Just like he was worried that Zhu Shizhou's stomach would burst after seeing his horrible appetite before. He was now worried that Zhu Shizhou would die immediately on the spot. The sweat under him gathered into a pool of water on the floor of the gym. Just like dehydration. Which was scary to look at. Ji Hui swallowed her saliva. Where did she find this godlike Wang Chong? Chapter 111 Abnormal. On the open deck with sea breeze blowing. Looking up is the blue sky and white clouds. And in front is the calm ocean. Seagulls fly across the sky and cry from time to time. The exercise in the gym has long been over. After leaving the gym, the 3 people have already admired Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou went to take a shower. And when he came out, he looked refreshed again. Without any weakness after crazy exercise. They almost suspected that Zhu Shizhou was an alien creature in human skin. Zhu Shizhou took the 3 people to the open deck and leaned on the railing to watch the people coming and going at the dock. After a morning of contact, the 3 people have almost become familiar with Zhu Shizhou. Although they still don't know Zhu Shizhou's identity. They can't help but Zhu Shizhou's ability to chat. His rational thinking can always grasp the points that are different from ordinary people to cut into the topic. Always giving people a sense of freshness. And when he leads a topic, he can always accurately grasp a person's interest tendency. And judge whether they are perfunctory or really interested in the topic through the extraordinary observation ability after the injection of the drug. Just like when he met Du Fei before. No. To be precise, he is now a high-end version of that time. After a morning of brushing up the favorability, Zhu Shizhou basically filled up their first meeting favorability. At this time, the 4 people were pointing and talking to the guests, who came in from afar. From their perspective, the guests were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, lining up in a long line at the dock. Looking down from a high place, people looked as small as ants. Qianzil suddenly said, "What do you think will happen if I spit from here?" Ji Hui looked away from Qianzil with disdain. "Aren't you disgusting?" Ma Chuanbo also cursed. "Where is the most basic moral quality of being a human being?" Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything. He was carefully looking at the guests, who boarded the ship below. Each of these people was a well-known bigwig invited by Wang Chong. Business, politics, literature, scientific research, art, entertainment, all kinds of celebrities gathered. Zhu Shizhou matched the list in his memory with the faces of these people one by one, screening and eliminating one by one. "Hey, great detective." Ji Hui poked Zhu Shizhou with her elbow. "What's wrong? Can you infer those people?" Zhu Shizhou pretended to ponder for a moment, then hesitated and said, "Yes, I can. But even if I infer it, you can't verify it. Right?" Qianzil laughed and said, "What's the matter? We will know after we ask them later? Forget it. I don't want people to know that I'm talking about them behind their backs." Ma Chuanbo also interrupted at this time. "Then we promise not to mention you," Ji Hui encouraged. "Just give it a try." Zhu Shizhou showed an embarrassed expression. And after a while, he smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Then I'll give it a try. And you must promise not to leak the secret. In order to see the amazing reasoning again." The 3 people hurriedly swore. Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly on the surface. It seemed that he made a choice under the instigation of the 3 people. But in fact, he had expected this to happen. In fact, it was his suggestion to bring them to the deck to watch the guests boarding the ship. He originally thought that if no one spoke later, he would give some guidance. But he didn't expect Ji Hui to provide such a perfect assist. "Then let me talk about the man with a big back hair who looked to be in his 30s. Zhu Shizhou pointed to a man with a back hair who was looking at his watch. Everyone looked in the direction of Zhu Shizhou's finger. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, a windbreaker on the outside, a purple-black suit on the inside, a black suitcase in his right hand, and raised his left hand to look at the watch. The distance was too far, and several people didn't know what brand of watch he was wearing. But the gold color was a bit dazzling in the sun. What do you think he does for a living? Who knows? An entrepreneur? I think he's well-mannered. So I guess he's a writer. Jihui thought for a moment and said, he's carrying a suitcase, which shouldn't hold much stuff. Is he a lawyer? He looks like a lawyer. Zhu Shizhou didn't refute the three people's opinions one by one, but shook his head and asked, your guesses don't really have any basis. Let me ask you. When you observe someone, what's the first impression of this person that comes to your mind? The three were speechless. Zhu Shizhou smiled. The answer is the dress, followed by the demeanor and movements. If this person talks to you, you will further notice his voice and tone. When you gradually get familiar with this person, you will get in touch with all aspects of this person that are not shown, such as ability, knowledge, economic strength, and other things that are difficult to understand through direct observation. The three thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Just like yesterday when they first entered the restaurant and saw Zhu Shizhou and his two bodyguards. They first noticed their clothes and were attracted by the weapons on the two bodyguards. Zhu Shizhou also mentioned that their hair and collars were wet when he was reasoning later. And then other details. So we should first look at his clothes? That's right. Zhu Shizhou nodded. There's nothing special about the clothes he wears. The most noticeable thing is the watch on his left hand and the black suitcase on his right hand. Even though we are too far away from him to see more things, we can find that he has very few things by comparing with others. Few things? What does this mean? The three were puzzled. He was wearing neat clothes and his hair was combed back, which means he pays attention to his appearance. Such a person only has a suitcase in his hand and nothing else. The sea cruise lasts for a week, plus the 3 days the cruise ship is docked at the pier. A total of 10 days, not to mention the time required for the return voyage. If you were him, would you put all your clothes in such a small suitcase or choose to bring them in a suitcase? Yes. Xian Ziel suddenly shouted as if he had discovered something. It seems that most of the others have suitcases. Ji Hui was also surprised. It seems to be true. Also, you can take a closer look at his movements when he carries the suitcase. Do you notice anything? The three people answered honestly. Nothing was found. Zhu Shizhou directly gave the answer. His suitcase is very light. The three people looked at it carefully. And Zhu Shizhou explained. His right shoulder almost did not sink due to the pressure from the suitcase. And it almost remained at the same height as the left shoulder. Of course, this is only one of the evidences. Another clue is that he always used his right hand to carry the suitcase during the queue, which shows that he did not feel that it was very difficult to carry the suitcase with only one hand for a long time. In other words, there was not much in his suitcase. I even suspect that it was filled with some paper documents. This is unfounded, but it is the most likely possibility. They really didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou could analyze so many problems with just a suitcase. In addition, let's look at his demeanor and movements. Did you notice that he looked at his watch more than once while waiting in line? Ma Chunhua thought for a moment and suddenly said, I know this. He looked at the time, which means he has something to deal with. You're right this time. The cruise ship will be docked for 3 days. And this is not a flight that must depart on time. He looked at the time many times. Definitely not because he was afraid of missing the ship. So why do you think he was in such a hurry to get on board? The three of them thought again. After a while, Ji Hui suddenly had a sudden thought. He was in a hurry to pee? Zhu Shizhou. Xian Ziel burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Zhu Shizhou also laughed. Combined with what I said before, his change of clothes, and the problem of looking at the time many times, there is a greater possibility. That means someone has already boarded the ship and is still waiting for him on the ship. And that person has already brought a change of clothes. So he only has a suitcase now. Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and added, of course, it could also be that he was in a hurry to pee. Or maybe he is a person who keeps things simple. So he only brought 1 or 2 changes of clothes and stuffed them all into the suitcase. After Ji Hui blushed, she also felt that it was a bit unreliable, and quickly glared at Xian Ziel, who was laughing so hard that he fell backwards. I'm kidding. What are you laughing at? Zhu Shizhou was also laughing. But at the same time he said, as long as there is no evidence, it cannot be completely denied. But this possibility is relatively small. However, I don't know if you noticed that in addition to carrying less things in his hands than others, there were no other companions who boarded the ship with him. This is indeed obvious. Others are traveling together in a lively manner. But the man is alone. It's not that there is anything wrong with going on board alone. But after combining the first 2 points, it is more likely that someone else has already boarded the ship. And the companion who boarded the ship first is still a close friend who can keep his clothes. His frequent check of the time may mean that he has an appointment with someone on the ship, such as an appointment to meet at a certain time. Zhu Shizhou used some words that were not completely certain, so that he could have an excuse even if he said something wrong later. In fact, he had seen this man in a suit with a slick back hair on the list. This is a stock analyst, and he also has an entrepreneur girlfriend. Both of them are on Wang Chong's list, and Wang Chong's investigation shows that the two have not broken up. So when he saw this man, he noticed that his girlfriend did not appear beside him, and there was no entrepreneur girlfriend among the guests in line. So Zhu Shizhou speculated that his girlfriend had boarded the ship in the morning. It was enough to fool the three people with these almost accurate things. Zhu Shizhou did not say more, because looking down from the high deck, the human figure was only that big, and being able to infer to this extent was the limit. Then, Zhu Shizhou continued to show his reasoning ability, analyzing the guests queuing to board the ship one by one, and each analysis could attract the amazement of the three people. By noon, Zhu Shizhou had almost looked at everyone who had been queuing in the morning, and selectively inferred a few. In this way, he thought he would get nothing in the whole morning. However, an abnormality appeared. Chapter 112. The suspicious person finally appeared. There were countless guests on board throughout the morning. Zhu Shizhou could almost tell which ones were on the guest list, and which ones were their family members. And with his strong memory, Zhu Shizhou was also trying to expand the list of personnel information in his head, since he knew that his save point would be updated over time. He would undoubtedly want to be truly perfect under rational thinking. He was ready to spend several rounds to remember all the living people on the ship in his mind, not only to deal with Su Feng, but also to ensure that he would not fall into the enemy's trap at the beginning and be doomed. As long as everyone on the ship was remembered, even if someone suddenly appeared on the ship during the voyage, or directly replaced someone, he would be able to find it in time as long as he saw it. This was also one of Zhu Shizhou's reliance in the next few rounds. At the same time, he could not rule out Su Feng or others using a more covert way to enter the ship. But in general, he did not have much hope for the possibility of discovering suspicious people on the first day. However, sometimes surprises come so suddenly. Huh? The number of passengers queuing to board the ship at the dock gradually decreased. It was at this time, 11:06. Zhu Shizhou found something unusual among the remaining people in line. What's wrong? Ji Hui was standing next to Zhu Shizhou, and heard Zhu Shizhou's puzzled voice, and asked subconsciously. Zhu Shizhou shook his head no. Nothing. While saying this, his eyes were fixed on a small group of people in the team. He had never seen any of those people on the list. Captain, your movements are too stiff. Relax a little. A mature woman in a dress and coat hugged the man's arm and whispered a reminder in ventriloquy. Honey, you're hugging me too tight. What can I do? After all, we are husband and wife in the setting, and husband and wife are so close. Oh, I really hope this mission can be completed smoothly and quickly. The woman smiled and pinched the flesh on the man's arm. Captain, what do you mean? The man's smile remained unchanged. Don't you understand what I mean? What I hate most is to do missions with a woman like you. And every time I have to pretend to be a couple with you, I'm about to vomit. At this time, a young girl in loose casual clothes behind him complained. Isn't it because the captain and the vice captain are so compatible that the higher-ups always let you two work together? And I think the captain and the vice captain are like an old married couple. People who don't know will think you two are husband and wife. This is clearly a perfect match. Shut up. The two turned back and glared at the girl. The girl had no expression on her face. Captain, vice captain, your reactions are too exaggerated. If someone noticed us now, your reaction would be the same as telling them to come and see me. I suggest you just hold back. The captain waved his hand. You think someone with ulterior motives would notice us now? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The girl still had no expression on her face. In my opinion, everything is possible. The captain and the vice captain are too weak in vigilance. It is because of your character that every mission is full of dangers. I sincerely suggest that you study the basic qualities of actors several times. I am also tired of cleaning up your mess every time. At this time, a delicate voice came from the side. No. Stop arguing. It will be our turn soon. The voice was from a girl wearing a milky white wool sweater. The girl's rosy face was a little chubby, and she looked only 15 or 16 years old. But they all knew that she was born young. Although she looked only 15 or 16 years old, she was actually 20 years old. The role she played this time was daughter. The girl's words were very effective, and they immediately stopped talking. The security personnel in charge of the inspection stopped the 4 people and said, "Excuse me. Please show your ID." The man took out his ID card. Sociologist. Xuening. This is my wife, Lu Qingqing. These 2 are my daughters, Xue Jingxian and Xue Yiru. A total of 4 of us. One of the security personnel took a tablet computer and entered Xuening's ID number into the system. Xue Jingxian put her hands in her pockets expressionlessly, and the hand in her pocket gently pressed the start program on the phone. It's stuck. Sorry. The network is a little stuck. The security personnel looked up and smiled apologetically at the 4 people. After a while, the network resumed smoothly. The system automatically popped up the relevant information of the sociologist Xuening. The security personnel checked the ID card and confirmed that it was correct. At the same time, the access card of a presidential suite was handed to Xuening. "I hope you enjoy the sea parade." Xuening took the access card, looked at the room number, and politely replied thank you. Several people passed the security check smoothly and stepped onto the boarding stairs. Xue Jingxian looked back and confirmed that the security personnel had started to check the next guest. So she quickly tapped the phone screen back and forth with her fingers in her pocket. Under blind operation, in the identity recognition system that no one knew about, the identity information about Xuening was successfully deleted. Before boarding the ship, they had already inserted a Trojan program into the identity system. When the security check came to them, Xue Jingxian started the Trojan program and added an identity named Xuening to the identity system. After the security check was over, she remotely cleared the Trojan program. The whole process took no more than 20 seconds. There are many hackers in the world who are stronger than her, but there is absolutely no hacker who is strong enough to discover her intrusion in just 20 seconds. In this way, they successfully got on the ship. That was not Su Feng's man. Zhu Shizhou thought so almost immediately. Although there was no concrete evidence, Zhu Shizhou still made a judgment based on Su Feng's usual thinking. First of all, Su Feng would never place the personnel so roughly. He would just place a few people who were not on Wang Chan's list. This was like telling him blatantly that there was something wrong with these people. Su Feng would never be so careless. Secondly, the 4 people seemed to be too weak in vigilance. The people Su Feng arranged could not have been unaware of the importance of this mission. But the 4 people always showed a relaxed attitude. They were still talking furtively before the security check, and they only restrained themselves a little when they walked to the security checkpoint. "Do you want to test? How? When? Hey. Great detective." Ji Hui's little hand waved in front of Zhu Shizhou's eyes. Zhu Shizhou was thinking about the problem and subconsciously grabbed his hand. Ji Hui felt the hot temperature of Zhu Shizhou's hand. Her face suddenly blushed, and she quickly pulled her hand back. "What are you doing?" Sorry. Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses and looked at Ji Hui with a smile. "By the way, you said before that you wanted to verify my reasoning. When are you going to go?" Ji Hui didn't react, and was still struggling with Zhu Shizhou's action of grabbing her hand just now. Ma Chuanbua and Qian Ziel looked at Ji Hui, who didn't listen, and mourned for their buddy Sun Haoran for a few seconds in their hearts. Qian Ziel shook his head and answered for Ji Hui. "We do want to go, but I don't remember any of those faces." "Me too. I almost forgot them. But I still remember the few you deduced at the beginning." "What's the big deal?" Zhu Shizhou said. "You don't remember? I remember. I'll show you when the time comes. This is a little game we play. Do you want to add some prizes or something?" Last week, when they were fighting with him, they said they wanted to add some stakes. Zhu Shizhou thought that these people would probably be interested in this kind of little game with stakes, so he took the initiative to propose to add some prizes. The 3 of them looked at each other immediately. "Okay, let's do this. If you guess one right, we will give you 1 million. If you guess one wrong," Zhu Shizhou asked indifferently, "I will also give you 1 million. The 3 shook their heads. "No. If you guess wrong, you have to promise us not to bother with Sun Haoran. That guy has a bad temper. I'm afraid you 2 will clash. It will be embarrassing for everyone." Zhu Shizhou finally realized it. He thought he had been using them and improving their favorability this morning. He didn't expect that these 3 people actually had their own purpose. They spent the whole morning improving his favorability and easing the relationship between him and Sun Haoran. To be honest, he really didn't know what Sun Haoran said yesterday and what he was going to do next. But judging from the reactions of these three people, Sun Haoran's friends were not in vain. Bad friends had their own wisdom. Chapter 113 9 million. It was not until the evening that Zhu Shizhou saw Sun Haoran. Sun Haoran, who appeared in front of him again, had a calm expression, without any resentment that Zhu Shizhou had guessed. He did not quite understand why Ji Hui and the others came to him to ease the atmosphere with such resentment. Did Sun Haoran think it through himself? Or did others persuade him again? He did not understand. But this was just a small problem. He had exposed Sun Haoran's feelings for Ji Hui before just to collect more intelligence out of habit. And he did not know when it would be useful. Now no matter what mood Sun Haoran was in, it would not affect the overall situation. Sun Haoran appeared with Ji Hui and the others. This is the banquet hall on the 16th floor of the luxury cruise ship. Wang Chong marked on the invitation that 2 dinners would be held today and tomorrow night. After the 2 dinners, the luxury cruise ship will set off at sea and cruise on the Pacific Ocean for a week. Today was the first dinner. Wang Chong and his 4 friends were all dressed up. Even the girls beside them wore light makeup, dresses and high heels, looking like the daughters of wealthy families. Wang Chong first stood on the stage in the front and gave a speech to the guests on the stage. Thousands of people in the banquet hall gave Wang Chong face. After all, Wang Chong was the organizer of this event. There was thunderous applause for a long time. In a word, there is no other purpose for organizing this event. This is a feast of communication from all walks of life. I wish you all good food, drink and fun. Ending with this rough remark, Wang Chong, dressed in a neat suit, walked off the stage. The banquet officially began, and the soothing and moving piano sounded in the hall. After getting off the stage, Wang Chong walked straight towards them. Well said. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand to greet him. Wang Chong said jokingly, Brother Zhu, that last sentence is specifically for you. Ha. I heard that you ate 30 steaks in one go this morning. Ha. They all told you? I have a big appetite. You said you have a big appetite. But I didn't know it was that big. Wang Chong pulled the corner of his mouth, and then said, Don't worry about eating tonight. There is enough food. Then I won't be polite. By the way, Brother Zhu, come over here. What's wrong? Wang Chong pulled Zhu Shizhou aside and asked in a low voice. Brother Zhu, who among them has a problem? I have contacted them one by one today, and I feel that there is no problem. They are all the same as usual. Zhu Shizhou looked back at the others, then turned his head and whispered to Wang Chong. Just the same as usual. You have to know that our purpose is not to expose the true face of certain people. Our purpose is to carry out the mission and send me to the island of Illinois. That's true. But, hey, what are you talking about secretly? Ji Hui's voice suddenly came, and Wang Chong was startled by Ji Hui's sudden appearance. But Zhu Shizhou was calm. Nothing. Wang Chong discussed with me whether we should go somewhere to have fun. Where to go? Take me with you. Xianzil came up as soon as he heard about playing. Sun Haoran came up slowly at this time. How about going to the casino tonight? Casino? Interesting. Let's go! Sun Haoran glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Are you going? Zhu Shizhou wanted to answer no, but suddenly thought of something. Is the casino gambling? Xianzil shouted. Gambling? If it's not gambling, is it still a casino? Wang Chong hurriedly said. No gambling. No gambling. Strictly speaking, it's chips. In short, no matter how many chips you win on this ship, the chips are just chips. But when you get off the ship, you know? What do I understand? I don't understand. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand. Ma Qianbui explained in a low voice. Of course you can default on your debts. But the Wang family will terminate all economic exchanges with those who default on their debts. With the influence of the Wang family in the domestic business circle, think about how many people dare to default on their debts. Defaulting on your debts is equivalent to bankruptcy. Zhu Shizhou said. What if the people who come to the casino to play don't have money? Our casino welcomes high-end guests, and you must have a certain amount of assets to enter. It is not open to ordinary people. However, do you know how many of the more than 2,000 guests invited this time are qualified to enter the casino? How many? More than 1,300. Zhu Shizhou understood. That is, the casino on this ship is not short of guests. So are you coming? Sun Haoran smiled at Zhu Shizhou. But I don't know how much of this smile is good intentions. Zhu Shizhou asked. What is the minimum asset required to enter the casino? 10 million. Then I don't have money. What? Everyone was shocked. You don't even have 10 million in assets? They didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou, who was so feared by Wang Chong, actually had no money. This was said a little loudly, and many people around cast surprised eyes in this direction. Who is talking so arrogantly? Oh! It turned out to be Wang Chong's group of rich second generations. So it's okay. Huh? Who is the young man standing and chatting with the group of rich second generations? The new rich second generations in China? Good guy. There are 2 bodyguards behind him who look very imposing. Zhu Shizhou didn't know how many people's attention he attracted. But he didn't care about it. He hoped that the enemy hiding in the dark would reveal his feet as soon as possible, facing everyone's suspicious eyes. Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. I don't have money now. But I will have it soon tonight. Sun Haoran was stunned. What do you mean? Zhu Shizhou looked at Ji Hui and the other 2. Do you still remember the bet I made with you? Qian Zil shouted. Oh my god. Brother Zhu. You are too confident. Aren't you? Ji Hui patted Zhu Shizhou's shoulder in a condescending manner. I advise you. Young people. Don't be too angry. You might lose. Zhu Shizhou smiled faintly. You are not angry. So you are called young people? Ma Qianbo didn't dare to speak. Sun Haoran was confused when he heard it. What bet did you make with him? The 3 looked at each other and told Sun Haoran the bet. But they concealed the content after Zhu Shizhou lost the bet. Wang Chong was stunned. You 3 bet on this with him? Isn't this funny? I gave him the guest list. It would be strange if you could win. Sun Haoran frowned. He doesn't get any punishment if he loses the bet. You are just giving him money. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, I won't lose. Honey, do you want to go to the casino tonight? Lu Qingqing is actually a pseudonym. She plays the role of a wife today. Her real name is Lu Jing. She hugged the man's arm and said in a tender voice, Stop disgusting me. No one is paying attention to us. Stop pretending to be so similar. Okay. Xuening is also a pseudonym. His real name is Xuan. His words are completely opposite to the smile on his face. Alas, your mouth stinks more than your face. Xuan. Jingjing has reminded us to act more like a real person. But you still don't take it seriously. There's no point in pretending now. Just tell me what you want to do. I just read the lip language of Wang Chong and his friends. They might go to the casino tonight. The casino is open to all guests with assets of more than 10 million. You mean to make some money? Are you so poor? Lu Jing rolled her eyes. I'm not interested in money. Don't forget the purpose of our mission on board. Speaking of the mission, Xuan immediately understood. Do you want to target those capitalists as well? Lu Jing said. If you select them conditionally, you can always find the right target. I think it's a waste of effort. Xuan's tone turned cold. Most capitalists only care about their own interests. If their interests are damaged, they will betray faster than anyone else. It's not suitable for them to join the organization. But you also said that most of them are not. Right? The organization's funds have always been tight. The Black Soldier organization has updated countless generations of combat equipment. And we are still clinging to the remnants they have eliminated. Old Wang has been clamoring for research funding. How long have we been delaying it? Xuan stopped talking. This is an opportunity and a challenge. Lu Jing said slowly. Our mission is to take advantage of this opportunity of Wang Chong gathering elites from all walks of life to find and absorb available talents for the organization. But how to retain talents depends on the strength of our organization. Economic strength is also strength. Xuan cursed in a low voice. This fucking business. They want to save the world. But the world says to them, no money to save your Malaysian ringgit. The crazy lunatics of the Black Soldier organization are the only ones in power. But they are forced to hide like rats in the ditch and dare not show their heads. Not having money is really a deadly thing. Talents can't be retained. Xuan asked. What are Jingjing and Ruri doing? In the room. They are cracking the cruise route map of this cruise ship. Let them stop. We will focus on the casino tonight. The banquet was in progress. Zhu Shizhou did not eat much, but held a red wine glass and asked Wang Chong and the others. How is it? Did I deduce correctly? Qian Zil had just returned from the last guest and exclaimed. It's amazing. Not a single one made a mistake. Just now, Zhu Shizhou took them around the banquet hall and pointed out the people who had been deduced in the morning. Wang Chong and the others went forward to confirm whether his previous deduction was correct. It must be said that these tools are really useful. The guests present all know them. As long as they go up to talk, the guests will answer their questions very respectfully. And these people will not be disgusted. Zhu Shizhou also became familiar with these upper-class elites because he often hung around Wang Chong and the other four. Ji Hui, Ma Chunbua, and the others also confirmed the guests they had contacted, and came back and said, "The boss is worthy of being the boss. And the reasoning this morning is completely correct." Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "Then you owe me 9 million now." Sun Haoran deliberately said, "It will take another 1 million to enter the casino. Where are you going to get it from?" Wang Chong laughed and said, "I will help you with this 1 million. They will help me with this 1 million. Zhu Shizhou pointed to the distance. Next to a dining table stood an elegant couple. They were the suspicious people that Zhu Shizhou noticed this morning. Chapter 114I. Zhu Shizhou. Send money? Sun Haoran didn't understand what Zhu Shizhou meant. What do you mean? Are you going to borrow money from others? Not borrowing money. Zhu Shizhou smiled. Didn't you say before that there was no punishment for me if I lost the bet? Isn't it unfair? Now, I'll bet all the 9 million. And you play a game with me. Sun Haoran was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou would come to him before he found fault with him. And the bet was 9 million at once. Zhu Shizhou's generous look didn't look like someone who didn't even have 10 million assets. You mean, if you lose? You lose 9 million to me. And if I lose 1 million to you. No. I just said that they will help me with the last 1 million. No one understood what Zhu Shizhou meant. Zhu Shizhou said, "Next, I will persuade them to help a stranger like me with the last million. You or all of you can go over and greet them in advance. No matter what method you use to dissuade them. I will ask them to transfer 1 million to me in the end." What the hell? Can you play it like this? Even Sun Haoran felt that Zhu Shizhou's proposal was not something a normal person could come up with. Is it so difficult for yourself? Brother Zhu, are you serious? Wang Chong couldn't help but speak and asked with his eyes. Are those two people from the organization? Zhu Shizhou ignored Wang Chong's questioning gaze and said with a smile. Of course I am serious. I don't think it is difficult. You are just bragging. Even though they had seen Zhu Shizhou's magic before, they didn't dare to believe that Zhu Shizhou could easily get 1 million from a stranger. They are the second generation of rich people. The sports cars they buy for transportation usually cost several million yuan. They don't care about 1 million yuan at all. But they also have common sense. If a stranger asks them for 1 million yuan, they will not pay attention no matter how much money they have. Not to mention what 1 million yuan means to ordinary people. It is not certain whether the couple has 1 million yuan. Sun Haoran thought about it, and thought he understood the trick Zhu Shizhou was going to use. So he sneered and said, "This game sounds good, but I have a condition." What condition? The condition is that you are not allowed to talk to them in our name. And the money cannot be borrowed. It must be given to you by them. Hey, this condition is a bit harsh. Ji Hui couldn't help but say a few words for Zhu Shizhou. Unexpectedly, Sun Haoran ignored Ji Hui and stared at Zhu Shizhou. I won't take advantage of you. If you can really get them to transfer 1 million to you under these two restrictive conditions, then I will personally give you another 10 million. Zhu Shizhou said without any embarrassment. Since you are so polite, why not add another restrictive condition to me? Everyone was stunned. It was difficult enough just now. And there was another condition? Zhu Shizhou said. I won't communicate with them face to face. I will write directly on paper, and you will help me send it to them. You can check the words on the paper at will to see if there are any problems. Sun Haoran. Okay. Oh my god. These two people are fighting. Wang Chong and others wanted to dissuade them. But there was no good way. To be honest, their bets were not the kind that were difficult to accept. Even if one party lost the bet, there would be no serious consequences. It was just a little embarrassing. What impact would it have if Sun Haoran lost 10 million? Nothing at all. If he took out any bank card, the number in it would not be less than 10 million. What impact would it have if Zhu Shizhou lost 9 million? Not to mention that this money was originally won by Zhu Shizhou by cheating. If he really wanted to enter the casino, would Wang Chong stop him from entering? Now that Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to propose such a strict rule, they all felt that Zhu Shizhou was doomed to lose. And at the same time, they all complained a little about Sun Haoran's ignorance. He just made you lose face once yesterday. Is it necessary to be so petty? What's more, Zhu Shurjiu was telling the truth. Ji Hui was quite dissatisfied with Sun Haoran. But Sun Haoran pretended not to see it. Then you start. Zhu Shurjiu made a pleased gesture. Sun Haoran sneered and walked past Zhu Shurjiu. On the other side, Xuan and Lu Jing tensed up. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Wang Chong and the others are looking at us? It shouldn't be your illusion. I felt it too. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Xuan and Lu Jing's foreheads. What's going on? It seems that someone named Sun Haoran seems to be walking towards us. I saw it too. Did he get discovered? No. When did he get exposed? Calm down. It's not necessarily like that. On the surface, the two of them smiled and talked. But in fact, their hands holding the wine glasses were clenched and turned pale. Hello. Sun Haoran walked up to the two of them and greeted them. Xuan smiled faintly. Hello. Hello. I know you. You should be Mr. Sun Haoran. Right. It's me. What are your names? My name is Xuaning. I'm a sociologist. And this is my wife, Lu Qingqing. Hello. Mr. Xue and Ms. Lu. It's like this. I made a bet with my friends. While Sun Haoran was talking, Ji Hui asked Zhu Shurjiu, are you just standing here and watching? Why don't you go over and listen to what he said? Zhu Shurjiu took a sip of the red wine that didn't bring him any enjoyment. No need to listen. You are really confident. Do you have any confidence? That's nonsense. If I didn't have confidence, why would I bet with him? It seemed to be true. But they really couldn't imagine how Zhu Shurjiu was going to get something for nothing from a stranger. Soon, Sun Haoran came back. Ji Hui asked hurriedly, what did you tell them? Sun Haoran looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Did you ask her to ask? I asked it myself. Ji Hui glared at Sun Haoran. What did you say? I saw the couple kept nodding. Nothing. I just told them about my bet. And I even promised that if they refused to transfer 1 million from Brother Zhu, I would transfer 10 million to them after the bet was over. Xianzil shouted. Fuck. You are really mean. It can be said that Sun Haoran was ready to pay a price of 10 million regardless of winning or losing, which was of no benefit to him at all. The only effect was to see Zhu Shurjiu being humiliated. Ma Chunbua and Wang Chong looked at Sun Haoran with a little contempt. Sun Haoran only looked at Zhu Shurjiu. Have you thought about how to ask them for money? Paper and pen. Zhu Shurjiu extended his hand. Sun Haoran waved, and a waiter arrived in time. He took out a palm-sized notebook from the pocket of the waiter's vest, and then took out a pen and handed it to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu took the pen and notebook, opened it, and quickly wrote a line on a piece of paper. Then tore off the page and returned the notebook and pen to the waiter. He handed the note to Sun Haoran. So fast. Everyone looked at the text on the note and was very curious. It seems that Brother Zhu didn't write many words. Is this enough? There was a very confusing sentence written on the note. You are famous but not nameless. I know you but I don't know you. You know what I'm talking about. Please transfer me 1 million. Thank you. Card number. Everyone looked at it and asked in unison. That's it? Zhu Shurjiu nodded. That's it. Chapter 115 exposed just after getting on board? What are they talking about? Xuan smiled, but lowered his voice to ask the deputy captain Lu Jing, who was lip reading. Lu Jing looked strange. They are still talking about asking us for money. When it comes to this, the two of them can't hold it back. Sun Haoran, Wang Chan's friend, took the initiative to contact them and said something that made them both confused. His friend bet with Wang Chong and others that he could get 1 million from him and Lu Jing without any evidence. Before getting on board, they didn't expect that they would get in touch with Wang Chong's circle in such an outrageous way. I heard from Sun Haoran that the man's surname is Zhu. Do you know him? No. It's not mentioned in the intelligence. The person who proposed this bet was a young man they had never seen in their investigation. At this time, he was facing away from them and didn't know what to say to Wang Chong and others. As they observed, the young man asked for paper and pen, wrote something on the paper, and handed it to Sun Haoran. Xuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. Next time, I should let Jingjing and the others investigate more carefully. Wang Chong's social circle obviously doesn't just include those rich second generations. This person is weird. Did you notice the two bodyguards wearing black masks behind him? Well, that's why I said he's weird. Those two bodyguards are not ordinary bodyguards. I can feel that they are very strong. This is the instinct of the creature. As the battle-hardened captain and vice-captain, Xuan and Lu Jing can naturally detect the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were so strong that they exuded a dangerous aura just standing there. But that was all. Before they took action, they could only judge that the two bodyguards were strong. But they didn't know how strong they were. The person protected by such bodyguards was obviously not a small character. And it felt quite wrong that the other party used them to bet. Could it be just a coincidence? Both of them were a little nervous at this time. Sun Haoran went and came back. When he came over, unlike before, he held a folded paper in his hand. Mr. Xue. Ms. Lu. Excuse me again. What's wrong? Is it about the bet again? Haha. Don't worry. We are not stupid enough to just give a stranger 1 million. Lu Jing also smiled. Although we have money, we won't spend it like this. That's good. Sun Haoran was already confident of winning. And now he was even more delighted when he heard the two say this. And handed the paper in his hand to the couple. My friend said that as long as he showed you this note, you would immediately give him money. Haha. I also think this is impossible. You are not that kind of fools. Hearing this, the two felt it was ridiculous. It was less than a day after I got on the boat and encountered such a weird thing. Is it so outrageous? The two laughed with Sun Haoran and opened the note. Haha. This kind of thing is indeed only a fool would. Halfway through the words, the laughter stopped abruptly. Xuan and Lu Jing's smiles froze on their faces. Their eyes fixed on the paper, as if they had seen something incomprehensible. Their hands holding the paper froze in an instant. What's wrong with you two? Sun Haoran originally thought that Zhu Shizhou couldn't trick these two people into giving away 1 million yuan with just a piece of paper. So he had been smiling with a winning mood. Until just now, he was still in a good mood. However, when the couple's smiles froze and they stopped talking strangely, his mood also stagnated. Wait, this guy's handwriting is really unique. We have to see what he wrote. Xuan explained casually. But his heart had already set off a storm. What's going on? What's going on? What Zhu Shizhou wrote on the paper may seem confusing to others. Even a little contradictory. Such as famous but unknown. Knowing but not knowing. Others may say it's a mess at most. But in their hearts, they think this sentence is full of connotation. Famous means they have real names unknown. Means their pseudonyms are not on the list of people invited by Wang Chong unknown. Means the other party does not know who they are Means the other party knows their identities. As soon as these two sentences appeared in front of them, they knew that the person who wrote this sentence was directly confronting them, knowing that they got on the ship by sneaking, and even might know where they came from. The two of them were shocked by this sudden exposure of their identities. They had been on the ship for a day, and it was exposed? How was it exposed? You can't see his handwriting clearly? It's a bit sloppy. Sun Haoran said even though he felt something was wrong. How about I read it to you? You are famous but unknown. After hearing the words on the paper from Sun Haoran, they couldn't pretend to be confused anymore. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This sentence is full of contradictory philosophy. By the way, is it convenient for Fong to ask your friend to come and talk to us? We have some philosophical questions that we want to discuss with this young man. Sun Haoran felt more and more wrong. You too. You can't. Xuan and Lu Jing looked at each other, smiling, but their eyes were full of solemnity. We thought about it carefully. 1 million is not a lot of money. Just treat it as making friends with him. Hee hee. Hee hee. Your mother. Sun Haoran was stunned. What happened? Why do you suddenly want to transfer money? Are you too stupid? He quickly said. No. Wait. I think I said that as long as you don't transfer money to him, I will transfer 10 million to you personally. Xuan shook his head generously. If we really care about money, we will not care about this 1 million. But Sun Haoran wanted to persuade him a few more times, but the couple seemed to be brainwashed. Suddenly, their attitude changed 180 degrees, and they insisted on giving Zhu Shizhou 1 million for free. The only fools can do this mentioned before. Now it sounds like a joke. Xuan asked. Did he say anything else besides this? Sun Haoran answered absent-mindedly. Nothing. Just this one sentence. Okay. Then let's transfer money and treat it as making friends. While Xuan was talking, he took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the note in his hand, and then sent it to his 2 daughters in the room by text message. After seeing the photo taken by Xuan, Jingjing sent several question marks in succession. Xuan typed quickly and concisely. We are exposed. Check this card number immediately. It's urgent. After a few seconds, Jingjing replied without asking or any nonsense. Okay. Give me a minute. Chapter 116 Theory of Good and Evil in Interpersonal Relationships. Wang Chong and his friends had been paying attention to Sun Haoran's situation. When they saw Sun Haoran's smile disappear, their faces became quite strange. No way. Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou, who looked calm. Is it really? Not long after, Sun Haoran came back. When he came back, his expression was gloomy. He stared at Zhu Shizhou and asked, How did you do it? Sun Haoran really couldn't figure it out. If Zhu Shizhou and the couple knew each other, it would be possible for the couple to give him money. But when he chatted with the couple before, he knew that they did not know Zhu Shizhou. Then the question came. What magic did Zhu Shizhou write on the paper have to make these two people change their minds? He asked this question after persuading Xuan and Lu Jing. But he was always perfunctory, so he could only come back and ask Zhu Shizhou. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Qianzil asked in surprise. Brother Sun? What do you mean? Those two idiots agreed to give Brother Zhu 1 million for free? Sun Haoran nodded slowly, his face gloomy. Fuck. This is too amazing. Right? Brother Zhu? Do you have the superpower of remote hypnosis? How did you do it? How did I do it? Zhu Shizhou smiled. It's nothing more than reasoning. Reasoning again? Everyone was a little unconvinced. What did he reason out? What did Zhu Shizhou reason out in that sentence that they couldn't even understand? I won't go into the details. This involves the other party's privacy. It's not convenient to talk about my reasoning process. If you don't understand, just treat it as a magic trick. Ji Hui complained. Even if it's a magic trick, it can't be so unreasonable. Right? Even she couldn't make a man give her 1 million with just one sentence. But Zhu Shizhou did it easily. Just like performing a magic trick. Everyone scratched their heads and didn't know what was going on. Zhu Shizhou kept smiling and said nothing. When they looked at the silly couple, the couple raised their glasses to Zhu Shizhou with a smile on their faces. Zhu Shizhou also raised his glass in return, also with a smile on his face. Have you found it? I have found it, Jingjing replied. The owner of the card number is a college student in Jiancheng, named Zhu Shizhou. I sent you the photo. Take a look. Is there anything wrong with this person? Xuan replied. I don't know. It happened too suddenly, and they were not prepared at all. Xuan opened the photo Jingjing sent on his phone, and looked up at Zhu Shizhou, who smiled at him, sweating on his palms. It can't be just college students. How could an ordinary college student appear here and have a good chat with Wang Chong and the others? How could an ordinary college student hint to them that he already knew their identities? How could an ordinary college student bring 2 bodyguards with him to the banquet? But the information I found is indeed like this. It takes 1 minute to break into the system of the bank where the card number is located, and find out the identity of the owner of the bank card, and then retrieve the photos in the student registration system. The number of hackers who can do this in 1 minute can be counted on one hand in this world. Jingjing's investigation may not be the most accurate, but it is indeed the most intuitive information that everyone can see. The information shows that Zhu Shizhou is just a college student. The other party is blatant, and does not hide it at all. The threat is more obvious. Xuan said. Call 1 million to this card number, and be careful not to leave any traces. Jingjing replied quickly. Okay. 2 minutes later, Zhu Shizhou took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The vibrating text message prompted that 1 million had been successfully deposited. He smiled and showed everyone the account information. 1 million has arrived. At this time, he finally confirmed that there was indeed something wrong with the couple. Sun Haoran was like a gambler who was desperate at this time. He frantically flipped through the note in his hand repeatedly, and the sentence on it still made him confused. It's not that he can't afford to lose, but he can't accept losing in such an inexplicable way. Although Qianzil didn't understand, he teased at this time. Brother Sun, it's time for you to transfer the money. Right? Sun Haoran cursed hack in a low voice, scratched his hair irritably, took out his mobile phone, and made a random call. I'm willing to admit defeat. 10 million has been transferred to you. The amount is relatively large, so it may take several hours for approval. Zhu Shizhou looked at the account and found that the 10 million had been credited. Approval? It doesn't exist, since he was captured by the Black Soldier Organization. All his information has been firmly controlled by the Black Soldier Organization. including all his financial movements. The Black Soldier organization monitors everything he has in the highest standard. And the bank card is naturally within the monitoring range of the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou did not hide anything. Not only did he use himself as bait to catch a suspicious big fish, but he also made the suspicious couple become bait to try to catch a bigger fish. The Black Soldier organization will definitely notice his abnormal flow of funds. And once noticed, they will track it down. After tracking it down, they will naturally take action against the organization or individual who transferred money to his card. And what he has to do is to wait for the person arranged by Su Feng to jump out. In this way, he will also know who the person arranged by Su Feng is. It's too outrageous. I didn't expect that there are such fools in the world. Brother Zhu can get 1 million by just writing a sentence. Everyone is still studying the note with Sun Haoran. But after looking at it over and over again, there is only one sentence, and no mystery can be seen. Even Wang Chong, who is a non-staff member of the Black Soldier organization, was confused. When he was about to pull Zhu Shizhou to the other side to ask, the couple in the distance walked over here. Zhu Shizhou patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, the host of the banquet. Say hello to them? Suddenly, Wang Chong realized that Zhu Shizhou's move must have some meaning. There is something wrong with this couple. At this time, he reacted belatedly. He was a little nervous inside. But Wang Chong was a rich second generation who had seen many big scenes. His inner nervousness was not reflected on his appearance. He imitated Zhu Shizhou's smile and took a step forward to the two guests. Xuan walked in front of Wang Chong with Lu Jing arm in arm, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Wang, we are here to thank you for hosting this banquet. During the banquet, we chatted with several colleagues for a long time and had a great time. Although it was just a banquet, I benefited a lot from communicating with top professors in the industry. I toast to Mr. Wang. Facing this cup, Wang Chong also raised his glass and clinked it with Xuan. Zhu Shizhou smiled. What a bunch of nonsense. What about communicating with the top professors in the industry? This is pure nonsense. Zhu Shizhou has been paying attention to the movements of these two people since the beginning of the banquet. They have been standing there with red wine glasses, mumbling something, and have never communicated with other professors at all. This once again proves the suspicious facts of these two people. As his wife, Lu Jing smiled and raised the red wine glass in her hand. Mr. Sun, Mr. Qian, Mr. Ma, Miss Ji, I also toast you a glass. Some of the four people were not interested. Some smiled, and some directly ignored Lu Jing. Anyway, Lu Jing took a sip of wine gracefully. And then the couple looked at Zhu Shizhou. Who is this? The protagonist of the bed just now. Qian Zil interrupted. He actually asked for 1 million from you casually, and refused to tell us the reason. Don't you think it's strange? After that, he looked at the two curiously, as if he wanted to find the answer from them. But unfortunately, the couple didn't seem to want to say it. Just smiled at Qian Zil and didn't respond. In fact, they were secretly relieved in their hearts. It seems that it has not been completely exposed, no matter what Zhu Shizhou's purpose is, since he chose to hide it from Wang Chong and others. It means that there is still room for maneuver. They don't want to be forced to evacuate in disgrace after just one day on the ship without doing anything. Zhu Shizhou stretched out his hand to Xuan. Hello. My name is Zhu Ge, and I was also invited to attend this banquet. You two look familiar. I think I have seen you at a TV interview. Who are you? Xuan smiled. Xuaning. Just a sociologist of little fame. This is my wife Lu Qingqing. What nonsense. What Zhu Ge? It's clearly a pseudonym. And he said he had seen them in a TV interview. This is even more nonsense. Their current faces are purely fabricated disguises. How could they have seen them? Xuan and Lu Jing looked at Wang Chong and the others around them. They were not surprised by the pseudonym Zhu Shizhou said, which meant that Zhu Shizhou also used a pseudonym in front of them. So, they understood and had a bottom line in their hearts. This Zhu Shizhou liked them. Got on the ship. Before they carried out the mission, they had expected that there would be more than one organization on the ship, and it was very likely that other organizations would also secretly get involved. Before meeting Zhu Shizhou, the guess was just a guess. But now, the guess has come true. It's just that they don't know which organization Zhu Shizhou belongs to, and whether they can cooperate. However, this person seems to be much more powerful than them. He actually got into Wang Chong's circle of rich second generations in such a short time on board. You know, They are still making plans to contact Wang Chong and are hesitant. The other party has actually been one step ahead of him. The efficiency is astonishing. And the ability should not be underestimated. Xuan was thinking. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou was stunned. Are you Xuaning? I have read your works. The book Theory of Benevolence and Evil in Interpersonal Relationships is very well written. I didn't expect to see you here. What interpersonal relationships? What kind of goodness? Xuan was stunned for a moment, forcing himself to accept this sudden setting. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he followed Zhu Shizhou's words and added a patch. Oh, that book? That book was written by me in my early years. I guess it can't even be found on the internet now. I didn't expect you to have read it. Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, a certain point in that book is very interesting. I still remember it. It says that in a relationship, if both parties show goodwill at the beginning, then this relationship will start with goodwill. But if one party shows malice, then no matter whether the other party is goodwill or malice, then this relationship will start with malice. Goodwill and malice. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's nonsense, Xuan finally reacted. This person wants to cooperate with him. Chapter 117. Watch out for the attack of the black soldiers tonight. Faced with Zhu Shizhou's show of goodwill, Xuan habitually maintained a vigilant attitude. Zhu Shizhou appeared very suddenly, and his words were even more inexplicable. When Zhu Shizhou expressed his willingness to cooperate with them, Xuan had no other thoughts except vigilance. But on the surface, he could only maintain a smiling expression and deal with this young man. This is an opportunity, isn't it? A voice came from the micro-bone conduction headset hidden behind the ear. No matter who he is, he can be our way to contact Wang Chong's circle. Captain, my suggestion is to try to contact him first. And if we are exposed, we can switch to covert action. Do you need to tell me this? Xuan complained in his heart. But the biggest problem is whether they can afford the other party's goodwill? Young man, I think you have read my book seriously. I wonder if you know my other theory. Zhu Shizhou smiled and took a sip of red wine. What? Goodwill can also be disguised. Even if one of the parties A and B has malicious intentions. As long as the goodwill is disguised perfectly, both parties can happily start a positive interpersonal relationship. But this kind of relationship is very fragile. It is a relationship that looks beautiful, but is actually full of dangers. Zhu Shizhou understood that the other party did not believe his sudden goodwill. But it is still acceptable to talk about cooperation as long as the two sides do not suddenly turn against each other. Then the illusion of peace can continue. The conversation between the two sides did not last long. The partners around them were no longer used to their riddles, and interrupted the two people who were about to have a deeper exchange. Teacher Xue. Right? Ji Hui said to Xuan with a smile. Can you tell us what the secret is in the words written by our friend on the paper? While the two were talking, everyone had already turned the paper over. But unfortunately, they still couldn't find out Zhu Shizhou's trick. Haha. This is a secret. After Xuan finished laughing, he glanced at Zhu Shizhou seemingly unintentionally. He didn't know how the other party found out that they had sneaked onto the ship. But he knew that this person had the ability to destroy their team's plan at any time. But he knew almost nothing about the other party. Now is not the time to get in touch with the other party in depth. Xuan temporarily let go of Wang Chong. He knew that if he wanted to get in touch with Wang Chong and the others, he had better have more trump cards in his hand. Otherwise, they would have no power to fight back against the fangs of the enemy hiding in the dark. Before they figured out who Zhu Shizhou was, they didn't plan to continue to have any contact with Zhu Shizhou in the open. So Xuan toasted everyone again and said goodbye. Everyone was confused. But the magic that Zhu Shizhou had shown before made his actions less obvious. Except for Sun Haoran, who was still struggling. Everyone else put aside their doubts and started chatting and bragging again. And even talked about Zhu Shizhou's superhuman physical strength in the gym that morning. Zhu Shizhou listened with a smile for a while. But he noticed from the corner of his eye that Teacher Xue and his wife were wandering around in the crowd and then left the banquet hall. After a few minutes, Zhu Shizhou apologized to everyone and left on the pretext of going to the toilet. Wang Chong hesitated for a while and did not choose to follow. After leaving the banquet hall, he came to the open deck. There were many people on the open deck, but there were fewer than in the hall. Most of them were couples leaning on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting. The light yellow light added a warm atmosphere to the night. You are here as expected. Zhu Shizhou heard Xue An's voice coming from his side, just as his first foot stepped on the deck. Turning his head, Xue An was standing at the door of the hall, leaning against the wall waiting for him. The other woman didn't know where she went, and she was not seen. Zhu Shizhou was not scared by the sudden voice. After seeing Xuan, he said lightly, "The conversation is not over yet. How can you leave without permission?" "Then I apologize for my impoliteness." He shrugged. "So, little brother, what do you want to tell me by chasing me out? Are you going to ask me for money?" "That's not the case. I just want to find out who you are, and what you want to do on this ship." Xuan was confused this time. "Do you think we will tell you if you ask?" "No." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "That's it," Xuan sneered. "Boy, don't think that we will be afraid to act because you have the evidence against us. 1 million is just a small thing for our organization. But that's it. If you really know what's good for you, we will keep our distance and spend the sea parade on the ship peacefully. I don't want to explore your secrets. And you don't want to explore mine." Zhu Shizhou suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at? If you really think so, then I'll tell you. You will die miserably." Xuan frowned. He was a little unsure of what the other party said. Was this a threat or a warning? "What do you mean?" Then, Zhu Shizhou said only one sentence, which made him instantly shocked. "There are black soldiers on this ship." The moment he heard this, Xuan's hair stood up and his whole body trembled suddenly. You want to ask me how I know?" The answer is very simple. Because Wang Chong is a non-staff member of the Black Soldier Organization. Zhu Shizhou was very calm, completely different from Xuan, who was pale with sweat on his forehead. Zhu Shizhou revealed another unexpected big secret. Xuan forced himself to calm down. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhu Shizhou, "You really gave me valuable information. How can I tell whether what you said is true or false?" Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou confirmed one thing. These people entered the cruise ship without knowing that the black soldiers had joined the game. Zhu Shizhou had been puzzled before. The relaxed attitude of these people before boarding the ship did not seem like they were here to carry out any secret mission. Instead, they looked more like they were here to travel. After boarding the ship, they appeared in the banquet hall unscrupulously, without even hiding to wait and see. So he had a guess in his mind. That is, they thought there would be no enemies on the ship that they feared, such as the black soldiers. If they knew that there might be black soldiers on the ship, they would not be so relaxed. If they knew that Wang Chong was an extra staff member of the Black Soldiers organization, they would not appear in front of Wang Chong so blatantly. Now Xuan's reaction confirmed Zhu Shizhou's guess. Zhu Shizhou did not show any abnormality and continued to play role-playing. "How do you tell whether what I said is true or false? Are you kidding? Why do I need to prove the truth of this matter to you? I don't want to cause the black soldiers to target me because of a big move." Zhu Shizhou's words calmed Xuan a little. Xuan said, "I will judge the authenticity of this matter by my own means. In addition, do you have anything else to say?" Zhu Shizhou looked at the other party. "You should have investigated my identity." "Right?" Xuan asked. "What's the point of asking this question? The meaning is that I need to judge the strength of your organization. If you can't even investigate this matter, then I will doubt whether it is necessary to cooperate with you." The atmosphere was silent for a while. The sea breeze blew coldly on the deck, making a dull whistling sound. Zhu Shizhou knew that he had now grasped the opponent's weakness. Under the threat of the world's enemies, he could cooperate with a pervert like Su Feng. So why can't he cooperate with this person now? In Xuan's eyes, the Black Soldier Organization is the biggest threat. And except for the Black Soldier Organization, other organizations are rats surviving in the cracks of the shadows. If there are really black soldiers on the ship, then it is obviously a bit overconfident for them to fight against the Black Soldier Organization on their own. To be honest, if he was not sure whether what Zhu Shizhou said was true or false, he would have retreated with his team members now. Originally, he wanted to be safer. No matter who Zhu Shizhou was, he should not explore it or care about it. But reality makes people restless. "Your name is Zhu Shizhou, and you are a college student. This is the result of our investigation." Zhu Shizhou pretended to frown. "That's it?" Xuan was a little annoyed by Zhu Shizhou's doubts. But the two hackers in his team did their best. No matter how they investigated, the intelligence showed that this person was just an ordinary college student, except for not knowing where he went yesterday. Everything was normal. The two hackers pulled out several hairs, but could not find any tricks in the investigation. It can only be said that the other party's level of concealment is too high, and the forged intelligence is as detailed as the real one. I admit that the intelligence you disguised is indeed very beautiful. But if you think we are only at this level, you are wrong. Our strength is not limited to intelligence capabilities. Then what other strengths do you have? Are you testing? Haha. I can tell you that our combat strength is not inferior to that of the black soldiers. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Xue expressionlessly. And he was too lazy to even pretend. If you can fight the black soldiers head-on, why would you do this? Just hearing the black soldiers organization is like having TSD. And you are so scared that you almost want to run away. You even use this to pretend. Why? You don't believe it? That kind of thing doesn't matter. Zhu Shurjiu interrupted Xue and said to Xue, your intelligence capabilities are lacking. But I don't want to care so much. Anyway, I have told you the matter. It's up to you to decide what to do. I'm going back. You can consider cooperating with me again. After saying that, Zhu Shurjiu turned around and prepared to leave without any reluctance. Wait a minute. Xue looked at Zhu Shurjiu and sneered. You want to use us as a vanguard to test the black soldiers organization? Do you think we are so stupid that we will listen to you and go against the black soldiers organization? Zhu Shurjiu shook his head, walked into the hall without looking back, and only left a sentence lightly. Tonight, pay attention to the attack of the black soldiers. Chapter 118. Someone has entered the room. The moment Xue heard Zhu Shurjiu's words, his face didn't look good. Be careful of the black soldiers' attack tonight? Zhu Shurjiu's reminder was like a spell lingering in his ears. The person had left and returned to the banquet hall. Xue stood on the deck and blew the cold wind for a while. It took a long time for the slight tremor of his body to subside. His mood suddenly became much heavier, and he pressed the headset. Is there any progress in the investigation? Who is the other party? I don't know. The team member's calm, but somewhat crazy voice came from the headset. No matter how we investigate, there is no progress. Captain, have you reached a dead end? He may really be just an ordinary person. What an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person talk freely in front of me and even threaten us? The headset fell silent. Xue let out a long breath. If we can't find out, let's put it aside. We'll stop tonight and prepare for retreat. What happened? He said, the black soldiers will attack us. Black soldiers? A terrified cry came from the other end of the headset. Captain, is this information reliable? How could we be noticed by the black soldiers so quickly? Just like we don't know why we were exposed so quickly. Maybe the black soldiers also discovered the problem in some way. In short, it's better to believe it than not. You should know our organization's strategy for dealing with the black soldiers. Right? I know. In any case, run away first. Run away, Xue retorted, changing to a more pleasant way of saying it. That's called a strategic retreat. Then I think we should retreat strategically now. Or ask for support. No. It's more reasonable to retreat. I don't want to die young. I don't want to either. But first of all, what the other party said may not be correct. We don't know where his information came from. We can't be scared off by this sentence. What if the other party just wants to force us to leave in this way? If we leave without confirming the existence of the black soldiers, wouldn't that be his wish? I think he is just bluffing. If he says the black soldiers will attack us, will the black soldiers attack us? It's so funny. If the movements of the black soldiers are really so easy to control, then why do we need to be afraid of the black soldiers? Suddenly, the team members suddenly understood. And for a moment, they all felt that what he said made sense. Who does that kid think he is? It's incredible that he can find black soldiers on the ship. And he can predict the actions of the black soldiers? How could such a thing happen? After the banquet tonight, attack them. On the way back to Wang Chong and the others, Zhu Shurjiu said this to the two black soldiers beside him. One of the black soldiers, wearing a windbreaker and a mask, said in a rock-hard voice, how far do you need to go? Leave them alive. Zhu Shurjiu contacted Su Feng last night, threatening to die, and then had a conversation with Su Feng in front of them. Afterwards, when he gave them the phone, Su Feng said that they were allowed to change their attire, and asked them to follow Zhu Shurjiu's orders on some unimportant matters. What is the definition of insignificant? Su Feng did not explain it very clearly. This means that Su Feng gave them a lot of freedom to judge what is insignificant and what is important. Perhaps in Su Feng's view, even this question itself is not very important. In their understanding, the things that will affect their final arrival at Illinois Island are important issues, and those that will not affect them are insignificant issues. Will Zhu Shurjiu's instructions affect the overall plan? The two black soldiers think not. But out of caution, they still said, we will record all your actions. And if there are uncontrollable accidents, we will notify our superiors. Zhu Shizhou replied lightly. It doesn't matter. The conversation ended here. There is no need to explain too much to these two black soldiers. They are neither curious nor try to understand. They are pure and more heartless monsters than him. Even if they saw the whole process of his conversation with Xuan just now, they did not do anything special. And they did not want to report it to Su Feng. This means that Su Feng's mission to them was really just to protect him to Innocent Island. And they didn't care about anything outside the mission. This was good news for Zhu Shizhou. After Zhu Shizhou returned to the banquet hall, he didn't see Wang Chong and the others in their original position. Obviously, they couldn't hold back and ran off to play somewhere. Or maybe they thought it was too boring and just left. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. And there was more than an hour left before the banquet ended. There were not as many people in the banquet hall as at the beginning. But there was a trend of gathering in different circles. The people invited by Wang Chong were all famous people from all walks of life. The elites from all walks of life had a great conversation in this hall, talking about the theoretical knowledge in their own fields. Zhu Shizhou walked among the crowd, just like an ordinary passerby. But in fact, his ears were constantly forcibly memorizing what he heard while passing by, especially focusing on the circles with the most intense debates. Of course, his knowledge is just that of an ordinary college student at present. And his knowledge has not become broader with the injection of the medicine. It is still the same as before. He wrote down the theories and debates of these elites in preparation for the next few weeks. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand the professional knowledge. As long as he can repeat it, he can become a fake elite and a pseudo-expert. After walking around the banquet hall, in addition to paying attention to their conversations, Zhu Shizhou also almost memorized the faces of these people. There are too many things to remember. And even with his current memory, his head is a little swollen. Until the end of the banquet, Zhu Shizhou did not see Wang Chong and the others again. And he did not know where they were. Zhu Shizhou said to the two black soldiers, "Any of you can go. But you must go back to the room to change clothes and put on your black soldier uniforms again." They had no objection. After leaving the hall with Zhu Shizhou, the three of them took the elevator back to the door of the room. Just as Zhu Shizhou took out the access card and was about to open the room, the black soldier reached out to stop Zhu Shizhou. "Someone has entered the room." The word spoken by the black soldier made Zhu Shizhou stop the action of preparing to open the door. Zhu Shizhou was not nervous at all. Instead, he asked, "How do you know someone has entered the room?" "There are traces of wiping on the door handle." Zhu Shizhou looked at the door handle. The metal door handle was shiny and reflective. He understood that according to this degree of reflection, a finger would leave fingerprints on it. But now this door handle was extremely smooth, as if no one had ever touched it. This was very abnormal. It's really amazing that the black soldier could notice such details. They didn't wipe the door handle. Who would wipe the door handle? Obviously, the answer is an intruder. Someone entered the room and left. Before leaving, in order to eliminate the traces, he carefully wiped off the traces on the door handle. Who is it? Zhu Shizhou thought of the woman named Lu Qingqing who he didn't see on the deck. Chapter 119 Network Attack and Defense Crushing. Zhu Shizhou did not act rashly. Not because he was afraid, but because two black soldiers stopped him. Their mission was to protect Zhu Shizhou. No matter what happened, even at the cost of their lives, they had to protect him to the black soldier training base on Innocent Island. So they would not allow Zhu Shizhou to take risks personally. The two black soldiers took the access card from Zhu Shizhou and swiped the door lock. The two of them protected Zhu Shizhou, one in front and one behind, to ensure that he would not fall into danger because of the sudden attack. One of the black soldiers held the door handle and pressed it down gently, and the door opened smoothly. There was no trap or obstruction. He slowly pushed the door open a crack, and the room was still dark, with only the cold moonlight shining through the window on the floor of the room. "You come in later," the black soldier said calmly, and before Zhu Shizhou responded, he flashed into the room alone. Zhu Shizhou waited for a few minutes before He Bing opened the door and said to him, "No enemy was found, nor any traps, but traces left by the enemy were found. There was actually an intruder. While they were still wandering in the banquet hall, someone sneaked into his room and did something." Zhu Shizhou had to admit that He Bing's insight and observation skills were far better than his. If He Bing hadn't noticed the abnormality on the door handle, if the intruder in the room hadn't left, if the intruder had set up a trap inside and waited for him to fall into the trap, If there were more of these ifs, he might have died now. Take me to see. The black soldier took Zhu Shurjiu to the coffee table. On the coffee table was the guest list folder that Zhu Shurjiu had almost torn apart before. Another black soldier turned on the light in the room. And Zhu Shurjiu finally knew what the traces left by the enemy that the black soldier mentioned was. Zhu Shurjiu picked up a so-called trace from the coffee table next to the folder. Woman's hair? The black soldier only said. Given this length, it is very likely to be a woman's hair. Of course, it could also be a man with long hair. Or the hair is simply fake. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a while and asked, Are there any other places? Yes, the black soldier answered, and then walked around the room, and found hair from the bedroom, bathroom, sofa, and even the closet. Zhu Shurjiu didn't expect the black soldier's efficiency to be so high, or to find so many things that ordinary people couldn't find in this huge room in just a few minutes. This abnormal level of observation ability is at least difficult for him to achieve now. Turning his gaze back to the hair in his hand, Zhu Shurjiu thought for a while and said, If the other party is not suffering from alopecia, then he has been in this room for a long time. Otherwise, there is no reason to leave so much hair everywhere in the room. Zhu Shurjiu neatly placed the hair collected by He Bing on the coffee table. These hairs are about the same length, and they are all brown in color under the light. The ends are slightly curled, but the whole is straight. According to this length, the other party's hair should be long to the shoulders. As for Lu Qingqing, whom he had met at the banquet before, her hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. Although it was not clear how long it was, it should be at least longer than this hair. And Lu Qingqing's hair color was not brown. In other words, these hairs were not Lu Qingqing's. If they were not hers, then whose were they? What do you think? Zhu Shurjiu asked the two black soldiers. However, the two black soldiers did not answer. They were here to protect Zhu Shurjiu's safety, not to play any puzzle games. One of the black soldiers asked expressionlessly, Do I still need to carry out the attack now? Yes. Of course. Zhu Shurjiu picked up the hair and threw it into the trash can. Whether the invader was Lu Qingqing or someone else, they began to reveal their true colors one after another. But they did not know what they were planning. On this peaceful ship, undercurrents were surging everywhere. He did not have much time to wait, so he might as well open the prelude to the turmoil. Late at night? Fuck. In another presidential suite, Xuan was staring at the computer screen with a pale face and nervous expression. The two girls who played the role of daughters in this mission, Shui Jingxian and Shui Yiru, who were actually hackers in the team, were making their fingers clatter on the keyboard, leaving after images. No! No! I can't stand it. Ro. Can you continue to limit the flow? No. No! If we continue to limit the flow, our program computing power will drop to the lowest level, and the data flow will be captured by the other party. Then continue to set up the firewall. Quantity first. Oh no! The other party has found the location of our virtual server. If the mirror springboard is also hacked, disconnect the network. Disconnect the network quickly. Captain! Xuan, who was always paying attention to the network, quickly pressed the electronic signal blocker in his hand. Suddenly, the regional network with a diameter of more than 100 meters was cut off. If someone nearby on the ship was using the network at this time, they would find that they could not access the network. But after just a few seconds, the network returned to normal. The words "no network connection" also appeared on Jingxian and Yiru's computers. Jingxian and Yiru almost pressed the shutdown button of the computer at the same time. Too strong. Too strong. We are not at the same level as them. Jingxian and Yiru were still in shock. After the network was finally cut off, beads of sweat continued to appear on their faces. In this slightly cool night, the wind made them tremble all over. The attack on the network occurred in the evening when the banquet was about to end. At that time, Jingxian was using her own AI crawler program to frantically search and collect any information about Zhu Shurjiu. This program can continuously strengthen learning while searching. When there is enough data, it can judge the value and credibility of information like a human, collect useful information and discard useless information, and use the computing speed of cloud virtual servers to forcefully break through various encrypted information. If this AI crawler program is used to search for a specific person, it is enough to dig out all the black history of this person from childhood to adulthood, and even to dig out the person's ancestors for 18 generations. They thought that if they wanted to collect information about Zhu Shurjiu, It would be enough to let the AI crawler program run on its own. Unexpectedly, the AI crawler program started to report errors when the program was only halfway through, outputting a lot of garbled code and running garbage. They reacted quickly and immediately realized that someone had performed their program. Data flow blasting. That is commonly known as hacker intrusion. So the network attack and defense war began. At the beginning, the opponent's means could be called gentle. They completed the removal of the Trojan in a few strokes and tried to find the opponent's intrusion path. But just when they were about to launch a counterattack, the opponent suddenly launched a formal attack. The opponent's algorithm program was completely different from theirs, and the underlying structure of the algorithm was a version they had never seen before, which almost instantly crushed the defense network they built. To describe it, it was like they were about to use a slingshot to test each other. But the opponent suddenly took out a Gatling gun from his arms and shot them wildly. The gap in strength forced them to use the flow limit method. The so-called flow limit is to stipulate that only a certain amount of data can flow through a certain path, forming a flow limit channel. They forced the opponent's data flow to be almost the same as theirs, and then engaged in network attack and defense with the opponent, trying to save their dignity in this way. However, the opponent's powerful computing power still crushed them. In the attack and defense just now, they were crushed in all aspects. In the end, they were even forced to use the most shameful surrender method for hackers to disconnect from the internet. The situation just now was so critical that if the internet was disconnected a second later, all the information on the computer would be intercepted. It was too extreme. Jing Xian had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. Captain, I think we should retreat. People who can enjoy this level of information protection must be extraordinary. Before we get into a complete crisis, I suggest terminating this mission. Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. No. Wait. Let me think about it. Jing Xian continued. No wonder he could find us so easily. I even suspect that the Trojan program we implanted when we boarded the ship had already attracted their attention. And the bank card number you showed me. Maybe it was also a bait for phishing. And we just took the bait. It can be said that since they boarded the ship, they have been almost naked under the other party's nose without knowing it. Since the other party has such powerful computer technology, the reminder given by the other party is very likely not alarmist. When they thought of this, Xuan and Jing Xian immediately had a bad premonition. Xuan's face suddenly changed not good. Contact Lu Jing quickly. Yi Rou also reacted immediately that their deputy captain might be in danger. Lu Jing volunteered to investigate Zhu Shizhou's secrets before, and they agreed without thinking too much, and believed that with her skills, she would definitely not encounter any difficult opponents as long as the opponent was not a black soldier. However, now, after experiencing the defeat on the internet, they have to pay attention to Zhu Shizhou's reminder. But it has been more than 2 hours since Lu Jing left them. Is it too late? Will the deputy captain have encountered a black soldier? In the corridor, Lu Jing held a gun in both hands and pointed it at the man in black, who was covered in a sweater. Who are you? The man in black did not answer. His long breath echoed in his mouth and nose. His eyes under the sweater were staring at Lu Jing, who was holding a gun. Lu Jing stared at him intently, and the air was stagnant. She did not dare to shoot, nor did she dare to act rashly. The man in black suddenly appeared in her field of vision. At that time, she just learned Zhu Shizhou's room number from a waiter. When she was about to sneak into Zhu Shizhou's room, the man in black suddenly appeared at the corner. The man in black was wearing a black sweater and a mask on his face. He was shrouded in the sweater and looked quite mysterious. She smelled the breath of danger from this person, so she quickly distanced herself from him and quickly drew her gun and pointed it at him. This caused the confrontation between the two in the corridor at this moment. Lu Jing's palms were sweating, but the other party remained unmoved, staring at Lu Jing's hands indifferently and calmly. Chapter 120: A brief confrontation. What should we do? The deputy captain can't be contacted. Her communication is turned off. In the room, 2 hacker girls stared at the communicator anxiously. The communicator flashed red, which meant that the other party's communication status was turned off. But how could the deputy captain turn off the communication during the mission? There must be a problem. Xuan paced back and forth in the room anxiously. What should we do? Yi Rou asked stutteringly. But she suddenly shut up halfway through the question. The 3 of them looked at the door at the same time. Is there someone knocking on the door? Xuan's expression suddenly became solemn, and he reached for the gun on his waist and asked his 2 teammates. Yes, someone is knocking on the door. Yiro answered palely. She stopped talking because she vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door again. And this time everyone heard it clearly. You go first. I'll go check. Jingxian took a deep breath and packed up her computer. If it's really a black soldier, then use it in time. Although it's precious, it's nothing compared to life. Yeah. I know. You go first. Jingxian didn't say any more nonsense. Quickly opened the suitcase. And quickly pulled out 2 life jackets. One for herself, and the other for Yiru. The 2 girls opened the French window of the balcony. And the whistling cold sea breeze rushed in from the window, blowing the 3 people's hair wildly. Before jumping off the boat, Jingxian turned around and said something to her captain. Captain, promise me that you will survive. I will. After saying this, Xuan looked back at the balcony while loading the silencer. The 2 girls had already jumped into the sea and disappeared. Fuck. You run so fast. Can't you say a few more sentimental words to me? Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door continued. Xuan didn't care to complain. He put his hand holding the gun behind his back and slowly approached the door. With his heart alert, he pressed the door handle with one hand and said, I'm coming. Why are you rushing? The moment he opened the door, Xuan tensed up his body. All the muscles in his body tensed up, ready for battle. But his face still had an unguarded expression. Sir, do you need a midnight snack? The waiter outside the door pushed a dining cart filled with all kinds of pleasing desserts. Xuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the person knocking on the door was actually a waiter on the ship. The waiter pushing the dining cart looked so harmless that Xuan judged that he was just an ordinary person when he saw him. It was impossible for someone to pretend. After a second careful look, he still thought that he was indeed an ordinary person, with a loose and weak body, and a weak aura just standing. Was he making a fuss? Xuan relaxed his body a little and gave the waiter a forced smile. No. Thank you. Oh. Okay. The waiter pushed the dining cart and was about to leave. But Xuan asked, do you also provide midnight snacks for all the guests on the ship? Not really. We only deliver food to guests' doorsteps when they need it. So what are you doing now? The waiter replied with a slight complaint. I don't know who called the kitchen and said that a guest on this deck wanted to have a midnight snack. But we were not sure which room it was. When we called back, no one answered the phone, so we could only ask one by one. Hearing this, Xuan's hair stood on end instantly. Damn. He fell into a trap. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the corridors on both sides. At the end of the corridor, a black soldier stood there quietly. Why did he know that it was a black soldier? Because the guy's outfit was the standard uniform of a black soldier. In an instant, Xuan's face became extremely ugly. He did not suspect that the other party was just SY. What he thought of at this time was what the man named Zhu Shizhou said to him. The black soldiers really came. He thought they were just exposed to Zhu Shizhou's eyes. But he didn't expect that the black soldiers had already targeted them. The waiter saw Xuan's expression and felt strange for a moment. When he was about to look back according to Xuan's expression, Xuan suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder. Don't look back. Keep going forward. If you want to live, do as I say. The waiter's body froze instantly, and he looked at Xuan in fear. Xuan's hand, which had always been behind his back, slightly tilted to the side, revealing a cold pistol. Sir, you, get out. Xuan glared at the waiter fiercely. The waiter didn't dare to say a word, and immediately pushed the dining cart forward like a flying trembling body to escape. Oh, I'll take care of you. This was said to the waiter who was used, and also to himself. Xuan turned his head and looked at the black soldier, only to see that the black soldier slowly stepped towards this side, and walked faster and faster. Xuan did not close the door, because he knew it was futile. He walked back to the room, raised the silencer pistol in his hand to the door, but retreated to a position only one step away from the balcony. He knew the strength of the black soldier very well, and did not want to fight him head-on. If he really couldn't beat him, he also designed the most convenient escape route. What he wanted to do now was to buy more time for his 2 teammates, who had already escaped. The air became very quiet. Xuan held the pistol, and as time passed, his heartbeat began to gradually speed up, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down the corners of his eyebrows. Just when he was about to hold his breath for a long time and couldn't stand it, suddenly, something was thrown out. Xuan raised his hand almost subconsciously and fired a shot. He accurately hit the object that appeared at the door. Only after hitting it did Xuan realize what he had hit. It was a table knife. As if it was picked up from the banquet hall, the table knife was thrown out by the black soldier as bait. The bullet hit the table knife accurately, making a crisp jingling sound. And at the same time, this gap was seized by the black soldier. A silver light flashed, and another table knife, like a bullet, shot straight at him. Xuan only had time to slightly turn sideways, and the table knife, that was originally flying towards his neck, drew a silver line in the air, piercing the air and scratching Xuan's skin. Fuck. Such a thrilling scene made Xuan feel frightened again. As he dodged, the black soldier rushed into the room. As fast as a black lightning, Xuan couldn't help but take a step back and fired several shots at the black soldier. However, what made him want to curse was that he, a sharpshooter who always hit the target in training, had become a master of human body outlining at this moment. No matter how he shot, the black soldier's footsteps would deflect one step in advance, allowing the bullet to hit the empty space. With 3 or 2 steps, the opposite wall was riddled with holes, but the black soldier was still unscathed. Bang! The black soldier rushed in front of him and kicked his hand. The pistol flew out in a rotation, hit the ceiling and fell down. Xuan covered his arm and leaped back, enduring the pain and shouting to He Bing, "I'll settle with you next time." He Bing was about to take a step forward, but at this moment, he recalled Zhu Shizhou's instruction to let him live, and his footsteps paused imperceptibly. During this pause, Xuan seized the opportunity to jump backwards over the railing, and the whole person plopped into the sea. In this deep night, not even a wave could be seen. Chapter 121, Seeking Cooperation. Fuck. They are really strong. Drenched all over, Xuan returned to the deck, cursed the black soldiers inwardly, and pressed the communicator to contact his teammates. Jingjing Ruru. How are you guys doing? Achoo. The sound of a soft sneeze came from the communicator. Jingjing's calm voice sounded, "We are back on board. Captain, you are not dead." What a pity. Xuan was full of black lines. Do you think I will sacrifice myself to delay time like in the movie? You think too much. Running away when things are impossible is my life principle. Jingjing was silent for a while, and asked, "If you run away when things are impossible, why do you want to board the ship now?" Captain? Xuan shook his body and wrung out the moisture from his clothes. Aren't you the same? We are here to save the deputy captain. Xuan sneered. Uh-huh. What can you two little girls do? I am here to save her too. Although that woman is troublesome, she is still serious about the mission. If she dies on this ship, then I will lose a useful partner. Listening to the captain's roundabout words, Jingjing sneered disdainfully. Ahem. Xuan changed the subject. Anyway, let's find a place to meet up first. My clothes are all wet. It's really uncomfortable. What's your suggestion? After thinking quietly for a while, he answered, My suggestion is to go to that man. That man undoubtedly refers to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou can accurately point out that the black soldiers will come to attack them tonight, and he also enjoys a strong information protection ability, so he must be able to protect them from the black soldiers. It's not that the two sides don't have any conflicts of interest. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In front of the black soldier organization, Zhu Shizhou will become their friend. And before in the banquet hall, Zhu Shizhou expressed the idea of cooperation to them. He had seen through their identities, but still chose to conceal it. It can be said that the other party has shown the greatest kindness of a stranger. Xuan pondered for a while. Okay, let's do it. Jingjing was very efficient, she said. Although I was crushed in all aspects in the network attack and defense just now, I still collected a lot of useful information, such as the room where he was on this ship. Xuan first found a random shelter on the deck, leaned against the wall, and let the cold night wind blow on his body. If the other party sneaked onto the ship, then the other party should not have any housing information. That's right, Jingjing replied. But there is surveillance. My AI crawler program searches the entire Jiancheng. As long as the surveillance is connected to the internet, I can automatically identify the appearance of everyone in the surveillance through the crawler program, and filter out all the traces of the desired person. Which room? Let's meet up now. I'm almost freezing to death. Jingjing advised, don't worry. If we don't have anything that can show value, will the other party choose to protect us when we appear in front of them? Captain, You have to remember that we are now in a state of escape, which is equivalent to being defeated by the black soldiers. Think about it from another perspective. If we appear in front of the other party with our current posture, will the other party protect us or throw us away as a burden? But don't we have the other party's information in our hands? Captain, are you going to threaten him? First, we have no idea how strong the other party is. If our verbal threats fail, and the other party attacks us directly, we may not be able to win. Second, there is no need for us to seek cooperation through threats. We can coexist peacefully. Why must we use this method? Xuan immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay. You are right. You are worthy of being the wise general in the team. Jingjing didn't know what to say for a while after hearing her captain's perfunctory attitude. She forced the topic back. In short, what I want to say is that we should first summarize all the information of the other party and try to take the leading position in the subsequent negotiations. Otherwise we will be very passive. So, what information did you find? Jingjing said. All the monitoring information on the ship yesterday was deleted. I can only find the backup of today's monitoring in the monitoring system. This is normal. With his level of information protection, it would be strange if he didn't do this. Xuan was not surprised but happy. The stronger the other party is, the stronger his allies will be in the future. I found the relevant footage in today's surveillance backup, including footage of him, Ji Hui, Xian Ziel, and Ma Chuanbo eating, working out, and chatting on the deck. Xuan thought for a moment and said, "This is barely normal," which proves that the other party has the status or qualifications to communicate with those rich second generations on an equal footing, and has already penetrated their inner circle in just one day. This guy is very capable. Not only that, in the surveillance, I also saw that Wang Chong and other rich second generations basically revolved around him. Not only did he successfully infiltrate their group, he even became the central figure of their group. Xuan held it in for a long time before saying awesome. How did he do that? What's even more confusing to me is that this person used some unknown method to make Ji Hui, Xian Ziel, and Ma Chuanbo transfer a total of 9 million to him. Sun Haoran also transferred 10 million to him. His bank card balance went from 3 digits to 8 digits in 10 minutes. Xuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't say this is normal. This is not normal at all. The other party's ability is beyond his imagination. At least with the limit of his imagination. He couldn't think of how he raised funds so quickly. No wonder he can enjoy such a high level of information protection. The other party's ability is worthy of such treatment. Fuck. Xuan suddenly thought of something. He whispered, and his face suddenly became ugly. According to him, Wang Chong should be a non-staff member of the Black Soldier Organization. Doesn't that mean? Don't think too much, Jingjing denied. If he is a member of the Black Soldier Organization, why would he choose to cooperate with us? Don't forget, every time we confronted the Black Soldier Organization, the attitude shown by the Black Soldier Organization was what? Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. The Black Soldier group of lunatics have always killed anyone they saw. And they would never set traps to deal with us in such a roundabout way. In addition, if you think that those who are close to Wang Chong are members of the Black Soldier Organization, then aren't his friends also suspects? That's true. I also noticed that the other person's body doesn't seem to be that of a normal person. What do you mean? I saw him exercising in the gym. He exercised on the treadmill at a speed of 20 km for 15 minutes per set, and repeated it 10 times. This level of endurance is not something that a normal person can have. Chapter 122 Anti-Black Soldier Inhibitor. Xuan thought about it, and thought that he should be able to do this level of exercise. But it might not be easy. But who is he? He is an elite among normal humans. He didn't always flee from the black soldiers. As for his record, he had defeated several black soldiers. Although his physical fitness is not as good as that of the black soldiers, he has also crushed ordinary people in all aspects. There are not many people who can compete with him in physical fitness. In other words, Xu Shizhou's physical fitness is not normal. Very good. Xuan let out a long breath. In this way, the other party is worth cooperating with. On the other side of the communicator, Jingjing was silent for a while, and spoke casually. Captain, you seem to have made a mistake. Xuan was puzzled. Jingjing said, it's not that the other party is worth cooperating with, but whether we are worth cooperating with in the eyes of the other party. If we want the other party to accept us, we can only show our value. Xuan fell into deep thought. He was evaluating what they had that could be worth the other party's interest. Then he found that they had almost nothing. In the information war, they were lagging behind in all aspects. In terms of military strength, the defeated generals of the Black Soldiers seemed to have no persuasive power. In terms of money, the other party had the terrifying means to get 19 million in 10 minutes. What did they have? At least they had to show something to prove that they could let the other party cooperate with them. Finally, he finished thinking. He took a deep breath and said, "In that case, then take that out." Although he didn't say which one, Jingjing understood Shui An's meaning. After a long silence, she asked, "Do you really want to do this? That's the only capital we have." "It doesn't matter. Isn't capital meant to be squandered?" Shui smiled. "Anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. This is the only thing we have that can be used for negotiation. In front of the lives of teammates. All rare things are as cheap as dog shit. You're not dead?" Zhu Shizhou looked at the Black Soldier, who returned unscathed, and asked expressionlessly. The Black Soldier replied coldly, "Not dead. The opponent is very weak. So weak that I don't know how to let him go." He recounted what happened just now. Zhu Shizhou, after listening, he didn't know what to say now. He wanted to ask Xuan, "What about the 50-50 strength you said with the Black Soldier?" He thought Xuan was so confident that even if he couldn't kill the Black Soldier, he could at least injure him. In order to give the other side more chances to win, he deliberately let the Black Soldier go. But he didn't expect that they would collapse at the first touch in the confrontation with the Black Soldier. With this level of strength, they actually had the nerve to say the combat capability is not inferior to the Black Soldier. The plan to weaken the Black Soldier failed. "Go change your clothes," Zhu Shizhou said. "I guess Wang Chong and the others will come to find me to go to the casino later." Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Zhu Shizhou gave the Black Soldier a look. The Black Soldier obediently returned to the room to change clothes. Zhu Shizhou then put on a bright smile and said, "I'm here." When he opened the door, he saw not Wang Chong and the others as expected, but 3 people standing outside the door, all wet and embarrassed. Xuan covered his injured arm, and stood beside 2 girls that Zhu Shizhou had seen when he looked down from afar on the deck before. "Hello, Mr. Zhu. Are you interested in helping us?" Zhu Shizhou didn't say much, pretending to be slightly surprised, and made way for the room. "Come in." Xuan was a little surprised at Zhu Shizhou's tolerance and acceptance. He originally thought that he would have to go through several excuses and verbal confrontations. "Thank you." This thank you was a little more sincere. Zhu Shizhou secretly said in his heart that he didn't kill 2 birds with 1 arrow. But at least he shot 1 bird, and the fishing plan was successful. After Xuan entered the room, he subconsciously looked at everything in the room and focused his attention on the bodyguard standing quietly beside Zhu Shizhou. "Where is the other bodyguard next to you?" Zhu Shizhou made up a lie. "My bodyguards usually take turns to guard me at night. After all, they are also human beings and need to rest." "I see." Xuan looked at the bedroom door. Coincidentally, the bedroom door opened at this moment. Everyone's eyes were on the man in a black windbreaker who walked out of the bedroom. Zhu Shizhou added, "Unless there are special circumstances, such as a stranger appearing in my room late at night. In order to fully ensure my safety, both of my bodyguards will sacrifice their sleep time to protect me." Xuan always felt that this explanation was a bit far-fetched, but he didn't think of anything wrong for a while. "Anyway, don't talk nonsense. Tell me what you encountered." Zhu Shizhou sat on the sofa calmly, and when he looked at Xuan, his eyes were extremely calm, showing a strong sense of oppression. Xuan was pulled by this sense of oppression and sat down on the sofa opposite, putting aside his doubts. "As you expected, we were attacked by the Black Soldiers." When saying this, Xuan was still paying attention to Zhu Shizhou's expression. Zhu Shizhou didn't have any unexpected look on his face. "I guessed it. Continue." "So," in Zhu Shizhou's calm eyes, Xuan told what happened just now. It was almost the same as what the Black Soldier said, except that he described his brief confrontation with the Black Soldier as "you come and I go. One move is wrong, and I lose and flee." Everything else was similar to what the Black Soldier said. Zhu Shizhou asked, "So, what do you want me to do for you?" In fact, Zhu Shizhou thought they would come to him, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Sure enough, the next moment, Xuan said something that Zhu Shizhou didn't expect. "Help me save my teammates. My teammates were attacked by Black Soldiers, and I don't know whether they are alive or dead." Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but look at the black soldiers beside him. He figured out what happened by himself. One of their teammates was attacked by other strangers. Zhu Shurjiu temporarily suppressed this matter in his heart and said to Xuan, "Okay, I can help you. But what can you give me?" Xuan was not prepared to beat around the bush. In order to save his vice captain, he directly gave his trump card, Anti-Black Soldier Suppression Potion. "I have a dose of Anti-Black Soldier Inhibitor Potion in my hand." Zhu Shurjiu thought for a while and asked directly, "What is Anti-Black Soldier Potion?" Xuan was surprised. "You don't know Anti-Black Soldier Inhibitor Potion?" Zhu Shurjiu did not explain, but sneered, "You should be glad that I don't know, so that you can continue to negotiate with me." Xuan was uneasy, but time was tight, so he said it. Anti-Black Soldier Inhibitor Potion. Its function is to suppress the effect of Black Soldier Potion and re-stimulate all the emotions of black soldiers. Let black soldiers go from a heartless monster to a person who is more sentimental than anyone in the world. Can remove emotional erasure? Zhu Shurjiu leaned forward, showing a very interested look, but said, "Is this the Anti-Black Soldier Potion you mentioned? It doesn't sound good." Xuan sneered, "Not good? Wrong. This is exactly the most valuable part of this potion. After the effect of the potion takes effect, all the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of black soldiers will reach their peak, and their hearts will be fragile and sensitive. They will recall everything they have done, including the blood on their hands. Their hatred and remorse for their past selves will make them more saintly than the Virgin Mary. Even if they don't commit suicide immediately, they will fall into an infinite depression and guilt. The sins they have touched will instantly destroy their personalities." Chapter 123 Injection. Xuan's sneer was full of sarcasm, but not towards Zhu Shurjiu, but towards the Black Soldier organization. The working principle of the Black Soldier drug is to stimulate the body's cells, allowing the cells to absorb drug molecules, and quickly spread the drug effect to the whole body through the blood circulation in the body. After the human brain receives the drug effect, the biological signals generated by the limbic system in the cerebral cortex and subcortical to control emotions will be blocked by more active biological signals. Therefore, people who have been injected with the Black Soldier drug will show a state of losing the ability to express emotions. The Black Soldier organization is very likely to be able to re-stimulate the emotional expression of the Black Soldier. But they don't do it. They want to make the Black Soldier a tool in their hands that does not require complex thinking. The working principle of the Anti-Black Soldier inhibitor is to enhance the biological signals of the brain's limbic system and quickly make a person regain emotions. Not only that, in order to fight against the stronger Black Soldier drug that may be developed, the efficacy of the Anti-Black Soldier inhibitor drug needs to be stronger. So strong that after the injection of the drug, people will have a steady stream of rich emotions. However, this emotion is extremely fragile. After injecting the Anti-Black Soldier inhibitor, a person can be heartbroken when thinking of a sad thing, or laugh until suffocated when thinking of a happy thing. All human emotions will be amplified to the biological limit, which is completely different from the Black Soldier potion. After listening to Xuan's introduction, Zhu Shurjiu did not answer immediately, but continued to pretend to ponder. He must get this potion, because he can feel that his personality is changing. In the constant replay, he almost gradually forgot what his emotional self was like. In other words, he gradually couldn't judge what choices his emotional self would make through recollection. His ability to replay was limited. If one day he stopped injecting the drug and regained his emotions, would he regret the choice he made as a ruthless self for the rest of his life? Just as Xuan said, after injecting the Anti-Black Soldier drug into the Black Soldier, the Black Soldier would collapse and even commit suicide, precisely because he was affected by the sins he had committed. He didn't want to fall into that situation. Have you made up your mind? Is it possible that this bargaining chip cannot satisfy you? Time passed in Zhu Shurjiu's silence. Xuan was a little impatient. His deputy captain was now dead or alive. How could he sit here and do nothing? Anti-Black Soldier inhibitors. Do you have them with you now? No. The girl who had been silent all the time suddenly said. We hid the Anti-Black Soldier inhibitors in. On me. Xuan interrupted Jingxian's lie and looked at Zhu Shurjiu seriously. If you want, I can give it to you now. I just hope you can help my teammates quickly. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the man and praised. A man who knows the times is a hero. You are very good. Jingxian frowned and finally sighed. Give it to me. Zhu Shurjiu stretched out his hand to the man. The man took out a syringe with an automatic injection device from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Shizhou. Under the light, the medicine in the syringe showed a light blue color, which was extremely clear. Zhu Shizhou played with it for a while and looked at the time. There were 10 minutes left before the midnight bell rang. What are your names? Time was running out, and Zhu Shizhou still had some information to figure out. So he decided to go one by one. My real name is Xuan. And her real name? Xue Jingxian, who had just spoken beside him, sighed. My name is Fan Jingxian. My name is Ero. The girl with a soft and chubby face raised her hand and said, Xuan, Fan Jingxian. Ero, where is your teammate whose life and death are uncertain? Her name is Lu Jing, Xuan said quickly, looking at Zhu Shizhou urgently. I've given you the potion and told you my real name. Why the hell are you still asking questions? When did she lose contact? Half an hour ago. Around 11:30 p.m. At 9:30 p.m. she asked to take a walk on the ship. And then she lost contact. Xuan didn't tell everything after all, and concealed a lot of things, such as Lu Jing's intention to sneak into Zhu Shizhou's room, and their crazy collection of Zhu Shizhou's information, but being crushed by hackers. They didn't know whether Zhu Shizhou knew these things, but at the moment of seeking cooperation, it was better not to say it. Zhu Shizhou could probably think of Lu Jing's intention of taking a walk on the ship alone. But now, he didn't care about the other party's lies at all. Writing a blank check is fun for a while, and it's fun to keep writing it. He didn't plan to do anything more meaningless in this round. It was meaningless. Zhu Shizhou pulled out the protective head on the anti-black soldier inhibitor needle, and the silver needle shone brightly under the light. What do you want to do? At this time, the black soldier who had remained silent suddenly asked. Zhu Shizhou held the medicine with a stiff smile on his face. Xuan noticed this unusual atmosphere, and the feeling of something wrong in his heart rose again. Xuan, do you know who we are? Zhu Shizhou looked at Xuan and asked. Who are you? Xuan asked with a dry throat. The next moment, Zhu Shizhou said the most desperate words. We are black soldiers. At this moment, Xuan's mind was blank and his whole body was trembling. Fan Jingxian and Ero next to him also showed extremely incredible expressions. Especially Fan Jingxian. She kept muttering impossible. If you are a black soldier, why do you? Of course it's for this. Zhu Shizhou smiled and shook the anti-black soldier inhibitor in his hand. He looked at Xuan. The black soldier who attacked you just now is the one standing next to me. How is it? Does his roundhouse kick hurt your hand? I also arranged for someone to kill your teammate. The guy named Lu Jing. She should be dead now. We threw her body into the sea. I guess there won't even be a wave. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shizhou laughed very proudly and arrogantly. No wonder you said you have the ability to fight the black soldiers. It turns out you have this. Ha ha ha. Now I have tricked you into getting this thing. Let's see what else you can use to fight me. You bastard. Xuan roared, and instantly shot up from the sofa. He was so angry that he completely lost his mind. He rushed towards Zhu Shizhou like a vicious dog pouncing on its food. Protect me, Zhu Shizhou shouted. One black soldier grabbed Zhu Shizhou's collar and retreated directly, while another black soldier tacitly blocked in front of Zhu Shizhou and kicked Xuan in the chest. With a click, as fast as Xuan rushed over, he flew back. His chest was directly kicked and his ribs were broken. When he flew back, the blood spurted out and bloomed into a blood flower in the air. The black soldier, who was holding Zhu Shizhou's collar and retreating, turned his head to look at Zhu Shizhou. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's face no longer had the arrogance just now, but a calm face. And on his arm, there was a syringe that had been automatically injected. The light blue medicine in the syringe had all entered his body. Chapter 124, Recovering Emotions. Zhu Shizhou fell into madness. Emotions are gradually recovering. Zhu Shizhou felt it. Yes, that's the feeling. A long-lost familiar and strange feeling began to gradually spread from the brain. According to Xuan, this is the clinical manifestation of the drug effect activating the biological signals generated by the limbic system in the cerebral cortex and subcortical that control emotions, allowing the drug effect to produce richer emotional expressions in people. The two black soldiers turned around at the same time and stared at Zhu Shizhou, who had been successfully injected with the drug. In fact, they don't care whether Zhu Shizhou recovers his emotions. What they care about is whether Zhu Shizhou will die after the injection of the drug. When they saw Xuan handing Zhu Shizhou the drug, the first thing they thought of was not what Zhu Shizhou would do with the drug, but whether the drug was poisonous. if Xuan's words were all lies, and what he handed to Zhu Shizhou was poison, then Zhu Shizhou would die worthlessly after the injection of the drug. And then, their mission would fail. Then they realized that this should be a special case mentioned by the superiors. And they needed to contact the superiors. The black soldier was very efficient, and immediately took out his mobile phone to contact Su Feng. On the other side, Fan Jingxian and Yi helped Xuan up with desperate expressions, and stared at Zhu Shizhou with resentment and anger in their eyes. Password 932-847-2860. Correct answer. Is there anything you need to report? The black soldier quickly explained the situation, emphasizing the transaction between Zhu Shizhou and another organization. After listening, Su Feng only said, "Give the phone to Zhu Shizhou." The black soldier did as he was told. Zhu Shizhou took the phone and said, "Hello? Su Feng." He. Sorry. I couldn't help laughing. I finally recovered my emotions. The crappy drug you injected me finally helped me find a way to recover my emotions. Ha ha. Zhu Shizhou laughed without saying a word because of the joy in his heart. This was only the effect within 1 minute after the drug was injected. As time went by, Zhu Shizhou could feel that everything was back. He was complacent and proud of having deceived Su Feng again. And he couldn't help laughing because he found a way to relieve his emotions in the future. This showed that all his emotions were recovering as expected. But something was wrong. The drug was too strong. So strong that it was beyond Zhu Shizhou's imagination. Su Feng was not angry or worried on the other end of the phone, but seemed very confused. Why did you do this? Of course I did it because ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shizhou laughed so hard that he bent down, holding his stomach, and every muscle in his body trembled with joy. His stomach also spasmed with laughter. Su Feng listened quietly to Zhu Shizhou's abnormal behavior on the other end of the phone. In the room, Xuan was shocked when he saw Zhu Shizhou inject the anti-black soldier inhibitor into his body. He didn't care about the pain in his chest, and was helped up by Jingxian and Yi. Ahem. You actually. After hearing what Zhu Shizhou said to Su Feng on the other end of the phone about recovering emotions, how could Xuan not understand what happened? Zhu Shizhou was a black soldier whose emotions were wiped out. Zhu Shizhou's pretense of arrogance was so realistic that he successfully fooled him. But why did this guy take the initiative to inject the potion? After listening to what he said, didn't he understand what would happen after the black soldier was injected with the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion? You are committing suicide. Xuan laughed in anger, although he failed to stab the potion into the body of the black soldier who was fighting with him. At least Zhu Shizhou, who was protected by the 2 black soldiers, came to an end. Xuan reacted quickly. Before the 2 black soldiers attacked him, he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Think back. Count the sins in your life." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Shizhou, who was originally laughing happily, stopped laughing. Immediately afterwards, a series of sad things that broke his heart automatically emerged in his mind. The surging emotions destroyed all his rationality. Woo woo woo. Zhu Shizhou sat on the ground crying and laughing. After a while, he buried his face deeply in his hands, tears pouring out from his fingers. He cried out at the top of his lungs, "I'm sorry. 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 Li Hua. I'm sorry. Brother Pian. I'm sorry. Du Fei. I'm sorry. I've hurt you. I dragged you down. You could have lived a more normal life. But woo. Why did I do this? There was a better solution. If I tried it hundreds of millions of times by myself, I would always find a solution. But I had to use you just to make the attack faster and more secure. Woo woo woo." Su Feng was still trying to communicate with Zhu Shizhou. "You just injected the inferior black soldier substitute potion yesterday and reached an agreement with me to postpone the time for 3 months. Now it's only the 2nd day, and you overturned the cooperation with me. Why?" However, how could he communicate with Zhu Shizhou casually now? The efficacy of the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion is extremely overbearing. Originally, this was a product developed for the black soldier potion. Now it has collided with the inferior substitute potion that is even worse than the black soldier potion. And the effect is completely crushing. In addition to crushing, there is no other more appropriate adjective. Zhu Shizhou's reason was destroyed. The surging emotions echoed in his mind, washing his rational thinking back and forth over and over again. The overwhelming emotions, like the waves, filled all his thinking space, so that he could not answer Su Feng's questions. Nor could he think about whether there were any traps in Su Feng's questions. Ah. I regret it so much. I can't go back. Everything is gone. Su Feng pressed on. What do you mean by trying hundreds of millions of times? Can you actively predict the future? How long is the limit of your prediction of the future? Xuan and others were stunned. Predict the future? What the hell? Zhu Shizhou ignored Su Feng's questioning. He collapsed on the ground, and the guilt that surged out overwhelmed all his other emotions. He trembled and repented. I'm sorry, Li Hua. I couldn't help you get revenge. I even joined the camp of your enemies. Woo woo woo. Brother Pian. I'm sorry. Every time I used you to fish. Where are you now? Because of my selfishness. I didn't even pay attention to your current situation. Woo woo woo. Du Fei. Du Fei. I'm such a bastard. I regret so much that I used you as a tool to gain Su Feng's trust, which has led to you becoming a monster without emotions now. Do you hate me very much? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Su Feng. I lied to you. Ah. Only when it was Su Feng's turn did Zhu Shizhou laugh out loud. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou looked like a madman, with two expressions on his twisted face at the same time. The corners of his eyes were secreting big tears, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin and smile. The opposite joy and sadness plus the strong guilt echoed in his chest, making Zhu Shizhou laugh like crazy and cry like rain. It's useless. He has lost all his reason. Xuan sneered, holding back the pain in his chest, and shouting to Su Feng on the other end of the phone. Corpses don't need to talk. This was Su Feng's response to Xuan. Su Feng said to Zhu Shizhou again. I can cure you. Now hurry up. Xuan interrupted Su Feng's words, and shouted to Zhu Shizhou. Did you just tell the truth or lie to us? Where is Lu Jing now? Zhu Shizhou heard Xuan's words, and burst into tears again. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Xuan and others were nervous. Your teammate Lu Jing. I don't know what's wrong with her. I asked the black soldiers to attack you. Not Lu Jing. I actually took advantage of the kindness of strangers. I regret it. I regret it so much. You will definitely die later. You are so weak that you can't fight the black soldiers at all. Woo woo woo. Zhu Shizhou's words reminded Xuan and the others of their current situation. They had no power to fight back now, and they would die next. As expected, Su Feng said to the two black soldiers coldly, Kill everyone present except Zhu Shizhou. Xuan and the others wanted to fight back, and drew their pistols to shoot. However, the black soldiers rushed forward, first twisting the wrists of Xuan and the others, and then poking their necks. In just one round, Xuan, Fan Jingxian, and Yi Rou all fell to the ground in despair, holding their necks. Blood gushed out of their necks like a fountain, dyeing the ground red, and gathering into a scarlet river on the ground. Zhu Shizhou lay on the ground and cried. Zhu Shizhou, hold on. Su Feng's words were quite calm. Bang! The closed door was blown open. Suddenly, a group of people filed in. Zhu Shizhou, who was lying on the ground and crying, looked at the other people who appeared in the room, and the corresponding faces automatically appeared in his head. These people have appeared on the guest list, and they are famous medical experts. Do your best to treat him? Zhu Shizhou laughed wildly again. Ha ha ha. I know. Su Feng. I know. Why do you say that the people arranged in secret can guarantee my safety? So that's it. The black soldiers protect me with force, and these medical experts guarantee my physiological safety. Ah ha ha ha. How many people are there on this ship that you arranged? Show me all of them. Zhu Shizhou laughed wildly and looked at the time. The moment he saw the time, he cried again, I'm sorry. It's not the world that's wrong. It's me. I have to leave everyone in the world behind and move on, okay? Will this world on this timeline continue after I die? I don't know. I'm sorry. Everyone in this world. I'm sorry to you. Su Feng heard the meaning of seeking death in Zhu Shizhou's words. He didn't have time to think about Zhu Shizhou's words. He shouted to the two black soldiers. Stop him. The black soldiers obeyed the order. One stretched out his hand to grab Zhu Shizhou's left hand that was about to pull out the needle on his right arm, and the other rushed towards Zhu Shizhou. Ha ha, idiot. Zhu Shizhou laughed triumphantly again. His body instantly shot up from the ground, avoiding the capture of the black soldiers around him. How many times have I fought with you? Although I can't beat you, at least it's enough to delay. While laughing wildly, he suddenly pulled out the needle and inserted it into his neck. At the same time, His feet moved quickly left and right to dodge the double attack of the two black soldiers. The training and fighting with the black soldiers in the previous rounds played a role at this moment. Swish! Zhu Shizhou cut open his neck with a needle, and blood gushed out from the carotid artery. In order to fully ensure his own death, Zhu Shizhou deliberately hit him a few more times, even piercing his own trachea. Su Feng could prevent others from attacking him, but he could not stop him from actively seeking death. Ha ha ha, Su Feng! See you next time. The crazy laughter pierced through the darkness, echoing in the room for a long time. Zhu Shizhou fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 125. Advanced Arrangement and Reverse Tracking. Zhu Shizhou died. He is alive again. No. The dose is too much. Zhu Shizhou thought so. At this moment, he was sitting in a familiar room, and on the table in front of him was the familiar information about the black soldier training base. He did not open it, and his mind was constantly recalling the last week's end, when he was in a completely different state before and after the injection of the drug. The anti-black soldier suppression drug really lived up to his name. The effect was so strong that he could not hide all his thoughts at all. It was like being injected with true serum, and he said whatever he thought. Even so, Zhu Shizhou was still ready to continue trying to inject. This time he had to try to inject a smaller dose. He was not a fool who knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but went to the tiger mountain. He just deeply realized that humans are creatures driven by emotions. If there is no emotion, then people cannot be called people. In the state of losing emotions, he should not have such thoughts. But after injecting the anti-black soldier inhibitor, his reason was completely covered by overwhelming emotions. The extreme pleasure and heart-wrenching feeling made him feel the vitality of life all the time. He could feel that although the drug destroyed his mind, it also brought him a new experience. In contrast, he was like a machine without parts and running obscurely. Zhu Shizhou didn't have much time to savor it, and footsteps sounded outside the door. How did you see it? Su Feng pushed the door open with a step more determined than anyone else, and stood at the door without a trace of extra emotion. Although this man did not inject the black soldier potion, he was almost absolutely rational. He still had a high degree of suspicion towards Zhu Shizhou, but it was not visible from his appearance. If Zhu Shizhou had not confronted Su Feng at the same place in the previous round, Zhu Shizhou would probably still be kept in the dark and could not be sure of Su Feng's attitude towards him. After Su Feng came in, he first glanced at the paper report on Zhu Shizhou's desk, and then looked at Zhu Shizhou. To be honest, he couldn't understand this young man. This was the feeling he had since he first met him. This was all due to the completely illogical predicting the future, which made him unable to establish a perfect image of Zhu Shizhou in his mind. So until now, he could not believe Zhu Shizhou. Thinking of Zhu Shizhou's superpowers, he had both meager expectations for the future and was prepared for disappointment. He urged Zhu Shizhou, "We don't have much time. If you have finished reading, we can set off." Okay. Zhu Shizhou stood up without even looking at the paper report on the table. Su Feng glanced at the report on the table again, which showed no signs of being turned over, and confirmed with Zhu Shizhou. "Have you read it?" Zhu Shizhou replied. "Yes." Su Feng stared at Zhu Shizhou deeply, and remained silent for a long time. Zhu Shizhou knew that Su Feng did not believe him at all. Su Feng, as a man, only believed in the reality he knew. No matter what he said, everything would be in vain. So instead of letting him say it, it would be better to let Su Feng experience it himself. He had basically understood Su Feng's ideas. There was no sophisticated idea, but only an extremely simple arrangement. None of the people Su Feng arranged were on board by accident. Just like Wang Cheng was an extra staff member of the organization, the people Su Feng arranged were both on Wang Cheng's list and extra staff members with real identities in reality. In other words, if we only investigate from the identity, we can't find any flaws in anyone. Because of this, Zhu Shizhou memorized all the faces on the list in the last week, and when the guests boarded the ship, he checked them one by one and found no problems. Only Xuan and his friends had problems. At the end of the last week, he talked to Su Feng for less than 5 minutes after injecting the anti-black soldier inhibitor, and those guests from the medical field swarmed into his room extremely efficiently. Such efficient execution is enough to show that those medical experts probably know that they are not just traveling on the ship. Then the question is, are those the only people Su Feng arranged? Definitely not. Those people were just the people Su Feng used to deal with the situation when Zhu Shizhou had physical health problems. So Zhu Shizhou made a bold guess based on Su Feng's personality, and came to a conclusion that was so exaggerated that he couldn't believe it at all. But it was quite consistent with Su Feng's personality. It is very likely that most of the more than 2,000 guests on Wang Chong's invitation letter were Su Feng's people. This guess was too bold. It can be said that this is a judgment that an absolutely rational person can never make, because after his emotions were wiped out, he needed absolutely sufficient evidence to prove his ideas every time he judged something. Otherwise, all guesses would be just false. Zhu Shizhou should have thrown this absurd conclusion behind him. But he didn't. Because this was the thought that came to him after he injected the anti-black soldier inhibitor, and saw the guests pouring into the room. In other words, this guess conforms to the logic of a normal person. And it is also a blind spot in his thinking after the emotions were wiped out. Zhu Shizhou thought along this absurd assumption, and thought of more questions worth pondering. When he was communicating with Xuan and the others, did they notice Xuan? When was Xuan's identity exposed to Su Feng? Are the people who sneaked into his room and attacked Lu Jing the same group of people arranged by Su Feng? Amidst a lot of questions, it's time to set off. What are you thinking about? Su Feng asked Zhu Shizhou, who was in deep thought. Zhu Shizhou was interrupted and casually said the request that forced him to commit suicide in the previous round. I'm thinking. The 2 black soldiers escorting me are too obviously dressed. Can they change their clothes? Su Feng stared at Zhu Shizhou for a long time, and after confirming that he only had this little request, he nodded. On November 7th, Zhu Shizhou left the submarine and boarded Wang Chong's luxury cruise ship. This time, he did not greet Wang Chong at all. Wang Chong's abilities, personality, hobbies, and desires for social circles had been clearly understood by him in the previous rounds. So there was no need for him to collect intelligence about Wang Chong. So in the face of Wang Chong's enthusiastic overtures, Zhu Shizhou chose to ignore it directly and entered the room with 2 black soldiers in windbreakers. Until the evening, Zhu Shizhou, who had been trained to the point of being skinny, came out to eat a meal and returned to the room to continue training until his stomach was completely filled. This madness attracted Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong was embarrassed now. He knew that he was escorting someone from the Black Soldier organization, but he knew nothing about Zhu Shizhou's identity. He didn't even say a few words to Zhu Shizhou all day. He watched Zhu Shizhou's every move eagerly, hoping to get in touch with him. But Zhu Shizhou always locked himself in the room and didn't know what he was doing. He didn't want to pay attention to him, which made him depressed. In this week, Zhu Shizhou had no contact with Wang Chong and his friends. It was almost noon on November 8th. Zhu Shizhou estimated the time and went out to find Wang Chong. Book me a room. Room 13130 on the 13th deck. Wang Chong was stunned. Yes, I can. Do you want to cancel your original room? No. I'll keep it. Wang Chong didn't understand what Zhu Shizhou wanted to do, but he still asked someone to hand over the access card to Zhu Shizhou. However, when he was still trying to get close to Zhu Shizhou looked at the time and turned away. Zhu Shizhou declined Wang Chong's company and came to the boarding deck, followed by 2 imposing bodyguards. The wide boarding deck was bustling with people, and guests in formal attire and carrying large and small bags were everywhere. Most of the guests had happy smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere was harmonious and beautiful. Zhu Shizhou shuttled among the crowd and pretended to be a guest who had just boarded the ship. Under his secret watch, Xuan, Lu Jing, Fan Jingxian, and Yi boarded the ship as scheduled with their suitcases, still looking defenseless. Too easy. Xuan smiled and turned the access card in his hand. Lu Jing held his arm tightly, smiled and lowered her voice. Don't be too ostentatious. Pay attention to the fact that you are now a respected sociologist. Pay attention to your image. Huh? What image should you pay attention to? There are so many people on board. No one will notice us. Even so, it's... Jing Xian sighed behind him. Mom and Dad, if you have time to argue, you might as well go back to the room quickly. We still have a lot of things to do. Yi raised her hand and weakly agreed. I agree. What they didn't notice was that Zhu Shizhou was standing not far away and listening to their conversation. This is the good thing about a body strengthened by drugs. Yesterday, his hearing was still at the level of ordinary people. But now, he can accurately find the target he wants to find in the lively crowd and hear their conversation clearly. In a deliberate and unintentional situation, he walked ahead of Xuan and others. When he reached the elevator entrance, Zhu Shizhou pressed the elevator up. and Xuan and others walked behind Zhu Shizhou and stood still. It seems to be just a coincidence, but it is the result of his advanced calculation. From beginning to end, he did not look at Xuan and his friends. It seems that he is not ambushing Xuan and his friends. Instead, Xuan and his friends are following him. Xuan and his friends were very relaxed on the deck, but they still maintained their basic acting skills in front of others. They stopped talking about trivial things and glanced at Zhu Shizhou, who was waiting for the elevator like them. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. They had never seen anyone who came to travel with 2 bodyguards. And these 2 bodyguards looked extraordinary. And they exuded a terrifying aura. The elevator door opened. Zhu Shizhou took the lead and walked in, and pressed the elevator to the 13th floor. Xuan paused and was slightly stunned. Their room was also on the 13th floor. Such a coincidence? In the elevator, Zhu Shizhou smiled at Xuan and his friends. Which floor are you going to? Do you want me to help you press the floor? Chapter 126 Biological Eavesdropping. Where Brother Pian is going. Xuan was stunned for a moment and then laughed. No. Thank you. We are also on the 13th floor. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be surprised. What a coincidence. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Xuan thought for a while and said, It's actually normal. You should have just boarded the ship not long ago. Just like us? When the security personnel distributed access cards, except for some people who had specially reserved rooms, the rooms of other guests were arranged in order. The 13th deck is so big, the probability of being arranged on the same floor is quite high. Zhu Shizhou laughed after hearing Xuan's explanation. I really didn't know that. Xuan didn't expect that his extra explanation was purely a cover for Zhu Shizhou. He is now worried that they will be mistaken for following Zhu Shizhou. Although this possibility is not great, it is better to avoid conflicts that can be avoided. Lu Jing smiled and said, I see you've made quite a scene. Why do you bring 2 bodyguards with you? Haha. It's better to be safe when you go out. My 2 bodyguards are both retired soldiers. And they're pretty good. Retired soldiers? Lu Jing looked a little more contemptuous. Zhu Shizhou interrupted their words that were trying to test his identity, and asked, Are you all traveling as a family? Yes. My husband and I are university professors who study sociological theory. We usually have a lot of free time. This time we accepted the invitation and brought our family here to broaden our horizons. So that's how it is. Zhu Shizhou smiled. The few of them didn't talk much because the elevator arrived. The elevator stopped at the 13th floor. The accommodation area on each deck is rectangular. After the elevator, there are corridors leading to the left and right. There are rooms on both sides of the corridor. And there are 200 rooms in total. After walking out of the elevator, Zhu Shizhou paused for a moment and walked towards the corridor on the left. Xuan and others recalled the hull structure diagram they had memorized the day before boarding the ship. Coincidentally, their rooms were also on the left. So, everyone deliberately slowed down and followed Zhu Shizhou. During this period, Zhu Shizhou looked back several times with suspicious eyes, and could see the awkward smiles of Xuan and others. Jing Xian secretly kicked Xuan. Don't smile so stiffly. Captain! Look! He is paying attention to us. What can I do? Who said it was such a coincidence that he also lives on the 13th floor, and in the same direction as our room? Everyone was speechless. To be honest, none of them wanted to attract attention as soon as they got on board. But coincidentally, this young man was assigned to the same 13th floor as them, and even the direction of the room was the same. Now everyone saw Zhu Shizhou looking back at them several times, and they were also embarrassed, as if they were following him, and they had no choice but to smile. After everyone walked for a while, Zhu Shizhou stood at the door of a room, took out his access card, and deliberately looked back at Xuan and others with stiff smiles. What are you doing? Zhu Shizhou's face showed a vigilant look that everyone could see. Xuan looked up at Zhu Shizhou's room number, took out his access card to check it, and looked at the room opposite Zhu Shizhou. Stunned. After a while, he managed to say, What a coincidence. Our room is just opposite yours. Zhu Shizhou laughed dryly twice, and Xuan and others laughed so hard that their faces were stiff. Who the hell would have thought it would be such a coincidence? If they didn't know that it was impossible for someone to predict their room number in advance, they would almost think that Zhu Shizhou was ambushing them across the street from them. But the problem now is that it's not them who suspect this young man, but this young man who suspects them. In order to prove their innocence, Xuan quickly took out the access card of room 13030 and swiped open the door of the room opposite Zhu Sergio. Zhu Sergio breathed a sigh of relief and joked. What a coincidence. I almost thought you were following me. Xuan and others smiled stiffly. This is really a big misunderstanding. Afterwards, Zhu Sergio also swiped open his door. Xuan and others took a look and confirmed that Zhu Sergio was indeed living across from them. And then both parties entered their rooms. Oh my god. You scared me. Xuan cursed as soon as he entered the room. Shoo. Jingxian glared at Xuan, turned on her laptop, and started the detection program on the computer. After searching for a while, and confirming that there were no online monitoring devices in the room, she walked to the sofa and sat down with confidence. This program will keep running while they are in the room. If there are any monitoring devices in the room that may be online, the program will sound an alarm, quickly lock the strange network, and automatically invade and delete the data. Lu Jing gently patted her towering chest and took a breath. This is too coincidental, isn't it? Jingjing, do you think there will be some problems? Jingxian didn't even raise her head and continued typing on the keyboard. What nonsense are you talking about? Our action was decided on yesterday. The queuing time was random. Even when we took the elevator, the other party pressed the floor button first. How could there be a problem with him? Maybe in that person's opinion, we are the ones with the problem. That's true. No one cared. Just regarded this as a coincidence. Although it was really a coincidence. Captain, Deputy Captain, don't forget our mission this time. If possible, it's better not to attract too much attention. Lu Jing nodded. I know. Isn't it just looking for talents that meet the organization's standards on the ship? I know. At the same time, we must also be careful in identification. After all, most of the elite talents have been recruited by that organization. If we accidentally recruit the wrong person, we will be finished. We are looking for the kind of fish that have not been favored by the Black Soldier organization. Xuan couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Do we have to keep picking up the leftovers of the Black Soldier? Those crazy people are too overbearing. Alas, this is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Just get used to it. Get used to it? How easy is it? Xuan frowned, and then suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is the newcomer 2 days ago? The one with the surname Wang? Van Jingxian frowned slightly, and her fingers on the keyboard stopped. His computer skills are very poor. According to his account, he was completely used as a pawn in the events of the past 2 days. All the information we obtained was irrelevant. All other information that actually intersected with the person behind the scenes was completely cleared out by the Black Soldier organization. I don't understand why we let this kind of rubbish, who can only sell videos in the forum, join our organization. I don't think he has the talent to become a top hacker. After thinking about it, Xuan defended the newcomer with a sentence: at least the videos he sells are of high quality. The 3 women looked at Xuan with contempt, and Xuan turned his head awkwardly. I can only say that we were all fooled by the Black Soldier organization at that time. The people or organizations that use Wang Ruobai as a pawn may be very powerful, but Wang Ruobai himself does not have any valuable intelligence. He is a completely useless rubbish. Well, just make do with it. Well, just make do with it. Outside the door, in the corridor, the Black Soldier quickly wrote this line on the paper. After Xuan and others entered the room and locked the door, Zhu Sergio and 2 Black Soldiers walked out of the door and started eavesdropping. The eavesdropping was not done with high-tech equipment, but with people. To be precise, it was He Bing. He Bing's entire body was like a large suction cup, sticking to the door, especially with his ears pressed tightly against the door, and heard all the conversations and discussions from the room. He Bing represents the physiological limit of human beings, including hearing. Any small vibration seems to be amplified dozens of times in their ears. Day after day of training has given He Bing a strong and sensitive eardrum, and the area of the brain that processes sound has been strengthened to far exceed that of ordinary people. It can be said that most of the soundproofing equipment in the world cannot block He Bing's hearing, as long as they want. They are biological eavesdroppers. At this moment, Zhu Sergio looked at all the conversations written by He Bing on paper and fell into silence. His eyes were fixed on a name. Wang Ruobai. Brother Pian. Chapter 127, Social Master. Originally, Zhu Sergio just wanted to eavesdrop on Xuan and his friend's plan, so he asked He Bing to lie on the door and eavesdrop. However, the news he heard now made Zhu Sergio feel as if he was in another world. Brother Pian, the first-generation tool man. Zhu Shizhou will never forget his name. He still remembered the scenes of Brother Pian cooperating with him to stir up the storm on the internet. Although they had never met, Zhu Shizhou had a good impression of Brother Pian. In the last round, he even cried, and cried for Brother Pian in an emotional state. How could this name appear here? Zhu Shizhou asked He Bing to listen for a while. But all he heard was some useless chatter. They also talked about what to eat tonight. They even talked about whether to go fishing in the sea on a sunny day. Outrageous. Not to mention Zhu Shizhou's current emotionally obliterated state. He estimated that even himself, who had recovered his emotions, probably couldn't understand their mentality. Are they here to do a mission? Or are they here to travel? Zhu Shizhou was confused and looked at the black soldier to ask if he had heard it wrong. But the black soldier remained unmoved and silent. No wonder. With such an attitude, it was normal to be beaten by the black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and took the two black soldiers back to the room. Xuan and the others were indeed very relaxed. Before setting off, they had made all the preparations, memorized the structural diagram of the hull, hacked into the identity system, and now they were swaggering on board, thinking that they had not attracted anyone's attention. How could they not relax in such an easy process? It was normal for Zhu Shizhou not to understand them, because they had never expected that this ship would involve so many things. In their eyes, this mission was to travel at public expense. At night, Xuan and Lu Jing put on suits and dresses with this optimistic attitude and walked out of the room. Click. Coincidentally, at this time, Zhu Shizhou, who was opposite them, also walked out of the room. But compared to their formal clothes, Zhu Shizhou was dressed much more casually, wearing only casual clothes, white t-shirt, black trousers and a jacket. What a coincidence. Zhu Shizhou smiled and greeted them. Due to the coincidence that happened in the morning, Xuan and Lu Jing didn't think much about it. After looking at each other, they felt helpless. Yes, what a coincidence. After the coincidence that both parties went upstairs at the same time and stayed on the same floor, they went out at the same time to prepare for the banquet. If such coincidences happen a few more times, they will probably doubt whether they are dreaming. Zhu Shizhou said, "Are you going to the banquet now?" "Yes." Xuan nodded. "What a coincidence." "Me too. Shall we go together?" Xuan and Lu Jing looked up at the two bodyguards behind Zhu Shizhou and were speechless for a while. If they really went to the banquet with this guy, would it be very conspicuous? Jingjing, the wise general in the team, also reminded them not to be too conspicuous. But the two had no reason to refuse for the time being, so they had to agree. But in their hearts, they thought that they would just find an excuse to separate when they got to the banquet. Zhu Shizhou pretended not to see their expressions, pretending to be very bright and familiar. But his heart was as clear as a mirror. "Are your two daughters not going to the banquet?" Xuan casually said. "Children, they are not interested in this kind of adult banquet." This obviously contradicts what he said before, bringing my family to see the world. But Zhu Shizhou did not expose them, just shook his head in his heart. Even the excuses were so perfunctory. It can be seen that they really have no sense of crisis about this mission. Several people came to the banquet hall, and there were already many guests chatting in the banquet hall at this time. The atmosphere seemed peaceful and basically nothing unusual could be seen. Zhu Shizhou glanced around. How many of them were arranged by Su Feng? After a glance, he saw Wang Chong and his group. The only difference from the previous round was that he was missing. That circle was neither more nor less people. Ji Hui, Qian Ziel, Ma Chunhua, and Sun Haoran were still Wang Chong's friends. Before Xuan and the others could find an excuse to separate from Zhu Shizhou, Zhu Shizhou said, "You too. I have something to do here, so I'll leave first." Xuan and Lu Jing waved their hands quickly. "If you have something to do, just go and do it. Don't worry about us. We'll just go shopping by ourselves." After Zhu Shizhou left, Xuan and Lu Jing both breathed a sigh of relief. This familiar guy finally left. Then, before they could retract their gazes on Zhu Shizhou's departure, they saw Zhu Shizhou walk to Wang Chong and others not far away. Xuan and Lu Jing stared at Zhu Shizhou with their eyes fixed, slightly surprised. Does this guy know Wang Chong? Zhu Shizhou walked to Wang Chong's side and patted Wang Chong's chest affectionately, showing a very familiar posture. "You can use him to enter Wang Chong's circle." Xuan looked at the scene over there and said in a low voice. Lu Jing nodded slightly. "I think so too." Wang Chong rubbed his aching chest, forced a smile, and cursed in his heart. Am I so familiar with you? I was indifferent before. But now I pretend to be so familiar? Old Wang, you are so mean. You didn't invite me when the party started. So I came alone. Are these the friends you told me about? Wang Chong cursed in his heart and was confused. He had no choice but to take over the conversation and said, Yes. Let me introduce you. He is Lao's son. Sun Haoran. And he is Xiao Lu. He introduced Zhu Shizhou one by one. Zhu Shizhou also introduced himself. My name is Xu Ge. The Song of Singing. Qian Ziel was happy. Hey, brother. Your name is quite advantageous. Although the few people didn't know Zhu Shizhou's identity. He must be an extraordinary person to be so familiar with Wang Chong. Not to mention that there were 2 bodyguards behind him, making Zhu Shizhou look even more mysterious. This time, Zhu Shizhou did not put on airs, let alone clash with them. These people were a little arrogant to ordinary people. But seeing that Zhu Shizhou, who was so familiar with Wang Chong, had a calm attitude, they naturally would not be so low in EQ as to take the initiative to find trouble. With the advantage of foresight, he mastered the areas of interest and the points of concern of several people, and chatted with them very smoothly. Even Sun Haoran, who had a grudge against him last week, got along well with him this week. And Ji Hui, Xian Ziel, Ma Chuanhua, and the other 3 had a very good impression of him at first sight. Lu Jing said, That boy has a strong social ability. Xuan asked the waiter for a glass of red wine, pretending to sip the wine while keeping his eyes on Zhu Shizhou. Lu Jing also read their lip language from a distance. The boy had just met Sun Haoran and the others for the first time, but he immediately became brothers with them in just a few minutes, showing extraordinary social ability. Let's wait and see, Xuan said conservatively. He may not be a social expert. Maybe Sun Haoran and the others are only friends with him for Wang Chong's sake. Chapter 128 Quantum Invisible Materials. Xuan and Lu Jing had originally made plans to observe a few more people at today's dinner, but Zhu Shizhou attracted their attention as soon as he appeared. Now they have changed their minds. The young man has brought them an unexpected surprise. They can use him to blend into Wang Chong's circle. However, how to operate in the future is still a problem. In short, Zhu Shizhou has shown the value of making them pay more attention. Tonight, they decided to stay put. Under their gaze, Zhu Shizhou chatted with Wang Chong and others, looked at the time, smiled and waved to a few people, and left the circle of Wang Chong and others. Where is he going? Xuan's eyes were always fixed on Zhu Shizhou. Lu Jing watched Zhu Shizhou walk up to an older man and several middle-aged people and chat with them. After watching for a while, Lu Jing was slightly surprised. They are talking about quantum mechanics. The old man is a leading figure in domestic cutting-edge physics, and the other uncles are also professors. This kid also knows physics? Xuan became interested in Zhu Shizhou. Does Zhu Shizhou know physics? No, he doesn't. He is a law student, and his knowledge of physics is all in high school. At most, he can remember a few professional terms, and other physical formulas are almost forgotten. It can be said that he has no idea about the concept of physics in his head. But in the last week, after returning to the banquet hall, he deliberately lingered in the hall and eavesdropped on the conversations of many famous bigwigs in the circle with the titles of professor and expert. After paying a little attention to the time, he easily managed to seamlessly connect the conversations of these professors and experts. Just like these physics masters, they were talking about the most heatedly discussed theory in the domestic physics community: quantum invisibility. The topic was initiated by the most respected old man among these people, Mr. Jiang. Zhu Shizhou didn't know his specific name, but when he heard several middle-aged people calling him Mr. Jiang, he followed suit. Assuming that quantum technology is really applied to material science, it can be a real invisible technology. Not only invisible, but also can avoid detection by any scientific and technological means. And due to the particularity of quantum materials, objects made of quantum materials will not have any entity on a macroscopic scale. This is the topic they just talked about. One of the middle-aged men, Professor Wang, who was wearing a black Shongshan suit, frowned slightly and was about to speak. But Zhu Shizhou spoke before him. But this assumption is meaningless, isn't it? It has no entity on a macro scale, and it is difficult to detect with scientific and technological means. Isn't this contrary to experimental physics? We can only say that this material only exists in science fiction, and humans will never be able to create this material. I think it is still too absurd. Professor Wang felt that Zhu Shizhou's words really touched his heart. He wanted to say this just now. Old Jiang smiled kindly and joked. Haha. I think you young people are more unable to accept new things than me. An old man. Professor Wang also shook his head, and was about to say I can't agree with it either. However, Zhu Shizhou shook his head one step ahead and said, I'm sorry. I can't agree with it. Professor Wang looked at the young man Zhu Shizhou in confusion. What was going on? He didn't know where this young man came from, and why he kept interrupting his lines. He didn't know that Zhu Shizhou's rebuttal came from him in the previous week. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand the theory they were talking about, but he could still copy it. Jian Lao focused his attention on Zhu Shizhou, smiled and said, It is true that quantum materials are indeed contrary to the current material theory of mankind. But I always believe that mankind will create real quantum materials. We are talking about the future vision of quantum materials. If physicists, like you, conclude that such materials cannot exist, then wouldn't they be tying their own hands? Others such as Professor Li, Professor Zhao, and Professor Wang also echoed. Scientists must be rigorous, but being too rigorous is not good. We still believe that quantum materials exist. Professor Wang shook his head again. According to the theory of quantum entangled state system, can we simply think that quantum invisible materials are another quantum transmission technology? It just transfers the quantum entanglement at the microscopic level to the macroscopic level. For decades, we have always believed that when the entangled state system A and B are far enough apart, one side will collapse immediately into a certain state when measured. Zhu Shizhou continued to shamelessly plagiarize Professor Wang's lines. And the quantum frontier physics that is now popular in the physics community is, in my opinion, groundless. The theory has no basis at all, and is a castle in the air without foundation. This time, Professor Wang did not continue to let Zhu Shizhou speak freely. He also took over the conversation and said, I don't know how these views became popular. If the academic community denies a certain theory, at least they should come up with a more convincing theory. Right? In my opinion, the foundation of quantum mechanics has been built very solidly. There is really no need to reconstruct the theory of quantum mechanics. Zhu Shizhou looked up at Professor Wang and agreed. I think so too. A middle-aged man and a young man looked at each other, and there was a spark of mutual appreciation in their eyes. Haha. You younger generations. Old Jiang shook his head and laughed. You all have rigid thinking. Xiao Wang is okay. But you? Old Jiang pointed to Zhu Shizhou. What's wrong with you? Which professor did you study with before? Young people should be brave enough to break old ideas. Why do you sigh? He looked at Zhu Shizhou with disappointment, as if he saw a piece of unpolished jade. But this piece of unpolished jade was ruined by a craftsman with poor craftsmanship. Oh, I was studying in the United States before. Americans? Mr. Jiang looked unkind. Americans are not trustworthy. Forget it. Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about physics. Their research on quantum mechanics is not thorough enough. Zhu Shizhou nodded humbly, as if accepting criticism. On the other side, Xuan and the others kept paying attention to Zhu Shizhou's conversation. Zhu Shizhou talked about physics with several professors who were a generation older than him, and it seemed that they were talking back and forth, which was very professional. Their mission was to win over talents, and Zhu Shizhou's performance naturally caught their attention. Young, with solid knowledge of physics, and strong social skills, Lu Jing poked Xuan beside him. Captain, how about? Take another look. Take another look. Chapter 129, A Man Wandering in Various Academic Circles. The debate among physicists headed by Mr. Jiang did not last long. Zhu Shizhou only listened to the general idea in the previous round. At the beginning, he could shamelessly plagiarize the lines and say a few words without knowing anything. But later, the more topics he participated in, the more uncontrollable the direction of the topic became. In the end, Zhu Shizhou had no choice but to shut up and leave. Other physics professors watched Zhu Shizhou leave and sighed. There are always talented people in every generation. We were still graduate students at his age. Some people also exclaimed, I didn't notice it just now. I subconsciously thought he was a scholar of the same generation as us. That's right. I was wondering when there was such a powerful rising star in the physics world. I was almost refuted by him just now. Professor Wang smacked his lips with satisfaction. That guy is quite to my taste. Every word he said touched my heart. I share the same position with him on many points of view. I am a little bit thinking of taking him as my apprentice. Other professors joked. Come on. I think his level is almost the same as yours. Professor Jiang smiled and looked at Zhu Shurjio's departing back. If there are more rising stars like this, why worry about the rise of mankind? Humanity? Haha. Mr. Jiang, you're exaggerating. Professor Wang was amused. But after laughing twice, he found that no one agreed with him. Everyone else looked like they agreed. So he could only stop laughing awkwardly. These people are a bunch of flatterers. They even flatter Mr. Jiang when he makes a joke. I'm speechless. Professor Wang suddenly felt a little bored. It was a waste of energy to communicate with these idiots. It would be better to chat with the young man for a few more words. Many of his conjectures just now came to an abrupt end in the debate, which made him very unhappy. He thought about it and bowed to the others. Sorry. I have to leave for a while. Mr. Jiang, you can continue. How could Mr. Jiang not see that this was Professor Wang's excuse? But he still smiled and nodded. Go and do it if you have something to do. Don't delay. After Professor Wang left, everyone else sighed deeply, and the air fell into silence for a while. I don't know who muttered. Can we humans really make quantum invisible materials? Mr. Jiang was lost and murmured. Even if we can't make it, we can still study it. We humans don't have much time to delay. Professor Wang left the circle headed by Mr. Jiang. The purpose was not for anything else. He came to find Zhu Shurjio specifically. To be honest, he really had a heart of love for talents. Zhu Shurjio just showed an extraordinary level of skill. But at this age and level, he should not be unknown. Even in the United States, he should have been famous a long time ago. But he has never heard of the name Zhu Ge. This is enough to show that Zhu Shurjio has been buried in the United States. I don't know which bastard professor is taking care of this child. He didn't even notice such a bright pearl. If it was him, he would be sure to bring a genius like Zhu Shurjio to a bigger stage to show his skills. So he was about to find Zhu Shurjio and ask him if he was interested in being his student. He had many big projects waiting for him to do, and ordinary students could not get a place even if they fought hard. He thought Zhu Shurjio would definitely be interested after hearing about it. However, when he found Zhu Shurjio, he found that the situation was a little unexpected. At this time, Zhu Shurjio was arguing fiercely with some other middle-aged men. He originally thought they were also talking about physics. But when he walked up to them and was about to join the topic, he found that they were not debating physics at all, but chemistry and biology. In Lin's conjecture system, there is at least one high-energy macromolecule that can release more energy in a short period of time to meet the needs of the human body. So if we can really develop this kind of medicine, then this high-energy macromolecule can make our body extremely resistant. You are right. But the high-energy macromolecule in Lin's conjecture theoretically has countless isomers. Humans have currently derived 30,000 kinds. And this number is increasing every day, as if it will never reach the limit. Alas. Yes. Who said it wasn't? In my opinion, Lin's conjecture has completely become a gimmick. And this conjecture is simply a math problem disguised as biochemistry. When this group of people sighed, Professor Wang was already dumbfounded. No. Are you studying physics or biology? He focused on Zhu Shurjio's face and recognized it correctly. It was this young man. How come he suddenly turned into a researcher of biology? Professor Wang forgot his original purpose. After listening for a long time, Zhu Shurjio looked at the time, then parted ways with the others and left the biochemistry discussion circle. Professor Wang then came up to him and said, Student, you have profound knowledge in biology and chemistry. Professor Wang? Zhu Shurjio pretended to be surprised, then said modestly, No, it's just average. Young people who are too modest are proud. And this kind of atmosphere is not good. I saw that the posture of your eloquent talk just now did not seem like you only dabbled in the fields of biology and chemistry. Zhu Shurjio accepted the compliment with a blushing face and a calm heart. Haha. It's okay. I'm just very interested in this knowledge. He changed the subject and said, I wonder why Professor Wang came to me. Professor Wang originally had the confidence to let Zhu Shurjio become his student. But after seeing Zhu Shurjio's performance just now, he realized that Zhu Shurjio's talent was not limited to the field of physics. Professor Wang, how about we find a time to talk after the dinner? I have something to do now. Professor Wang nodded quickly. Oh, if you have something to do, go ahead. Zhu Shurjio smiled. Excuse me. Then Professor Wang looked at Zhu Shurjio with a sense of loss. Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man of about his age came up to him. Hello. What did you talk about with that young man just now? Professor Wang looked closely, and saw that this was one of the professors in the biological circle just now. He didn't know his name. After all, no matter how famous the other party was, he was not in the same discipline as him. We didn't talk about anything. We just made an appointment to meet after the dinner. This young man has good talent. I want to pull him in as a research assistant. I have several national-level research projects on hand. Before he finished speaking, the other party looked at him suspiciously. National Research Project? Who are you? Professor Wang said calmly. Academician of the Physics Department of the National Academy of Sciences. A first-class professor. Wang Fuxian. Unexpectedly, the other party was surprised. Not by his title, but by the subject he belonged to. Physics? Professor Wang laughed. He was as surprised as he was before. He nodded and said with emotion, That kid. He is a genius. The middle-aged man smiled twice. I am an academician of the biology department and a first-class professor. Xie Jingzhong. That kid's attainments in the field of biology are indeed good. The two looked at each other in a somewhat confrontational manner. Professor Wang said calmly, I'm sorry. I have an appointment to meet him after the dinner. If you want to meet him, you have to wait in line. Professor Xie laughed twice. He was also a very decisive person. He turned around and walked quickly in the direction where Zhu Shizhou left. Although Professor Wang appeared calm, he was actually worried that the good seedling he had discovered first would be snatched away by someone else. So he also chased after Zhu Shizhou. When Professor Xie saw Professor Wang also catching up, he couldn't help but glare at him. Hey, why are you following me? Professor Wang ignored him. I want to follow me. What's your business? The two of them chased after Zhu Shizhou. The two heard Zhu Shizhou's voice. The geometric essence of eigenvectors and eigenvalues is actually the rotation and scaling of space vectors. Applying this to the three types of neutrinos can convert mathematical problems into transformations between three vectors in real space. Thus, we can get a simple and effective neutrino oscillation equation. There are more general laws between eigenvectors and eigenvalues. Related theoretical tools have been around for decades. The Department of Mathematics has only recently released such a strange equation. Why has no one discovered it before? I have recently been deriving related equations, but I found that the formula derived from the equation can be perfectly applied to many fields. That is to say, this is the new world of applied mathematics in the mathematics community. In fact, I have a bold conjecture, but unfortunately no one can prove it with me. Zhu Shizhou talked a lot, and both Professor Wang and Professor Xie were dizzy, although they also involved in the field of applied mathematics. What Zhu Shizhou said now was already more theoretical. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking, one of the bald old men in the mathematics circle was a little dazed, and then excitedly grabbed Zhu Shizhou's hand. Boy! I and several colleagues are also studying your conjecture. It is exactly the same as the conjecture you proposed. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be surprised. Really? The bald old man smiled bitterly. The young are awesome. We thought that the conjecture we proposed could be published after a little improvement. But we didn't expect that you, a young man, would have similar ideas to the conjecture proposed by several of us. Speaking of this, he was a little embarrassed. After all, it was Zhu Shizhou who first said the conjecture, and he was just plagiarizing. Fortunately, no one else had this idea, but they also had a love for Zhu Shizhou. In front of Professor Wang and Professor Xie, the bald old man took Zhu Shizhou's hand and said kindly, Boy, are you interested in joining our conjecture group? We can reserve a position for you as the first author of the paper. Professor Wang and Professor Xie were furious. Fuck. You old bitch. You have no moral integrity. It was obviously us who came first. Chapter 130 Fishing. Zhu Shizhou did not agree. Of course. After all, his conjecture was completely plagiarized from the old man. He knew nothing about formulas, and did not understand what the professors were talking about just now. But the bald old man did not think so, because this mathematical conjecture was based on a lot of derivations. If someone could independently come up with this conjecture, then this person's mathematical attainments must be very deep. Zhu Shizhou's refusal made him feel deeply regretful. However, after Zhu Shizhou rejected him, he invited him. Professor Yu, are you interested in having dinner with me? There are many parts about that conjecture that I want to know. Professor Yu was instantly overjoyed. Okay. Let's have dinner together after the dinner. Young man, leave your contact information. Professor Yu, you should leave your mobile number. And I will contact you after the dinner. Okay. Okay. My mobile number is... After writing down Professor Yu's mobile number, Zhu Shizhou left. Professor Wang and Professor Xie hurriedly followed him when they saw this situation. No. We have to stop this kid. This kid has a deep foundation in many fields. And he is definitely a genius among geniuses. If this kid is allowed to walk around in the crowd at the banquet, won't there be a lot of people who want to compete for him? Student Zhu. Professor Wang was the first to call Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou turned around and looked at him carefully. Professor Wang? He looked confused. What's wrong? Didn't we agree to meet after dinner? It's like this. I suddenly thought of an academic question just now. Professor Wang lied without blinking, and casually threw out a difficult problem in a research project. Zhu Shizhou touched his chin and said, Well, this problem is not difficult. I almost have an idea. What the hell? Professor Wang was shocked. The problem he just casually threw out was actually a problem that their physics research team had been thinking about for more than half a month without any clue. This young man had a clue after just thinking about it. He had no doubt that Zhu Shizhou was just talking nonsense. Zhu Shizhou's genius in various fields just now impressed him. Professor Xie was not to be outdone. Wait, I have a question here too. It's about the biological research theory of the brain. Well, I also have an idea for this problem. In fact, it can be deduced through mathematics. When I have time later, I will help Professor Xie build a mathematical model. Professor Xie widened his eyes. It's not that he didn't look for the people in the mathematics department, but they were either not interested in his research or lacked the ability. It's rare to find someone like Zhu Shizhou who has an idea in a few seconds and is willing to help. It's just that. Professor Xie blushed and said, Don't worry about this problem. Ahem. I haven't applied for a project yet. Professor Wang glanced at Professor Xie with contempt. You haven't applied for a project yet. And you're just writing a blank check? Is that so? But it doesn't matter. I think this problem is still very valuable. We can discuss it later. Professor Xie was a little embarrassed to be comforted by a junior. Zhu Shizhou rubbed his temples pretending to be tired. Professors, I also need to take a break. Why don't you wait for me to contact you later? The two of them were relieved after hearing this. Okay. Okay. Take a good rest, and don't strain your brain. Zhu Shizhou said goodbye to the two of them. He did not continue to join other conversations at the banquet. After the injection of the drug, his memory was not strong enough to remember everything he saw. And Zhu Shizhou memorized the conversations by rote without any knowledge of the above fields. So he could not remember them later. It was not impossible to participate in a few more discussions. But he could not guarantee that he would not be exposed. The enthusiastic invitations from Professor Wang, Professor Xie, and Professor Yu of mathematics were deliberately guided by him. He could almost conclude that these three people were not members of the Black Soldier organization. After seeing his talent, these three people basically appeared in front of him without any defense and invited him, while the people who were really inserted by Su Feng all remained silent. Zhu Shizhou could understand their thoughts, which were nothing more than we are all from the same organization. Why bother inviting them? Professor Wang, Professor Xie, and Professor Yu were unable to remain indifferent to his talent, which just showed that they did not know Zhu Shizhou's identity. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhu Shizhou asked the waiter for a glass of red wine and began to sit down leisurely and comfortably. As expected, someone should take action. Zhu Shizhou said so in his heart. Haha. I found you. Why are you drinking alone here? Zhu Shizhou looked up and saw Xuan and Lu Jing, the fake couple. He acted so high profile. On the one hand to test, and on the other hand to fish. Now, the fish has taken the bait. The faces of the two were filled with enthusiasm and kindness that could not be seen at all. If Zhu Shizhou did not know what they were thinking, he would probably be fooled. Zhu Shizhou replied nonchalantly, I am too tired to walk, and I want to sit down and rest. We are almost the same. Xuan helped Lu Jing sit down next to Zhu Shizhou. Look, my wife's high heel shoes broke because she walked too long. Zhu Shizhou looked down. Lu Jing slightly lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her smooth calves, and under her snow-white feet, the heels of her red high heels were slightly cracked. The nails on her round toes were painted with seductive red nail polish. When she raised her head, Lu Jing was charming and nonchalant, and she lifted the hair hanging on her temples behind her ears. Lu Jing said softly, The quality of these high heels is not very good. Zhu Shurjiu was unmoved. His eyes were calm. He just glanced and then politely looked away. Lu Jing stiffened her body. She saw that this man didn't pay any attention to her at all. She saw from the man's eyes that he didn't care about women at all. The beauty trap failed. She gave her captain a look. Xuan brought up the topic. This banquet is really a gathering of elites. I see many well-known academicians and professors are at this banquet. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. His expression was full of emotion. Then the scene fell into silence. That's it? Xuan was speechless. Where is your familiarity before? Where is your style of talking freely? Just when the two didn't know how to continue the topic, Zhu Shurjiu smiled at them. You too. I can see that you have something to talk to me about. Why don't we talk about it first? Xuan and Lu Jing were slightly surprised. When did their acting become so bad? They were seen through so easily. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Wait. Xuan and Lu Jing were deliberately controlled and guided by Zhu Shurjiu to say, this is not a place to talk. Why don't we go somewhere else? Zhu Shurjiu smiled like a fisherman who caught a big fish. With a brilliant smile. Okay. Chapter 131 Recruitment and Showdown. In this round, Zhu Shurjiu did not conflict with anyone. Nor did he reveal to Xuan and others that he knew the identities of Xuan and others. Therefore, Xuan could not investigate Zhu Shurjiu through the bank card number. And they were not as hostile and vigilant to Zhu Shurjiu as in the previous round. Before the banquet was over, Zhu Shurjiu followed the fake couple out of the banquet hall. They went straight back to the room. Xuan in his room. Just as Zhu Shurjiu sat down on the sofa, Xuan and Lu Jing looked at each other and said, our conversation is not allowed to be leaked in any form. So can we check if you have any eavesdropping devices on you? Zhu Shurjiu pretended not to know. And after a pause, he smiled and said, what do you mean? Why are you so serious? Xuan and Lu Jing did not laugh. Zhu Shurjiu restrained his smile. He did not expect Xuan and Lu Jing to be so bold. After entering the room, they did not hide at all. And the disguise in the banquet hall before was gone. He thought the two sides were going to test each other. But he didn't expect. Okay. Let's check it out. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. Is it a body search or something? If it was a body search, Zhu Shurjiu would not act. Because the equipment on the two black soldiers would definitely not escape their eyes. In that case, it would be better to let the black soldiers take action directly and force the anti-black soldier inhibitor from Xuan and others. Xuan shook his head seriously with a slight sense of superiority. No. We have more advanced means. As he said this, the door of the bedroom in the room opened. And Fan Jingxian and Yi Ro, two girls that Zhu Shurjiu had seen before, walked out with computers in their hands. They have an internet-connected device on them. Fan Jingxian said lightly. Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. He didn't know how they checked. But an internet-connected device? The number was wrong. He was stunned not because the other party found out that he had an internet-connected device, but because the number was too small. Zhu Shurjiu took out his mobile phone. Is it this? Without waiting for Fan Jingxian and others to answer, Zhu Shurjiu turned off his mobile phone. After a while, Fan Jingxian didn't say anything, just nodded, went back to the room, and closed the bedroom door. Zhu Shurjiu. He admitted that he underestimated these people's desire to show off, and overestimated the other party's technological level. When the other party took out the anti-black soldier suppression potion in the previous round, he thought the other party's technological level was very advanced, at least comparable to the black soldier organization. Now the other party has only found the most ordinary mobile phone on him after a series of operations, and turned back so confidently. He knows that at least in terms of equipment, the black soldier organization has crushed this mysterious organization. He knew that the black soldier had at least one mobile phone that could be used to contact Su Feng. And perhaps there were other means of communication that he didn't know about. The other party not only lacked the most basic vigilance, but also lacked the corresponding technological strength. And just let him go so openly, which made Zhu Shurjiu, who had been fighting with Su Feng for a long time, feel extremely uncomfortable. Xuan only thought that Zhu Shurjiu's current days was because he was shocked by them. So he showed a confident smile on his face. They did this on purpose. In fact, they could do it from both ends. Let Fan Jingxian and Yi Ro, two hackers, investigate Zhu Shurjiu's identity through facial recognition in the room. And he and Lu Jing would slowly lure Zhu Shurjiu into the trap. But they didn't do that. Instead, They chose to show their strength to Zhu Shurjiu from the beginning and took the initiative in the following conversation. In fact, they never made any mistakes in this way. Sorry. There is a reason why we are so vigilant. Xuan and Lu Jing smiled apologetically at Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu imagined what kind of emotions an ordinary person should have at this time. After recalling his state, after recovering his emotions in the previous round, he looked a little nervous and asked, "Who are you? Introduce yourself." Xuan took out a certificate from his arms and unfolded it in front of Zhu Shurjiu. "I am the leader of a group of the National Special Resources Conservation Bureau. The captain of the Special Operations Team 11. Xuan." Lu Jing also took out her own certificate, National Special Resources Conservation Bureau. The deputy captain of the Special Operations Team 11. Lu Jing. Zhu Shurjiu admitted that his mind, which had been turning non-stop, had a break at this moment. National Charter. Resource Conservation Bureau? The focus of his attention was not on the gimmick of Resource Conservation Bureau, but on the word country. I never expected that the other party would have the name of the country. Is this true or false? Xuan and Lu Jing took back their credentials seriously. The reason why we are so cautious is that our next conversation involves major secrets at the national level. What I just showed you is our credentials. Please prepare yourself mentally now. We are initiating a conversation with you on behalf of the country. First of all, we have to remind you. If you don't want to have the next conversation, please leave immediately and pretend that we didn't invite you. If you are mentally prepared, we will show you some intelligence and confirm again whether you want to know the next intelligence. If you finally confirm that you want to continue the conversation, then our conversation today will be highly confidential. Once you know it, you cannot withdraw. If you choose to withdraw, we will take measures against you, including but not limited to secret detention, 24-hour monitoring and humane elimination, to ensure that there will be no leakage of intelligence. Secondly, the next conversation is likely to subvert your worldview. I just showed you our credentials to let you know the seriousness of our conversation. So no matter how unbelievable you are next, please remain objective and calm in the face of the facts we stated. The third point. Xuan slowly and firmly explained a lot to Zhu Shurjiu in a clear and orderly manner. There was no pause in his words. Zhu Shurjiu understood that they probably often use this method to attract talents. It's not that they are too weak in vigilance, but that the Black Soldier organization is too vigilant. In contrast, they look very bad. If Xuan and others really represent the country, and he is really an ordinary person who knows nothing, then they will probably be shocked by the contrast in momentum shown by Xuan before and after. Objectively speaking, Xuan looks extremely convincing at this moment. Whether it is micro-expressions or actions, they look quite real. While Zhu Shurjiu was thinking, Xuan's pre-conversation precautions had come to an end. Now, we need to confirm whether you want to listen to the next conversation. Zhu Shurjiu thought for a moment. If I choose to leave now, what will you do to me? A gentle smile appeared on Xuan's serious face. I just said that the conversation has not started yet, and it doesn't matter if you choose to leave. Both of us should treat today's conversation as if it never happened. This is a lie. If Zhu Shurjiu chooses to leave now, they will directly attack Zhu Shurjiu, capture him, or even kill him. The other side has only 2 bodyguards, who were once veterans. They are elites with combat power far beyond that of ordinary people. It can be said that Zhu Shurjiu could not escape the cage when he took the first step into this room. The words just now were just a rhetoric to relax Zhu Shurjiu's vigilance and let him know that they were kind. Zhu Shurjiu laughed. Okay, then I believe you. I don't think anyone would be crazy enough to pretend to be a state official and defraud me in front of me. Let's make it clear in advance that I don't have a penny on me. So you can't cheat me even if you want to. So smooth. Our Xuan and Lu Jing were slightly surprised in their hearts. Among the talents recruited in the past, who was not half forced and half induced to join the organization, even Lu Jing, who is now the captain and vice captain, was forced to join more than 10 years ago. Relatively speaking, Zhu Shurjiu accepted it a little quickly. It can only be said that young people nowadays are too weak to grasp such deep waters. No wonder the country's anti-fraud propaganda is so strong. And there are still young people who are constantly deceived. Xuan shook his head and laughed. We are not a scam. It is human nature for you to be wary of strangers. If you want to check the documents I showed you just now, you can check them. I can guarantee that our identities are real. No need to check. Zhu Shurjiu waved his hand. The real name reported by the other party was the same as the name they said last week. which means that they were not very vigilant about Zhu Shizhou and had a certain degree of trust in him. It doesn't matter whether the other party's identity is true or false. What matters is that the other party is willing to show his trust in him. Then, our conversation begins. Xuan's smile was restrained again, and the atmosphere in the room became quite serious. First, let me ask you a question. Do you think the world is at peace? Zhu Shizhou naturally showed doubts. Most countries are at peace, except for the United States, which finds excuses to harass small countries all day long. And I haven't heard of any serious wars. Yes, this is what normal people think. Xuan nodded, but immediately said, the world is actually not as peaceful as you think. We humans are facing an unprecedented crisis. Zhu Shizhou looked strange, but didn't say anything, motioning Xuan to continue. We, the Resource Conservation Bureau, protect not natural resources, but human resources. In other words, we are actually a savior organization. Whether you believe it or not, alien creatures have already sneaked into the earth and tried to destroy the stable development of the world. They slaughtered humans and used humans as food. They are wreaking havoc in the dark in places that ordinary people like you cannot see. The false image of peace you see now is created by our Resource Conservation Bureau and some other forces. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. The Black Soldier organization was classified as other forces. If you have to say it, the last sentence is indeed correct. The false image of world peace is indeed created by these organizations. But the question is, the Black Soldier organization should account for the majority. Right? Chapter 132. The largest organization in the country fake. Xuan expected Zhu Shizhou to show a shocked expression on his face. But there was no such expression. Zhu Shizhou was just thinking, not knowing what he was thinking about. After thinking, he said, you continue. Don't you believe my words? I believe half of it, Zhu Shizhou said seriously. In fact, I usually pay attention to the bizarre news happening around the world. When I heard what you said, I thought of the news that I had seen, but didn't think about carefully. Xuan was speechless for a moment. And he asked, For example, 35 years ago, in 2010, there was a plane crash in Arkansas, USA, involving tens of thousands of blackbirds. When the blackbirds were flying in the sky, a bizarre collective crash occurred. Finally, experts concluded that the blackbirds fell because they encountered an inversion layer and were blocked. Zhu Shizhou directly brought out the news that Su Feng had told him. Sure enough, Xuan was stunned when he heard what Zhu Shizhou said. Zhu Shizhou said, but I actually did a simulation study on this incident. I found that by simulating the weather in Arkansas 35 years ago, combining the biological model of the blackbird, and calculating the changes in the inversion layer, I simulated on the computer for more than a month. But I still couldn't simulate the result of the blackbird crash. I thought it was my calculation error at the time, and I was upset about it. It took a long time for me to forget it. Now that you said this, I remembered this matter, Zhu Shizhou said casually. Oh, by the way, I just mentioned it. Actually, I don't know if my research has anything to do with the alien invasion you mentioned. Xuan and Lu Jing, as well as Fan Jingxian and Yi Rou who were eavesdropping, were all shocked at this moment. Of course, they knew that 2010 was the year when humans first discovered the enemy of the world. The blackbird crash was also the beginning of humanity's fight against the enemy of the world. They never thought that someone could infer the doubts of the incident based on a piece of news and a computational simulation. What's wrong? Zhu Shizhou asked. Oh, nothing. Xuan forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and his eyes became more fiery when he looked at Zhu Shizhou. Let's continue, Lu Jing said. What I just told you is only part of the truth. If you are willing to believe what we said about the alien creatures, then the following conversation will be much easier for both of us. As she spoke, Lu Jing took out a paper document and a pen from her bag and placed them on the coffee table. Looking steady, but actually impatient, with a gentle push, the document slid in front of Zhu Shizhou. This is a confidentiality agreement. Take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. Zhu Shizhou looked through the confidentiality agreement. The content was basically some binding text, warning him not to leak the conversation. Otherwise he would be sanctioned. Is this confidentiality agreement useful? If you ask Xuan and Lu Jing, they will say useless. Just like the previous argument, this confidentiality agreement can only serve as a comfort. whether Zhu Shizhou signed or not. They would not allow the conversation to be leaked. Although Zhu Shizhou knew it, he still pretended not to know and signed the agreement. After signing the agreement, Xuan and Lu Jing started the second phase of the conversation. Do you know the true appearance of that alien creature? Maybe you think they are a kind of humanoid creature that often appears in many science fiction movies. But in fact, they are more like insects. Xuan opened the tablet, swiped a few times on the interface, called up a photo, and put it in front of Zhu Shizhou. This is what the alien creature looks like. Zhu Shizhou took a look, and it was indeed an alien insect. The purpose of our Resource Protection Bureau is to eliminate this monster. For this reason, we have been working secretly, and not afraid of sacrifice. Every member of the Bureau has been trained to be an elite warrior who can compete with these monsters. Then, Xuan focused on the efforts and sacrifices made by the organization to fight against alien insects, and also worked hard to develop weapons, as if everyone in the organization had the highest belief. After hearing this, Zhu Shizhou wanted to ask, what about the black soldiers? They didn't mention how powerful the black soldiers were. Nor did they mention that they were like sewer rats in front of the black soldiers. Nor did they mention that the black soldiers had always been the biggest output against the Zerg at the forefront. More importantly, they didn't mention the existence of the world's enemies to Zhu Shizhou. Do they know or not? Now the picture that Xuan showed him was as if everything was bright, and there was no obstacle ahead for mankind. If it were an ordinary person, without understanding the current crisis of mankind, he might really be confused by their words. But Zhu Shizhou would not. He asked, I want to ask a question. You just said that this alien creature invaded the Earth, not just our country. Then I want to ask, in addition to our country, does our organization have relevant deployments in other countries? Xuan paused in his tempting tone. Zhu Shizhou really asked a good question. He shook his head. No. We are an organization affiliated with the country, and our obligation is only to protect the security of the country. Moreover, other countries have corresponding measures to deal with alien insects, and we don't need to care about it. Don't we need to care? Zhu Shizhou pretended to be puzzled and asked pointedly, what about other small countries with insufficient comprehensive national strength? Do those small countries have the ability to deal with this monster? If even those small countries have the ability to deal with it, then this monster is very weak. The answer is that the tentacles of the Black Soldier Organization involve all parts of the world, and the Black Soldier Organization is protecting those people. This? Xuan laughed dryly. I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. It's not that I'm compassionate. I just suddenly thought, if those alien insects are rampant and slaughtering in other small countries, why hasn't there been any news so far? Could it be that all countries in the world have unified their caliber and blocked the news? Then don't all countries in the world work together to establish an organization to deal with these monsters? The answer is that the Black Soldier Organization is controlled by all countries in the world behind the scenes. These questions have given me new questions. Is your organization the only one in our country fighting against alien insects? Can you fully represent the country's official? Or are you just one of the factions in the country dealing with alien insects? Xuan was speechless. He was stunned by Zhu Shizhou's question. Zhu Shizhou's key question was so sharp that he was stunned by his new question before he could even make up a lie in his head. You are very good, Xuan said. I didn't expect you to think of the key so quickly. Well, I was just about to tell you, but I didn't expect you to ask first. This is another lie. How could they have thought that Zhu Shizhou would react so quickly? Originally, they were thinking of tricking Zhu Shizhou first. If the other party knew that there was another Black Soldier Organization in the country that was stronger and more deterrent than them, and the Black Soldier Organization had forced them to have no resistance, what would the other party choose? In desperation, Xuan looked serious and told the biggest lie in today's conversation. In fact, our organization is the largest organization in the country, and other organizations without even a name are spread all over the world. We are responsible for fighting most of the alien insects, while other organizations are responsible for cleaning up the remaining small forces of alien insects. Xuan smiled confidently. Those organizations are just rats in the sewer in our eyes. Not worth mentioning. The two black soldiers standing behind Zhu Shizhou twitched their mouths and remained silent. Chapter 133, In-Depth Discussion. Zhu Shizhou was speechless by Xuan's confident attitude. Although he knew that the other party was exaggerating the strength of his organization, he really didn't expect Xuan to exaggerate the facts to such an extent. You just wondered whether the alien Zerg were rampant in other countries. In fact, there are various organizations of all sizes in most parts of the world. The tentacles of those organizations are all over the world. That's why the alien Zerg are not rampant in this society. Are the alien Zerg very powerful? The alien Zerg are very strong. So strong that only the power of the country can fight against the alien Zerg. The reason why we widely absorb talents is that the country is researching weapons that can be used to deal with alien Zerg. An all-round genius like you is exactly what our country needs. Xuan showed an extremely sincere expression to Zhu Shizhou, forcibly took control of the topic and turned it back, and tried to impress Zhu Shizhou with this sincere emotion. Zhu Shizhou's heart was calm. It was natural for Xuan and others to study weapons. You know, even such a powerful organization as the Black Soldier Organization is constantly looking for ways to fight against alien Zerg. However, how strong is the armed force of this so-called National Special Resource Conservation Agency? Zhu Shizhou asked calmly. You said you are researching weapons. Can you tell me how far you have researched your weapons? Xuan's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Ordinarily, this kind of information should not be given to you now. But since you are indeed an indispensable talent, I will make an exception and tell you that we are researching micro-laser weapons. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be shocked. Have micro-laser weapons been developed? Do you need me to further improve this weapon? Ahem. Xuan said with a stiff face. No. This weapon is still under development. I believe you also know that laser weapons have become a national strategic weapon decades ago. After decades of development, we have been trying to miniaturize laser weapons. But it's very difficult. Zhu Shizhou shook his head in his heart. The technological products that you think are very difficult have been successfully developed by the Black Soldier Organization. Xuan was just fooling Zhu Shizhou, who was unaware. If Zhu Shizhou knew that there was an organization in the world whose technological strength was already 100 years ahead of current technology, he would have thought that Zhu Shizhou would not choose to join the weaker ones. That's why he was so bluffing at this moment. Zhu Shizhou was also thinking at this time. What Xuan said was not unexpected to him. But now he has further confirmed it. The micro-laser weapon is just a microcosm of the gap between the Black Soldier Organization and other organizations. If Xuan's identity is true, and there really is a National Special Resource Protection Bureau in the country, then it means that the higher-level upper echelons are also divided into different factions. The Black Soldier Organization could not fail to notice such a bright name. But the Black Soldier Organization did not eliminate them, precisely because they also belong to the official. At the same time, the technological strength of the Resource Protection Bureau is not synchronized with the Black Soldier Organization, which means that the resources of the Black Soldier Organization are not interoperable with Xuan and others. The country's choice should be quite clear. The country has placed most of its scientific research strength on the Black Soldier Organization, and Xuan and others may just be the backup force of a certain official figure. In short, although Xuan and others' organization has a more formal background that is openly recognized by the country, they are not an organization that is supported by the country. They are just bastards with a weaker sense of existence. They are far inferior to the Black Soldier Organization, which has no official status. Of course, the premise of all this is that the National Chartered Resource Conservation Bureau is real. In the next few hours, Zhu Shizhou has been talking with Xuan and Lu Jing. He has a deeper understanding of the various resources controlled by the Resource Conservation Bureau. For example, the Resource Conservation Bureau is also researching Black Soldier Potion. But unlike the Black Soldier Potion, they are committed to researching potions that do not erase emotions. For example, they are researching armor that can be worn on the body to resist external impacts. It is an upgraded version of the Black Soldier suit. They are also researching large-scale shelter arcs, space-based weapons for physical cleaning, and low-cost food manufacturing machines that convert carbon dioxide into starch. To be honest, some ideas seem a bit unrealistic to Zhu Shizhou. When he asked, Xuan explained that this is still in the planning stage. However, in Zhu Shizhou's view, not only are the products that he thinks are unrealistic being planned, but everything Xuan said should only be in the planning stage. This guy is writing him blank checks like crazy. Zhu Shizhou made a bold guess that the Black Soldier Organization should have been researching what Xuan envisioned. And maybe they have already developed finished products. For example, the large-scale shelter arc. This should be what Su Feng called the arc plan. Physical cleaning. The space-based weapons should be the weapons that humans will use to eliminate alien insects on a large scale after the arc plan is launched, so that humans no longer need to care about casualties and natural resources are the weapons that the Black Soldier Organization originally planned to attack the enemies of the world on November 7th, the so-called space-based weapons? As for the low-cost food manufacturing machine that converts carbon dioxide into starch, Zhu Shizhou has never heard of it. Obviously, there are many things that Su Feng did not tell him. The Black Soldier Organization is stronger than he knows. On the other hand, they can only pick up leftovers from the Resource Conservation Bureau. But the Resource Conservation Bureau has advantages that the Black Soldier Organization cannot match. How about it? Have you thought about it? Do you want to join us? Xuan was calm on the surface, but he was very nervous in his heart. If Zhu Shizhou was unwilling to agree, then they could only use coercive means. They were unwilling to use that kind of means. But when there was no other way, they could only do so. Zhu Shizhou thought about it. And after thinking seriously, he said, I personally want to join you. But what? Xuan asked quickly. Do you have any concerns? But everything you said is just empty talk. How can I believe what you said? Xuan was speechless. Indeed, if you think about it, you will know that a stranger can't believe what he said without any evidence. He can't produce any evidence to prove it. Unless... Zhu Shizhou stood up from the sofa. I'm sorry. Unless you can provide more direct evidence, I won't believe you. This has been made clear. Xuan almost immediately thought that they did have a technological product that was ahead of their time. An anti-Black Soldier suppression potion that can stimulate emotions at a very fast speed. Chapter 134, Reproduction of the Password. The anti-Black Soldier inhibitor is one of the few products of their organization that can compete with the Black Soldier Organization. It is precisely because of the existence of this medicine that they can escape from the confrontation with the Black Soldier Organization again and again. And even win. However, this medicine is expensive. Under normal circumstances, the members of their special operations team can only carry no more than one anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. And after consuming it, they have to report to their superiors for an application. And it will take more than half a month to approve another one. At this moment, Xuan was in a dilemma. Should he hand over this precious thing? Or should he simply force the other party with force? He was a little unsure. Zhu Shizhou saw that Xuan was hesitating. So he added fuel to the fire. It looks like you do have evidence. Lu Jing looked at Zhu Shizhou, then at the captain who was frozen by what he said, sighed softly, and patted his captain on the shoulder. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. The potion can be remade. But talent is hard to come by. This sentence woke Xuan up. Yes. What is he struggling with? How can you recruit talents of Zhu Shizhou's level without paying a price? Well, I do have a product that is ahead of the current era. Xuan carefully took out a glass box from his bag. Through the transparent glass box, you can see a light blue clear potion lying inside. Zhu Shizhou pretended not to know. Is this the product that is ahead of the current era you mentioned? What is the effect? This drug can stimulate the body's cells, allowing the cells to absorb drug molecules, and quickly spread the drug effect to the brain's limbic system through the blood circulation in the body, stimulating human emotions to the greatest extent. In order to let Zhu Shizhou know more clearly about the effect of this drug, Xuan said, don't underestimate this simple drug effect. In fact, 99.99 laboratories in the world cannot synthesize this drug. Its effect is quite overbearing. After a complete injection of the drug, an ordinary person will die suddenly in just 10 minutes. Because the drug's function is to make the brain produce a constant stream of emotions, and the human body's negative feedback regulation system will speed up the heartbeat to deal with the body's stress state. So after the emotions are stimulated, ordinary people will fall into an infinitely repeated state of emotional outbursts. The heart cannot bear the long-term load of supply and demand, and will eventually go on strike. Xuan's words are to remind Zhu Shizhou not to try it easily, and also to remind Zhu Shizhou not to spread it casually. Otherwise this drug will be abused. If it spreads in society, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, Zhu Shizhou never thought of letting this medicine spread to society. He just wanted to inject himself. Xuan handed over the glass box solemnly. Zhu Shizhou reached out and was about to take the glass box containing the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. Captain, don't. At this moment, the bedroom door was opened with a bang. Fan Jingxian rushed out of the bedroom. Zhu Shizhou looked calm, while Xuan and Lu Jing looked confused. At Jingxian's reminder, Xuan subconsciously tightened the potion box in his hand. However, what he didn't expect was that a strong force came from his hand. and the anti-black soldier potion was snatched from his hand. In an instant, Xuan's face changed. No! His physical fitness in all aspects is far superior to that of ordinary people, including his grip strength. How could an ordinary person have a stronger grip than him? Coupled with a reminder of Jingxian, the wise general in the team, he immediately realized that he might have fallen into the opponent's trap in turn. This guy is not an ordinary person. Sure enough, the next moment Fan Jingxian shouted, "I can't find out his identity." For a moment, the room fell into a dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Zhu Shizhou sat calmly on the sofa playing with the anti-black soldier inhibitor in his hand, while Xuan opposite him stiffened his body and still maintained the posture of delivering the medicine forward. After a full minute of silence, Xuan spoke with a dry throat. "This is a joke, right?" Before Zhu Shizhou could speak, Fan Jingxian came forward with gritted teeth. "During your conversation, I took a photo of his appearance with a pinhole camera, and then searched for portrait monitoring within Jiancheng through big data AI. And as a result, my firewall was attacked. If Rura hadn't disconnected the internet in time, I might have been invaded now. Although his identity has not been found out, it is certain that his identity is definitely not as ordinary as it seems." The last sentence was almost a question. Zhu Shizhou calmly compared the difference between last week and this week in his heart. Last week, he got his bank card number, and the other party used the bank card number to investigate his identity. In this week, he only exposed one face. The other party conducted a big data investigation based on only one face, but failed to find out his information. The Black Soldier organization's control over him was so strict. "Am I an ordinary person?" Zhu Shizhou asked himself and answered, "I am not an ordinary person. To be precise, I am not an ordinary person in your concept." "What do you mean?" Since Zhu Shizhou did not have any abnormal behavior after being exposed, Xuan subconsciously became less nervous. Zhu Shizhou spoke slowly with a serious expression. "Have you ever heard of the Black Soldier organization?" When these words came out, Xuan and others' hair stood up instantly. What did you say?" Xuan's voice was a little distorted. "A few days ago, a man who claimed to be from the Black Soldier organization found me and threatened my girlfriend Du Fei's life to force me to join their organization." Zhu Shizhou recalled the movement of his facial muscles when he was in a state of emotional upsurge in the previous round, and moved his facial muscles to simulate, revealing a sad, angry and twisted expression. "They are the devil. After I rejected them, they threatened me with my family. Those bastards coveted the knowledge in my head, but didn't tell me anything. I only now know the purpose of their threat to me." Zhu Shizhou looked at Xuan and others with hope in his eyes. "Thank you. If you hadn't explained to me that there are creatures like alien insects in the world, I would have been kept in the dark." Xuan ignored Zhu Shizhou's thanks, and his eyes were always fixed on the two bodyguards beside Zhu Shizhou. "So, these two bodyguards. Oh, they are sent by the organization to monitor me. Black soldiers." Zhu Shizhou said something that made Xuan and others fall into the abyss. "Grass. Grass. Grass." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room became tense. "Are you a fucking idiot? Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Everyone present, including the two black soldiers, had a moment of blankness in their heads. The black soldiers couldn't figure out why Zhu Shizhou just confronted Xuan and the others, and couldn't figure out what they should do about this situation at this moment. Xuan was panicking and cursing. He trembled and quickly reached out to press the gun on his waist. The fear and anger at his heart drove him to accept the absurd situation that was taking a sharp turn for the worse. Zhu Shizhou could feel that the two black soldiers around him also tensed up. A fight to the death seemed to be about to break out. However, Zhu Shizhou looked at the time and suddenly spoke. 932-847-2860. This was the password for this minute in the previous round. Chapter 135. Obtain the potion and retire. Is the password the authority? In the last round, Zhu Shizhou threatened to die and learned the 10-digit password that Su Feng used when contacting the black soldier. This password changes every minute. The numbers are changed strictly according to the time after a formula that Zhu Shizhou did not know. In other words, this is an instant password that only the black soldier and Su Feng know. This means that the password is likely to represent a certain degree of authority. Sure enough, the black soldier turned his head and looked at Zhu Shizhou the moment he heard the password. Why did Zhu Shizhou know? He said to the two black soldiers. Su Feng should have told you that if I do anything unusual, as long as it does not affect the plan, let me do it. The two black soldiers understood that it was non-special circumstances now. Su Feng did give them orders that unless there was a special situation that affected the plan, there was no need to contact the superiors. Since Su Feng issued this order, it means that Su Feng anticipated what Zhu Shijie would do, and the current situation just corresponds to Su Feng's order. Su Feng may have anticipated the current situation. Will the existence of these small shrimps affect the plan? No, because Zhu Shijie did not tell them the truth. What black soldier organization covets the knowledge in Zhu Shijie's head? His girlfriend was arrested and his family's lives are in danger. These are all lies told by Zhu Shijie, which shows that Zhu Shijie is also using them. In this case, there is no need to worry. The two black soldiers fell into silence again, and their originally tense bodies relaxed. The extremely dangerous aura that burst out in the last second has become calm at this moment. Zhu Shijie looked at the two black soldiers deeply. Xuan and others were stunned. They were prepared to fight to the death. And if it didn't work, they would retreat directly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shijie just reported a string of numbers, and the two black soldiers calmed down. What did you do? Xuan held the gun on his waist tightly. When these two black soldiers contact their superiors, they need an instant password. If the password is wrong, their mission to escort me will be terminated. After a long period of research, I cracked their password. Zhu Shijie made up a lie. Everyone in the room looked at the two black soldiers nervously again. Then they were shocked. They were shocked by Zhu Shijie's big talk and the black soldiers in action. You just listen and do nothing? Is this your style? Obviously, in our impression, you are more ruthless than anyone else. Even if there is a slight leak of information, you should do your best to eliminate the source of information. But why? Don't worry. Their mission is just to escort me to the institute, and they don't care about anything else. The two black soldiers continued to remain silent. As long as Zhu Shijie is still lying, it means that Zhu Shijie is still trustworthy, and Xuan and others are almost numb. This kid actually talked about these things so openly in front of the black soldiers. Is he not dying fast enough? However, they also have a more reasonable guess that Zhu Shijie must be very important to the Black Soldier Organization. Otherwise, the Black Soldier Organization would not let Zhu Shijie reveal information. No, this cannot be said to be indulgence. A more accurate description should be indulgence. What they didn't expect was that Zhu Shijie said something that made their scalps tingle even more, with an expectant expression on his face. According to what you said, you are the largest and strongest organization in the country, and other organizations are just rats in your eyes. Then can I ask you to negotiate with the Black Soldier Organization and let them let my girlfriend and family go? Zhu Shijie made a request to Xuan and others. Xuan trembled violently. Now he finally understood why Zhu Shijie talked about this matter so unscrupulously and openly. It turned out that this was his own fault. He said that their organization was the most powerful organization in the country. That's why Zhu Shijie told him everything so confidently, hoping that they would save his girlfriend and family. Xuan and others froze. What should I say now? Overturn the boast I made before, and admit that my organization is weak? But the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion has been sent out, which is equivalent to wasting a potion and not getting talent. Damn! I shouldn't have lied before. Is it impossible? Zhu Shijie's face showed disappointment, which made Xuan and others feel guilty. It's not impossible. Xuan regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth. What am I talking about? What? Zhu Shijie raised his head again. I will report this matter to the leader. For indispensable talents like you, we will give the greatest help. If you need it, we will take a positive attitude to deal with it, and try our best to negotiate with the Black Soldier Organization. If the Black Soldier Organization is willing to let go, we will take over. During this period, you need to wait patiently. Listening to your words is like listening to your words. Even Zhu Shijie couldn't help but want to complain. But he also knew that Xuan's attitude was helpless. Is that so? Zhu Shijie was a little disappointed. I thought you would be tougher. Xuan said dryly. We have always adhered to the concept of peaceful coexistence with other organizations and adhered to the principle of peace. Some meaningless nonsense again. Xuan and others' attention was no longer on Zhu Shijie. They were fully prepared for the two black soldiers. They seemed to be very vigilant and afraid of the black soldiers' attacks. Zhu Shijie sighed and stood up from the sofa. Forget it. Let it be. Xuan and others did not try to stop him. They watched Zhu Shizhou leave with their eyes wide open. The guy also took away the only anti-black soldier inhibitor on them. Until the door was closed, they all collapsed with relief. Xuan and Lu Jing wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, having just recovered from their near-death experience, while Fan Jingxian collapsed to the ground with her whole body weak. After a while, the hacker girl stood up shakily. I'm going to check if there are any Trojans implanted by the Black Soldier organization in our defense network. Fuck. Xuan cursed angrily. I told you. How could the Black Soldier organization let go of such a high-end talent? Those lunatics acted much faster than us. Lu Jing said in despair. Our anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. Didn't you just tell me that it's easy to get the agent, but it's hard to get the talent? Lu Jing was so angry that her face turned red. Did we get the person? No. Nothing. We just gave them an anti-Black Soldier inhibitor for nothing. I even suspect that the guy is cheating us. Cheat? How? Xuan shook his head. First of all, we took the initiative to find him. He didn't know our identity before. Secondly, he didn't know that we had anti-Black Soldier inhibitors. Finally, if he really knew everything, why didn't he let the Black Soldiers take it directly? Lu Jing didn't say anything. His guess just now was indeed unreasonable. After a long silence, alas, the two sighed together. That boy is indeed a talent. But it's not something we can covet. Let's ask the superiors quickly, Xuan said, and took out the National Special Resources Protection Bureau certificate that he had just shown to Zhu Shizhou. TSK. I should have changed the certificate earlier. They have a lot of certificates like these. Chapter 136, Retracement Point updated again. Su Feng's calculation method. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou, who is regarded as a talent, is sitting on the sofa in his room. Two black soldiers are standing on his left and right to prevent him from injecting the medicine. Just like the idea in the previous week, they don't care whether Zhu Shizhou can recover his emotions. They only care whether this medicine is toxic and whether it will affect the normal physiological condition of the human body. Why? You don't contact Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou asked expressionlessly. No need. Really no need? No need. But if you inject this medicine, we will definitely contact the superiors. Because I'm not sure whether this medicine will have adverse reactions to the human body. Oh, that's it. Zhu Shizhou nodded, then opened the glass box and took out the light blue anti-black soldier suppression medicine with an automatic injection device. Under the watchful eyes of these two black soldiers, everything about him will be under the control of Su Feng. If he injected the potion, Su Feng would definitely know what he did tonight. If he didn't inject the potion, he could indeed save it. After the two black soldiers' escort mission was over, they would probably report everything that happened on the ship to Su Feng. It was just the difference between injecting early and injecting late. But the two black soldiers stood very close to him. They were paying close attention to his every move. In the last round, Zhu Shizhou injected the potion with the cover of Xuan and others. But this round he didn't plan to let Xuan and others attract firepower. Since he got the medicine, he has not found an opportunity until now. He dared to guarantee that once he was ready to inject the medicine, the black soldiers would quickly control him and snatch the medicine away. While thinking, Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. It was not long before the clock struck midnight. He carefully reviewed the Loki operation from 10 a.m. on November 7th to 10 a.m. on November 8th. Boarding the ship from the submarine, not getting close to Wang Chong, training with the two black soldiers all night after returning to the room, and getting the key to room 1313 from Wang Chong. In the eyes of Su Feng and the two black soldiers, he did nothing and had no suspicious contact with anyone. But in fact, he had made all preparations in advance. Those 24 hours were perfect. Zhu Shizhou looked at the two black soldiers and said, "How about you two try this potion?" The black soldier said, "I refuse. How could they inject this potion of unknown origin? Their mission is to protect Zhu Shizhou. If something happens to them, how can they protect him?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head and said, "You can't refuse. You can contact Su Feng. But either you inject it or I inject it. You make your own choice. It doesn't matter. I will go back anyway." He already knows the correct strategy to get the key props. So no matter how he goes back, as long as he repeats the actions of this round, he can reach the current time point safely. With this idea in mind, Zhu Shizhou suddenly raised his hand and stabbed one of the black soldiers with the potion in his hand. The black soldiers were on guard against Zhu Shizhou injecting the potion. But they didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to choose to attack them. He was serious about what he said just now. The black soldiers reacted at the speed that reached the limit of human beings. One of the black soldiers reached out to grab the potion in Zhu Shizhou's hand, while the other black soldier pressed Zhu Shizhou's neck and kicked Zhu Shizhou's knees, preparing to subdue Zhu Shizhou. However, at this moment, Zhu Shizhou suddenly changed his action. He took a step forward, twisted his feet, and flew towards the coffee table. However, he felt his collar being grabbed just halfway through this action. At the same time, his arm was also controlled, and his action of stabbing at his shoulder was forcibly stopped. The potion was thrown into the air and caught by another black soldier. Bang! Zhu Shizhou was pressed on the coffee table, his face tightly against the cold coffee table surface, and his arms were twisted behind his back and pressed. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. As expected. At close range, I have no power to resist you. The two black soldiers' close-range reaction speed far exceeds his movement speed. No matter what he does, the black soldiers will change their actions in time according to his actions to respond. But he does not have the corresponding reaction speed to keep up with the black soldiers' actions. The black soldiers got the potion, and the black soldiers who suppressed Zhu Shizhou let go. Zhu Shizhou rubbed his face, stood up, moved his body, and then looked at the time. November 9th. 0001. Although nothing has changed on the surface, Zhu Shizhou knows that the replay point has been updated. If he dies again now, he will no longer return to the submarine, but to this ship. At 10 o'clock in the morning on November 8th, the guests were boarding the ship one after another, and he had prepared an ambush in advance, waiting for Xuan and others to board the ship. The black soldier who snatched the medicine from Zhu Shizhou contacted Su Feng immediately as they said, "Password 263-482-7238. While the black soldier was speaking, Zhu Shizhou continued to stare at the time. November 9th. 002. The password was 263-482-7238. He remembered it. The black soldier told Su Feng everything he saw. Zhu Shizhou did not stop him, but sat on the sofa with a calm expression. Then he heard Su Feng say, "Give the phone to Zhu Shizhou. Are you so impatient?" Zhu Shizhou took the phone and said a mocking word. "I thought you would be calmer and more indulgent of my actions on the ship." Su Feng asked directly, "How far into the future have you predicted?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "Before answering this question, I want to ask, how many ways have you prepared to test me in the future?" Su Feng's voice was still cold and calm. "What do you want to say?" "You set the password deliberately, right?" Zhu Shizhou said. "You can obviously think that for me, who can predict the future, the password has no meaning." Then Su Feng, "Why did you set an instant password? If I tell the black soldier the password, I can get some authority from you silently. I don't believe you can't think of it." Su Feng's voice did not change at all. "The password is not for you, but for other organizations." "Is that so?" Zhu Shizhou interrupted Su Feng. "You have spies everywhere on the ship. You can know everything just by relying on those spies. Whether there is any special situation between the two black soldiers, there is no need to judge by password. Right? In the previous round," Su Feng said, "if they can't answer or answer incorrectly, it proves that the person talking to me is not them, or they are in an unfavorable situation so that they are not able to complete the task." However, after using the password once, Zhu Shizhou successfully stopped the black soldier's action, and he immediately realized that the password itself has a certain degree of authority. How could Su Feng, a man, put the authority in his hands so easily and blatantly in front of Zhu Shizhou? There is only one answer. The password is your tool to confirm whether I can predict the future again. The two black soldiers are monitoring me so strictly because you want to force me to use the password. During this sea voyage, the number of times I use the password indicates how many things I have done to change the future. After the voyage, you will be able to grasp the number and frequency of my changes to the future. You can't confirm how far into the future I can predict, so you try to grasp my ability through this more scientific calculation method. Am I right, Su Feng? Chapter 137: The True Identity of the Resource Protection Bureau. Under Zhu Shizhou's almost interrogative tone, the room was silent for dozens of seconds. Then Su Feng said lightly, "So what if it is? So what if it is not? Yes. So what if it is? So what if it is not? This is an open conspiracy. Even if Zhu Shizhou saw through the truth, Nothing could be changed. As long as he wanted to do something beyond the limit by predicting the future, he would be stopped by the two black soldiers. If he wanted to break through the restrictions of the black soldiers, he had to use the password. He thought from Su Feng's perspective. Su Feng's calculation method should be the simplest, most effective and scientific calculation method. In the case that it was almost impossible to determine whether Zhu Shizhou had predicted the future, any action of Zhu Shizhou was worthy of suspicion. However, Su Feng came up with this calculation method that was in line with his logic and allowed him to understand his predictive ability to a certain extent. Su Feng didn't believe in anything. In his opinion, only cold numbers would not lie. Zhu Shizhou's interrogation did not get any results in the end. Yes, if you really admit it, then you won't be called Su Feng anymore. You have to know that this man has repeatedly deceived Zhu Shizhou about his name. With his character, even if Zhu Shizhou guessed it, there is a 99% chance that he would choose to firmly deny it. Stop talking nonsense. What is your purpose of using the black soldiers to find me? Zhu Shizhou sat back on the sofa. Did you figure it out? You don't have any means to contact me. The only way you know that I contact the two black soldiers is this phone. And you also know the password. This means that you have predicted a way to contact me. If so, you should also know that your current behavior will cause the black soldier to contact me. Su Feng's voice came out faintly from the receiver. So, you let this situation develop just to get in touch with me, right? Don't you feel annoyed to go through so much trouble just for such a small matter? Zhu Shizhou replied. Compared to the means I have spent so much effort to play, your thinking ability that can operate deeply anytime and anywhere is more annoying. Zhu Shizhou didn't waste any words. He said, I want to ask one thing. One question for another. I'll ask first. Su Feng played the old trick. Zhu Shizhou fell into a long-lost memory. I forgot how long ago. They played like this in the interrogation room full of painful memories. Oh, it's the day before yesterday. Ah, it's okay then. What kind of conversation did we have in the future you predicted? Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly. This question is too broad. He almost noticed the trick in Su Feng's question the first time. If Zhu Shizhou answered without any intention, then Su Feng would not only know what happened in the future, but also judge whether the situation was urgent at that time through Zhu Shizhou's answer. Understand what hidden dangers might exist in the future, whether it was necessary to arrange targeted plans, and even infer Zhu Shizhou's hidden intentions. The answer to this question contains too much information. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou did not answer for a long time, Su Feng sneered. Can't answer? If you don't want to answer, forget it. Then this conversation ends here. I will let the black soldiers strengthen their control over you. Just like the method you mentioned before. If you want the black soldiers to relax their restrictions on you, use the password. It's not that you can't answer, but the value of our questions should be consistent. Zhu Shizhou answered. After all, you and I are not fighting now, but cooperating. You have the right to give up answering and cooperate with me. And I also have the right to give up the plan. Zhu Shizhou added with a fake smile. Do you think saving the world is still important to me, who has lost my emotions now? For Zhu Shizhou now, saving the world is just a routine. The reason why he still wants to save the world after losing his emotions is because he knows that he will recover his emotions one day. However, Su Feng doesn't know. In Su Feng's cognition, Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to ask to become an emotionless black soldier machine. But this was before the injection of the drug. After the injection of the drug, whether Zhu Shizhou would commit suicide because life was boring, he couldn't tell, because Zhu Shizhou himself is not a strictly trained soldier, but an ordinary person. This is also an open plot. If you want to have an equal dialogue with Su Feng, you can only fight each other until one side compromises. After a long silence, Su Feng compromised. What do you want to ask me? National Chartered Resource Conservation Bureau. Everything about this organization. Oh! Su Feng's voice showed a hint of teasing. Are you sure you want to use the answer to this question to exchange for my question? Zhu Shizhou instinctively judged that Su Feng's emotions contained sarcasm, but he still nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. Then answer my question first. In the future you predicted. What kind of conversation did we have? We didn't have any valuable conversation. Whether you believe it or not. This is the truth. This is indeed the truth. At the end of last week, Zhu Shizhou didn't say a few words to Su Feng. Most of the time, he was crazy alone. Ha ha. Su Feng sneered and answered Zhu Shizhou's question. The National Conservation Bureau of Specialized Resources does not exist in China. Or in the world. This is also the truth. Zhu Shizhou. After a moment of silence, Zhu Shizhou said, "You should know that lying is meaningless for the current conversation. This is what I want to say to you. But whether you lied or not, I didn't lie. I roughly know what organization the group you are in contact with belongs to. But the National Conservation Bureau of Specialized Resources does not exist." Zhu Shizhou thought about it, and said it in more detail. "In the future I foresaw. I injected the anti-black soldier inhibitor. If you know this thing, you should understand that I am not lying. The anti-black soldier inhibitor stimulated my emotions so much that I couldn't think rationally. So our conversation was really worthless." Su Feng thought for a while, and then said lightly, "The people you are in contact with are just organizations acting under the banner of the country. They are supported by bigwigs in the political circle. The certificates they showed you are fake. But they can also be real. The certificate is fake or real. If they want, they can set up a National Special Resource Conservation Bureau with the same name through formal channels within 5 minutes. They should have a lot of such identity documents." Zhu Shizhou understood. Then he was silent in his heart. Those people seemed to have no ulterior motives. But how could the organization that Su Feng remembered be so simple? His previous guess was wrong. They did not belong to the country, but to a certain political boss. Not to mention the will of the country. But everyone in the upper echelons must have their own ideas. But some people have not put them into practice. And some people have already started to act. From the small details, even Zhu Shizhou could judge that the political boss was keeping a low profile and did not give much support. At most, he was just a name in Shuai'an's organization. And the decision-making of the affairs might not be made by that boss. Otherwise, Shuai'an would not be so eager to recruit talents. In other words, Shuai'an and his team were actually just a non-governmental organization that had nothing to do with the country. Chapter 138. Injection again. 1.5 milliliters. "Thank you for your answer." Zhu Shizhou said thank you. But there was not much gratitude in his words. Only coldness. Su Feng didn't care. "The potion you have now is the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion?" "Yes," Su Feng said. "That potion can be injected." Zhu Shizhou's thinking paused for a moment. "Our organization has dealt with them several times. And the anti-black soldier inhibitor potion they developed has been thoroughly studied by us. If the potion is injected in the right amount, it will not cause any harm to the human body. It can even be said that this potion is a blessing for saving patients with depression. After a patient with depression is injected with this potion, it can promote the brain to release neurotransmitters to stimulate emotions in the body, thus becoming a normal person." Zhu Shizhou is still confused now. "You just said I can inject the drug? You won't stop me?" Su Feng asked back. "Why should I stop you? When did I say you can't inject?" Zhu Shizhou was speechless. "I never thought of letting you maintain a state of emotional loss for a long time. In fact, the state of emotional loss is not conducive to the implementation of our plan. At least before you officially become a black soldier. Your emotions towards the world are what I need more than my current state of emotional loss." Hearing this, Su Feng said lightly, "Your emotions will be fully restored in half a month at the shortest and 1 month at the longest." Zhu Shizhou frowned. Su Feng suddenly said, "You can't predict the future in a month? Otherwise you wouldn't ask this question. No matter how careful you are, there will always be a time to show your hand." Talking to Su Feng is a double-edged sword. Although you can get intelligence, Su Feng will always notice all kinds of tiny details. Zhu Shizhou replied, "It's not that I can't predict it. I just haven't predicted it yet." Hee. Su Feng didn't believe it. "You will arrive at the training base in a week at most. By then you will know that your current worries are meaningless. The loss of emotions in the Black Soldier Reserve is only temporary. When you arrive at the training base, you can be injected with this medicine after professional testing." Zhu Shizhou asked. "Not now." Su Feng sighed. "I hope you can arrive at the training base safely, at least during the week of sailing at sea." He hopes that Zhu Shizhou can remain in the state of emotional obliteration. Zhu Shizhou in this state is the easiest to control, and the one that conforms to Su Feng's logic the most. Su Feng could observe and confirm this week, and get a glimpse of Zhu Shizhou's full picture of his predictive ability. But if Zhu Shizhou recovered his emotions, then the observation results would have strong subjective factors. And Zhu Shizhou's behavior could not be inferred through absolutely rational logic, which would be difficult for Su Feng to deal with. Zhu Shizhou understood what Su Feng meant. So he said, "I'm depressed." What? Even Su Feng couldn't react to Zhu Shizhou's words. To be more precise, I lost the direction of my life. I feel that life is meaningless, and the world has nothing to do with me. In this state, I am in a very bad state. Just like a salted fish lying in bed in a daze. Su Feng seemed to be speechless by Zhu Shizhou's nonsense. And he didn't say anything for a long time. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. So, if you don't let me inject the anti-black soldier inhibitor now, then I will find ways to die within this week. You can do it. You? Su Feng was shocked and angry. This shameless move was completely using him without any disguise. Zhu Shizhou thought of the last week, when Su Feng showed a calm but anxious state after knowing that he had been injected with the anti-black soldier inhibitor. Su Feng had been pretending all the time. Su Feng pretended to be indifferent to him, and emphasized to him that he was just a backup plan to save the world, and even let 2 black soldiers escort him to dilute his intention to use him. Even when he threatened to die before, Su Feng also ordered the 2 black soldiers to ignore them next time they encountered such a situation, showing that he didn't care about Zhu Shizhou's life. Zhu Shizhou was indeed confused, in the state of emotional obliteration. He couldn't reason about Su Feng's complex emotions, but after a few minutes of briefly recovering his emotions in the last week, he figured it out. Su Feng was definitely not as indifferent as he seemed on the surface. In the end, Su Feng's efficiency in having someone break into the room to treat him made Zhu Shizhou understand his value in Su Feng's eyes. It was not Su Feng in this week who revealed the flaw, but Su Feng in the last week. Su Feng's weakness has always existed, but he didn't realize it before. Su Feng suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "You should know the danger of this drug. I will not let you inject it without professional testing. I am not completely sure that it is the anti-black soldier inhibitor drug." "How can you be sure?" Zhu Shizhou said the answer he had thought of long ago. "Let the 2 black soldiers inject a part first. It is equivalent to testing poison." Su Feng felt that the situation was getting out of his control. "You?" Zhu Shizhou just looked calm. "Agree or disagree?" Su Feng took a deep breath on the other end of the phone, as if to calm down his anger and regain his rationality. Finally, Su Feng answered, "Agree." Zhu Shizhou looked at the 2 black soldiers who had remained silent, one of whom was holding the drug in his hand. "How many milliliters of the drug are there?" Su Feng asked. 20 milliliters. Let one of the black soldiers inject 5 milliliters, equivalent to a quarter of the dose. Zhu Shizhou had no idea about the anti-black soldier inhibitor drug, but Su Feng knew very well what effect would be produced by injecting a certain dose. After all, the Black Soldier Organization has studied this inhibitory drug countless times. Hearing Su Feng's words, Black Soldier took the drug and stabbed it into his neck without hesitation. Under precise control, Black Soldier injected 5 milliliters. As time passed, Black Soldier's expression became much softer, and he also showed a painful look. "How is his performance?" Su Feng asked. Before Zhu Shizhou could answer, Black Soldier said, "I feel that the world has become much more vivid, and the pain has affected my emotions. But I can still bear it. The world has become alive." This statement should not have come from the mouth of the emotionless Black Soldier, and Black Soldier should not have answered it. It can be seen that even with a quarter of the dose, the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor still worked. Apart from that, there are no other adverse effects. The personal experience report of the Black Soldier made Su Feng feel at ease. Su Feng said to Zhu Shizhou, "I only allow you to inject 15 milliliters. No more." Zhu Shizhou said, "Even if you don't say it, I'm not going to inject more. No one understands the tyranny of the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor better than him. The crazy state in the last round is simply the 2 extremes of the Black Soldier potion, and he doesn't want that extreme." The Black Soldier walked towards Zhu Shizhou with a syringe in hand. Su Feng added, "By the way, since the injection was not done after precise testing, my estimate may be biased, and I am not sure to what extent your emotions will recover in the end." "It's okay. I'm ready." As Zhu Shizhou answered, He Bing injected 15 milliliters of light blue liquid into his body. A minute later, Zhu Shizhou felt the emotions gradually surging in his body and forced himself to maintain an expressionless poker face. He realized one thing. 15 milliliters is still too much. Chapter 139, Restoring Emotions. Su Feng's warning. Fuck. Thousands of words converge into one word. Zhu Shizhou, whose emotions were finally restored, roared wildly in his heart. After the anti-black soldier potion was injected into the body, the drug effect flowed through the blood circulation to every cell in the body. The first to receive the drug effect was the limbic system of the cerebral cortex that controls human emotions. And then the brain released neurotransmitters to make the biological signals of the limbic system active again. For Zhu Shizhou, it felt like someone had released a super powerful bomb deep in his brain, releasing all his senses. It was completely different from the feeling of the previous week. The effect of the drug in the previous week came too strong and too fast. So Zhu Shizhou could not remember the feeling clearly until the replay. Recalling everything seemed like a dream, without a deep experience. However, now, the dose of the drug he injected is 75 of the previous week, less than 1/10. So he can feel the changes in his body and emotions more slowly. The emotions are too abundant. Zhu Shizhou's face flushed with anger, and he couldn't help cursing. He cursed himself, Su Feng, the two black soldiers, Xuan, and the others, the alien insects that put him in this situation, and the whole world. Hack him. The villain in his heart was jumping around like crazy. And at this moment, Zhu Shizhou's external expression was flushed and his body trembling. His few rationalities stopped him. Su Feng couldn't be sure how much emotion he had recovered now. So this was an opportunity. After the anger subsided, there was an overwhelming feeling of emotion and ecstasy. Oh my God! I finally recovered my emotions. How fresh this feeling is. How nostalgic. Emotions are no longer missing. And now I can be said to be a complete person. Tears of joy kept flowing from his eyes. And Zhu Shizhou turned his head to cover his face, not letting He Bing see his tears now. He could use reason to control his expression from fluctuating too much. But he could not stop the physiological condition of biological instinct. How is it? Su Feng's voice came from the receiver. Not bad. Zhu Shizhou buried his whole face in his hands and answered with a trembling voice. Your voice doesn't sound good. This feeling is too fresh. And my physical condition is undergoing unstoppable subtle changes. Zhu Shizhou is trying to make his words rational and objective. Su Feng said calmly. This is the disadvantage of injecting the drug without testing. I can only guess that you are injecting the anti-black soldier inhibitor drug. But I can't be sure whether the drug you injected has been upgraded. So I can't accurately estimate what kind of changes the substances contained in it will cause to your body. Yeah. Zhu Shizhou didn't want to talk nonsense with Su Feng now. Every time he said a word to Su Feng, his anger and resentment would increase. It also contained fear of this man, afraid that he would find out that he was pretending to be emotional. And even this insignificant emotion was magnified. Fuck. Zhu Shizhou recalled the experience of several replays, and those memories kept washing and echoing in his mind like a tide, making him extremely emotional. He wanted to cry and laugh at one moment, and more of it was the pride that continued to spread. I'm so awesome. I saved the world. This is a belated joy. The doomsday, which was originally scheduled to arrive at 10 o'clock in the morning on November 7th, was extended by 3 months by me. It took me less than 3 days to go from an ordinary college student who knew nothing to where I am now. This kind of pride almost broke all of Zhu Shizhou's disguises. But fortunately Su Feng couldn't see his condition through the phone, and the two black soldiers' sights on him were blocked by his hands. After several minutes, Zhu Shizhou barely recovered, and the surging emotions in his heart were gradually calmed by his reason. Although 15 milliliters of injection was too much, it was not enough to completely control his mind. For this dangerous anti-black soldier inhibitor, hasn't our black soldier organization developed corresponding targeted means? Zhu Shizhou tried to make his voice calm and divert Su Feng's attention from him. Su Feng didn't know Zhu Shizhou's current situation, and replied, We do have the ability to develop countermeasures. But there is no need. No need? Why? This drug is obviously a killer for the black soldiers. Only those who have experienced it can know that whoever touches it will die. The organization is not prepared to deal with it. Zhu Shizhou was very confused. This feeling of curiosity and doubt is also extremely wonderful. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but want to cry out of emotion. Our 9999 scientific research power is concentrated on dealing with the world's enemies. There are at least 800 small organizations like this in the country. If there are not 1,000, how much time and strength will we waste if we deal with them one by one? Once we develop targeted means, they will develop more radical means to deal with us. Do we have to crack them one by one? Their current strength is controlled by us within a controllable range. We know that they are researching anti-black soldier inhibitors. But so what? As long as their means do not make a qualitative leap. Everything is vain for us. This was too domineering. And Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Then he felt pity for Xuan and others. Others have long had the ability to deal with the products you are proud of. But they are just too lazy to pay attention to you. And you are still complacent. Zhu Shizhou wiped away his tears calmly. And said in a calm voice, in other words, they are on the wrong path. That's right. The anti-black soldier inhibitor is enough to deal with the black soldiers. What's the point of them continuing to upgrade? Moreover, they continue to produce this useless thing. A large part of the funds are dragged down on this project every year. It can be seen that they are both short-sighted and stupid. The tone of Su Feng's words is just like stating facts. Not sarcasm. Zhu Shizhou nodded and agreed. To be honest, it is true. He understood what Su Feng meant. Su Feng was telling him that this organization was stupid and had no future. And he should not try to establish a relationship with them. He had previously told Su Feng that the future he foresaw was that he had been injected with anti-black soldier inhibitors. Which meant that in Su Feng's eyes, he might have established a good relationship with Xuan and his team. And might even have joined Xuan and his team. Although this possibility is very small. Su Feng will not ignore it. Now Su Feng is just warning secretly. But if Su Feng really finds out that he has a good relationship with Xuan and others, I don't know what the outcome will be. Both Su Feng and Zhu Shizhou are trying to maintain this fragile cooperative relationship between the two sides. Zhu Shizhou doesn't want to break up with Su Feng. And his words also reveal a contempt for Xuan and others. Whether Su Feng believes it or not, Su Feng pretends to believe it. However, Zhu Shizhou is thinking in his heart that Xuan and others have advantages that a black soldier organization cannot match. He thought about it before he recovered his emotions. And now, he has a deeper understanding after recovering his emotions. Xuan and others can offer their very precious anti-black soldier inhibitor potion for their teammates. And ask for help from him. An unknown stranger. Which shows that they value friendship and loyalty. At least in terms of human nature. They are many times better than the black soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou finally caught a big fish. How could he let it go easily? Chapter 140 Fan Jingxian's crazy idea. Check if our room has been invaded. After hanging up the phone with Su Feng, Zhu Shizhou said to the two black soldiers. The two black soldiers walked around the room and answered no. Sure enough, Zhu Shizhou is still thinking about the intruder who invaded his room last week. Before entering the room, he paid special attention to the door handle. The door handle that was polished by the mysterious intruder last week had no trace of wiping this week. Which means that the intruder did not invade his room. To be on the safe side, Zhu Shizhou asked the two black soldiers to check the room. But they did not find the hair that appeared in the previous week. Zhu Shizhou even took the two black soldiers to the room where he stayed when he boarded the ship. But he also found nothing. Was it Xuan and his friends who invaded his room? Or someone else? That night, Zhu Shizhou, who had recovered his emotions, slept soundly. However, Xuan and his friends suffered from insomnia. They tossed and turned all night, thinking over and over again whether to retreat in endless entanglement. And at the same time they were terrified, fearing that a large group of black soldiers would raid their room and wipe them out. In the early morning of November 9th, when the sun shone into the room, Xuan and Lu Jing got up with dark circles under their eyes. When they went out, they froze. Zhu Shizhou, who lived next door to them, also got up and appeared at their door with a refreshed smile. Good morning. Zhu Shizhou greeted them as if nothing had happened. Xuan and others took a small step back with trembling bodies, looking at the two black soldiers behind Zhu Shizhou, and secretly swallowed their saliva. Lu Jing beside Xuan forced a smile and said good morning. They felt like they were dancing on a knife's edge, walking on the edge of danger. They didn't choose to retreat in the end. After comprehensive consideration, they thought that the black soldier organization didn't attack them last night, and they wouldn't do it again in the future. So they stayed with their heads held high. Although they thought so in their hearts, they still couldn't remain calm when they really faced the black soldier. How did you negotiate with your superiors? Did your organization say anything? Zhu Shizhou asked as if he didn't know the fear of Xuan and others. Negotiate with your superiors? Negotiate shit. They contacted the superiors of the organization last night. And the reply from them was just one word: retreat. This was not an order, but a suggestion made by the superiors after comprehensive consideration. The superiors didn't consider Zhu Shizhou's talent at all, no matter how much Xuan and others boasted. They asked Xuan and others to retreat like frightened birds. Once a black soldier organization appears, escaping should be given priority. This has long been the default rule of many domestic organizations. The only difference this time was that Xuan and his team saw the scene of the black soldiers stopping their actions last night after being stopped by Zhu Shizhou. Maybe they could kill them back. Xuan and his team thought so. As long as they killed the black soldiers back, they could win over talents that even the black soldiers organization coveted. This temptation made them choose to stay. In addition, they paid for an anti-black soldier inhibitor, but did not gain anything. The sunk cost effect made them still have a fluke mentality. Xuan replied, "We negotiated smoothly with our superiors, but it takes time for them to talk to the black soldier organization. Don't show that expression. You should know that our organization is responsible for saving the world, and it is difficult to spare energy to deal with such trivial matters." Zhu Shizhou's disappointed eyes were full of contempt, which was caught by Xuan. Still pretending here. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. He shook his head in disappointment. "Really? Then I'll wait for your good news. I'm going to eat. You guys can do whatever you want." After a perfunctory sentence, Zhu Shizhou left. Xuan and Lu Jing stood there without moving, and they didn't dare to follow him at all. After a while, "This is too passive," Xuan said, gritting his teeth. "We need to ask our superiors for support. Support is bullshit. The ones standing on the opposite side of us are the black soldiers. Think about it carefully. There are only 2 black soldiers, which means that the black soldiers organization's action this time is a secret action. They definitely don't want to attract attention. So even if they know of our existence, they won't send more people to make a big fuss. And this is our opportunity. Too bold. Let's discuss it with Jingjing and Ruru." Xuan and Lu Jing retreated back to the room. "I wanted to have breakfast, but when they thought of the black soldiers outside, they even lost their appetite. Why not call someone to deliver it to the door?" In the room, Yi Ro was constantly typing on the computer. "Where's Jingjing? She hasn't gotten up yet?" "Yeah." Yi Ro nodded. "She was busy programming to strengthen network protection last night. She needs to rest now. What about you? Have you found any clues?" Yes. Yi Ro nodded, then turned the computer around to face Xuan and Lu Jing. The interface displayed on it was the cruise ship's identity query system. All the information about Zhu Shizhou on the internet was encrypted and protected, and Yi Ro did not dare to touch it. But the cruise ship's identity system was still as full of loopholes as before, and was almost defenseless against them. Yi Ro had been hacking and checking the identity system in the morning. After I hacked into the identity system, I searched for the other party's photos, but I didn't find a match. Xuan and Lu Jing looked at each other and said, "This is very strange." At this time, Fan Jingxian, who should have been sleeping, appeared at the door of the bedroom. She leaned against the door with a tired look and said, "It's really strange. I had previously guessed that the other party was a member of the Black Soldier organization who got on board like us. They used a similar method to implant the other party's fake identity in the identity system, and then deleted the relevant information after he got on board. But last night, what I find strange is that he is very familiar with Wang Chong." Fan Jingxian rubbed her temple and said, "A talent who is closely watched by the Black Soldier organization is familiar with a rich second generation like Wang Chong. Don't you think of any bad possibilities?" Xuan and Lu Jing were shocked. Wang Chong is a peripheral member of the Black Soldier organization. At this point, everyone figured it out. This cruise was a trap. Wang Chong was originally a peripheral member of the Black Soldier organization. Therefore, it is easy to understand why Wang Chong sent out invitations. The Black Soldier organization wanted to recruit all the valuable talents in one go. Xuan and others gritted their teeth and said in hatred, "Are those lunatics still going to leave us a way out? No matter what, we can't leave." Fan Jingxian's eyes exuded a dangerous light. "Or, we can do something more extreme and blow up the entire ship directly, so that everyone on the ship will die. In this way, the Black Soldier organization's plan will definitely be thwarted. What we can't get, they can't get." Chapter 141. Have you ever heard of Zerg? Blow up the whole ship. As the captain, Xuan was shocked and looked at Fan Jingxian, who came up with this crazy idea in disbelief. "You are crazy. Am I wrong?" Fan Jingxian looked quite calm. Now the black soldiers are in power, causing other organizations to be timid. Obviously, Everyone's goal is to save the world. But the Black Soldiers organization does not allow us to intervene. Do you think it is really good to continue like this? Xuan shook his head. But this is not the reason for you to make such a suggestion. Our organization is not a terrorist organization. Even if the Black Soldier organization relies on talent development, we cannot have such dangerous ideas. Don't mention this again in the future. Captain, have you ever heard that you must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression? Under the enemy of alien insects. We need to unify our human front before we can concentrate human power to fight against alien insects. Xuan said with a dark face. Wrong. The reason why we are fighting against the Black Soldier organization is because the Black Soldier organization's philosophy is inconsistent with ours. But our attitude towards alien insects is always the same. What you need to know is that if the Black Soldier organization did not exist, we humans would have been devoured by alien insects long ago. Lu Jing also said with a complicated expression. Moreover, you must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression. It may not be the Black Soldier organization that needs to be stabilized, but it may be us. If the philosophy cannot be adhered to, then it is better not to adhere to it from the beginning. Fan Jingxian looked calm. Saving the world requires sacrifice. Even the Black Soldier organization understands this truth. But we have always been timid, which is why our organization has never been able to match the Black Soldier organization. Xuan asked, do you think such sacrifice is meaningful? Yes. If we are more radical, the Black Soldier organization will face us, and we will have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with the Black Soldier organization. Is the qualification for equal dialogue important? Is it not important? Then why has our organization persisted until now? Of course, it is to save the world. Has the world been saved? Not yet. But we have been working hard. What is the result of the efforts? Since I joined the organization a few years ago, the organization has been shouting slogans. But what is the reality? Until now, nothing has been done. Do you think our efforts have any meaning? The two people's rapid-fire questions and answers stunned the others in the room. They didn't know why the two suddenly quarreled, but they all understood the general meaning. Fan Jingxian's last sentence hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Xuan was speechless after being questioned by the team members. It will be too late if we don't act now. Fan Jingxian sighed. We have already found out that the Black Soldier organization was originally scheduled to launch an attack on the world's enemies on November 7th. Right? Although I don't know why they postponed the action. If we don't use these 3 months to do something, perhaps humanity will be destroyed by the Black Soldier organization's reckless actions. Without knowing the defense means of the world's enemies. What if the Black Soldier organization fails to stop the world's enemies, but instead faces a more intense counterattack from the world's enemies? We can only delay the Black Soldier organization's actions if we let the Black Soldier organization see our toughness. Otherwise everything will be just empty talk. Fan Jingxian looked at Xuan, who had been unable to utter a word for a long time, and shook her head. Captain, I applied to contact the highest level. Jingjing, you can't refute me. Which means that what I said is at least reasonable. So you shouldn't stop me from explaining my ideas to my superiors. If I am rejected, then I will give up this idea. Xuan hesitated for a long time. Finally, Lu Jing sighed and said, at least let Jingjing try it. In that case, even if she is rejected, it is the decision of the superior. But if she is not allowed to try, then Jingjing will definitely have a rift with him. Xuan understood this truth, and he finally nodded helplessly. Okay. Their idea was that this proposal would definitely be rejected. After all, their organization was not as hardline as the Black Soldier organization, and they had always adhered to the principle of capturing but not killing. So they didn't have to worry about the result of Fan Jingxian's contact with the superiors. But the next result surprised them. Fan Jingxian spent a few minutes explaining her ideas to the superiors. A few minutes later, a new command appeared in the channel of everyone's satellite phone. Agree to execute. Mission changed to blow up the ship. Zhu Shizhou went to the restaurant to have a full meal. This time, he could clearly feel the delicious taste released on the taste buds on his tongue, bringing a wonderful feeling to his whole body and mind. He couldn't help crying again. What if he couldn't eat this kind of food in the future? On the surface, Zhu Shizhou maintained a calm expression. But in fact, his chest was filled with regret. It was not until a lot of voices discussing various theorems came from the entrance of the restaurant that Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses and realized that he was affected by his emotions again. Zhu Shizhou looked up and found that the group of physicists who had been walking around and talking in the banquet hall before entered the restaurant. After they got to know each other in the banquet hall yesterday, they now came together even for meals. This attitude of not letting go of a single spare moment and devoting themselves to exchanging knowledge is really admirable. Among them, Zhu Shizhou also saw Professor Wang. Professor Wang was still discussing happily in the group, but suddenly glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Then his eyes lit up, apologized to others, and walked towards Zhu Shizhou. Damn! I stared at him for too long, and everyone noticed. Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart. Yesterday's great power was just his cheating. But now the cheating is gone, and he can't make any genius remarks anymore. At most, he can perfunctorily say a few words. Zhu Shizhou watched Professor Wang approaching, quickly shoveled food into his mouth twice, pretending to be busy eating. However, Professor Wang was very stubborn and sat opposite Zhu Shizhou. Classmate, you stood me up last night. This was a question, Zhu Shizhou said helplessly. Professor Wang, the banquet ended too late last night, and I was embarrassed to disturb you. How can exchanging knowledge be considered a disturbance? Professor Wang shook his head and smiled faintly. It's just that I thought of a lot of interesting deductions last night. Although they have not been verified, I believe that after listening to them, you should be able to discuss with me whether they are feasible. Zhu Shizhou interrupted immediately. Professor Wang, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't we talk after dinner? Professor Wang knew he was anxious when he heard this. Oh, it's my fault. Haha. Look at me. I forget everything when I talk about physics conjectures. Then shall we eat first? Yes. Yes. Eat first. Eat first. Who knows what conjectures are deduced? Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but want to scold his previous self. He dug a hole for himself. He has the previous memories, but his personality is completely different. So he feels even more cheated. While Professor Wang was ordering and waiting for the meal to be served, he saw that Professor Wang was about to speak again. So Zhu Shizhou suddenly interrupted and said, Professor Wang, have you ever heard of alien insects? Chapter 142. Zhu Shizhou wants to pass the buck. Alien insects? Professor Wang was stunned. What kind of rare insects are they? He didn't know why Zhu Shizhou suddenly talked to him about insects. Zhu Shizhou carefully paid attention to Professor Wang's expression, which was a very real expression of doubt. Even if the movie Emperor came, it would be difficult to fake such a real expression under Zhu Shizhou's meticulous observation ability, let alone an ordinary person like Professor Wang. Zhu Shizhou said to Professor Wang with a strong sense of guilt. This creature appeared in a science fiction I saw recently. I think it's interesting, so I want to discuss it with you. Professor Wang was stunned. Science fiction? You know, at their level, most science fiction works are quite nonsense in their eyes. Zhu Shizhou actually watched science fiction, which made him very confused. But considering that Zhu Shizhou is a young man, he just smiled. Aliens? As expected of Professor Wang? You guessed it right away. Haha. Most science fictions are inseparable from this routine, with aliens everywhere. In my opinion, it is impossible for aliens to exist in this world that can cross the distant galaxy and come to our Earth. But in reality, they do exist. Zhu Shizhou complained in his heart. To be honest, he didn't believe it before, but now he believes it. He has to believe it after being slapped in the face by the ironclad facts. Don't many scientists in the scientific community believe in aliens? Why doesn't Professor Wang believe it? It's their business if they believe it. Professor Wang shook his head and laughed. Human imagination has its limits. To be honest, I can't be 100% sure that aliens can't come to Earth through unpredictable means. It can only be said that it is relatively unreasonable. At this time, the waiter brought sandwiches and milk to the table. Professor Wang thanked him and continued. Those alien creatures that appear in science fiction works have the ability to cross the stars, but they still come to this remote place on Earth. Don't you think it's unreasonable? The ability to travel across light years. Do you know how terrifying the technological strength this represents? What do they want to find on Earth? Who knows? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Professor Wang said, all known chemical elements on Earth can be found on various planets in the universe. There is also a huge amount of dark matter in the universe that we still don't understand. Compared with the universe, our Earth is just an insignificant grain of sand in the vast universe. When all the matter on Earth can find a template in the universe, why do alien creatures choose our Earth? This probability is too small and too unreasonable. Zhu Shizhou has actually been thinking about why the enemy of the world came to Earth, and why they released alien insects on Earth. But he never thought of a suitable conclusion. Now he heard Professor Wang say this. He was even more confused. Is it possible that they want to occupy the Earth? The person who said this was not Zhu Shizhou, but Professor Xie, a biologist who appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that Professor Xie also came to eat. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he saw the gifted young man from last night, and Professor Wang, a physicist who wanted to steal his talent, was sitting opposite him. Professor Xie was anxious and hurried over to them, only to find that they were talking about science fiction. They also talked about why alien creatures want to invade the Earth. Isn't this nonsense? Although he thought so, he still interrupted. Professor Wang glanced at Professor Xie. Occupy the Earth? Technology has developed to the point where it can cross the vast galaxy to come to Earth. With that technological strength, it would be more practical to directly build a planet to survive. Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Build a planet? Is this feasible? Haha. Humans can't do it anyway. But as for whether those alien creatures can do it, it's not certain. The current level of technology used by humans is still at the most basic stage. The more research, the more people feel hesitant. And the more they can make people realize that artificial technological products cannot transcend space limitations. On the other hand, building a planet is not possible. Planets. This kind of technological means is simpler and cruder. To put it simply, it is nothing more than aggregating various materials together to form a huge sphere. If you want any material, just synthesize it. Fertile soil and suitable atmospheric environment can all be artificially created. And animals, plants and microorganisms can all be cultivated. There are so many stars in the universe. You can just find one to build a planet next to it. And you can also adjust the most suitable size through calculations to create the most suitable environment for survival. Professor Wang smiled and looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was already stunned, and suddenly made a turn. Professor Xie shook his head. I was thinking about it just now. There is no need to be so troublesome. Just find a planet that is similar to habitable, and the problem can be solved. There is no need to build a planet at all. Professor Wang and Professor Xie temporarily put aside their confrontational thoughts and said, all these premises we are talking about are that alien creatures have consumed local resources without restraint. But is this really possible? Professor Xie shook his head. Impossible. Even if we humans have developed to the point where we are now, we have already achieved the effective use of resources and the circular development of materials. It is impossible for alien creatures that can travel in space to fail to do so. What's more, it is not difficult for such alien creatures to exploit resources from other planets. So, what is the driving force that forces alien creatures to leave their native planets and come to the distant Earth? Zhu Shizhou certainly couldn't answer. Not only did he not understand, Su Feng probably didn't understand either. Humans can't even detect the true identity of the enemy of the world, let alone figure out the purpose of the enemy of the world. Professor Xie made a joke. Haha. What we are talking about now is just thinking according to our human thinking mode. Maybe there are more bizarre reasons for alien creatures to invade the Earth. It is more likely that alien creatures have completely different thinking logic from our human beings. Professor Wang smiled and said, anyway, I personally don't believe that there are alien creatures that can travel in space to invade the Earth. However, it's a science fiction work. So it doesn't matter what you said about the alien insects. Alien insects. Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth. In the previous conversation, he knew the attitudes of Professor Wang and Professor Xie. So could he convince them without any evidence? He couldn't just lay it out like that, because Professor Wang and the others wouldn't believe it. So, what should he say to make them believe it? At this time, Zhu Shizhou thought of a solution almost in an instant. If he can't do it, why not let Xuan and the others do it? Chapter 143 Zhu Shizhou's door-to-door delivery service. The mission was changed to bombing the ship. Whether Xuan agreed or not, the matter had been decided. For them, the organization's orders were everything, and personal feelings could be considered last. We may become the biggest sinners in human history. Xuan looked at the structural diagram of the cruise ship on the computer screen and couldn't help muttering to himself. As the deputy captain, Lu Jing was very decisive. The mission has been decided. All we have to do is to execute the mission. No matter how much we regret it, it will be useless. Perform the mission well. Captain. I know. But, alas, Xuan knew that the organization must have its own considerations. But he still couldn't accept it. They wanted to protect the world. But now they had to hurt some people. Although the organization may have its own reasons, His heart was quite tormented. What exactly did they protect? As the initiator, Fan Jingxian pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. She had already made up her mind. According to the organization's investigation, the Black Soldier Organization had been preparing to attack the world enemy a few days ago. If the Black Soldier Organization could not be stopped by tough means, then there would be no point in the organization doing anything else. Perhaps the superiors understood their thoughts, so they agreed to Fan Jingxian's suggestion. When Xuan and Fan Jingxian had no desire to speak, Lu Jing temporarily took over the banner of explanation. Before the organization's explosive support arrived, we need to study the structural diagram of this ship first. According to the calculation results sent by the organization, if we want to destroy the entire ship, we need to set up explosives in a total of 23 places. They are. The structural diagram on the computer screen was deconstructed and unfolded, showing everyone more clearly. 23 red dots appeared on the structural diagram, which were exactly where the explosives needed to be placed. As long as these 23 places are destroyed with explosives, the entire cruise ship will explode in series, and each deck will continue to collapse and finally disintegrate. Xuan suppressed his inner sorrow and asked stiffly, "When will the explosives be delivered?" In order to conceal it as much as possible, it will probably be delivered the day after tomorrow. By that time, the cruise ship should have sailed to a distance of 100 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. The above means that we should win over as many talents as possible, and we will decide when to place and detonate the explosives. What happens after detonating the explosives? How do we leave? The organization has prepared a response plan. We only need to inform the organization of the time to detonate the explosives, and the organization will make corresponding arrangements based on the time. Xuan let out a long breath. Everyone in the room fell silent for a while. The person who broke the silence was Ero. Before that, we have to screen out useful talents. Right? The small voice was usually very weak, but now it was quite harsh in the room where you could hear a pin drop. Since the Black Soldier Organization has already won over Zhu Gu, a talent, they are likely to have already taken action against other people on the ship. In other words, there are many people on this ship who are already members of the Black Soldier Organization. Lu Jing also thought of the meaning behind Ero's words, and said softly, trying to use this to alleviate her inner guilt. In other words, as long as everyone on the ship is considered to be a member of the Black Soldier Organization, you will feel a little better. But how to do it? Xuan scratched his head and sat down on the sofa irritably. We can't tell who is a member of the Black Soldier Organization and who is a free person. Do we have to contact them one by one? That's ridiculous. That is to say, those people will not take the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Everyone turned their heads to look at the door. Jing Jing Ruru. You go back to the bedroom first. Lu Jing reached for the pistol at her waist. Xuan stopped Lu Jing and whispered, "It should be Zhu Gu. We just got on the ship yesterday, and the only person we contacted on this ship was him. No one else would come to us except him." Although he said so, Xuan still opened the safety bolt of the pistol on his waist, covered the pistol at the back of his waist with his clothes, and walked to the door. "I'll go check it out first." Lu Jing nodded, "Be careful." Then she took Fan Jingxian and Ero to pack up their things and returned to the bedroom, closing the door tightly. This time was too unfortunate. They were just talking about bombing the ship, and the door was knocked. It really made people think too much. Xuan opened the door cautiously. What he saw was a strange and familiar face. He had seen it on the list, but he had never met it in reality. Professor Wang? Professor Wang, a physicist, is an academician of the National Academy of Physics and has the title of first-class professor. This was the information that automatically emerged in his mind. He didn't write down all the guests' information, but he saw Professor Wang and Zhu Shizhou talking happily yesterday, so he investigated and remembered it. "Ah? Who are you?" Professor Wang was obviously confused. He didn't expect that the person who opened the door was not Zhu Shizhou, but a person he had never seen before. Xuan was puzzled and alert. "Professor Wang, what can I do for you?" Professor Wang looked up and glanced at the room number. "Is there anything I can do for you? Do you know Zhu Gu? He asked me to come here, saying that he would hold a small academic exchange meeting. And you are also invited to participate?" "Zhu Gu? Academic exchange meeting? Invited to participate? What the hell? This is our room." Xuan and others were confused. But they still welcomed Professor Wang into the room. We'll contact him later, Xuan replied in confusion, and then asked, where is he now? He left after having dinner with us just now. I thought he would be waiting for us in this room. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that there is also Professor Xie. Who is with me? Xuan was even more confused. Professor Xie? Academician of the School of Biology. Sure enough, the next moment, a person came over, and it was Professor Xie mentioned by Professor Wang. The only difference between him and Professor Wang was that Professor Xie was holding a letter in his hand. Huh? Professor Wang, you got here before me? Has you come? Not yet. What's in your hand? Zhu gave it to me, and told me to give it to someone called Xuaning. Xuan raised his hand to indicate. It's me. I'm Xuaning. Professor Xie nodded. Oh, that's right. Zhu asked me to give you this letter. Xuan took the letter, and he was confused from the moment he opened the door until now. After entering the room, he arranged for Professor Wang and Professor Xie to sit down, and he sat on the sofa opposite them and opened the letter. The letter only said one sentence. They have not been recruited by the Black Soldier Organization, and you should know what to do. Xuan's pupil shrank slightly. Talent, really delivered to the door? What is this? Door-to-door delivery service? Chapter 144. He is also from our organization. Alien insects? A secret organization of a country? Young man, do you know what you are talking about? Professor Wang and Professor Xie spoke one after another. There was doubt on their faces. It's not their fault that they didn't believe it. It was because what Xuan said was too hard to believe. They thought they were here to attend an academic exchange meeting, but they didn't expect it to become a science fiction exchange meeting. They really wanted to ask Xue and if he wanted to hear what he had just said. What alien creatures invaded the Earth? What country established a secret organization to deal with this monster? If Zhu Shizhou hadn't left them with such a deep impression yesterday, they would definitely leave the table directly after listening to these. Such an absurd reality. Their reason did not allow them to believe it. Where is Zhu Gu? Let him come out and explain to us. Professor Wang and Professor Xie wanted to see Zhu Gu, but Xuan knew that he couldn't show up, because Zhu Gu was under the surveillance of the Black Soldiers. He was able to deliver the letter to Professor Xie under the surveillance of the Black Soldiers, and he didn't know how many hardships he had gone through. When Xuan thought of this, he couldn't help but admire him. Just like Zhu Shizhou could actually decipher the Black Soldiers' password, now Zhu Shizhou sent talents to them under the noses of the Black Soldiers organization. These two things were really beyond his imagination. He didn't know how Zhu Shizhou did it. He won't show up. Xuan said so, took out a tablet from his bag, and showed it to Professor Wang and Professor Xie. If you don't believe in the existence of alien insects, please watch this video. The video was played with footage shot abroad. In the video, a group of alien insects were rampaging, leaving black afterimages in the air, and the people wailing in their mouths were living humans. People from unknown countries screamed and ran away, and finally were pierced through the chest by black shadows and fell in a pool of blood. The special effects are well done, Professor Wang said with a dry mouth, looking at biologist Professor Xie. Professor Xie looked grim. From the perspective of biological structure, are there really creatures that can get rid of the constraints of inertia with this body mass, and sprint like a bullet in an instant to stop going back and forth? Each monster is the size of an adult dog. Xuan sighed. This is not a product of the Earth. This is an alien creature. Don't think about alien creatures with the thinking of the Earth, because the next scene was too cruel. Xuan turned off the video. The video cannot be the most direct evidence, because in this era, special effects can be indistinguishable from the real thing. Even all kinds of AI-produced live-action animations can be reproduced in detail, not to mention faking a scene of alien monsters attacking humans. What he just showed Professor Wang and Professor Xie was the scene of alien Zerg attacking and slaughtering humans abroad. This video was shot by a high-altitude drone. The alien Zerg are not interested in drones, so they have filmed more than once in this way. They have countless pictures of alien Zerg slaughtering humans, which makes people angry. After killing a person, the alien Zerg will lie on the human body and start to eat the human body until all the human flesh and bones are chewed and digested. This is the alien insect. Xuan did not tell Professor Wang and Professor Xie where the alien insect came from. He was afraid that if he told them, they would be too scared to join. If you don't believe me, I have a simpler and clearer way to prove it. Xuen simply pulled out the pistol from his waist. With a snap, he slapped the pistol on the table. Professor Wang and Professor Xie stared at the gun on the table in horror. Xuen only heard him say, "This pistol is equipped with a silencer. So even if you fire it, no one will notice it. The safety is already on. You can pick up the pistol and try to shoot me," Professor Wang said in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You think you can withstand bullets?" Professor Xie frowned. "It's impossible. With the human physiological structure." Xuen resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said lightly, "Of course not. If I can withstand bullets, I'm definitely not a human. But I can dodge bullets." Dodge bullets? This also sounded like crazy talk. How could a person dodge bullets? I am a soldier secretly trained by the state, and I can dodge bullets. The principle of dodging bullets is nothing more than accurately grasping the opponent's muscle movement and muzzle direction at the same time as the opponent fires the gun to infer the trajectory of the ballistic trajectory. In this way, you can dodge bullets. This is nonsense. Neither Professor Wang nor Professor Xie took the gun on the table. They both felt like they were in a dream now. The confidence Xuen showed in the video he had just seen, in claiming he could dodge bullets, coupled with the invitation from the talented Zhu Gu, made them gradually accept this absurd reality. Xuen knew that they were already shaken, but he just needed a simpler and more brutal means of proof. If the anti-black soldier inhibitor was still there yesterday, Xuen would show them the kind of super-time product that can work regardless of the dosage. For an ordinary person, injecting 0.1 milliliters has a big enough impact. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it on hand now. So he chose to give the gun to Professor Wang and Professor Xie just now, and let them shoot at him. This not only gives them a sense of security, but also gives them a kind of "I can dodge bullets" confidence to break their psychological defenses. In fact, Xuen's claim of being able to dodge bullets is actually a bit reluctant, and there is still a possibility of overturning. But Professor Wang and Professor Xie have been holding pens for a lifetime, and now they are asked to touch guns and shoot people? They are not crazy. Xuen calmly put away the gun on the table. "Since you are all unwilling to shoot, how can I make you believe me?" The atmosphere was too serious, and the two of them didn't see any joking at all. No need to use such radical methods to prove it. Professor Xie shook his head quickly. "I have a simpler question. I wonder if you can answer it." "What?" "Professor Wang and I are both academicians of the country. We serve the country. If there is really such an alien creature threatening the country, why don't Professor Wang and I know about it?" The question raised by Professor Xie is very critical. The Black Soldier Organization is an organization supported by the country. And behind the Black Soldier Organization stands not only the country, but also the shadows of countries around the world. It is precisely because the Black Soldier Organization is backed by countries around the world that unqualified scientific research talents cannot be selected. In other words, Professor Wang and Professor Xie were eliminated after screening. This is a sad fact, but it is also a way out for other organizations to survive. Picking up the leftovers of the Black Soldier Organization has become a traditional skill of various domestic organizations. They do not despise such talents. Of course, these truths cannot be told to Professor Wang and Professor Xie. The two of them just want to say that they are serving the country, but they have never received any news. So they doubt the authenticity of what Xuen said. "Professor Wang, you are a physicist. You should also know that the new quantum mechanics has emerged in recent years. Why did you suddenly talk about this?" Professor Wang frowned. "Of course I know this. The new quantum mechanics has emerged without any basis, and there is no corresponding theoretical basis at all. I don't know what's going on. The reason why the physics community overturned and reconstructed quantum mechanics is precisely because of the influence of alien creatures. The specific details are not convenient to disclose now. But I can say with certainty that some domestic physicists have abandoned traditional concepts, and even abandoned the direction they have been studying all their lives, and turned to study quantum mechanics, precisely because they were ordered by the country to enter the secret project supported by the country." Professor Wang naturally thought of the scene of himself being out of place in the physics circle last night. He also thought of a friend who had been working with him on a project and suddenly gave up the original project to study quantum mechanics. This is consistent with what Xuen said now. Before he could speak, Professor Xie on the side could not help but speak. "Is the research on high-energy nutrients that has been popular in our biological community in recent years also like this? There is obviously no paper to rely on in the academic community, but it became popular for no reason. That's right. Xuan nodded. In fact, many military soldiers in China have already started using this nutrient. They have become the human elite who have developed the limits of their bodies. Nutrients, plus drugs that can stimulate human growth and liberate brain limitations. Compared to the stagnant physics community, the biological community has conducted more in-depth research. After the injection of the drug, through extreme training methods, soldiers can be infinitely close to their physiological limits. So you asked us to shoot at you just now, because you are also this kind of super military soldier? Super soldier. This statement is really subtle, because he is not super compared to the black soldier, and his identity is not a military soldier. However, these two professors obviously have more trust in the army. If you want to gain their trust, it is better to say that you are a soldier than a secret agent. So Xuan took out a certificate from his pocket and slapped it on the table. This is my military officer certificate. Please take a look. Professors. Professor Wang and Professor Xie couldn't wait to pick up the certificate and check it carefully. However, they had never seen an officer's certificate before, so they checked it just to be at ease. Only Xuan knew that this certificate was both real and fake. The issuing authority, the date of issuance, the number, the anti-counterfeiting mark, the position, the military rank, etc. are all true from beginning to end, and they were handled through formal channels. But in fact, there is no Xuaning in the army. Xuan has a lot of similar certificates, which is also the means for their organization to recruit talents and prescribe the right medicine. They can take out any certificate that the other party is willing to believe, as long as they check. It is guaranteed to be true. Xuan looked at the two professors who were already hesitating, sat up seriously, and then said, "Two professors, the country needs your strength." Professors Wang and Xia looked at each other. So, Xu Gu is also. Xuan was stunned, and immediately reacted, and lied. Yes, he is also a member of our organization. Chapter 145 Fan Jingxian, I have a bold idea. Xuan said Professor Wang and Professor Xiao Wei. They said they would think about it. This result was not unexpected by Xuan, because basically every talent recruited would be carefully considered, and few would rashly agree. They just need to take all these talents off the ship before the ship is blown up. But now there is a problem. What's going on? Xuan returned to the room confused and called out everyone in the bedroom. Lu Jing, Fan Jingxian and Yi Ro had all put on life jackets. Xuan's eyes twitched twice. Are you ready to abandon me? Lu Jing gave Xuan a thumbs up. Captain, if you die, I will help you get revenge. But now it seems that we are making a fuss too much? Fan Jingxian frowned. Professor Wang and Professor Xie are famous physicists and biologists in China. Why did they come to us? I think something is wrong. They only heard a few words in the bedroom. It's Shuga. Xuan answered. He guided these two people to come to us, just like delivering goods to our door. Do you think there is something strange about this? Of course there is something strange. But no matter what, it seems that both Professor Wang and Professor Xie are unaware of it. Yes, Fan Jingxian suddenly said. No, I think we should look at the problem from Zhuge's perspective. Xuan and Lu Jing looked at Fan Jingxian. We rejected Zhuge's request last night and used official words to let him wait patiently for our organization to negotiate with the Black Soldier organization. But for him, how could there be so much time worth waiting? His girlfriend and family were all controlled by the Black Soldier organization, and he was eager to rescue them quickly. I understand. Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhu Ji's meaning is very simple. He just wants to increase his value in this way so that we can rescue him quickly. He wants to speed up the progress of our organization's negotiations with the Black Soldier organization. Speaking of this, Xuan was stuck, because they were equivalent to deceiving Zhu Shizhou. They had no means to compete with the Black Soldier organization, let alone rescue Zhu Shizhou from the surveillance of the Black Soldier organization. If there were really only 2 black soldiers on the ship, they could fight and successfully rescue Zhu Shizhou. But what about after that? Zhu Shizhou's girlfriend and family. They were powerless, and they had to suffer the endless pursuit of the Black Soldier organization. Alas. Xuan shook his head guiltily and said, It seems that we can only give up Zhu Gu. Fan Jingxian suddenly thought about it. Give up? No. I have a bold idea. Zhu Gu can be our undercover agent in the Black Soldier organization. What? Everyone was shocked. From now on, Zhu Gu has a very good impression of us, and he trusts us very much. thinking that we are the power of the country. Otherwise, he would not send talents to our organization. Therefore, Zhu Gu is almost a talent that we have already recruited. But because of the existence of the Black Soldier organization, Zhu Gu has to leave us. Fan Jingxian's words instantly gave everyone a beautiful reverie. It seems like this. Zhu Gu is a research talent recruited by the Black Soldier organization. This means that if we can establish a good relationship with Zhu Gu, we can learn about the research progress of various super-era technologies of the Black Soldier organization through Zhu Gu in real time. Not to mention letting Zhu Gu transmit all kinds of intelligence to us. Even though the Black Soldier organization holds the lives of his girlfriend and family. As long as Zhu Gu realizes that we are the organization that will eventually save him from suffering, Zhu Gu will fully cooperate with us. Everyone was shocked at this time. And there was excitement in the shock. Jingjing, you are really a genius. But before everyone could get really excited, Fan Jingxian shook her head. Don't worry. There are still problems here. Everyone felt like they were poured with a bucket of cold water. The biggest problem is that after Zhu Gu joins the Black Soldier organization, he will definitely realize that the Black Soldier organization is also a national force and is supported by countries around the world. Then our previous lies will be exposed. In that case, will Zhu Gu still trust us so much? Xuan's excitement was forcibly suppressed. And he also realized this problem. Yes, we usually recruit talents by deceiving them into the organization through lies. And then we use the concept of salvation to infect them little by little. And finally, when they find out that they have been deceived, they will be willing to work for us. Speaking of this method of recruiting talents, no one's face showed any shame. Because they almost encountered similar routines when they joined the organization. The talents they recruited more or less have a hidden noble spirit of serving the country. And they often use national identity to succeed. Coupled with the organization's unique suggestive brainwashing methods, the organization's personnel will be implanted with the concept of doing everything to save the world over time. Just like now, they may still consider personal interests before entering the organization. But now they have put the interests of the world before their personal interests. For example, Fan Jingxian wanted to stop the Black Soldier organization from attacking the enemies of the world. So she abandoned her personal conscience and proposed a plan to blow up the ship to the organization. She was ready to spend the rest of her life with a huge sense of guilt. This is all the result of the infection of the organization's ideas. Lu Jingzhu Gu can't be used in this way. Right? Fan Jingxian nodded. Zhu Gu has more ideas than the various talents we have met before. And his ability is beyond imagination. It's not without reason that he was favored by the Black Soldier organization. I suspect that even if we infect him with the organization's ideas, he will probably have his own ideas. What's more, after Zhu Gu joins the Black Soldier organization, we will no longer have any contact with him. It makes it more difficult for us to promote his ideas. At the same time, the second key question is, how can we get in touch with Zhu Gu? If we want to use Zhu Gu to convey the research intelligence of the Black Soldier organization to us, we must establish a stable connection with Zhu Gu. But the powerful information capabilities of the Black Soldier organization make this difficult to achieve. So it seems very beautiful to let Zhu Shizhou become an undercover and actually serve them. But it is not as smooth as imagined. And there are many difficulties. Xuan and others were thinking. Fan Jingxian said, first, we need to try to establish a closer relationship with Zhu Gu during the week of sailing at sea, so that his favorability towards us can reach the limit, and then consider whether to confront Zhu Gu. Second, we need to find a way to establish contact with Zhu Gu. Otherwise, Zhu Gu will always be our hidden chess piece. And we cannot use this hidden chess piece yet. The former can be achieved. And the latter, everyone can't think of any good way. So they can only ask for help from the organization, hoping that the organization can have a suitable solution. While Xuan and others were talking about the topic of recruiting Zhu Shizhou, an unexpected situation occurred on Zhu Shizhou's side. We have to report this matter to our superiors, the Black Soldier said. The Black Soldier who said this was the Black Soldier who had been injected with a part of the anti-Black Soldier inhibitor before. On the other hand, the other Black Soldier who did not move just stood there quietly, and seemed to have no opinion on Zhu Shizhou's tricks to push Professor Wang and Professor Xie to the hostile organization. Zhu Shizhou's heart trembled. Why? Your behavior is equivalent to betraying the organization and trying to establish a good relationship with the hostile organization. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Something went wrong. Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized something. This Black Soldier was injected with 5 milliliters of anti-Black Soldier inhibitor. Although the effect of the drug is only 1/4 of the original drug, it is enough to restore some emotions to the black soldier. The emotion that this black soldier has now is doubt. The other black soldier adheres to the principle of I have nothing to do with things outside the mission. S idea of keeping his troops in place. Report it if you want. I don't care. You don't have to tell me. I will take the initiative to talk to Su Feng about this later. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised, but pretended to be calm on the surface. He had to be so calm, because he only recovered a little emotion in the eyes of the two black soldiers. So in order to maintain the disguise, he had to act calm and rational at all times. So, the black soldier contacted Su Feng. He checked the password again. After transferring the call to Zhu Shurjiu, Su Feng asked first, "Why? You no longer predict the future? If you want the black soldiers to act according to your ideas, why don't you use passwords?" Zhu Shurjiu's tone was involuntarily filled with a hint of sarcasm. "Don't you understand this? Of course, it's because I didn't predict the future." Su Feng ignored Zhu Shurjiu's sarcasm and asked calmly, "So, what do you want to talk to me about?" Regarding the Resource Conservation Bureau mentioned earlier, I recommended two people to them. One is Professor Wang, and the other is Professor Xie. They are both national academicians. Oh, then from now on, they are no longer. Zhu Shurjiu's words froze. Although we don't like them, it doesn't mean they can join other organizations at will. We represent the power of the country and the world. We will not condemn their choice, but at the same time we will not support them, whether in terms of funding or experimental equipment. Wait, they haven't decided to join that organization yet. When they were contacted by other organizations, they had already lost their greatest value. Su Feng answered coldly, "Because we are not sure whether they know the existence of the world's enemies and alien insects." Zhu Shurjiu felt incredible. What if they know? What if they don't know? You use this method to determine their value? Su Feng sneered twice. You seem to care about this matter? Do your emotions make you feel guilty? Chapter 146 Zhu Shurjiu. I also have a bold idea. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. Guilt? Yes. He felt guilty. Xuan said that after injecting the anti-black soldier inhibitor, even the black soldiers would become saints. And this sentence was not false. Now, as an ordinary person, after injecting 15 milliliters of the medicine, he has become a saint with abundant emotions all the time. The guilt is that he made Professor Wang and Professor Xie lose their academician status recognized by the country with just 2 sentences. In the emotional state of a normal person, would he feel guilty for such a small matter? You know, he casually took advantage of Brother Pian and do-face people. I don't feel guilty. I'm just worried that if Professor Wang and Professor Xie lose their status as national academicians, will the hostile organization know that we did it? This is equivalent to telling them that we already know that Professor Wang and Professor Xie were lured by them. What if they know? Su Feng replied. They are just random stones on the roadside on our way to saving the world. There are too many stones like this. Do you think we will care about them one by one? What's more, these 2 people are unqualified products selected by our organization. No matter what they do, it will not affect us. Zhu Shurjiu asked. What are the standards for the black soldiers to select talents? I think they are obviously excellent. 2 aspects. One is ability, and the other is belief. Su Feng's expectations were a little more serious. Don't talk about these research talents. The black soldiers are the same. We select the rare talents from the army, and after we make sure that they are capable enough, we will test them openly and secretly. After we confirm that their dedication is extremely noble, we will absorb them into the organization. Why were Professor Wang and Professor Xie eliminated? As for the 2 of them, Su Feng paused. They are simply incapable, and have not even passed the first level, let alone testing their beliefs. Is that so? No wonder Su Feng doesn't care. Is that all you want to say? Su Feng wanted to hang up the phone. Why? Are you busy? I'm busy saving the world. If you have any other nonsense, I suggest you leave it to the trash can. Su Feng is the frontline commander, and it is impossible for him to spend all his time on Zhu Shurjiu. Maybe he is now directing the black soldiers to deal with alien insects. I have a bold idea. I don't know if it is feasible. I want to recommend myself and become an undercover agent planted by the black soldiers in the enemy organization. What? Are you worried that I will betray you? I was wondering if you had predicted something again. I said. I didn't predict anything. It's just that I am worried about what they will do. So I volunteered to be an undercover agent among them. Don't you want to keep track of their dynamics at all times? If you relax your vigilance, who knows what crazy things they will do? No need. Su Feng's answer was still so cold. Zhu Shizhou laughed and said, maybe it's really unnecessary in your opinion. But I have to be responsible for my life. Put yourself in my shoes. I am not sure if I am in danger. The emergence of this organization makes me feel extremely insecure. Reasonable. This excuse is not even an excuse, but a reasonable reason that a normal person should think of. Whatever you want. I have warned you about what should be warned. But in order to make you understand more clearly, I want to remind you that your father, mother and sister are still being monitored by the organization in real time. Fuck. One day I will kill you. The anger rose uncontrollably in my heart. Zhu Shizhou cursed. Su Feng hung up the phone. Although Zhu Shizhou was angry, he still got the permission from Su Feng to contact Xuan and others. He looked at the two black soldiers. Did you hear it? From now on, all my close contacts with the hostile organization are authorized undercover behaviors. Please don't stop me. The emotionless black soldier replied. Received. The black soldier who was injected with anti-black soldier inhibitors replied. I hope so. He still looked at Zhu Shizhou with suspicion. After all, the superior did not see Zhu Shizhou's every move, so it was normal for him to have a biased judgment. But he witnessed the whole process of Zhu Shizhou's negotiation with the organization, and saw Zhu Shizhou write the line on the paper to remind Xue and to recruit talents. It was simply a traitor's behavior. Too blatant and arrogant. Zhu Shizhou didn't care how the black soldier suspected him. He looked at the time, walked out of the deck, and leaned on the railing to blow the sea breeze. Yesterday was the first wave of guests boarding the ship, and today is the second wave. The boarding time will end today. He started to check identities again, hoping to find someone who was not as vigilant as Xuan and others. Brother Wang, where is your friend? Invite him to come and play with us. Inside the casino, Qian Ziel said to Wang Chong. Wang Chong shook his head. He probably doesn't like gambling that much. And what? And his assets may not be 10 million. And he may not even be able to enter the casino. If he wants to come in, then he can only let him go through the back door. But even if the other party enters the casino through the back door, it is estimated that there will be no money to exchange for chips in the end. Does this mean that he has to invest in this? This is just a joke. Facing Qian Ziel's question, Wang Chong shook his head. No. Nothing. Let me see what's going on, Ji Hui said on the side. Your reaction is very wrong. You are hiding it. As if that guy's background makes you very afraid. Can you tell us what his identity is? Sun Haoran and Ma Chunbo also cast curious eyes. Wang Chong was helpless. If these bad friends are not warned, they might go looking for trouble with Zhu Shizhou themselves. But is it so easy to find trouble with Zhu Shizhou? I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. Wang Chong lowered his voice and said, his identity is not simple. Even I dare not speak loudly to him. I am just a younger brother in front of him. Everyone looked at each other. It's interesting, Sun Haoran said. Is he the son of a big shot in the army? I think his two bodyguards don't look like ordinary people. Bodyguard? Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His bodyguard can beat all my bodyguards with one hand. Oh my god. Is this true? Everyone was a little surprised, because they all knew how powerful Wang Chong's bodyguards were. They had all experienced life and death trials in blood and fire. Any one of them would be a master among masters. How could such a powerful bodyguard be beaten with one hand? Boss, I don't think so. A bodyguard behind Wang Chong said unconvincedly. Wang Chong waved his hand. Haha. I just said that. Don't take it seriously. Everyone became more curious, and Zhu Shizhou's mysterious feeling came over them. Ji Hui rolled her eyes. I think everyone should stop being curious. Let's go find him to play. Once we get to know him, we'll know what he is like. Yes. 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 Let's go together. Qian Ziel cheered. Chapter 147, Expose. Xuan's actions were very efficient. Since they had decided to win over Zhu Shizhou, they would not wait any longer. At noon, they found Zhu Shizhou on the deck. The cruise ship left the dock, and the November sea breeze began to rage on the open deck as the cruise ship left the shore, blowing Zhu Shizhou's hair and making him smile comfortably. When Xuan and his team found Zhu Shizhou had such a relaxed expression, standing on the deck and enjoying the breeze. He did not look like a person who was threatened by the Black Soldier organization at all. But when Zhu Shizhou looked at Xuan and his team, his expression immediately became bitter and resentful. In an instant, his expression changed from a relaxed and happy expression to one that contained 4 parts of expectation, 3 parts of distress, 2 parts of worry, and 1 part of pain. Xuan was stunned by the contrast between the two and the expression of multiple emotions. Xuan didn't doubt him, and thought that Zhu Shizhou had finally found a chance to relax after living in depression for a long time. But now, this comfort was destroyed by him. He couldn't help but feel guilty. Alas, I didn't want to. Thinking of the crimes they would commit later, Xuan felt even more guilty. Hee. Professor Xue. Zhu Shizhou seemed to have never had that conversation with Xuan before, and still called him Professor Xue. Xuan glanced at the 2 black soldiers behind Zhu Shizhou, and hesitated to speak. Professor Xue, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Zhu Shizhou sighed. Xuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You understand? What do you understand? Do you know that our organization is weak? It's not easy to get me out of this organization. Right? Especially the lives of my family are still in the hands of the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou smiled bitterly. His current mood was a completely true expression of emotion. Even if Su Feng sent a master of micro-expressions over, he would find that his emotions were real. Yes. Seeing that the 2 black soldiers behind Zhu Shizhou did not stop him from communicating with Zhu Shizhou, Xuan also answered boldly, we have tried our best. But, alas, maybe you don't know that the Black Soldier organization is not simple. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. How could I not know? After listening to what you said, I understood that the Black Soldier organization is also an organization against alien insects. At the same time, they are like you, and may also be mixed with some national factors. But they are more radical than you. Xuan was shocked. Did you think of this yourself? Zhu Shizhou nodded calmly. Yes. It's easy to guess that you are still so cautious even though you have a country behind you. Which means that this organization is not. It's not the other sewer rat-like organization you mentioned. You let me go last night without even giving me any effective promises. And I understood your dilemma. Xuan nodded in surprise, and then asked Zhu Shizhou, then why do you know that there is also national power behind them? If there is no national factor behind them, then their existence is armed violent terrorists. But you are now calmly ignoring their existence. Not to mention the word negotiation, which means that the other organization is equal to you in status, maybe even higher than you. I'm not sure. You said your organization is the largest organization in the country. I actually want to believe you. But, alas, is it so obvious? Xuan was obviously shocked. He never thought that what he wanted to hide would be seen through so easily. Zhu Shizhou shook his head in his heart. No matter from which angle, Xuan's acting skills were not up to par. Perhaps it was because Zhu Shizhou knew Xuan's identity in advance, so he felt that his performance was full of loopholes. In short, Xuan was pushed to the edge of the cliff after just a few words with Zhu Shizhou. He once again realized how valuable Zhu Shizhou's wisdom was. Before, this young man could detect the abnormality of the world through a long-ago news. And now, he can find out the composition of the Black Soldier organization through a conversation. It should be reasonable. Zhu Shizhou forcibly skipped the conversation and went straight to the core, disrupting Xuan's position. All the plans and words that Xuan discussed with his teammates were useless at this moment. Just when Xuan was about to prevaricate a few words, suddenly there was a little noise on the deck. There. I saw him. Is he getting some fresh air? Come on, Brother Wang. Let's take him out to play. Zhu Shizhou glanced behind him and saw Wang Chong and his group. He had expected that Wang Chong and his group would not be able to resist their curiosity and come to him. Now was the perfect time. Is your organization short of money? Zhu Shizhou winked at Xuan. What? Xuan didn't react. Zhu Shizhou laughed. They said money. Xuan felt like a fool now, unable to follow Zhu Shizhou's train of thought. Zhu Shizhou whispered to Xuan, I'm sure they're inviting me to the casino. In the last week, Wang Chong and his friends planned to go to the casino to play a few rounds. Although Zhu Shizhou had not confirmed it, he thought that they were most likely from the casino. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Chong brought a few friends to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou had a good impression of them when he first met them yesterday, so now everyone naturally invited Zhu Shizhou. Qian Ziel pulled Zhu Shizhou in front and said, Let's go. Let's go to the casino to play a few rounds. It doesn't matter if we don't know how to play. Let's just play casually. Zhu Shizhou quickly pulled Xuan into the water and said, Wait. Can my friend come with us? Wang Chong glanced at Xuan, then at Zhu Sergio, and asked with his eyes, Is this someone from the Black Soldier organization? Zhu Sergio shook his head imperceptibly. Wang Chong hesitated and asked in a pretentious manner, How is your friend's financial strength? Don't worry. I'm not asking you to help him get in through the back door. He should be able to afford 10 million yuan to enter the casino. Xuan curled his lips. I didn't say I wanted to go to the casino with you. Unlike the last week, Xuan still wanted to get in touch with these rich second generations in order to get close to other capitalists on the ship. But this week he knew the existence of the Black Soldier organization and didn't dare to act rashly. It took a lot of courage to talk to Zhu Sergio, let alone enter the casino. He is still thinking about what Zhu Sergio meant by giving money just now. Could it be that his genius also extends to gambling? After all, what Zhu Sergio said just now was indeed arrogant. As if these people invited him to the casino to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Xuan hesitated for a while, did not refuse, but secretly contacted Fan Jingxian and others. He can't gamble either, but he can cheat. Chapter 148 Casino. A natural umbrella. The casino is quite lively. Zhu Sergio appears calm on the surface, but is actually deeply shocked. The huge casino is crowded with wealthy people in suits and leather shoes, and each of them looks like they are exuding the breath of money from the inside out. They sit at the gambling table, spitting out numbers representing the amount of money, and the chips on the table are moved and placed by the dealers according to their decisions. The casino is surrounded by words such as 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million, which make Zhu Sergio jealous and his heart tremble. Zhu Sergio stood at the door of the casino in casual clothes, looking extremely shabby. Fortunately, standing next to him is Wang Chong, a famous rich second generation in China, and other rich second generations in the rich second generation circle, so no one dares to underestimate this unfamiliar face. When they appeared in the casino, some people began to speculate about Zhu Sergio's identity, but none of them thought that Zhu Sergio was actually just an ordinary college student. Brother Zhu, how are you going to play? Just when Zhu Sergio was shocked by the atmosphere in the casino, someone asked next to Zhu Sergio. The person asking the question was Qian Zil. Zhu Sergio answered honestly, I don't know. I've never gambled before. Hey, let me introduce you. This casino is a pure casino. Basically, you can find similar gambling methods in this casino, including baccarat, 21 points, roulette, dice, slot machines, a total of 16,000 gambling tables, 32 special gambling areas, and 1,700 electronic table games. You can gamble on anything you want. There is everything. Really? Zhu Sergio asked. Does it have landlord? Puff. Gee, we couldn't help laughing, and stuck out her tongue when Zhu Sergio looked over. A little embarrassing. Qian Zil pulled the corner of his mouth and answered, Yes. But basically the gamblers who come here don't play. There is no special gambling table. But you can recruit people who also want to play landlord at the poker table. Each gambling table in the poker area has an online text chat function, which is equivalent to a simple game channel. If you want to play landlord with someone, you have to shout in the communication channel first, and the people who want to play will naturally find your gambling table to play cards with you. Not only landlord. Many niche poker games are like this. So that's it. Zhu Sergio nodded, and then said, Then people like me who know nothing except landlord can't basically play most of the games in this casino? At this time, Sun Haoran interrupted and said, Don't you worry about this. After that, Sun Haoran clapped his hands, and 2 gambling girls in sexy dresses came up. These gambling girls are responsible for guiding novices. They look no different from the real ladies playing in the casino. But in fact they are fat sheep who specialize in taking advantage of people like you who know nothing and are alone. They will pretend to know nothing and approach you, and introduce you to the gambling methods of various gambling tables. When the dealers of each gambling table see that it is brought by a gambling girl, they will know that this is a fat sheep. By the time you come to your senses, you have already joined the game. The gambling girl can get a commission of 1% of the chips you spend. In other words, collusion between dealers and gamblers is the default unspoken rule in the casino. If Zhu Sergio really came to this casino without knowing anything, he would definitely be slaughtered. Zhu Sergio rolled his eyes. Isn't this cheating? Uh-huh. This is cheating based on ability. The biggest feature of this casino is that it does not prohibit cheating. If you have the ability to cheat, you can do it at will. As long as you are not caught, you can keep cheating. Xuen, who listened at the side without showing any surprise, naturally knew the rules of this casino. Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Is it true? Doesn't that mean any skilled cheater can thrive here? Sun Haoran shook his head. First of all, there are very few cheaters who can deceive the dealers. Even if someone wants to get rich and gives a cheater 10 million, the cheater may not be willing to come. Do you know why? Why? Because there are also anti-cheating masters trained by the casino in this casino. Sun Haoran pointed to the vast crowd in the casino. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone looks the same, like they are guests who come here to play. But in fact, there are quite a few anti-cheating experts who are used to punish cheating. They will use cheating to fight back against the cheaters and make them lose all their money. Zhu Shizhou thought for a while and added, the premise is that their cheating is better than the cheaters. Right? Of course. But there is a saying in the industry that you should not challenge my profession with your hobbies. For cheaters, cheating is just a hobby they have cultivated. But for the anti-cheating experts in the casino, it is their profession for survival. Every anti-cheating expert was once a gambling king. Then Sun Haoran and Qian Zil introduced some information about the casino. They also saw that Zhu Shizhou was really a white-eye who knew nothing. Sun Haoran smiled evilly and suggested, why don't you let the gambling girl take you to play first? We will meet up after you are familiar with it. I thought Zhu Shizhou would refuse. But unexpectedly, he nodded straightforwardly. Okay. Gee, we couldn't help but remind him. Didn't you hear what he said just now? The gambling girl is basically used to rip off customers. Now I understand what Sun Haoran was thinking last week. Last week, Sun Haoran invited him to the casino to play, probably to use this rule to make him cry and lose face. This week, Sun Haoran took the initiative to explain the twists and turns to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou smiled calmly. It's okay. It's just a little money. Wang Chong couldn't help but glance at Zhu Shizhou. The Black Soldier organization didn't give him an order to help Zhu Shizhou come here to gamble. So he couldn't be sure whether Zhu Shizhou had received an order from the organization or just wanted to have fun on his own. For a moment, he was a little hesitant about whether to exchange some chips for Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou glanced at him and seemed to understand his hesitation. So he put his arm around Shui and shoulder and said to everyone, shall I go around the casino with my friend first? We'll meet up in an hour? It was no fun to play with a newcomer who knew nothing. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou didn't care, everyone stopped trying to dissuade him. Qian Zil patted Zhu Shizhou and joked, haha. If you are short of money, just come and borrow from us. You can borrow as much as you want. My company has a loan business. Zhu Shizhou just smiled. After everyone left, the two gambling girls came up. One stuck to Zhu Shizhou, and the other stuck to Xuen. They were both very beautiful, with sexy clothes and figures. They rubbed Zhu Shizhou's body from time to time, seducing Zhu Shizhou vaguely. Zhu Shizhou glanced at his lower body. This damn anti-black soldier suppression potion. The emotional state is really overbearing. Sir, what are we going to play? The gambling girl asked softly, pretending to glance at Zhu Shizhou's lower body unintentionally. And her body trembled slightly. Isn't this too fast? She hasn't used half of her tricks yet. Whatever. I don't know anything. You can take me to a gambling table that you think is suitable for beginners. No. 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 Xuen suddenly stopped him. I know most of the gambling methods. There is no need to go for it when you know you will be ripped off. The strong-willed Xuen pushed away the gambling girl who tried to hook up with him. Zhu Shizhou asked back, then do you know how to gamble? I mean real gambling. Xuen hesitated for a while and shook his head. In terms of gambling skills, he is just an ordinary person. But he has the help of Fan Jingxian and others behind him. The microcommunicator behind his ear can prevent detection. And the hackers Fan Jingxian and Yi Ro and the team can easily invade all the large and small surveillance cameras in the casino. This is the simplest and most effective trick. Most card games can be easily cracked. Seeing Xuen shaking his head, Zhu Shizhou said, that's it. I don't know anything. And you don't know how to gamble. So how are you going to win money? Xuen said as a matter of course. Cheating. I'm a little confident in my tricks. Duan glanced at Xuen, smiling and showing disdain in her heart. She has seen too many such rookies who are very confident in their tricks. But in the end, they are killed by anti-trick masters. No. You don't realize the real problem. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Even if you are confident in your cheating skills, how can you ensure that your opponent will continue to play with you? It seems that as long as there is no flaw in cheating, they can do whatever they want in the casino. In fact, if they want to punish cheaters, there is a simpler way. That is, not to let gamblers gamble with you. Xuan was stunned. Do you mean that the casino will stop gamblers from playing with us? No. The casino will not stop it. But the casino can distinguish who is a cheater and who is a real gambler. When you reveal that you are a cheater, anti-cheating masters will target you. Gamblers don't know who is a cheater. But as long as they know who is an anti-cheating master, they can understand that the anti-cheating master is followed by a cheater. Do you think gamblers will still gamble with you in this situation? Xuan was stunned. He really didn't think of this possibility. Even if your cheating ability is better than that of the anti-cheating master, the problem is that you will be exposed by then. Even if you want to gamble, the only one who can gamble with you is the anti-cheating master. Once they give up betting with you, you won't be able to find anyone to win money from in the casino. Hearing this, Xuan was already sweating coldly. Then what should we do? Zhu Sergio smiled. It's very simple. As long as we are accompanied by gambling girls, no one will suspect that we are cheaters. This is a natural umbrella of protection. Chapter 149 Dice. 3 consecutive rounds of small. The gambling girl listened to the conversation between Zhu Sergio and Xuan throughout the whole process without making any obvious reaction. Because their duties are very simple. That is to guide the guests to the gambling table. And the identity of the guests is none of their business. The old cheaters will naturally be punished by anti-cheating masters, so they don't have to worry about it. But if the anti-cheating masters can't see that Xuan and Zhu Sergio are old cheaters, then the casino can only consider themselves unlucky and let them go. The gambling girl knew that Zhu Sergio was a casino rookie who knew nothing, so she took him to exchange chips first. Xuan didn't mean to let Zhu Sergio pay for the chips. The plan they made was to build a good relationship with Zhu Sergio and try to get enough favorability. After exchanging 20 million, he directly gave Zhu Sergio 10 million without any pain. You decide how to gamble with this 10 million. Zhu Sergio looked at the yellow chips on the tray and swallowed his saliva. If this hadn't happened, 10 million would have allowed him to live the rest of his life without worrying about food and drink. Zhu Sergio is just a layman, especially after he recovered his relationship. He was extremely sensitive to everything. Okay. Zhu Sergio nodded. I will try to turn these 10 million chips into 100 million within an hour. Du Yuan was speechless. What kind of beautiful dream are you? A newbie in the casino? However, she needs to try her best to satisfy the customer's ideas. If she can make Zhu Sergio, a newbie, lose 10 million, one of it will be her performance. And she can get 100,000 for this order alone. So, Du Yuan took them to the dice area. Zhu Sergio wondered. Why did you bring me here? Is it because the dealers in the dice area are most likely to cheat? Facing Zhu Sergio's question, Du Yuan smiled. That's not the case. It's just because most casino newcomers start gambling in the dice area. Because gambling on size requires very little technical content and can maximize the interest of gamblers. Zhu Sergio looked at one of the dice areas that was surrounded by people. About half of the people were shouting big crazily, while the other half were shouting small. And some people were shouting single numbers. In the dice area, you can see heaven and hell. The guests who were rosy-cheeked in the last second may become pale as paper in the next second, since the results of the dealer's shaking are extremely uncertain. Most of the time here you can only rely on luck. As long as you are lucky, it is not difficult to win 100 million with 10 million. Zhu Sergio noticed the words described by Du Yuan. Most of the time? Du Yuan smiled. Real masters can listen to the dice and can accurately hear the points. That's exactly what happened. Zhu Sergio was amazed. Does the plot in the movie actually exist in reality? You can hear the points by listening to the dice. I thought these were all made up. After hearing this, Xuan secretly contacted Fan Jingxian. Can we do it? Fan Jingxian replied. Yes, but we need to build a model, which requires a lot of data support. The expected effect is that as long as we know the points before the dealer shakes the dice, and record the sound of the dealer shaking the dice, we can build a collision model of the dice in the dice cup and finally get the points result. How many times of data are needed to support a large amount of data? According to our AI learning ability, at least more than 100 times. Fuck. More than 100 times? How many times do you have to lose before you win money? Fan Jingxian said. Anyway, I don't recommend gambling in the dice area. It requires 100 pretrial attempts here. But the poker area is simpler and more efficient. I have cracked a surveillance camera in the casino. You just need to go to table 49 in the poker area on the east side of the casino to win every battle. Wait. Xuan did not follow Fan Jingxian's advice directly, but looked at Zhu Shizhou. Do you have a way to win money here? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No way for the time being. You still come here to play without a way? Xuan rolled his eyes. But there are two of us. Right? Zhu Shizhou grinned at Xuan. Xuan was stunned. What do you mean? I have a gambling girl by my side. But you don't? Do you understand? Xuan understood. That is to say, as long as I bet against you, I can win. Zhu Shizhou nodded. According to Sun Haoran's introduction, the dealer knows the existence of gambling girls, and also knows that there are suckers around gambling girls. So anyone who acts with gambling girls is undoubtedly a fat sheep, and the dealer will cheat the fat sheep's money according to the situation. This is the default rule of the casino, and Zhu Shizhou is now a standard fat sheep. As long as Xuan and Zhu Shizhou bet against each other, there is a high probability that they can win the money. Oh my! This is a good idea, Xuan exclaimed. And then the two of them randomly chose a dice gambling table and got together. The people around were also very considerate. Seeing Xuan and Zhu Shizhou squeeze forward, they also gave their seats. But their eyes were strange. Seeing Zhu Shizhou followed by the gambling girl, those who understood basically had strange expressions, and some even had their eyes shining. I guess they understood that Zhu Shizhou was a fat sheep who was taken advantage of. As for those who didn't show any strangeness in their expressions, I don't know how many people reacted. So when Zhu Shizhou appeared at the gambling table, the atmosphere at the gambling table actually stagnated for a moment. The dealer keenly noticed the strangeness and looked up. Haha. Another fat sheep. Zhu Shizhou ignored the eyes of the crowd, and the gambling girl looked innocent, as if nothing had happened. Most people present experienced the baptism of the gambling girl without knowing it. No one came to remind Zhu Shizhou, and they basically watched the fun. The dealer just glanced at Zhu Shizhou lightly, and then started to shake the dice, seemingly unaffected. Many people fixed their gazes on Zhu Shizhou's hand, who was playing with a chip. Some gamblers, who had previously relied on their luck when the dealer rolled the dice, now remained silent. They wanted to see what Zhu Shizhou would bet on, and then just bet the opposite of him. So, everyone waited for Zhu Shizhou's move. A bunch of idiots. Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart, and then casually placed the chip on the small character. Let's try the waters with 1 million first. This act of spending a lot of money made Zhu Shizhou a little suffocated. But something happened that made him even more speechless, diluting his discomfort. All the gamblers looked at the dealer. When the dealer stopped shaking the dice cup, the gamblers put their chips on the word big. Then the dealer opened 6 points. Small. Damn. The gamblers cursed in their hearts. And even Xuan was confused. Why didn't the dealer play according to the routine? Zhu Shizhou pondered for a moment, and then understood something. These people, including him, had never understood the logic of the dealer before. The dealer shook the points, always adhering to a profit premise. It is true that slaughtering fat sheep can make the casino profit, but when there are enough people involved, the profit of slaughtering fat sheep is far less than the profit from other gamblers. Even if Zhu Shizhou lost, he only lost 1 million, while other gamblers lost a total of 50 million. The odds of betting on size are 1 to 1. And Zhu Shizhou made 1 million. The casino made a profit of 49 million. Xuan was the first among the other gamblers to react. He had just bet 5 million. And now that he realized it, he couldn't help but want to scold himself. He was so stupid. Zhu Shizhou laughed twice. It seems that my luck is not bad. Zhu Shizhou added 1 million to the 1 million he had just won, and put a total of 2 million chips on small. I'll bet another 2 million. Bet on small. This is equivalent to locking in the victory of the next round. Some of the gamblers reacted, while others did not. This also led to the fact that although some people changed their bets, most of them still bet on big. Xuan bet on small. This is even simpler. The dealer saw the number of chips on both sides and shook the bowl again. Small. Why is it small again? Most of the gamblers were in a state of confusion. But Xuan quietly accepted the 5 million chips he won. Now, more gamblers reacted. Zhu Shizhou continued to bet on small. 4 million. But this time, the other gamblers did not follow. Because this time there were a lot of people who reacted, and they were not sure whether the dealer would open big or small in the end. So they decided to bet when the dealer stopped the dice cup. after the dealer confirmed that everyone did not continue to follow. He thought for a while. Clatter. Clatter. The dice made a series of crisp sounds in the dice cup. Dong. The dealer shook it. This time it should be big. The first 2 rounds were small. This time it must be big. I don't believe it. Can't I win if I bet on big? Some of the gamblers pretended. And some really became paranoid. In short, the gamblers all bet on big. Xuan did not move this time, hiding in the crowd and keeping silent. It was only because Xuan looked at Zhu Shizhou, who shook his head at him. He and Zhu Shizhou had no tacit understanding, so he could not guess what Zhu Shizhou meant at all. Was he asking him not to bet big or to give up this round? In fact, what Zhu Shizhou wanted to say was that he was not sure whether the dealer would shake big or small in the 3rd round. Before the dealer opened the dice cup, he specifically asked the gambler next to him, Nana, do you think the dealer will shake big or small? After thinking about it, Nana answered with experience, I think the dealer should not have done anything in this round, and the points in the dice cup will be left to fate. No tricks? Zhu Shizhou was stunned. While Zhu Shizhou was stunned, the dealer opened the dice cup. 9 points. Small. Now, the other guests at the gambling table were all in an uproar. What the hell? Another loss? 3 rounds of small bets in a row. I bet the next round will be big. Isn't this wrong? Is it intentional? Some gamblers even whispered. That guy has won 3 rounds in a row. What a fat sheep. Chapter 150, 48 million. Soaring bets. Fat sheep can also win money. This is a rare case. Some gamblers muttered to themselves. And naturally some gamblers refuted. Is there something wrong with your brain? That guy bet on the small one before the dice cup was opened. If the dealer had done something, he would not have won. Little did he know that the dealer was also speechless. It was true that he had intentionally controlled the results of the first 2 rounds. But in the 3rd round, he just shook it casually and did not do anything at all. It can only be said that this guy has good gambling luck. Even God is favoring him and does not want him to lose. This time Zhu Shizhou won 4 million. After 3 rounds, Zhu Shizhou's assets rose directly from 10 million to 17 million. And Xuan lost 5 million in the first round and earned 5 million in the second round, which is equivalent to breaking even. Zhu Shizhou didn't want to be so eye-catching. But who would have thought that the dealer would shake the small one in the 3rd round? Zhu Shizhou thought about it and bet 7 million. While he was feeling pain, he pretended to be excited after winning the money. I bet the next round will still be small. Damn it. It's small for 3 consecutive rounds. This kid seems to have good luck in gambling. I'll bet on small too. Wait and see. I'll wait until the dice are finalized before betting. Fuck it. I'll bet on big. Some of the gamblers were jealous. Some of them bet more than Xuan. They originally thought that the appearance of this fat sheep would allow them to make a lot of money. So they bet a lot. But they didn't expect to lose more. Their expectations were dashed. And their mentality was a little unbalanced. It's not uncommon for the dice to show the same size for 3 consecutive rounds. Those who didn't react thought that there was something wrong with their gambling luck. After Zhu Shizhou marveled at his luck, he waited for the dealer to shake the dice. Clap, clap, bang. After the dice were shaken, there were 30 seconds for the gamblers to place their bets. But this time, the number of gamblers who placed bets was obviously much less. It was really because of the 3 consecutive rounds of small that they were shocked. The gamblers who knew the inside story stopped betting one after another. Most of the gamblers who placed bets now were unaware of the situation. The dealer looked at the big face and the small face, and then showed a slightly painful expression. The big face bet was 25 million, and the small face bet was 13 million. Logically, he should continue to manipulate and make the dice smaller. But it had been small for 3 consecutive rounds just now. The dealer looked at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was hugged tightly by the gambling girl, and his face was full of excitement. That kind of expression could not be faked. The dealer, who had experienced tens of thousands of gamblers in the casino, could naturally tell that this guy was really excited. Seeing Zhu Shizhou's expression, the dealer was relieved. If it goes big, the casino will lose 12 million. And it will also interrupt the gambling passion of this fat sheep. But if it goes small, the casino can make 12 million. And this fat sheep will continue to win. And then at some point, the fat sheep will eventually lose all the gambling money in one go. Then it is obvious whether to go big or small. The dealer touched his nose calmly, and the dice in the dice cup turned slightly. 30 seconds have passed, and the dealer opened the dice cup. 10 points. Small. The gambling table was in an uproar. Small. 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 Why is it still small? It has been small for 4 consecutive rounds. 4 rounds of small. A 1/16th probability. I lost all my chips. And didn't bet on a big number. Is it so outrageous? The uproar on this gambling table attracted gamblers from other gambling tables. They didn't know what happened. When they came over to ask, they were all surprised. 4 rounds of small numbers? What a joke. Is this guy cheating? Zhu Shizhou's assets have soared to 24 million. Only 10 minutes have passed. Xuan stared at Zhu Shizhou with burning eyes and asked Fan Jingxian and others. How did he do it? I don't know. We really don't know. Fan Jingxian and others were also confused. They made 14 million in 10 minutes. If they had this efficiency, they wouldn't be short of funds. But what tricks did Zhu Shizhou use? They couldn't see it either. Only Zhu Shizhou knew everything. Except for the unexpected small number in the 3rd round. He knew why the points were small in the other rounds. Just now in the 4th round, the bets for the big numbers still crushed the bets for the small numbers. This means that the dealer chose the points that are more favorable to the casino based on the bet. Zhu Shizhou's excited acting is all emotion, without any skills. In his emotional state, he was very excited about this big bet that he had never touched in his life. This excitement was not fake and easily deceived the dealer. The original gamblers dared not gamble. When the new gamblers saw this situation, many wealthy gamblers joined the game. Some gamblers urged the dealer to open again. Maybe the next round will be small. Ha ha ha. For consecutive rounds of small. The next round must be big. I will win this wave. No need to say. Follow me to bet big. Xuan mixed in the crowd and shouted a few words. I bet big this round. The next round must not be small. Then Xuan bet the minimum chip. 100,000. No one noticed Xuan's little action. But they all heard Xuan's voice. Gamblers are both rational and crazy. They have their own criteria for judgment. It is uncommon to bet small for 4 consecutive rounds. And it is even rarer to bet small for 5 consecutive rounds. If the next round really opens small. Then, just when the gamblers were still hesitating, Xuan continued to lead the atmosphere and whispered fat sheep. Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou. And they all suddenly realized it. The gambling girl who followed Zhu Shizhou explained everything. Many people's thinking stayed on the theory that fat sheep will eventually lose. Under Xuan's instigation, they bet big. But other veteran gamblers, especially those who have already reacted to the links, bet small without making a sound. Those who figured it out are ready to make a fortune in silence. And those who understand will understand. There are more people who can't figure it out. This leads to a situation where the bets on both big and small noodles are rising wildly. But the bets on big noodles have risen more. The big bet is 95 million. Almost breaking 100 million. And the small bet is 41 million. The dealer noticed that things were out of control. Something was wrong. Things started to go wrong after he shook out a small number in the 3rd round. Even though the dealer had experienced many big scenes, he couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead at this time. In this round, should we open big or small? The dealer thought about it and continued to open small. Not for anything else. Because this is a super big gambling game. The bets on both sides have exceeded 100 million in this round. What about the next round? The more bets, the more the casino earns. Zhu Shizhou put all his chips on the table. 24 million. At this moment, the dealer still thought that Zhu Shizhou was just a lucky fat sheep. If the fat sheep really cheated, he would shake someone. But the fat sheep was quite honest. And apart from anything else, his expression was real and not artificial. If the fat sheep had this level of acting skills, he would admit defeat. It was someone in the crowd who was making a fuss and brought the atmosphere to this point, which was the culprit that caused most gamblers to bet big now. So, under the eager eyes of the crowd, the dealer shook the cup. 9 points. Small. Ha ha ha. I knew it. It's small. It's a small one. Assets of 48 million. Zhu Shizhou laughed so hard that tears came out. Some other gamblers were lost. Some cried. Some were envious. Some were jealous. And some laughed crazily like Zhu Shizhou. The casino is a big dye vat. Everyone is floating in it. And the 7 emotions and 6 desires are dyed into different colors and attached to the gamblers. forming a gorgeous picture full of money. Zhu Shizhou's happy mood is real. But there is always a little clarity in his heart. This is his basic quality as an archer. He looked at the dealer whose face changed slightly. Do you still dare to open a small? If you dare to open it, I dare to bet. I haven't returned yet. Chapter 151. The Man Who Spends 100 Million. The dealer's hands were sweating. Although he was not scared, he was a little confused. It's not that he has never experienced big gambling, but there has never been a gambling game that makes people so suspicious as this one. The first rule for a dealer is to never put yourself in a passive situation. The dealer is the controller of the gambling game. He should have mastered all the trends of the gambling game. But now he has lost control of the gambling game. Now the gambling money has soared. And the uninformed regular customers probably think it is the result of his control and guidance. But only he knows that he is forced to make the choice of opening small numbers. Keep opening. Keep opening. The fat sheep kept shouting. And his laughing expression was full of arrogance. There were piles of chips in front of him, totaling 48 million. The dealer could see clearly that when Zhu Shizhou came to the gambling table, his chips were still 10 million. After only 5 rounds, his assets have doubled by nearly 5 times. Is this guy really a fat sheep? He looked at the gambler next to Zhu Shizhou. Little did he know that the gambler Nana was also a little confused at this time. Unlike other people who were unaware, she knew about the conversation between Zhu Shizhou and Xuan before. The two of them discussed cheating unscrupulously. And Zhu Shizhou even threatened to turn the funds into 100 million within an hour. Originally, she was still secretly laughing at Zhu Shizhou's wild words. But now, he has achieved half of his goal. Is this guy serious? Facing the eyes of the dealer, Nana still maintained a smiling poker face that people could not see through. The dealer has his own rules. And the gamblers have their own rules. They cannot participate in the gambling. And they must ensure that all developments will not be interfered with by them. Even if you know that the gamblers around you are cheating, you cannot tip the dealer. Keep going. What's wrong? Beside the gambling table, the gamblers led by Zhu Shizhou were urging. The dealer took a deep breath, held the dice cup again, and put the 3 dice into the dice cup with a swish. The sound of clattering sounded again on the gambling table. 48 million. All bets. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Shizhou shouted out words that made his heart tremble. The dealer's hand shaking the dice couldn't help but tremble. And he almost couldn't control the number of dice in the dice cup. This guy is not the first time to bet small before he shakes it. Other gamblers are hesitating, analyzing from the perspectives of science and metaphysics whether to bet big or small next. But he is good, without hesitation at all, betting 48 million as decisively as when he bet on 1 million. Everyone listen to me. The first 5 rounds were all small. This round must be big. If you want to get your money back, bet big with me. At this time, the annoying voice sounded again in the venue. Xuan was one of the few people in the venue who saw through the situation. He was the one who shouted in the last round, forcing most of the gamblers to bet big. And this time he played the same trick again. Some gamblers glared at him fiercely. Hack you. You were the one who barked in the last round. You made me lose 10 million in one go. Xuan retorted. The probability of getting a small number for 6 consecutive rounds is 1 in 64. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. I don't think so. That guy has amazing luck in gambling. Maybe he will win this round. I think we should bet on the small one. Science is dead. Metaphysics should be established. I want to bet on the small one. I have figured it out. Maybe the dealer is colluding with that fat sheep to kill us. I give up this round. This time, even Xuan could not stop the gamblers who had lost their minds. They were all scared. And some even suspected that the dealer and the fat sheep were in cahoots. Bang! The dealer shook the dice cup. With 30 seconds of betting time, the dealer quickly calculated the bets on the big and small sides on the gambling table. In the 6th round, the bet on the big side fell from the previous round, from 95 million to 63 million, while the bet on the small side rose from 41 million to 58 million. The bet on the big side was still more. However, the moment he saw the bet, a gleam of light flashed in the dealer's eyes. This bet already means that the casino has entered a tie game. If the big side wins, then at the 1-to-1 odds, in addition to giving the small side bet of 58 million to the big side gamblers, the casino also needs to pay 5 million to the big side gamblers. If the small side wins, the casino will take out 58 million of the 63 million to the small side gamblers. and the casino can only make 5 million. The difference of less than 10 million can be called break-even. The casino hates break-even the most, because break-even means that the casino can only make a small profit. It is foreseeable that as the gambling games continue to open small rounds, the gamblers will experience more and more tormenting considerations when placing bets, until they lose the courage to place bets. The dealer couldn't help but look at the fat sheep. Ha. The happier you laugh now, the worse you will lose later. In this gambling game, the casino is the winner. Jew Sergio shouted. Open. What are you waiting for? That's right. Open. 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 This round must be small. Around Jew Sergio, some gamblers who thought they had seen the situation clearly had gathered, and they kept shouting to open the dice cup. The dealer opened the dice cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. Small. All the gamblers at the gambling table went crazy. How is it possible? How is it still small? I have spent all my money. How can it still be small? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be cheating. The dealer did it on purpose. The gamblers were in disbelief. Some gamblers, who had spent all their chips, realized that this was a game. A game designed to rip off customers. The casino did not hide it at all. 6 consecutive rounds of small. Do they think they are idiots? Jew Sergio's assets have doubled from 48 million to 96 million. If he dares to bet again, then it will double again and exceed 100 million. The dealer did not call the anti-cheating master to identify whether Jew Sergio is an old cheater or a novice. He believes that everything is still under his control. In the 7th round, the dealer shook the dice cup. As long as the gamblers at the gambling table are not stupid, they all know that the center of this gambling game is Jew Sergio. The gamblers all looked at Jew Sergio to see if he dared to bet again. All the gamblers around Jew Sergio were wiping their cold sweat and calming their heartbeats. Some advised, don't bet anymore. It's enough. 96 million. It's almost over 100 million. Little brother, I admire you very much. I didn't dare to bet in the last round, but you still dare to bet. It can be said that the gambling money in the last round was basically supported by Jew Sergio alone. Among the 58 million, 48 million was bet by Jew Sergio alone, and the other gamblers only bet 10 million in total. Jew Sergio heard that other gamblers were persuading him, and he couldn't help but show a hesitant look on his face. Then I don't bet. Upon hearing this, the dealer couldn't help but want to curse. You want to run away after winning money in my gambling game? No way. Boom. The dealer actually shook the dice cup in advance. The people present didn't notice the cell time difference. The 30-second betting time began, and the gambler's attention was focused on Jew Sergio. Even the dealer looked at Jew Sergio eagerly, and kept repeating in his heart. Just when the 30 seconds were about to end, Jew Sergio finally made a move. No matter what, I'll still bet all on small. Ha 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 ha. What a heroic spirit. Regardless of whether Jew Sergio's action of betting on small this time was rational, everyone couldn't help but admire this man who dared to spend 100 million. I won't bet anymore. I won't bet anymore. However, the other gamblers present admired him, but none of them dared to join the game. This gambling game was too weird, and they couldn't tell whether the dealer would shake out a small face in this round. In the end, in the 7th round, the bet on the big face was 9 million. The bet on the small face was 96 million. Huh? Someone dared to bet on the big face. Everyone looked and saw Schwen, who had been shouting in the gambling game, and asked everyone to bet on the big face. Brother, you are really stubborn. A gambler couldn't help but say. Schwen said with red eyes. I lost so much. I want to win it all back. Once this was said, others thought it was nothing. But Jew Sergio couldn't help but look at Schwen. Compared to him who relied on emotional bursts to release his acting skills, Schwen was the real Oscar winner. What did you lose? You lost 5 million. And then won 5 million again. Then, in order to guide everyone to bet big, you bet 100,000 on the big side. In total, you lost 100,000. You pretended to lose miserably. And you pretended so much. Jew Sergio was speechless. In the 7th round, the only person who bet on big was Schwen, and the only person who bet on small was Jew Sergio. It can be said that this round of gambling has been completely controlled by Schwen and Jew Sergio. Jew Sergio glanced around, and no one followed to bet. So he realized that this gambling game ended here. Sure enough, the next moment, the dealer opened the dice cup. The points that appeared inside made all the gamblers breathe out a long sigh. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Big. Huh, finally a big one. I didn't expect that 6 rounds of small numbers were drawn in a row. And the bets exceeded 100 million in several rounds in a row. Even if the bets on one side are almost over 100 million. This is also a super big bet. Right? Everyone looked at Zhu Shizhou, wanting to see how the man who lost 100 million would react. Zhu Shizhou's face was pale, and his eyes were almost biting. How? How is it possible? Zhu Shizhou shook his body and shouted loudly. It should be a small one. How could it be a big one? Why did it happen when I was about to break 100 million? What a joke. On the other hand, Xuan, who bet on the big one, laughed very happily. Ha ha ha. I said I should bet on the big one? I told you not to listen to me. Everyone looked at Xuan with envy. This guy turned the tide against the wind and doubled the 9 million to 18 million. After seeing the continuous large bets, everyone recalled that when they entered the gambling game before, they played with small money of 1 million at a time. Betting 9 million at once was already a huge bet. Chapter 152. A black pot worth 100 million. The gamblers were secretly envious. But Xuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Zhu Shizhou with a little complaint. Good guy. If he hadn't bet 9 million at the end, he would have lost everything in the end. He should have stopped at 96 million. And he reminded Zhu Shizhou many times with his eyes. But Zhu Shizhou didn't pay any attention to his reminders. Instead, he was like a real novice addicted to gambling, betting crazily. Just now, it was because Zhu Shizhou ignored his reminders that he dared to bet 9 million. Fortunately, the initial bet of the two was 10 million. Now Zhu Shizhou has no money left. And he still has 18.9 million left. Only losing 1.1 million. When Xuan thought of this 1.1 million, he felt a little painful. Why not buy something with this 1.1 million? He actually spent it in the casino. Thinking of this, he was ready to ask Zhu Shizhou to calm down. However, Fan Jingxian's calm voice suddenly sounded in the headset. Be careful. There is already an anti-cheating master targeting you. Xuan was stunned. What? I have been watching the surveillance and noticed that several cheaters in the casino were discovered and lost all their money. Among them, 2 or 3 people repeatedly gambled with different cheaters and won a lot. These people are undoubtedly anti-cheating masters. And just when you started the 5th round, there was an anti-cheating master watching your gambling game. Her calm voice was out of tune with the noisy atmosphere in the casino. Xuan suppressed his surprise, forced himself not to look around, and asked, who is it? Did he end up? No. He was watching. But I am sure he noticed you. He looked at you and Zhu Gu several times. It seems we have been discovered. Xuan calmed down. Fan Jingxian couldn't help but said, no. I think you are the only one who was discovered. Huh? Xuan was stunned. You shouldn't have ended up like this. Fan Jingxian sighed. You mean my last behavior caused the anti-cheat master to target me? You didn't have any gambling girls around you. And you were more decisive than anyone else to bet 9 million in the end. This is too conspicuous. According to my observation, the anti-cheat master doesn't need concrete evidence to target a person. As long as there is a suspicion, he will contact them, and then judge their methods based on the gambler's behavior. The big gambling here attracted his attention. When he came over, he saw the shocking gambling game of over 100 million. You and Zhu Gu were the only 2 parties who entered the gambling. And you won. What do you think he would think? Xuan broke out in a cold sweat on his back. What should we do? My suggestion is not to have any contact with Zhu Gu, and go to other gambling tables to lose a few million. Why? Zhu Gu shouldn't be exposed. I don't think so. Fan Jingxian replied. First of all, his acting skills are so good. All the details on his face seem to be born for acting. So real. It has achieved the effect of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Secondly, he has the gambling girl with him. Shuga was right before. He seems to have foreseen that if he gambles a little bit bigger, he will attract the attention of the anti-cheating master. So he has always brought the gambling girl with him. This is really a natural umbrella of protection. In the end, Shuga lost too much. Before the anti-cheating master left the game, Shuga had already lost 96 million. Nearly 100 million. Anyone who saw this would dispel their suspicion of him. The purpose of cheating is to win money. And a real cheater would have stopped rationally just now. But he didn't. Xuan swallowed his saliva. You mean? He used 96 million to completely clear himself of suspicion? 96 million? Fan Jingxian smiled. No. To be precise, it's 10 million. You gave him the 10 million. And he didn't spend a penny. Fuck. Xuan couldn't help but want to curse. That's too much. And I suspect he even calculated that you would not be able to resist entering the game in the end. If that's the case, this man is too scary. The two of you played for so long. And in the end you only lost 1.1 million. And you made the gamblers subconsciously think that Zhuge was a real fat sheep. And shifted all their attention to you. And you became Zhuge's scapegoat. Xuan was numb. How could this happen? This can be verified. Fan Jingxian said. If Zhuge ignored you afterwards, it proves that he did have some calculations and deliberately lured Master Fan Qian into the trap to divert the trouble. But if Zhuge paid attention to you, it proves that everything he did was unintentional. Xuan looked at Zhu Shizhou. And then his heart sank. Zhu Shizhou cried bitterly beside the gambling table, tears streaming down his face, looking like a gambler who had fallen into collapse. What are you crying for? You actually lost only 10 million. And that 10 million was not yours. What's more, your identity is a research talent captured by the Black Soldier organization. And asking for money is useless. Xuan didn't believe that Zhu Shizhou would cry because of the 10 million that didn't belong to him. Zhu Shizhou was just acting. Xuan and other gamblers watched Zhu Shizhou cry and then left the gambling table with a pale face. Other side. But Xuan closed his eyes with gritted teeth. Fan Jingxian was right. The guy didn't even turn his head to look at him until the end. Bastard. He really took the blame. At this time, a slightly fat man in his 20s patted Xuan on the shoulder. Brother, how about we gamble? Xuan looked. The fat man had a big belly, which made his suit a little full. He had a gentle and honest smile on his face, which made people feel good at first sight. Fan Jingxian's nervous reminder came from the earphone. Pay attention. This man is the anti-cheating master. Fuck. Zhu Shizhou wiped his tears, hugged the gambling girl Nana beside him, and the two walked in the casino. His face was miserable, and he asked a question that made Nana feel cold inside. How much commission did you get in that wave just now? Is it based on 10 million or 96 million? There is nothing special about this question itself. After all, Zhu Shizhou himself knew that gambling girls have commissions, and Nana also knew that Zhu Shizhou knew it. But behind this question, it means that everything just now was just Zhu Shizhou's performance. He always watched it all calmly. If you had taken 96 million to other gambling tables just now, it would be based on 96 million. In other words, at the same gambling table, Nana's commission was calculated based on the funds she brought when she first entered the game. Zhu Shizhou sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I made you not get a high enough commission. It doesn't matter. Nana was really disappointed in her heart. If Zhu Shizhou had stopped and went to other gambling tables just now, she could have gotten 960,000. But now, her commission is only 100,000. Zhu Shizhou then whispered like a devil. How about this? As a gambling girl, you should know a lot of rich people. Right? Take me to find other gamblers with strong financial resources, and I will earn you some commissions. Chapter 153 Money Bag. Gambling girls love money. They are all ordinary people. On the boat, they are spectators who have seen the ups and downs of life. Off the boat, they are ordinary people who still have to live. Although their money-making speed has reached a height that Zhu Shizhou, an ordinary person, cannot reach, they still think of themselves as ordinary people. The concept of ordinary here is relative to rich people. Some people's desires will never be satisfied. Nana is a person whose inner desires have gradually expanded since she became a gambling girl. Her initial wish was to pay off her debts. Later, after she paid off her debts with the money she earned, she dreamed of making a little money and returning to her hometown to open a store to find an honest man to spend the rest of her life. After earning enough money to open a store, she dreamed of buying a larger house in the city to accommodate her family. And if possible, she would also buy a car. A month ago, she had earned enough money to buy a house and a car, but she began to dream of buying a mansion and living in a villa, with a special driver to pick her up and drop her off, and becoming a rich person that she, who used to be so humble that she couldn't even look at herself in the face. She had such a vulgar dream. She was a gold digger, and she made no secret of it. After hearing what Zhu Shizhou said, her heartbeat began to speed up. What do you mean? I lost on purpose just now. In fact, I could have stopped at 96 million. But I still gambled because I wanted to wash away the suspicion on me and didn't want people to see that I was a cheater who was ready to cheat. Hearing Zhu Shurjio's confession, Nana's hands and feet turned cold, and her inner desire gradually began to swell. You can help me. Zhu Shurjio smiled and touched Nana's hand, feeling soft and smooth. With great wisdom and perseverance, he suppressed his pure desire and winked at Nana. How much can you get from ordinary commissions? 1 Ah. Wang Chong is too stingy. As long as you help me, I can give you more money, without middlemen making a profit. What is your dream? The money I give you is enough to help you realize your dream. Hearing this, her desire to buy a mansion and live in a villa expanded into other things. My dream is to marry into a wealthy family and become an ordinary housewife. Nana was so excited that her face turned red. She hugged Zhu Shurjio's arm and kept rubbing up and down on Zhu Shurjio. With seductive eyes, she knew that Zhu Shurjio came from a wealthy family. He didn't even care about 100 million. He lost as soon as he said he would lose, and beat 70 gamblers in this casino. Zhu Shurjio smiled and said, that requires your efforts. I want to find the kind of fool who is stupid and rich. But, we have been trained in the casino. We can't. Zhu Shurjio looked at Nana gently. Are you afraid of retaliation? Nana was silent, looked around for a while, and finally nodded. Yes. Don't worry about retaliation. Even Wang Chong and others have to call me brother. With my strength, I am enough to deal with all the difficulties you will encounter in the future. Don't believe it? Zhu Shurjio smiled. I'll take you to see it. Then, he took Nana to find Wang Chong and others sitting at the small gambling table in the casino. There were many people watching around the gambling table. They were playing a poker game that Zhu Shurjio had never heard of, and he didn't know which country it was from. Wang Chong and Qian Zil were in one group. Ji Hui and Sun Haoran were in one group, and Ma Chunhua and another middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples were in one group. The next round was raised to 36 million. I've lost almost 100 million today. Uncle Jean, you're so strong. That is to say, Uncle Jin's luck is too good today. Can't you let me win once? The middle-aged man called Uncle Jean laughed and said, I'm lucky today, and I can't stop my gambling luck. Zhu Shurjio watched for a while, and Nana whispered, this man is a Chinese-Korean chaebol, almost the same generation as Boss Wang's father, with excellent business methods. It is said that he controls 40% of the underground black industry in Korea. Don't be a sucker. Although Nana didn't say she wanted to help him, she still reminded Zhu Shurjio. This shows that she has begun to turn against him. At the gambling table, Wang Chong was about to say something to Uncle Jean with a smile. But at this moment, he looked up and saw Zhu Shurjio. Brother Zhu? Everyone looked over and saw Zhu Shurjio standing quietly beside the gambling table, with a gambling girl next to him. Zhu Shurjio said with a smile, I just lost 10 million in gambling. Wang Chong, give me some chips. Wang Chong and others were not surprised, especially Sun Haoran, who laughed the happiest. Lost 10 million already? Isn't it too fast? As long as there is a gambling girl following, losing money is a foregone conclusion. They knew Zhu Shurjio would lose, but they didn't expect to lose so quickly. Zhu Shurjio shook his head. No way. Bad luck in gambling. Ha. Just take 10 million from me. Wang Chong laughed. Qian Zil also laughed. Zhu Gu. How about I give you 10 million too? Ji Hui winked at Zhu Shurjio. I have money here too. You can use it to play. Ma Chunhua and Sun Haoran didn't say anything. Not because they didn't have money, but because they were more rational than Wang Chong and the others. Wang Chong and the others would just throw money away out of curiosity or on a whim. But they wouldn't. Giving away money is 100% a loss. What's the point? What's strange is that this guy lost all his money, and then asked them for money. Did he even lose the original money? Haha. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to you after I win. Zhu Shurjio didn't respond to everyone's curious eyes, but smiled and asked the waiter to bring a tray and took 30 million chips from the gambling table. Wang Chong asked someone to make up the missing 30 million on the gambling table. After Zhu Shurjio left, Uncle Jean asked curiously, Who is that boy? Why do they all call him brother? Sun Haoran shook his head. You have to ask Brother Wang. We don't know where he comes from either. Uncle Jean? Don't ask me. I can only say that the interests are too great. It won't do you any good to tell you. Just pretend you don't know. For the rest, I can only say that it's a very complicated matter. Don't go into it. Don't get involved. Those who understand will understand. Qianzil complained. You are a Riddler. Right? Forget it. Do you want to play or not? Play. 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 Continue. Uncle Jean looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was leaving with a meaningful look. I don't know what he was thinking. Zhu Shizhou, who was leaving, said to Nana. See. 3 sentences made them give me 30 million. Nana was shocked. And then convinced. She finally believed Zhu Shizhou's boast that he was not afraid of their revenge. She completely fell into Zhu Shizhou's camp and began to tell the information Zhu Shizhou wanted to hear. There are too many fat sheep with a lot of money. As the first lesson for gambling girls, we were taught how to distinguish between fat sheep and big men. This is a compulsory course for gambling girls. In addition to practical operations, we have the ability to accurately distinguish identities, Nana said confidently, with a proud tone. In the second lesson, we were forced to meet many big men who must not be provoked, and their intelligence information was all remembered by us. In today's casino, 20% of the people are the kind of gamblers who cannot be provoked, with deep backgrounds and smart and rational minds. Most of them just come to play lightly. I don't know how many of them are capitalists who have been recruited by the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou thought. I think you are looking for a gambler who has no background, a dull mind, and is quite rich. Right? Are there such people? Yes. Nana nodded, easily betraying their internal intelligence network of gambling girls. In the professional terms of the industry, such people are called money bags, and we gambling girls call them money idiots, who are really stupid and rich. Gambling girls with sharp eyes can easily find such people. If a sister finds a money idiot, she will send a message to show off in the group we set up. Look! Nana took out her mobile phone and showed it to Zhu Shizhou. What appeared in front of Zhu Shizhou was a group chat called C. Cruz Celebrity Group. Nana scrolled up a section of the chat history and found a message from a gambler with a female avatar. It was an intimate photo with a man wearing glasses. The gambler in the photo looked pure and smiled very sweetly. But the message attached was extremely cold. Table 463. She and I. Stupid and rich. Come quickly. What the hell? Zhu Shizhou felt a strong disgust in his heart and almost couldn't hold back the smile on his face. But at the same time, he thought that the behavior he was going to do next was almost the same as these gamblers. So he also felt extremely disgusted with himself. Humans are animals driven by both emotions and reason. When reason prevails, it is emotions that drive people's behavior. Zhu Shizhou wanted to stop at this time and hit Nana and himself hard. But he controlled himself. This kind of disgust can be suppressed, as long as there is a stronger emotional stimulus covering it. He carefully felt the softness of Nana's arm pressed against him, and the passion spread in his body, dispelling most of the negative emotions. Controlled? Zhu Shizhou let out a long breath. And he found a way to control negative emotions. It is said that men are creatures who think with their lower body. This is a joke for others, but it is a reality for Zhu Shizhou now. Nana blushed, glanced down, paused for a moment, and pressed closer to Zhu Shizhou's body. I will take you to find these people. I guarantee that you can win them to bankruptcy. Win? Zhu Shizhou's thoughts returned to the right track. No. Nana thought he was a cheater. But in this week he had nothing, and could only gamble with his own strength. But how strong is he? When Nana brought him to the gambling table where Qiandai was, Qiandai looked at the poker numbers on the gambling table with red eyes in disbelief, and shouted to the gambler sitting opposite him. No! No! You cheated? Why are you 1 point older than me? The gambler said happily. Don't talk about cheating if you don't have the strength. Do you still have chips? Do you want to continue playing? Qiandai nodded subconsciously, and then forced himself to calm down. I don't. He realized that he was about to go bankrupt, and was about to refuse. However, at this moment, Zhu Shizhou squeezed into the crowd. What game is this? He interrupted Qiandai's words seemingly ignorantly. I have 30 million chips on hand now. Can I join? Qiandai looked at Zhu Shizhou with red eyes. A newcomer who knows nothing. He swallowed back the words that wanted to give up. Chapter 154. Lost money. But won a lot. Please. I beg you. Let me go. Xuan begged the man beside him. Hee. I don't know what you are talking about. The middle-aged fat man shook his head at Xuan. You know what I am talking about. Xuan was mad. He grabbed the middle-aged fat man beside him and said in a low voice, Brother, I will give you 5 million. Let me go and stop staring at me. How about it? The middle-aged fat man still smiled gently. Hee. 5 million? Sending away beggars? If you want him to leave, you can, as long as the salary is higher than the casino's salary. He promises to turn around and leave without hesitation. After all, who can't get along with money? But a mere 5 million is really not enough. Every anti-cheating master was once a gambling king. When he was a big shot in the Macau casino, Xuan was probably still wearing a crotchless shirt. He was proficient in hundreds of gambling methods, and all kinds of magical gambling techniques were easy to master, making a lot of money. But in the end, he was targeted by the local gangster boss because he had no background. All his money was controlled, and he was forced to become a tool for the gangster to make money. It was not until last year that he was rescued from the casino by Wang Chong's forces. He originally wanted to quit, but at Wang Chong's invitation, he became the casino's anti-cheating master. His salary was 50 million per year. It was impossible to tell Xuan these. At least the price Xuan offered could not make him betray Wang Chong's kindness. Xuan was really going to collapse. He had been defeated by this middle-aged man several times. Every time he was about to see a chance of winning at the gambling table, he was always easily interrupted by this man. He could not understand the middle-aged man's tricks. And Fan Jingxian, who could only observe through surveillance, could not give better suggestions. In order to get rid of this man, Xuan changed 10 gambling tables. But it was useless. This man would definitely follow him like a thorn in his side, and then join the gambling game to gamble with him. After 10 consecutive gambling games, Xuan lost 2/3 of his money, and only had 6 million left on hand. But this man still stared at him. To be honest, you are the most rational old con man I have ever seen. After seeing Xuan's collapse, the middle-aged fat man shook his head and exclaimed, It is very rational to not get upset after losing 10 games in a row. Xuan went crazy. Didn't I tell you? I'm really not a cheater. Have you ever seen me cheat? The middle-aged fat man continued to laugh. Except for the first dice game. You look like a normal gambler. But I always think you're weird. You think for a long time every time you play a card, and even fall into deep thought when you shouldn't think. So I suspect you're in touch with someone in some way. The person playing against me is not you, but someone else. Xuan gritted his teeth. Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. The middle-aged fat man laughed. The smell of a cheater is very obvious. I can almost see it at a glance. So I could always follow the smell to the cheater in the casino. But which cheater will take the initiative to confess that he is a cheater? Most of them are like you, refusing to admit it, and even trying to prove that they are ordinary gamblers by self-defeating cheating. It's meaningless. Xuan knew that this guy was right. In fact, the person playing against him was not him, but Fan Jingxian behind him. No, to be more precise, it is the AI algorithm behind Fan Jingxian. Fan Jingxian is not as proficient in gambling as the gambling king, but she can see the opponent's cards through monitoring, and can also use AI to calculate the optimal solution for each step. Logically speaking, the normal way should be to win every battle. However, the anti-Qian master opened the cheat. Often she saw that the anti-Qian master had a messy scattered cards in his hand at the last moment. But the anti-Qian master covered and opened the cards, and the cards changed completely, becoming a perfect hand. And it was the kind of cards that crushed the battle situation and could not appear at all. In this case, what is the use of having a good and sophisticated algorithm? In desperation, Xuan could only beg for mercy from the anti-Qian master. But this man still refused to give in, giving him a headache. I don't want to gamble anymore. Can I stop gambling? I wonder how long you will follow me. Xuan glared at the anti-Qian master fiercely. The anti-Qian master still had a smiling poker face that hardly changed. Xuan gave up, but not completely, because he knew that Zhu Shizhou was still working hard. Zhu Shizhou won from 10 million to 96 million in the first round. Although he lost deliberately in the end to clear his suspicion, he believed that Zhu Shizhou would definitely make a comeback. He couldn't figure out how Zhu Shizhou would cheat and win money. He had confidence in Zhu Shizhou. So Xuan kept wandering around the casino, looking for that familiar figure. And behind him was always a fat middle-aged man. Huh? Isn't that the fat sheep in the first round? The anti-cheating master patted Xuan on the shoulder and pointed to a place. There was an ordinary gambling table, but on one of the seats sat a young man with his head in his hands. And opposite him were gamblers Xuan did not know. After Xuan looked over, he was about to approach, but he found that Zhu Shizhou's expression was not right. What's going on? Why does he look like he has lost everything? Why does the gambler next to him also look disappointed and painful? The two approached the gambling table, and they heard Zhu Shizhou stand up with a bang. I don't want to play anymore. I lost all my money. Xuan froze. What the hell? The anti-cheating master came up and laughed. Little brother, how much money did you lose? Alas, I lost 30 million. I borrowed 30 million from a friend, but I found 7 or 8 opponents in a row and lost all of them one after another. 30 million? Xuan widened his eyes. Who did you borrow 30 million from? It would be fine if you borrowed it. But you lost it all? He remembered that Zhu Shizhou said confidently that he could win 100 million in an hour. But the result was so bad. The gambling girl behind him was even more dazed. What's going on? Is she dreaming? Although she earned a commission, she was not very happy because it was too far from what Zhu Shizhou promised before. I thought Zhu Shizhou would win big in the casino with 30 million. But what about now? She picked 7 or 8 money idiots for Zhu Shizhou in a row. This guy lost all of them. He was stupid, rich and had poor skills. Facing such a level of weak opponents, Zhu Shizhou behaved even more weakly. He was just playing around. She was still wondering when Zhu Shizhou would use his trump card. And then he lost all his money. If she was given the 30 million, she would quit her job immediately. Her inflated desire was beaten back by the ruthless reality. Zhu Shizhou didn't even look at Xuan, and turned around and left the gambling table. Xuan couldn't understand why this guy put the blame on him, and then left the game without any magical operation, while he was targeted by the anti-thousand master, and could no longer make a move. In the end, neither of them got anything? Xuan didn't care about being seen through by the anti-thousand master. He followed and asked Zhu Shizhou, what are you doing? Ah? What do you mean? How are you going to win money now? Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly, and his painful expression turned into a calm, I'm not going to win at all. What? Xuan was completely confused. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Xuan couldn't understand. He memorized the card-dealing rules of each dealer at each position at each gambling table. If he could do it again, as long as he sat in the position that originally belonged to someone else in advance, he could win continuously. He only lost 30 million. But those 7 or 8 money idiots did not. The money idiots he found lost more than him one by one, and they almost doubted their lives. The next time he became the winner, it would be enough to bankrupt those 7 or 8 capitalists who had no foundation and had not been recruited by the Black Soldier organization. Bankrupting them was not the key, but to threaten them and force them to serve him. The funds on his bank account would not be a penny more, and the Black Soldier organization could not trace them. But he could add several more invisible sources of funds. And what about Xuan? Xuan and his team had 2 tasks after boarding the ship. One was to recruit talents, and the other was to replenish funds for the organization. Now, both tasks were grasped by Zhu Shizhou. Xuan had entered the game, but did not know it, and was still confused, which was much worse than Su Feng. And in this game, facing such a weak opponent, Zhu Shizhou was defeated. Chapter 155, Back to the Past. Become the God of Gamblers. An hour later, Zhu Shizhou met Wang Cheng and his friends. As soon as they met, Qian Zil asked teasingly, Where is our 30 million? Zhu Shizhou smiled calmly. I lost it all. Everyone was speechless. Qian Zil rolled his eyes. You are still so calm after losing it all. Aren't you afraid that we will ask you for money? Ha ha ha. Just 30 million. I will transfer it to you after getting off the boat. Zhu Shizhou said something that even he himself did not believe. Qian Zil grinned. Anyway, he was not going to ask Zhu Shizhou for money. It was just a joke. According to Wang Cheng's character, if he really forced Zhu Shizhou to pay back the 10 million, Wang Cheng would probably jump out to help him pay it back. The problem is that this guy doesn't look special. Why is Wang Cheng so secretive about his identity? Forget it. We're hungry. Do you want to have a meal with us? No. I'm going to walk around the casino for a while. Qi Hui asked in surprise. Are you still going to play? Do you have any money? Zhu Shizhou shrugged. No. But this doesn't prevent me from observing other people's skills. Right? Maybe I can learn more advanced gambling skills from them. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Zhu Shizhou looked like a gambler who jumped into a gambling trap. Machu was said. Remember? Small gambling is fun. Big gambling is harmful. Sun Haoran had been a little impatient for a long time. He was not interested in what Zhu Shizhou was like. And interrupted. This guy wants to gamble. So let him gamble. It would be a big disappointment to stop his interest. Can we go to eat now? He's almost starving. Wang Chong smiled and called the waiter. Exchange him another 10 million chips and deduct them from my account. Everyone looked at Wang Chong. Even Zhu Shizhou was a little surprised. Wang Chong showed a generous smile. Lose slowly. When you lose everything, come back to me. Zhu Shizhou hesitated to speak. What's going on? It feels like being kept. Wang Chong's friends were silent. And no one knew what they were thinking about. Ji Hui looked at Wang Chong and Zhu Shizhou with a strange look in her eyes. She shuddered at what she thought of. What are you all doing? Let's go. Let's eat. Wang Chong forced himself to get back to the topic and left with everyone. Are you still going to gamble? The black soldier asked. The black soldier who asked the question was naturally the one who had been injected with 5 milliliters of anti-black soldier inhibitor. No more gambling. Then why are you still staying in this casino? You seem very curious? Unfortunately, I can't answer this question. Just guess. He Bing really couldn't figure it out. In his opinion, all of Zhu Shizhou's actions were like a real gambler, including his various moody performances at the gambling table. Bystanders would not have any doubts. But he knew that Zhu Shizhou definitely didn't just want to gamble. He lost a total of 40 million before and after. And he really couldn't figure out the deep meaning behind Zhu Shizhou's actions. He Bing was thinking about this question all day. And Zhu Shizhou was like a real spectator who was learning gambling skills. And spent a day walking around the entire casino. Xuan looked for Zhu Shizhou again during this period, but found that Zhu Shizhou had no intention of gambling at all. So he left the casino with doubts. After he left the casino, the anti-cheating master looked at Zhu Shizhou deeply, but did not choose to follow him. He saw that Xuan might be involved with Zhu Shizhou. But the problem was that Zhu Shizhou had lost a total of 40 million yuan, and did not make a penny. It was really hard to believe that he was a cheater. Zhu Shizhou did not care about the anti-cheating master's thoughts. He was more concerned about whether there would be any unexpected situation next, such as whether Lu Jing would suddenly be attacked by a mysterious person. However, there was no such thing, until the time passed close to midnight. Zhu Shizhou did not receive any news. When contacting Xuan seemed very confused and did not understand why Zhu Shizhou thought someone would attack them. The mysterious man who had inexplicably attacked Lu Jing before did not make a move until the clock struck midnight. In deep doubt, Zhu Shizhou went to the toilet. At 0:01 on November 10th. He committed suicide? Without any signs. He first found a toilet in the casino that was still noisy at night. I'm going to the bathroom. That's what he said to the 2 black soldiers. After entering the bathroom, he smashed the mirror in front of the sink with one punch. Then resolutely retreated into a bathroom cubicle and cut his carotid artery with the broken glass. Blood gushed out like a waterfall on the floor of the cubicle. When the 2 black soldiers heard the noise and rushed into the bathroom, the blood had not yet seeped out from the gap in the cubicle. But how sharp were they? Seeing the broken glass lenses all over the floor and smelling the faint smell of blood in the air, the black soldier who had been injected with 5 milliliters of anti-black soldier inhibitor suddenly changed his face. He directly chose to kick open the first cubicle. And there was no one. After kicking open the second cubicle, they saw a confused man squatting to take a big dump. The man looked at the door that was kicked and twisted in shock. Fuck. Brother. What are you doing? The black soldier just glanced at him and continued to kick the door of the next cubicle. It was not until they kicked open the door of the last cubicle that they saw Zhu Shizhou sitting on the toilet lid, holding glass fragments and smiling wildly. The floor of the entire cubicle was stained with blood. With this amount of blood loss, even gods could not save him. Zhu Shizhou looked extremely miserable, but they actually saw pride in his eyes. What was he proud of? You? The black soldier who was injected with anti-black soldier inhibitor rushed forward immediately and quickly pressed the wound on Zhu Shizhou's neck. However, it was useless. The wound was too deep, and the blood had formed a thick pool on the ground. The whole bathroom could smell a strong smell of blood. It's useless, Zhu Shizhou said in a hoarse voice as he was dying. The black soldier was puzzled. Why did you commit suicide? Ha ha ha. Guess? Zhu Shurjiu laughed wildly with his last breath. The laughter gradually faded in the bathroom. He was dead. In a blink of an eye. The scene in front of him suddenly switched. Abruptly, he returned to 10 o'clock in the morning on November 9th. At this time, he was leaning on the deck and blowing the wind. In the distance was the gorgeous sea horizon, and the sea breeze dispelled Zhu Shurjiu's fear of death. Sure enough, everyone is afraid of death, especially after being injected with the anti-black soldier inhibitor. He was particularly afraid of death when he committed suicide last week. He couldn't stop the fear in his heart even though he knew he would be back to the original game after his death. Until now, his hands couldn't stop shaking, and it took a long time for them to gradually calm down. At this point in time, I should have sent Professor Wang and Professor Xie to Xuan's room, and then watched the passengers boarding the ship on the deck. At nearly 11 o'clock, Xuan will come to me, and Wang Chong and others will invite me to the casino later. Secretly sorting out the order of events, Zhu Shurjiu was watching the passengers boarding the ship like in the previous week. But in fact, the various gambling table situations he had recorded in the previous week kept appearing in his mind. In this week, he will become the god of gamblers. Chapter 156, Misfortune Once Again. 750 million. Reality is absurd. The gears of time move forward. Xuan and Zhu Shurjiu come to the casino again, and everything is the same as in the previous round. Bringing the gambling girl, they come to the dice area. Xuan looks at Zhu Shurjiu, who is frantically piling chips on the gambling table to the small side, and he almost doubts whether he is in a dream. The reason is that just now, the dealer has opened 5 rounds of small, and after the 5th round, Zhu Shurjiu's funds have become 48 million. How can it still be small? What a joke. The gamblers who lost the bet all had red eyes, and couldn't believe it. Keep opening. Keep opening. However, Zhu Shurjiu still shouted, looking extremely arrogant, with madness in his eyes. The dealer forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He has never felt such an uncontrollable gambling game. The fat sheep is indeed a fat sheep. But this fat sheep made him open 5 rounds of small numbers in a row. If this guy still bets all the money in the next round, and the big bet is still bigger, then the capital of this fat sheep will soar to nearly 100 million. The dealer dared not think about it anymore. Go on. What's wrong? Beside the gambling table, a group of gamblers led by Zhu Shurjiu kept urging him, interrupting his thoughts. The dealer shook his head and quickly grabbed the dice cup. Clap. Clap. 48 million. All bet. The dealer felt his hands trembling. Zhu Shurjiu's eyes inadvertently found the anti-cheating master who had been eyeing Xuan in the previous round among the crowd. The middle-aged fat man came to the crowd at the beginning of the 5th round with an ordinary look, and began to watch this big gambling game that was destined to make a sensation in the casino. Thanks to the fishing experience in the previous round, Zhu Shurjiu performed the appearance of a newcomer who had just been addicted to gambling more perfectly this time. In the previous round, the anti-cheating master was still hesitant about him, but this round he just glanced at him lightly and moved away, turning to scan the crowd. In particular, he focused on Xuan, who had been making trouble before. But since Xuan had not jumped out yet, he could not determine that Xuan was the cheater he was looking for. Everyone listen to me. The first 5 rounds were all small, and this round must be big. If you want to get your money back, bet big with me. At this time, Xuan's voice sounded again in the venue. The probability of shaking out small for 6 consecutive rounds is 1 in 64. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. The anti-cheating master glanced at Xuan again, and the suspicion in his eyes gradually deepened. Open. 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 Zhu Shurjiu stared at the dice cup with fanatical eyes, without even looking at Xuan. 1, 2, 3, 6 points. Small. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shurjiu laughed wildly. His funds have soared from 48 million to 96 million. Nearly 100 million. The dealer stared at Zhu Shurjiu. Next round. Just one more round. I can spit out all the gambling money you have eaten. The gambling money in the 6th round has already entered a tie, and there will definitely be no other gamblers participating in the next round. The dealer saw it clearly, so he kept repeating next round in his mind. However, what made him crazy was that Zhu Shurjiu put away the chips. Haha. I don't want to play anymore. What? All the gamblers present were stunned, seeing how crazy Zhu Shurjiu was just now. They all thought that Zhu Shurjiu would continue to bet on the small number crazily. Who could have thought that this guy would stop at the brink and stop playing immediately? They all advised, wait, this is 96 million. If you continue to bet and win, it will be 192 million. The inertia of gambling is extremely strong. If you lose, you want to get your money back. And if you win, you want to win more. This is the norm in casinos. Jew Sergio looked at everyone. They were the ones who persuaded him to stop at this time in the last round. And they were the ones who persuaded him to continue betting at this time. The psychology of gamblers is really unpredictable. He smiled and asked the waiter to put away the chips. 96 million. It's enough. I want to see. Do you want to bet on big or small in the next round? Yes. They reacted at this time. Should they bet on big or small in the next round? Everyone was envious and jealous. But as gamblers, how could they not participate in such a shocking gambling game? It has been small for 6 consecutive rounds. And it is hard to figure out whether it will be big or small in the next round. The dealer stared at the tray of chips in the hands of the waiter beside Jew Sergio unwillingly. He actually let this kid escape. He was really unwilling. Obviously, he could make this kid cry for his parents with just one more round. He had some regrets. I should have stopped in the 5th round. The dealer shook the dice for the 7th round in extreme unwillingness. Boom! After a while, the dice were fixed. Jew Sergio paid a little attention to Schwen and the sight of the anti-cheating master in the crowd. While the anti-cheating master was out of sight, Jew Sergio quickly mouthed a number to Schwen. 4, 5, 6. Big. This is what he wanted Schwen to bet on. A big number. Or, a number of points. In the 7th round, the dealer must open a big number. Because the 6 rounds have been small. And he, the fat sheep of the century, will not participate in the 7th round. The dealer will definitely find a way to get the probability back on track. So the result of the 7th round of the last week should be the result of the 7th round of this week. If his exit did not affect the number of points drawn by the dealer, perhaps even the number of points would be accurate. Schwen understood. 4, 5, 6. Are you sure? He wanted to ask Jew Sergio. But Jew Sergio looked away and didn't look at him again. Because the anti-chin master's eyes were fixed on Jew Sergio again. It was amazing that Jew Sergio left the gambling game with 96 million. Even though this guy acted like a real fat sheep, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. Schwen didn't bet for the time being. Other gamblers placed their bets one after another. Schwen didn't know what Jew Sergio meant by asking him to bet on 4, 5, and 6. But he would not completely follow Jew Sergio's advice and bet all the points. He was going to bet 5 million on the points and another 4 million on the size. In his opinion, these 3 points were basically impossible to hit, unless Jew Sergio could listen to the dice. Thinking of this, Schwen's doubtful heart was slightly throbbing. What if Jew Sergio could really listen to the dice? The dealer raised his hand to check the time. Schwen knew that the dealer was going to open the cup. So he quickly put 5 million on the 4, 5, and 6 points, and he didn't even have time to bet on the big face. Schwen's betting was so damn fast that the dealer raised the dice cup almost at the moment when Schwen put down his chips. Not to mention the dealer. Even the gamblers beside Schwen could not react to what number Schwen bet on. The dealer had opened the cup. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Big! Ha ha ha. I won. I won. The moment the cup was opened, the points in the dice cup were displayed in front of the gamblers. The gamblers were all happy. And most of them bet on big. After losing so many times, I finally won once. Everyone was cheering. Huh? Until someone made a surprise sound. A discordant sound appeared in the crowd. 4, 5, 6. The person who made the sound was the anti-chin master. Wait. 4, 5, 6 is halfway through. The anti-chin master shut up. Some gamblers also noticed that at this time, in the point area, on the 3 numbers 4, 5, and 6, there were chips totaling 5 million. In the dice game, gamblers can bet big or small, with odds of 1:1. But at the same time, gamblers can also bet on numbers. But the probability of betting is too small. Even if the odds are high, gamblers will not bet. And most of the bets are small. In the dice gambling game, it is almost impossible to accurately bet on 3 numbers. The odds are 1 to 150. In other words, 150 times 5,750,000? Schwen looked at the points he bet on in shock. His eyes were full of shock. When he looked up in the direction of Zhu Shizhou had already disappeared, leaving no cloud behind. The gamblers were in an uproar. All their eyes were focused on Xuan, including the anti-cheating master. He no longer paid attention to Zhu Shizhou, but stared at Xuan, confirming a fact. This guy is definitely a cheater. Chapter 157 Zhu Shizhou. I laugh at Xuan's recklessness. After once again diverting the blame, Zhu Shizhou left the gambling table. The 7th round of points was as he expected, and he gave Xuan the chance of 150 times odds. He knew that it was no good to win the 150 times odds bet in person, with his bank card being monitored by the Black Soldier organization. Even if someone transferred a dime to him, it would be strictly traced and blocked, and he couldn't use it at all. In the last week, he used 96 million to clear his suspicion, and this week he used 750 million to divert the attention of the anti-cheating master. Then, accompanied by Nana, he walked straight to a gambling table. This is... Nana was a little confused. Of course, she didn't tell Zhu Shizhou anything in this week. But Zhu Shizhou walked to a gambling table where Qian Dai was. Was it a coincidence? I know. That guy is Qian Dai, Zhu Shizhou said with a smile. What? Nana tried to pretend that she didn't know. Zhu Shizhou just smiled and didn't explain anything. He squeezed into the crowd with Nana and asked Qian Dai and others. Can we add more people here? I have 96 million chips. Qian Dai originally wanted to give up, but Zhu Shizhou's appearance made his eyes light up. There was a glimmer of hope in his heart. He quickly invited Zhu Shizhou to take a seat. Sure. There's an empty seat here. Haha. I don't really want to sit here. I always feel that my luck is not good. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and looked at the gambler, who was sitting opposite Qian Dai calmly. Hey, brother. Can I change seats with you? I think your place has good feng shui. The gambler was stunned and was about to say no. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly took out 10 million chips and placed them in front of the gambler. Of course. I won't take your seat for nothing. This is the seat change fee. The gambler was surprised, then grinned and said, Change. He stood up and gave his seat to Zhu Shizhou, and glanced at the gambling girl next to Zhu Shizhou. What he thought in his heart was that a fat sheep is a fat sheep, and he was superstitious about feng shui. Gambling depends on strength. He actually believed that changing seats would give him good cards? How could such a good thing happen? However, 10 minutes later, the game ended. The gambler and Qian Dai both stared blankly at their chips being moved to the table in front of Zhu Shizhou. The amount of chips stacked in front of Zhu Shizhou has exceeded 100 million. Qian Dai covered his face with trembling hands and red eyes. What did he do just now? Why did he continue to gamble? Especially in the game. There was a great opportunity to turn the tables in one fell swoop. But he was overwhelmed by the unstoppable desire and bet everything he could. As a result, the young man on the other side turned over a card with a higher point than his, which crushed all his beliefs at once. In the end, when the gambling game was completed, he didn't know how he ended up. Now he was crying and wanted to slap himself hard. Gambling dogs gamble to the end and had nothing. Gambling kills people. The other gambler was stunned. Is there really such a thing as gambling luck? How come when you change seats, all the cards on that seat are good? Zhu Shizhou's gambling skills are very poor. But no matter how poor his gambling skills are, as long as he knows what cards the other party has in advance, he can predict the opponent's card choices like a prophet. The cards in the gambler's hand were exactly the cards he had played last week. In addition, he had seen the gambler's various strategies in the previous week. He basically copied the gambler's strategies. The last hand was really good. So good that he could win without any adjustments. Zhu Shizhou gave up after playing one round because he knew Qian Dai was bankrupt. He stood up and left the gambling table, waiting for Qian Dai to catch up. Sure enough, just after walking a few steps, Qian Dai hurriedly followed him. Brother, please stay. Please stay. What's the matter? Qian Dai gritted his teeth and showed a pleading look. Brother, I went bankrupt in that game just now. If I really exchange my property for money after getting off the boat, I really can't bear it. Brother, can you please? Zhu Shizhou suddenly realized. You want to keep your property? Qian Dai wiped the cold sweat. Yes. Zhu Shizhou pondered for a moment, and then gave Qian Dai a bewitching smile, as if he was sentencing. That's easy to say. Zhu Shizhou patted Qian Dai's shoulder. We'll talk about this in detail later. This Qian Dai was just the first stop. Similar scenes continued to play out in the next hour. Zhu Shizhou found 7 or 8 Qian Dais in a row, and then became the biggest winner at the gambling table, directly bankrupting every Qian Dai who had already lost a headache. Qian Dai came to him and begged him not to settle their property after the sea parade. Zhu Shizhou verbally agreed. But in fact, he had no chance to settle accounts with them after he got off the ship. In other words, their industry belongs to him and not to him. And Schrodinger's industry belongs to him. But without exception, Zhu Shizhou introduced the money to Xuan and others' room. Xuan and others will control these natural wild capitalist resources on his behalf. Although Xuan and others are not good enough, they can research anti-black soldier inhibitors, which shows that their own technological potential is not bad. But they lack a little room for development. He still remembers that in the 11th round that was long ago, they successfully delayed the execution of the Black Soldier Organization by 2 minutes and saved the world for 2 minutes. Now, Xuan's organization has become a sword in his hand without knowing it. In case he fails to show the strength to stop the Black Soldier Organization's plan in 3 months, then Xuan's organization is his backup plan to stop the Black Soldier Organization. After 3 months of development, how much can Xuan and others grow? Zhu Shizhou is not sure, and he does not have enough confidence. But in a confrontation with Su Feng, he has long been accustomed to leaving himself a way out. Although this retreat was fragile and might even be discovered by Su Feng, at least he tried his best. Zhu Shizhou thought he was not a smart man. After several rounds on the ship, he had exhausted the limits of his ordinary wisdom. Then, he said hello to Wang Cheng and others and left the casino. After leaving the casino, he felt refreshed. Standing on the deck, he looked up at the blue sky. A few white clouds floated quietly in the sky, looking peaceful and tranquil. The sea breeze blew past his face, allowing Zhu Shizhou's brain, which had been thinking about how to break the situation, to relax a little. If nothing unexpected happens, the next sea voyage should be peaceful. Zhu Shizhou smiled and muttered to himself. Although there are hidden worries, he doesn't know who the mysterious man who attacked Xuan and others is. But it doesn't matter. As long as the mysterious man stays quiet and doesn't provoke him, it has nothing to do with him. He now hopes that the life on the ship will be more peaceful, at least until the training base. The black soldiers looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was obviously happy, and didn't understand what he was happy about. One of the black soldiers who was injected with anti-black soldier inhibitors asked Zhu Shizhou, "Are you going to use this method to establish contact with that organization?" When talking with Su Feng before, Zhu Shizhou proposed the undercover plan. Su Feng's reply was whatever. These black soldiers knew about it. But in the eyes of the black soldiers, Zhu Shizhou's actions were very much like preparations before betraying the organization. Even if it's not for betrayal, sending them people and money, and using them as pawns to control them. But are those people really that easy to use? What's wrong with that? Zhu Shizhou has been immersed in the bright future and almost can't extricate himself. Hey, Bing coldly reminded. They are not so easy to use. Have you ever thought about a car accident? A car accident? The possibility is very small, Zhu Shizhou said. When I told them that this ship was targeted by the Black Soldier Organization, they were destined not to stir up trouble, because they are too timid. They don't have the courage to confront the Black Soldier Organization head-on, and they want to pretend to be invisible in front of the Black Soldier Organization. I basically see through their nature. They lack both means and courage. They are always timid in achieving any goal. Speaking of this, Zhu Shizhou suddenly seemed to think of something happy and laughed. The black soldier frowned. After being injected with the anti-black soldier inhibitor, Zhu Shizhou not only acted boldly, but also had unstable emotions, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. The black soldier asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha. I'm laughing at Xuan's lack of strategy. If they really had some courage, they should have blown up the entire ship and let everyone die. Whatever plans the Black Soldier Organization had, whatever talents the Black Soldier Organization had available, would be destroyed by this explosion." Hee. The black soldier sneered. Obviously, neither Zhu Shizhou nor the black soldier thought Xuan and others would do this. These words were just Zhu Shizhou's jokes. Little did they know that when night fell, Xuan returned from the casino. As soon as he arrived in the room, Lu Jing and others told him 3 things. The first thing was that 7 capitalists came to them and begged them in words and deeds not to liquidate their property. although Lu Jing and others were confused. They roughly guessed what Xuan or Zhu Shizhou had done in the casino. Lu Jing made the decision on behalf of Xuan and controlled them in the way the organization normally controlled capitalists. They did not tell them the truth about the enemies of the world and the alien insects, but only forced them to open their accounts and allowed them to call on all the resources of all industries under their hands at any time. The second thing was that Professor Wang and Professor Xie both agreed to join their organization, and a mathematician Professor Yu also came to visit them. After asking, it turned out to be Zhu Shizhou's work. So they used the same method to tell Professor Yu the truth again. And Professor Yu was shocked and joined the organization. Talents and economic resources have been settled. The third thing is, Fan Jingxian said, the explosives have arrived. Chapter 158 Before the bombing. The explosives have arrived. Xuan's body froze. After a long while, he spoke hesitantly. Do we have to carry out such a terrible plan? We have already completed the task of recruiting talents and supplementing economic resources. Is it necessary to do such a thing? I always have doubts in my heart. Fan Jingxian shook her head and said, you lost 100 million out of 750 million. If you hadn't stopped the loss in time, you might have lost it all to the anti-cheating master. This is enough to show the difficulty of making money in the casino. But Zhuge made so much money easily, and still delivered it to our door, sending all those capitalists to us. Xuan was puzzled. That's good. It means Zhuge cooperated well with us. What do you want to say? Fan Jingxian said seriously. I suspect the Black Soldier organization has known our plan and is now using our tricks against them. Everyone was shocked. And Fan Jingxian said, our previous idea was too optimistic. We have to blow up the ship. But if we want to do it more drastically, we might as well kill Zhuge directly. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Fan Jingxian does not live to save the world. Her beliefs are not as lofty as those of others in the organization. When she was 16 years old, she hacked into the National Intelligence Defense Network through hacking methods. Her original intention was to test how high her level was. But she accidentally found descriptions of the enemy of the world and alien insects in the computer data of a political official. Then, she was recruited by the organization. The information she browsed after breaking through the firewall was the unprecedented disaster that mankind is currently facing. At first, she was very excited. As a talented girl who was capable and responsible, and still had a unique understanding of herself in adolescence, she thought she could help the country fight monsters and save the world. However, she was wrong. The power of the alien Zerg was beyond her imagination. The reality was not as beautiful as she imagined. Our humans had almost no resistance under the attack of the alien Zerg, and were easily eliminated by the alien Zerg as food. One after another, human lives were lost in their desperate resistance. Then, the emergence of the powerful and desperate Black Soldier organization announced that her fantasy was shattered. Her parents were killed by the Black Soldier organization, because the Black Soldier organization suspected that her parents were also members of her organization. On an ordinary night, the Black Soldiers surrounded her house, and then took her parents away for interrogation. But the Black Soldier organization naturally could not ask anything. Her parents died like that. From then on, her purpose of living was not to save the world, but to avenge the Black Soldier organization. The survival of the world was placed in a secondary position by her. If one day she was given a button to choose, and the Black Soldier organization was destroyed in one day, she would definitely press the button without hesitation. As for what the world would be like, she didn't want to think about it at all. If she told the organization about this idea, the organization might immediately educate her. So she said nothing and held on to this wish that might never come true in her lifetime for several years. It was not until the past few days that the darkness in her heart grew wildly from the corner of her heart. Now she couldn't control herself, and said something that made Xuan and others feel cold. Jingjing, do you know what you are saying? Isn't it right? Fan Jingxian said calmly. Do you think you have any means to snatch Zhuge from the protection of the two Black Soldiers? I can't do it. Since you can't do it, then don't do it, Fan Jingxian replied. Zhuge is no different from others in identity. The only difference is that he is a talent urgently needed by the Black Soldier organization. We don't need to let Zhuge survive. When we blow up the ship, we can blow him up. Shut up. Xuan was angry and glared at Fan Jingxian. This idea is even darker than the previous plan to blow up the ship. They could deceive themselves before by saying other people on the ship may have joined the Black Soldier organization. But now Fan Jingxian's idea is clearly showing indiscriminate malice. This idea of not treating innocent people as human lives touched their bottom line. Don't mention it again after this. Xuan was surprisingly angry at Fan Jingxian's words. Zhu Gu is also a victim. His parents, sister and girlfriend were all controlled by the Black Soldier organization. And he had no choice but to join the Black Soldier organization. He even tried to help us. But not only did we not help him, we also turned our backs on him. You were the one who proposed the plan to have him go undercover. And now you are proposing to kill him? Not only Xuan, but everyone else was hesitant to speak. Fan Jingxian glanced at everyone who was looking at her, and nodded calmly. Okay. Deep in her eyes was a hint of disappointment. She was not maliciously targeting Zhu Shizhou. But the various details she noticed gathered into an uneasy illusion in her heart, making her suspicious of Zhu Shizhou and the Black Soldier organization. The Black Soldier organization has not made any move yet, which is very wrong. Compared with the lightning-fast methods in the past, the Black Soldier organization this time seems extremely slow. This gave her a bad premonition. So she looked at Zhu Shizhou with suspicion. She didn't say these words to Xuan and the others, because there was no need. Their reaction just now had already told her the result. And anyway, they had to blow up the ship. And one force could break all methods. No matter what the Black Soldier organization had planned, it would be annihilated by the attack of explosives. When will the explosives be placed? Fan Jingxian changed the subject. Xuan's calm face eased a little, but his attitude was still hard. It's up to you. Anyway, Zhu Gu is in Chao's camp, but his heart is in Han. I can hint him to be our undercover at any time. What is the organization's response plan? We have to send away the talents and capitalists that the organization needs before we can start the plan to blow up the ship. There are too many restrictions on the response plan that can be implemented at sea. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the Black Soldier organization, the organization decided that we should use a small power bomb to blow up the ship first, and then arrange people to quietly blend into the chaotic crowd and take them away. The lifeboat has been made to look like the original lifeboat on this ship. No one will notice whether there is an extra lifeboat in the chaos. The Black Soldier organization will naturally not stop the people on the ship from leaving on the lifeboat at that time. The point is that as long as the ship can be successfully blown up, the Black Soldier organization will definitely not be able to protect so many people on the ship under unpredictable circumstances. The success of this plan depends only on whether they can successfully place and detonate the explosives. Although Xuan was helpless, he could not stop the plan from being implemented. That night, they placed a total of 23 explosives in various key oil tank and electrical storage rooms on the ship as agreed before. Once detonated, it would definitely release a brilliant firework on the sea. The time for detonating the explosives was decided to be tomorrow, November 10th, at 10 a.m. Chapter 159 Earthquake? Nothing happened overnight. Tonight, Zhu Shizhou slept particularly well. I got up, washed, and ran into Xuan when I went out. Good morning. He restrained his happy smile and greeted Xuan. Xuan nodded to Zhu Shizhou with a haggard face. Good morning. Zhu Shizhou wanted to make himself look bitter and vengeful, but he couldn't. Xuan also noticed Zhu Shizhou's mental state. It stands to reason that his family and girlfriend were controlled by the Black Soldier organization. He should have been exhausted every day and couldn't sleep well at night. But why was his mental state so good? Looking at himself, the guilt in his heart kept him awake all night. Xuan rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Zhu Shizhou asked, stayed up late? At this time, Xuan's mental state was very bad. With messy hair, dry skin lacking moisture, and heavy dark circles under his eyes, all of which showed that he didn't sleep well last night. Did he stay up late or suffer from insomnia? Yeah. Xuan nodded and said casually, in order to apply for help from the organization. Alas, Zhu Shizhou was stunned. Lies. How is it possible? Let alone Xuan and others. Even the organization behind Xuan dare not snatch people from the Black Soldiers in a fair and square manner. If Xuan really stayed up all night because of this kind of thing, he would definitely not say it in front of the two Black Soldiers. Zhu Shizhou frowned and wanted to ask, what are you doing again? But he changed his mouth when the words came to his lips, because there were still two Black Soldiers following behind him. Zhu Shizhou just looked at Xuan suspiciously and then hinted, don't waste your energy. I believe you have worked hard enough. I just hope that I can spend the last bit of free time on the ship safely. Although my family and girlfriend are controlled, they are at least alive. After listening, Xuan smiled bitterly. Sorry. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. There are still 2 hours before the whole ship explodes. This cannot be said to Zhu Shizhou, because Xuan does not want Zhu Shizhou to think that their organization is a radical terrorist organization in the last bit of time to improve his favorability. Zhu Shizhou frowned slightly when he saw Xuan kept silent. In the absence of intelligence, he could not infer what Xuan wanted to do. So, Zhu Shizhou smiled slightly. Let's go for dinner together. No. Xuan smiled and shook his head. I have to wait for my family to come together. Okay. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and turned to leave. Xuan looked at Zhu Shizhou's back and sighed deeply. Lu Jing and others also walked out of the room behind him and looked in the direction where Zhu Shizhou left. The scene seemed extremely weird. If Zhu Shizhou turned around and took a look, he would definitely be more confused. I'll go check the explosives. After Zhu Shizhou's figure disappeared, Lu Jing said. Xuan's sad expression turned into determination, and he gritted his teeth and said, make sure it succeeds once. Deep down, he still hoped that fewer people would die. But how could it be possible? They placed the explosives by themselves, and also simulated the explosion results countless times on the computer. Conservatively estimated, at least 90% of the more than 2,000 people on the entire ship would die. A self-deceiving lie cannot fool oneself. Even Zhu Shizhou could not fool him. Zhu Shizhou was still thinking carefully about Xuan's expression just now while riding the elevator. What happened to make Xuan so tired? Xuan stayed up all night, and he did not feel refreshed at all after completing the task. Zhu Shizhou had already delivered all the talents and money to his door. Even if he was not ecstatic, he should at least have a good sleep at night and get up in a fresh state like him. Right? But why did Xuan look so sad? Zhu Shizhou looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. This time was neither early nor late, and Xuan and others got up at a normal time. However, the probability of running into him when he went out was very low. This meant that Xuan and others had been waiting for him to walk out of the room, and then created a coincidence. So did they want to convey some information to him through this coincidence? No. Zhu Shizhou overturned the speculation. The conversation with Xuan just now was just a few words, and there was no effective information at all. Xuan's purpose was not to talk to him. If so, why create an encounter? Zhu Shizhou's only thought was to confirm the time when he walked out of the room. Or more precisely, to confirm his schedule. Zhu Shizhou came to a conclusion. They wanted to do something by confirming his schedule. No way. Zhu Shizhou was a little annoyed. His keen sense of crisis from multiple deaths made him realize what might happen again. What He Bing said yesterday might be correct. He had always regarded Xuan and the others as chess pieces. But he didn't expect that chess pieces also had their own unique ideas. He could speculate Su Feng's behavior through logic and rationality. But for Xuan and the others, he really couldn't imagine what they would do before they did something. In the elevator, the black soldier looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was lost in thought, frowned and asked, what happened? Zhu Shizhou came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. The black soldier was suspicious. But then, he thought that it was normal for ordinary people with emotional excitement to be distracted. In the end, Zhu Shizhou was still worried and asked the black soldier to contact Su Feng. Password 119-347-2638. Zhu Shizhou remembered the password. And then before Su Feng spoke, he took the lead and asked, what do Xuan and the others want to do? Have you found anything over there? Su Feng still looked calm and said, no. That's strange. Zhu Shizhou muttered. Is this all you want to ask? You? Zhu Shizhou hung up the phone neatly. Black soldier. It was the first time they saw someone dare to actively interrupt the communication with that man. Zhu Shizhou only needed to know that even the Black Soldier organization did not notice what Xuan and others had done. That was enough. He still believed in the strength of the Black Soldier organization. If Xuan and others wanted to do something big, they would definitely not be able to hide it from the eyes of the Black Soldier organization. Not to mention that Su Feng had arranged countless people on this ship. So, Zhu Shizhou went to the restaurant to have a meal with peace of mind. However, when the clock struck 10, Zhu Shizhou realized that he was wrong. First, he felt the vibration. His body, which had been strengthened by the potion, noticed that the floor under his feet was shaking slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at the water cup on the table. The water inside was also shaking slightly, and the amplitude of the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. And in the end other guests in the restaurant felt something. Looking at the chandelier above the restaurant. Even the chandelier was shaking back and forth. And the metal knives and forks on the plates also made a trembling sound of hitting the plates. What's going on? Earthquake? Someone asked subconsciously. As soon as I said this, I was immediately met with contempt. We are on a boat. What's the point of an earthquake? Chapter 160. Where are you going? You bastard? Someone made a more reasonable guess. Hit a reef? The customers in the restaurant didn't take it seriously. It's common for a cruise ship to hit a reef at sea. But it was just a bump. So it shouldn't be a big deal. They thought so. So they continued to eat calmly. Sure enough, the bump soon subsided. These ordinary people thought so. But Zhu Shizhou couldn't take it lightly. The hearing that was several times more sensitive than that of ordinary people heard a faint explosion. And then, there were faint screams of people outside the restaurant. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not notice this sound. And even if he didn't listen carefully, he might not hear it. But what prompted Zhu Shizhou to listen carefully was the haggard look of Xuan in the morning that appeared in his mind. Let's go! Zhu Shizhou stood up quickly, rushed out of the restaurant with 2 black soldiers, and rushed directly to the open deck. After rushing out of the restaurant, the sound he heard became more real. It's not an illusion. Someone is really screaming. Zhu Shizhou can hear it. So it's impossible for the black soldier not to hear it. It's the explosion of explosives. The black soldier made a firm judgment. It's about 10 decks away from us. When it reaches us, the sound of the explosives is already very quiet. Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Explosives? Who put it there? Xuan. He thought of the criminal at the first time. Zhu Shizhou rushed to the edge of the railing and looked down. From his high position, he saw that on the 5th deck, there were a steady stream of passengers running out of the room while screaming. And some were even rolling and crawling, looking quite embarrassed. Zhu Shizhou was watching. And then the second explosion sounded. Boom! This time, it was deafening. The echo of the explosion, accompanied by the flash of fire, reached Zhu Shizhou's ears. And a puff of black smoke came out from the hull. With Zhu Shizhou's current blind spot, he couldn't see what was going on over there, and could only hear the screams and noises of the crowd getting louder and louder. Then, the violent vibration made Zhu Shizhou stagger suddenly. And if he hadn't held the railing, he would have almost fallen. Fuck. More than one explosive? Zhu Shizhou was shocked and angry. At this time, many passengers noticed something was wrong and staggered out of the restaurant, looking a little panicked. What happened? No. Would it vibrate so much if it hit a reef? Maybe it was a relatively large reef. Idiot. I heard an explosion. Did the fuel tank explode? More and more passengers gathered on the deck, and the arguments became louder and louder. But Zhu Shizhou himself was also confused, and naturally could not tell these people the truth. Just when everyone was confused. Found it. The black soldier suddenly spoke and pointed to a figure on the 5th deck on the east side below. Zhu Shizhou looked down following the black soldier's voice and found Xuan's figure. At this moment, they were also fleeing in the crowd in a panic. The black soldier had excellent eyesight, and his reaction speed reached the physiological limit of humans. With a glance, he found Xuan from the crowd. Even if it was not Xuan's doing, he must know something. Let's go! Zhu Shizhou made a prompt decision and prepared to rush to the stairs leading to the lower deck. However, the black soldier stopped Zhu Shizhou and said, "Don't bother." He grabbed Zhu Shizhou's collar with one hand and lifted him up like a chicken. Other people on the deck also saw this situation and looked over here. Fuck! Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the black soldier lifted Zhu Shizhou over the railing and jumped down gently, disappearing from their sight. What's going on? Someone jumped off the boat? When they hurriedly approached the railing and looked down, the black soldier had already lifted Zhu Shizhou to the deck 3 stories high. There was no need to take the stairs. They took a shorter shortcut. Zhu Shizhou felt very uncomfortable at this time. He was caught off guard by the black soldier. And then suddenly, he was lifted by the black soldier and jumped down, crossing the height of 3 floors and landing directly. His internal organs were trembling. After recovering a little, Zhu Shizhou asked angrily, "What are you doing? It's faster this way." The black soldier replied. Another black soldier also said indifferently, "Your thinking is still at the level of ordinary people. With your current body, it is not a big problem to jump from a 3-story building and still be safe and sound. And you don't need any buffering means. Even if you land hard, Your body will not be hurt at all, the black soldier said reasonably. In order to ensure the successful implementation of the plan, we have to find the source of the explosion as soon as possible. Walking up the stairs is too slow. Damn. I was scared. Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart. Although he was not afraid of death, he still couldn't bear such a sudden attack. At least let me do it myself. Zhu Shizhou slapped the black soldier's hand away in shame and anger. But the black soldier did not insist on grabbing Zhu Shizhou to jump onto the deck. He let go of his hand and protected Zhu Shizhou from the front and back. The three of them rushed to the railing of the deck. One of the black soldiers jumped first and landed heavily in the air without adjusting, making a loud noise that made people almost doubt whether his legs could withstand the severe impact. Zhu Shizhou and another black soldier also rushed to the railing. Stop! 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 Zhu Shizhou hurriedly shouted to stop. The black soldier braked suddenly and looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was wiping his cold sweat indifferently. Let me get ready, the black soldier said. Don't worry. You won't get hurt. Even if you don't adjust your landing posture, he will catch you below and ensure that you won't get hurt. I know. I know. Zhu Shizhou wiped off his cold sweat and felt cold all over when the sea breeze blew. Even if he knew, what's the use? He could commit suicide without hesitation, because he knew that he would eventually die and return to the game. But he couldn't easily overcome the fear of ordinary people. In addition, he habitually thought more, and his mind was in a mess for a while. He even thought that if he broke his bones after jumping, it would definitely hurt like hell. The black soldier couldn't empathize with Zhu Shizhou's current mood, but he also guessed that Zhu Shizhou's mood was affected by the anti-black soldier inhibitor again. If it was the previous Zhu Shizhou, he would never be afraid of such a small thing. Do you want me to hold you and jump? He Bing asked. No. I'll jump by myself. The stronger emotion than fear is shame. Zhu Shizhou was angered by He Bing's words. He Bing's words sounded like he was a coward. In order to prove that he was not a coward, Zhu Shizhou took a deep breath, stepped back a short distance, and then ran to accelerate. The moment he approached the railing, Zhu Shizhou's calves tightened and exerted force, and the whole person jumped up like a spring that was compressed and suddenly released. The body spread out in the air, showing a relaxed posture. The world champion of long jump had to admit defeat. Fuck. Too far. Zhu Shizhou, who was flying in the air, looked down bravely, and immediately realized that he did not control the strength well and jumped too much. This time, he jumped not only 3 floors, but the whole person jumped over 5 decks like a meteor and fell directly towards the 7th deck. Zhu Shizhou was about to call for help. Suddenly, the black soldier flew over. The black soldier accelerated, stepped on the railing and jumped high, faster than him. He approached from behind, grabbed his clothes in the air, and pulled them. The black soldier adjusted the unstable posture to a perfect human body dynamic. It's okay on the 5th floor. The black soldier only had time to say this sentence, and the two of them immediately fell heavily to the ground. Boom! At the moment of landing, Zhu Shizhou, who was still in shock, had not yet calmed down his inner tension and excitement, and suddenly heard another explosion. The hull vibrated more violently, and the two staggered and almost fell. The fire flashed again. Thick black smoke floated on the sea. This time the smoke seemed even bigger, and the hull began to shake greatly from side to side. If the center of gravity was not adjusted properly, it would be easy to fall. Zhu Shizhou, who was still in shock, was forced to change his mood. I am a crow's mouth. Yesterday he laughed at Xuan and his men for being reckless and cowardly. But this happened to them. They actually dared to blow up the ship. Zhu Shizhou got up, and another black soldier came crashing in. Keep jumping. Without waiting for the black soldier to speak, Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to urge him. He could feel that his body was really fine. His bones were fine. His muscles were intact. And his internal organs were fine, except for a little shock. Xuan and Lu Jing fled on the deck with 3 professors. The explosion had already begun, and their current task was to get the 3 professors to go with them to the lifeboat that had been arranged long ago, in order to lure the professors into the trap. They also made up a lie. Terrorists are blowing up the ship. If you don't run away, you'll die. What the 3 professors didn't know was that the terrorists were Xuan and his team. They always believed that Xuan and his team were members of a secret state organization, so they had the greatest degree of trust in Xuan and his team, although they felt a little guilty for abandoning the entire ship and escaping alone. They had no choice but to hope that Schwen and his team had a more perfect arrangement for the other people on the ship. Most people are selfish. And these three professors are not people with noble moral principles. With terrorists blowing up the ship, they can't be heroes who turn the situation around. So naturally they all want to escape. And thanks to their fear, Schwen successfully persuaded them to follow him in a few words. The mission was carried out smoothly. Until a cry suddenly came from the crowd fleeing around. The crowd in front looked up in horror. And they all scattered, rolling and crawling. Boom! Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou and two black soldiers descended from the sky and landed directly on the deck in front of Schwen. Only 10 meters away. Schwen. After landing, Zhu Shizhou stood still and shouted at Schwen. Where are you going? You bastard?